Down goes George, that's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go for the engagement. Seeing sport out. Oh, big shot.
I'm excited. I am so pumped because we are here for the first super weekend of the PMWL East. It's going to be a great time. We have 16 teams going to be representing here as they look to get their first points, not only for the regular season, but also to try and push them to the grand finals. Now, I do need to be serious just for a moment here, because before the show actually went live, we had an unrelated art incident that actually went down. It was a bit of an accident that did go down. I'm going to check in with our commentators over here. Thankfully, Blank was able to join us after that horrific incident went down. How are you doing, fella?
Look, man, I just got out of the shower. Unfortunately, the shirt didn't survive, but I got most of the paint off myself. You know, I got ready for the show. I made it happen.
I don't think anyone's going to notice.
No.
I don't. It's not so bad, right? It's not so bad.
It's a good point. No one will notice.
He's going to be fine. Word out will be just fine.
How are you doing, John? You good?
I'm doing well. I went for a little bit more cool, calm, and collected on the outfit, I'm afraid. But yeah, no, really excited for the Super
in front of the paint. That's what you did.
Well,
you used me as a shield.
Look, I can't be blamed for your.
To be fair, though, your outfit says, "I'm here. I'm ready to go." Blank's outfit says, "Ah!" And then we're good to go.
That's what I do, man.
Yeah, I suppose so. All right, we're heading over to the analysis guys as well. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll check in with you for the first game of the day in a few, as I have Froz and Erangel coined the desk AFK. Not only are we AFK in game, but we're also AFK here as well. How are you doing, Froz? You good?
I'm always good. I mean, I'm super excited that finally we're here for the Super Weekend. It's going to be good to see because it's clean slates for all the teams right now.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's the first chance to show how they're going to fare up against the potential top 16 teams, right? This could very well be some of the teams, or the vast majority of the teams we're going to see in the league finals, right? So this is the time where you're playing against the same 16 teams for the whole weekend. I want to see a bit of proactive plays there, and I want to see them adapting to not having the rest of the 4 teams in the lobby.
Let's take a look at the format then, as that does break down, because wow, I'm so camouflaged here, you can barely see me. We have week 1 is well underway already. We've had 2 weekdays where all of the 20 teams have tried to qualify for our Super Weekend, and that's where we are right now. 3 days of games to accrue points to try and push yourself to the top of that regular league format, and then also qualify for that league finals, which is going to be awesome. It's going to be fantastic. The fact that all of these teams as well get maybe a little bit of a head start on the 4 teams that did not qualify here for the Super Weekend is already a boon for them.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you don't want to miss out on any points, as we talked about. It's going to be points from every Super Weekend. And if you missed out on the first one, well, you got some catch up to do afterwards.
Yeah, but thankfully there is an opportunity to catch up, so that's cool to see as well. Let's take a look at the points and how they do shape up too, because obviously all of these teams are looking for that 20 points per game, that big old chicken dinner Rooney Erangel. And then of course you've got the little chicken nuggets for the 11th through 16th.
The singular chicken nugget.
You get a single chicken nugget. No sauce.
16. I love it. No, it's good to see, though. I want to say, though, we saw some of the teams qualifying on the absolute last game and off to going into the Super Weekend. And now we have this full week here. We could potentially see someone that has a great weekend and not qualifying, probably not going to have it, not qualifying for the rest of the 2 ones, but still going into the league final. So showing up here strong in the first weekend is so important.
Yeah,
every point will matter.
Yes.
That is the big thing.
Yeah.
Every single point. And we saw that coming into the Super Weekend here. We had you level up that missed out with 1 point.
Yes. That could have been 1 kill. Because, of course, that 1 kill does mean 1 point. Let's take a look as well. Moving on, of course, to the prize pool, because there's plenty up for grabs. You can get yourself many chicken dinners in real life if you win $50,000 for that regular league play up towards the top. But also, if you do qualify through into that grand finals, you have the chance to play for the $100,000 for first place.
$1,000 and $10,000 for the MVP award, which I think is a massive thing for it's going to be a singular person. It could be, I mean, if you're a nice team and everything, you can say, you know what, let's share it. I'll take half, and then the rest of the team can share the half or whatever. No, it's good to see $10,000 is just to get that as a single player. That's massive. You can probably get the vast majority of the skins in the game if you want that, if you're Frost.
You maybe could, maybe. That's a good point that you bring up, though, because, like, you know, if you do get the MVP award, maybe you want to share it for this camaraderie. You know, there is a lot of camaraderie in PUBG Mobile, and we can take a brief look at between the battlegrounds and see how all these players interact with one another.
Okay. I set this camera guide like that. Okay. Yeah, we are here. There is virus. We can go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Final.
Best of the best in the world here with us today, John. We'll see how these teams can work under the pressure that it will push down on them.
Luxy comes in, he's got War, he takes the kill, and now he's in a 1 versus 2. Luxy for Vikendi, he could go all the way. That was amazing, and so is this from Klotzgon as he wipes them out. Okay, so Jonathan is, Neo goes down, Jonathan's in the open, he's going for the spray, he's taking blue damage, needs to figure it out, but 2 of them are down, he's snaking it around, goes for the spray, takes it down.
That's when I saw a team that really led the world in terms of their skill level, and then, you know, they feel like they're untouchable. But in PUBG Mobile, everybody is constantly reminded of their mortality.
Now we're coming into a new year. There are pro leagues happening all over the world.
Clean kill!
Thousands upon thousands of teams will battle it out to go to the end of the year for the World Championships and meet and clash on that final stage.
Are you kidding me? 21 years old!
Look at you now, looking for more runners!
Dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the 3 guys next to you have your back, and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
There's a team that can breach well, it's Loops. Beowulf just shuts them down. Pittsburgh Knight cutting through B4. Down they descend into the valley.
Kita siap.
That's right. Between the Battlegrounds is an 8-part documentary series brought to you by the PUBG Mobile Esports team. And the first episode is going to be aired during our first Super Weekend. Wait,
It's now.
It's now.
It's now.
Yes, brilliant. That's going to be very soon. I'm excited. I'm an excited boy. It's great stuff. You should definitely check it out. But moving on forwards here, we need to take a look at the groups, or the teams, I should say, because all of our 16 teams are going to be playing things out. The teams that you can see that are kind of faded, not in the limelight, are those that have not been able to qualify here for our first Super Weekend. So starting with Group A, it's Bigatron Red Aliens, it's Box Gaming, it's No Chance Team. 3 big names, actually.
Well, 3 big names, and we also saw all 3 of them, ending on top 4 in the week place we had.
Yeah.
Huge.
Massive play for them. We saw Box Gaming with some insane kills as well. 8 and 7 on Break and Lewis, so that was good to see as well. A record for East, obviously.
Yes.
Harder to get a lot of kills over here, but so 20s were impressive to us.
Just 1 kill away from equaling Kunina power over in West. But as you say, Lewis and Break, that was great to watch. Those guys were able to hold down the fortress in the middle of Erangel when it came to those fields. Really cool to see. Let's move on to Group B as well here, as we do have our next teams showing up. It's Orange Rock, it's Valdez the Murder, and it's Megastars. Morph Team will not be playing today as they did not qualify for this stage. But Orange Rock has taken, I would say, the PMWL by storm. They've taken India by storm. A lot of Indian fans messaging me saying, Orange Rock, Orange Rock, Orange Rock, let's go. And they're doing very well for themselves right now.
They definitely surprised me on how good they've been doing, because they have 3 new players on the roster and they're playing this good together. We see a lot of team play coming in that you would normally see from a team that have played together for a year maybe, but they are straight up doing this in their first tournament.
Yeah, and Gil has been stand out for Orange Rock throughout the past couple of days leading up to this.
And he's one of the kill leaders in the tournament as well. He's been very impressive. Honestly, Orange Rock, I've said it in a fun way. I really like the orange names, but I would say RRQ Athena and Orange Rock, as we see here, it's 2 of my favorite teams in this current tournament.
Gil has actually been the kill leader, or on the top kill leaders, for 3 out of the 4 days we had so far.
Whew. Big Gil. I like to see it.
And he joined the team from Nova Godlike, so a new pickup, and you can see the impact already.
Yeah, very nice. Let's take a look at Group C as well. Big names to watch out for. And we have in Group C, it was a bit of a rough time for this group, as You Level Up and Nova Godlike will not be participating in the first Super Weekend. They're going to try and bounce back next week. We have Udo Gank and GXR Celts going to be representing here today, as well as the next couple of days of NJAP.
Yeah, and Yudu really stepped up as well in our first 2 qualifying games or days of games. I think we're going to be seeing more from them. I definitely expect them to end around in the top 5 in this Super Weekend, actually.
Fredo, one of my boys. I love me some Fredo.
The thing with Yudogank is that they're kind of a hit or miss, though.
Yeah.
We do see them end up with a lot of kills in half of the games, but half of the games they go out super early. We're talking about 14, 15, 16 plays without any kills at all. So they need to be more consistent here throughout the Super Weekend.
Let's move on to Group D then and see how these guys are able to fare. All of the teams are actually able to qualify here for our first Super Weekend, as it's RRQ Athena, Reject Scarlet, Team Secret and TSM Entity, the last 2 names of which had a bit of a rough time in our seedings week, or days I should say. However, another bounce back, I would say, for them.
Yeah, still massive support coming out for them, for the whole community. I would say that your TSM Entity is expected to perform better, but I feel like the tendencies we've seen for them has more potential than what they have the actual resources shown. So once they get into the groove, and maybe this format here of non-changing lobbies, you have the same 16 teams for all these 3 days here. The spots are going to be the same. I feel like that is something there, like the environment they can kind of strive a bit more in.
More stable, less chaotic. What do you think, Froz?
Reject Scarlet, they got in through the last game, getting themselves a 3rd place with 4 kills. Now is the time to step it up, and we know that they have really good rotations, but they have one problem. They tend to over-rotate. If they only do 80% of the rotation they normally do, we'll see them towards the top. I believe in that.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I like that a lot. Let's move on then to Group E to round things out, as once again all of these 4 teams were able to qualify. Some towards the very last moments, of course, though. Team IND, Synergy, T1, and King of Gamers Club.
King of Gamers Club, but also Synergy here. Synergy and King of Gamers Club actually had a really interesting fight that I'm going to be breaking down before we start the game today.
Nice.
In the last one, and Synergy had a massive game that qualified them, obviously, to this, or guaranteed them qualification for this. So I was really happy to see how they're able to step up. King of Gamers Club, Frost has said he really liked some of the style they had, and they have some potential as well.
They got a lot of potential. I mean, they can be higher up than they are right now, and we saw a massive step up from the opening weekend to the weekdays we had, actually. And I want to see them continue on that step, just moving upwards.
I mean, even some of the games where they got like a little bit of a lower placement for King of Gamers Club, there was still like 8 kills to boot for them when they were actually having those fights out. So it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think they got 10th place with 8 kills in one of the games on Erangel. I think that's the one you're talking about.
That's the one I'm talking about.
And that just shows you how good they are and how much better they can be. If they just manage to get further up towards the placement there. Let's say they got a 5th or 4th place. Not only would they get the placement points, but I'm pretty sure they would add a lot of kills to that as well.
For sure. Some of the highlights from the 2 qualifying. I'm not sure if the opening week was here as well, but we saw some really interesting games. And obviously, Vikendi was our kind of the theme week. We had 5 games out of the 10 played in the qualification. So this is effectively the Vikendi week. We're expecting a lot of things from the teams here on the Vikendi games. We're going to have only 3 of them, 1 each day. So I'm super interested to see. And Yudo was able to win this one, obviously, that we had this super interesting one close to the church. Where Biggitron actually had a massive game as well, where they're able to wipe our RRQ Athena pretty easily, and then on to Nova Godlike. And I was saying, I don't know if you remember, guys, I was saying I'm expecting Nova Godlike to win this because they had an easy rotation towards the church. Biggitron just, they didn't care.
Another military circle here for our second game as well, and Biggitron kind of ended their military games, how they started them when it came to the achievements that they were able to accrue here.
What I really like with their play on this game was actually, they kind of like an apex predator. They just prowl in the grass and they wait for the right moment, and when the right moment strikes, that's when they go for the kills. And that's exactly what we saw in the end there. Biggitron let the other 2 teams just fight each other, and then when they were weakened, that's when we went to attack and won the game.
Go for the jugular like a big cat.
Yes.
I like that. I like that. Here's the stats when it comes to Biggitron, of course. They are one of the names that we've highlighted a lot, but they deserve it when you see kind of their past achievements and also achievements that they've been able to put on the board here so far, Avenger, throughout the PMWL.
I mean, if you just look at the damage, right, and you're looking at Loxy with more than 6,000 damage done, Microboy, you think it's a little, but Microboy is actually also in the top 10, I believe, of the total damage done for all the players. So they're performing so well all across the board. It's not like one is performing to an extreme. Yes, Luxy is with 30 kills, but everyone has over 20 kills.
They're the complete package.
They are.
They are. If you want a team that is everybody's going to be able to make the plays, everybody's going to be able to go out there and shine, Bigetron, Red Aliens, the complete package for us.
Yeah, I mean, we see it time after time as well. A lot of times it will be down to 2 players. It could be Luxy and Suxy, sometimes Microboy and Ryzen. It depends a little bit, but it doesn't matter who it is. Every time they're able to step it up.
To that point, though, they now have a target on their back to a certain degree. When other teams are watching teams like this, if you're one of the best in the world, you're also going to be the most studied in the world.
But also the most fearsome team. The teams will be feared against Bigetron. They might not want to go for an attack when they see the name in the kill feed.
And they said they were hiding strategies.
Yeah, and exactly to that point, honestly. They said they were hiding strategies, and I'm like, yeah, you did show some of them. Some of the rotation, some of the macro. And
we're going to show some.
And we're going to expose them a little bit from that. No, I think some of the tendencies they showed was fantastic, and I think they're going to obviously use some of those strategies. The macro on Vikendi was absolutely phenomenal.
And you can see Zuxi here showing up as one of the... Obviously, you don't see the average across the lobby here, but trust us when we say 308 damage across games here. That's a pretty impressive average, especially if there's some games where you're going out early, for example, Frost says. We take a little bit of a closer look at Zuxi here.
I mean, that's what you can see. Even if you go out early, you're going to see a lot of impact coming in from these guys. Zuxi here, as you can see, I mean, he goes for DMR sometimes, while we see Luxy sometimes being on the bolt action. So it's you can't tell the difference between them.
Mastering the wall down towards military, and as we saw at the beginning, some great spray control, which then transcends into this next Vikendi game, the G36C, using multiple layers of cover here to be able to get his target and pick it up.
Taking fights against 2 different teams as well at the same time, just holding, 2 teams casual like that, like nothing else matters.
It's pretty impressive to see how they're able to, fare against multiple players at the same time, be able to be aware, position them as well. It talks to how skilled these guys are.
And I think as we go throughout these next 3 days as well, the battle is going to continue between 2 names in particular, and BTR, Bigetron Red Aliens, brought up in the interview that one of the teams that they are scared of might just be Orange Rock. Let's take a look at them and see how things fare for them as well. Scout might be one of the bigger names there, but Gil is putting up numbers. I mean, you see big numbers from both Gil and Scout, but you got to remember, it's a team effort. It all comes down to the whole team playing together as well. So, I mean, they wouldn't even be able to make all of these plays if it wasn't for Vera and Mavi helping them out in the back.
Yeah, it's more of Scout and Jill being, frag heavy. They're playing more in the front. They're the front runners of battles. They always engage first, and the guys there are putting themselves into angles where they will get the skills. The other guys are making sure that they're enabling them, keeping them alive, and covering their backs as well.
I think one of the great things, whilst we take a look at the highlights here as well of Scout, etc., even making some things happen with the ump, I like it a lot, is that Bigetron right now feels like the kings of the mountain, and Orange Rock to me feels like the usurper. They're the ones coming to try and dethrone the kings at the top. And if this battle continues, I think it's going to be raging on throughout the entirety of the month. What do you think?
I mean, so far, it has been a battle of the crown between these 2 teams, Bigetron and Orange Rock. I honestly don't know who's the best one right now.
No, it's going to be close.
It's going to be close, and I think we're going to see that this weekend as well. Like some of the tendencies and some of the stuff we're going to be seeing in the league finals is definitely going to be some of the groundwork we've been seeing here in the Super Weekend. So I'm super excited to get this started.
Will the throne be taken? That's a big question for later on. We'll take a closer look at Jill here and see how his average damage has been able to come in. And when you compare this to someone like some of the Bigetron members in the past here that have been able to put up decent numbers, 417 is an average, almost 100 over. You can really see the work he's been putting in.
But not only that, but look at the kill and the knockouts as well. We had Saxi on 1.5, 1.7. Yeah. Now look at Gil here, over 2. That is a lot.
On both.
Yeah.
It's crazy to see. Like, obviously, he's also the top right now, like on top of the whole leaderboards and in terms of kills and fragging out damage-wise as well. He's been performing to an extreme. So this is the number one. We're like the stats, statistic-wise, this is the number one we're looking at.
Take a look at some of the moments here from Jill as he's able to put up Valdez the Murder and take them out quite handedly, and then even moving on Morph here, dispatching of them pretty swiftly here of Orange Rock as they pushed.
As you can see, a lot of the times Gil will be in the front. He's the front runner of the team, making sure that he's the first man to the battle, to the fight, and he can get that first knock. When he gets that first initial knock, that's when the rest of the team comes behind him and helps him out.
Even great understanding of where they're going to move through the smoke as well, though, as he gets the knock and then realizes exactly where they're going to move so he can get that extra spray down.
His game awareness is just, it's unparalleled right now. Honestly, it's too insane to see how he's shooting at specific spots where like there might be a guy there, and he's just getting him down. You saw here Microboy is one of the guys with the military game. He was shooting at a spot where there was, you know, a little bit of a few pixels he could maybe see shooting and pre-firing. That's really insane to see.
All right, it's time for the breakdown. It's time for some Telestration. Who's got this for me? Is it you, Froz?
Yeah, I'm going to start this off. And remember when we were saying that we were going to expose Bigatron's secrets? Well, here's going to be one of them. Basically, if we play it from here, we'll see them. This was one of the games from the weekdays, and we buy the chopsticks. And I want you to pay attention to some other teams as well. We have GXR Celts there. We have No Chance team over here. But we're going to be focusing on our team right here. Oh,
nice. Great circles.
That's not really. That's what I wanted. Bigatron is what we're going to be focusing on. And you can look. They get to chopsticks. They're the last team to get here. The other teams have already gone here.
Yeah.
But look at how they're setting themselves up and how it all goes like a smooth machine. If we look at it, Ryzen, he's gonna start driving down over here. And if you look at where Luxy is looking right there, he's looking down, covering Ryzen, while Ryzen is going down there. Microboy, on the other hand, he's far over here. So basically, as we're gonna see here, when we keep rolling it, we're going to see how they're holding it and why this is so good. Keep in mind, once again, No Chance team, they're all grouped up here. They don't have too much stuff to work with. But Bigatron, they're taking that whole chopstick for themselves.
Yeah.
And we're going to go a little bit more forward. But it's amazing to just see this.
Well, whilst you're taking a look at that, space control is very important for us. And if you can control this much space, which is difficult, then you're giving yourself a big upper hand.
Yeah, and we can see here, 2 players in the middle, Microboy far away. And the whole thing is, Ryzen is basically holding this area by himself. I was not supposed to play there.
That's fine.
And then you have Suxy and Luxy, they're holding this area. Now they know that the area behind them over here, this they don't really need to care about because that's where they came from. No one else is gonna come from there. And then you have Microboy holding over here as well. So basically they have every area secured, and they have so much space to play with here.
It's actually a very cool point that you bring up, because controlling 75% of the angles that you want to control, and knowing that your 25% is where you came from, really actually works out very nicely.
Also, another thing is that at that point, the area they were not covering was a location where it's a better spot than they currently have, and it's open field, so they know that nobody's going to move from a better location to a worse location, so they're like not regarding into that. They're like, there's no chance that anybody's going to be from there. Boxes over here, they're covering that area. Nobody's going to try to camp up in the fields already, so they're super aware of the terrain around them and how people are playing around.
Also, with 2 people in the middle, they can just move them back and forth north of south side, depending on who needs more help.
Yeah.
Second Telestration.
Yes.
Let's go. Bring it, Demi.
Let's do it. So I actually want to show the qualifying, or what you contributed to the qualifying moments of Synergy here. So Synergy is fully aware that there's a team behind them, and they're setting this up. They're making sure that their back is free going into the later stages of the circle. As you can see up in the top here, you can see the circle's already popped up there. They're playing on the edge, and they want to be the last team coming into that. They already know that Gamer Club, they're sitting up here, and they're sitting up in a kind of in a triangle, you can say, where they're making sure that they're holding the top, they're holding the bottom, and they can support with that. Unfortunately for them, though, Gamers Club, they're a really good team, and they were able to push into this, making sure that they like kind of had an opportunity and a chance to get in here. And they were fully aware that there was a team here, but they had to make a play for it, and they actually managed to make a really good play. Managed to get in 2 guys and wrap around this location here. We're gonna speed it up a little bit. We're not gonna speed it up a little bit. Doesn't matter. While we see this, Braga obviously trying to scout. He's on his stomach here, trying to scout, trying to get as much information. There's coming some nades out. There's coming some mollies. And Ted actually managed to get, or he gets down, taken down to nothing here. But now what we see here is that there are two guys down here on the floor, or on the, you can say on the lower kind of part, and the fight is starting here. So what I really want to point out is that Braga makes a fantastic play, opens up on Ted here, and goes around with that. And then he goes back in, and Concept goes back in, and Bodex try to get back, and they actually manage to get 2 knocks here. Braga survives that, and immediately the backup comes to make sure that they don't lose too many. You can see you can see that Ted managed to get a kill. Servi also with a follow-up kind of, and they managed to get 3 guys up from this and managed to survive with 3 players, and that actually enables them to get the win from this position here.
As much as that was about synergy, I kind of liked the molly a lot as well. It allowed his extra teammate to be able to push up on there, knowing that he wouldn't be shot at from the little shack. So, so many small things. So many small things here in PUBG Mobile. Let's take a look at the schedule, as we have 5 games coming at you once again for today. Quite varied compared to our Vikendi times, as we have Erangel, Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel will be coming your way. So, and of course, no group sitting out. It's the same 16 teams each and every game. So, as previously mentioned here, Froz, there is the potential that all of these teams really take away a lot from each of these games because they know that the same opponents are going to be in the next game for the next map, etc., etc., and you can really work with that.
And we're going to play a lot of Erangel. It's going to be double amount of Erangel compared to all the other maps. So Erangel is super important that you actually find yourself your drop spot, know exactly how you want to play, know all the other teams. That's where the do or die moment is going to be.
And to that point, will the nomads of the PMWL, will T1 be able to find themselves a home? They've been traveling, they've got their backpacks on, they're running with the level 3 backpacks, but they just can't find a spot.
I mean, we saw them in the last game. They actually went to North Georgia, actually. Right now, that is probably free because none of the other teams really like to go there, so that we might see them go over there.
I want to see some of those adaptive drops here in the first Erangel. I want to see these guys are prepared. You know, we're playing 6 Erangel games here in the next 3 days. It's a lot of games, a lot of points you can take for them. And if you can stabilize already in the first game, making sure that you get some of those drops so that the other teams were playing, I really want to see that. And I want to see that from first game.
That's the great thing about Erangel. From Novo to Zaki, you can go a lot of different places. Some might be a little bit hard to get rotations going, but, you know, that's fine as well. And another thing I want to point out is we came off the back of Box Gaming getting themselves a 20-kill chicken dinner. That was huge.
Yeah.
A really impressive performance by them. If they get themselves a decent compound, aka the Box Fortress again, they have the potential of making a lot happen with it.
And their last game was on Erangel when they got that 20-kill chicken dinner. So, I mean, we might see that happen again. They ended on a high note, but they got to keep it up there as well.
I want to see that kill record broken, you know, more than 8. I want to see the double-digit 10 kills in a single game from a single player. I really want to see that. We have some of the potentials from these beasts here from the East region. I think we're going to be able to see them step up to a double-digit kill.
That's right. Well, let's get it done. It's the first day of our super weekend here for Week 1 PMWL East Season 0. We are going over to the commentator team to bring you all the action for Erangel to start things off. Blank, John, take it away.
Thank you very much, James. As he said, my name is John.
My name's Blank.
And this is Super Weekend! Let's get into it. Let's go, PUBG Mobile. Absolutely love it. Ready to get into the Super Weekend tournament.
Oh, yeah.
All those points are going to qualify you for those finals.
Yeah, this is really important now. We've got 3 days now. The guys on the desk, they were saying that drop spots fairly important right now. You want to try and get one of those nice and early adaptive drops might be a thing that is brought into play. And you know what? It's very important to get a decent drop spot nice and early because this is no longer like League Player opening weekend. We have 3 full days here. So if you can lay claim to a spot early on, you'll be feeling pretty happy for yourself. And straight away on your screen, you're getting a nice, easy playing path coming down from shooting range to Novo. Now, what I want to see, John, personally, is a few more teams towards Georgia Pole Hospital. Usually only seeing 1 or 2 teams head up this side all the time, but what I'm excited for, on the other hand, is the fight for Rozhok. We've seen so many teams try and claim this zone early.
Yeah, absolutely, and as they mentioned on the desk, one of them was the nomadic squad of T1 trying to challenge out. You got Team Secret as well, who have had a little bit of a showing there, but seems like we're going to get 1 or 2 heading out that way. It's yet to be decided who's going to claim it, but for now it seems Valdez the Murderer going to drop straight on.
Yeah, so it feels like in the opening weekend league play, there's been a lot of bustling around, a lot of mini fights breaking out everywhere. But now it feels like everyone around the map is starting to take a singular position. We're seeing so many teams heading off all over the place, and going to start to see rotations become a little bit more difficult. Because before, a lot of times you had teams coming from a singular location on the map. Now you have to worry about rotations everywhere. So we might get a nice little hectic Erangel for the first game. And there's the first circle, heads towards the eastern side. Pretty easy to deal with. There is a chance we head down to Sanhok military base, but it's a very, very slim chance. But you know, with the circles being having the PMWL, it almost expects it in a way.
Yeah, it's just got to happen. It's a known quantity. We'll see where we do end up. Team Secret, they dropped around the Gatka fields. They've got a northern outpost in Mad Toy over by Ruins as well. So there's actually quite a lot of control that they're exerting at the moment in terms of information, not necessarily in pure firepower, however.
Yeah, they have the layers of terrain as well going forward, just like you mentioned there, John. Obviously, Mad Toy is a little bit higher up, so he's got a decent amount of viewpoints around. We got No Chance team actually heading down towards Quarry and Primorsk. But Team Secret, now this is an interesting one for me, because specifically from PMPL NA, just going back to that tournament we casted, John, when the Pittsburgh Knights actually landed there, they were playing a 2-2 split from just the fields outside and then 2 in Gatka. Team Secret are going for an even bigger split here. So if a team identifies this and then drops on them, they can be easily picked off if they go for a 4-man drop on top of Gatka. They take out ice shots and then just hunt down the rest of the players, and you have full control of the western side of Gatka. So I wonder if that happens, but like I said before, right now it's very much just teams looking for a place to call home. On the other hand, Rozhok, it still is heavily contested. Orange Rock around this area, Valdus the Murder, and King of Gamers also here.
Absolutely. And a quick Nomad check to bring us up as well. The T1 squad over in North George. That's where they decided to go this time around. We'll have to see how they're able to rotate in. Obviously, they have to head out to the east. Orange Rock, as you said before, they're moving a little bit further south. They're moving in towards Rozhok into potentially dangerous territory.
Yeah, Yaznaya, completely free. As is Milter Power. Reject Scarlet, on the other hand, playing really safe, actually rotating all the way on the western coast here down to Primorsk. We'll see if they pick up a boat or they have to rotate in otherwise. I think a boat might be even a decent idea and go for a huge boatation over to Milter, because you're putting yourself in the harm's way of TSM Entity, who we know like to rotate down west of Mount Everest and then move through Ruins that way. So, I don't know, Reject Scarlet have got a long way to go, and we highlighted that one of their major issues was over rotations. Now they've got even more to worry about.
In South George, TSM Entity will be having to move on out soon enough, but they'll have plenty of loot. TSM Entity is a team that they talked about on the desk as well. A team that really started to ramp up towards the end of the league play, the games at the start of this week to get here in the first place. Definitely a squad that we had expected more from, if we're honest, Blank, and it looks like they're starting to be able to pick up their feet. They had a really strong second day comparatively, and they are going to be moving on forwards. You can see in that day previously, they had a 5th, a 3rd, and a 7th place finish, which means that, you know, they are definitely showing up a little bit stronger than what they were before.
Yeah, and I mean, in the opening weekend, on the other hand, they were only on 49 points with a 4th place finish once, and the rest was 8th and below. So there is a steady improvement here, and it begs to wonder, like, there's a lot of pressure on TSM Entity. They've got a big name partnering up with Entity as well. There's a lot of pressure on board, but it feels like, you know what, maybe the first couple of days there was a little bit of sweat coming on, but now they're more comfortable. They're warmed up, and they're like, you know, this is just not just another tournament, but we've done this before and we can do it again.
Absolutely. I mean, it's players like Jonathan, like Neo, and, well, to be honest, like ZGod and ClutchGod as well.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's showing up.
Have that caliber of experience to their name. So it's definitely a squad that we'll be hoping the best for.
So King of Gamers, we've got them on the screen right now. They're looting just outside there towards apartments and school at the moment, just trying to get as much on board as possible. No one's currently bothering them for the time being, so they should be okay. Orange Rock, on the other hand, they're skirting around the northern side of the river from Rozhok, just trying to get some scouting done early. That's Marvi out there with that. Now, Orange Rock just came off the back of actually winning the ESL India tournament, so they're feeling very good about themselves. So they're not only performing here, they're performing outside and in separate tournaments as well, which is really cool to see. And it's exactly why we talk about them so often. And you know, we also talk about Scout a lot, but Gil, like the devs say, he's one of the players who's really propping up the team. He's a high kill player.
Dude has the quad 6s on damage, dude. It's absolutely insane.
Wild.
This guy is nutty when it comes to these gunfights. And
Devilish,
we're talking about how he is that front man, right? He is the guy who is first into the fight. Orange Rock is a very aggressive squad, right? Compared to pretty much anybody else in the lobby, they are the team that is most likely just to run into these fights and more than likely actually come out on top.
Now, I'm wondering if they were maybe trying to see if they could push the other teams to their limits during league play, because I'm pretty sure they qualified in the first 3 games for the Super Weekend too. They got an insane amount of points on board just from those few Vikendis that they did play. So maybe they were just trying to push it, see how far they could take it, and that gives them a really good idea to kind of poke and prod at the other teams and see what the potential is around. And now they might play it slightly safer, but it's T1 coming up directly behind them towards the north side of Rozhok across the river, and BTR just taking a couple of shots outside to maybe towards GXR Celts down there.
Valdez the Murderer as well, skirting around the compounds from King of Gamers. You can see Goddard now rotating in the dust here. Good job, they're all split up. We've seen teams like specifically King of Gamers get all in a vehicle and just get shut down. There is no reason to be all in the same vehicle. It's a bad idea, and so I'm happy. I'm happy when I see Valdez do this.
Yeah, Valdez kind of were almost distinguishing themselves as like the third-party team. And I say Valdez, I mean more Martin. That guy was bloodthirsty.
Oh, yeah.
But they found a really good spot. They must have had a lot of good off angles from the rest of their team to make sure he could perform that. And now they're moving over towards the mansion side of the map. So they should be able to get a decent compound here. There's not really any teams rotating down early. Obviously, there was no one in Yasnaya, so they don't have to worry about anyone in mansion.
Oh dear. Marvi from Orange Rock has spotted out the rotation from T1. Not able to get any shots off, uncharacteristically for Orange Rock, but the DP will not find its mark, and T1 move forwards unchallenged.
Yeah, but now they're directly rushing into Yudu Gang, so they've got even bigger fish to deal with later.
Absolutely. 3 players from Yudu right next to them, but they're on the move. They're keeping on going. Missile, however, hits a dead stop. And they will be down 1 at least. I don't think they're going to be able to get out and remount for a retake here, but Satan may be actually going for the fight here against Parang. The question is, does he know that there's a player who's hopped out? They know where that ridgeline is. They know where that cover's going to come from. But already, 1 player for T1 down. Missile's fallen.
Yeah, so that's down to 63 now on the board. But, you know, that was a vicious vice that you saw T1 put in. First of all, they start to get squeezed by Orange Rock, move towards the top side, and you come into contact with Yudu Gang, who are a very, very good team, who have proven themselves time and time and again. Next out comes through nice and central. Very easy for a lot of these teams. And Valdez, obviously, they're going to be super happy with themselves. 4 vehicles on board. They have a decent compound, very, very central. So next circle should favor them, unless it is a ridiculous hard shift down to Milta. And Synergy, they moved down from their mansion split nice and early. They didn't have to go to Lipovka because it wasn't super heavy eastern side, and now they're holding in Lumberyard. Remember, this is a really good spot, but you do have to come down from it, and that's when things become a little bit more tricky.
Last time we had a circle like this, Blanket centered up near shelter, near prison, and it was actually prison that was a major feature in terms of blocking a lot of rotations, a lot of places where some of these teams would have liked to go. So the fact that we haven't seen any teams head out that way means that there is space there. There's a little bit of a vacuum and maybe some valuable terrain. But as we know, the circle can go anywhere. We've found that out multiple times.
Yes, we have.
Over these last few days. So we'll have to see. It could even, it could even end up in Yasnaya. It's possible.
It is possible. TSM, they've made their way across the top of shooting range. They'll be coming into contact with Yudu Gang soon as well. But you imagine the Yudu Gang, they're just looking for a place to go now. Next circle has come in, and the blue is starting to push. Reject Gaming, on the other hand, they're caught in a little bit of a trap here from No Chance Gaming. Already shots are coming through on the board. That's a couple of players going down. No Chance doing a really good job here.
They're holding down their position. Reject Scarlet trying to move forwards, but they will not be so lucky. Denied access. Sarah falls.
Yeah, really good play from No Chance Gaming. They actually stopped here nice and early. They knew that there's probably either one or two teams that went down to Ferry Pier or Primorsk. They were completely right. It was Reject Scarlet, and they catch them on the rotate as they're coming in. It's difficult for Reject Scarlet because this is the defined rotational path, because it's kind of hard to go over the top of Pachinki without coming into contact with a lot of teams. It's much safer for them to go along the coast where there's a lot of small compounds where they can ditch vehicles and jump in. Reject Scarlet, though, now are ahead of No Chance Gaming, but No Chance Gaming, they have a player up on them.
I'm looking at Team IND here, Blank, and they're still on Sosnovka Military Island at the moment.
Yeah.
They have yet to cross. However, there is not actually anyone really holding that bridge. They have a fairly safe crossing, so the time that they're spending here is not necessarily wasted. I mean, it's good technique, it's good practice, but it's unchallenged. If they go straight across now, they might have a better chance of it, and you know, getting a position earlier into the circle before those teams in the north maybe move slightly down. I don't expect too many of them to leave their locations, but you will see what Team IND are able to do as they start their mounts up over the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they head over the left side of the bridge here and dip under that ridge, they should be okay. What I hope they do is send two convoys out, one to the right, one to the left, so even if someone takes shots, at least two players will survive that one. And there's the yellows available to them. They can head down to Milta Power, play the ridge side. BTR like to do that quite often, but right now BTR are very comfortable just outside of Milta. What I do like to see, though, John, on the other hand, is TSM Entity. They've been very cautious, stopping at several compounds as they make their way down into the center of the circle here. This is very, very different to what we've seen before, and it seems that they're playing a much calmer game. We saw them taking huge amounts of fights in the opening weekend. Now it feels much more on form of what we're used to from TSM Entity.
Valdas the Murder and Team Secret coming into contact. That's over just the northwest of Shelter, controlling some of the terrain around that area. Next circle will be coming in. We'll see where it centers up. Actually, a very similar circle to what we've seen previously, Blank.
Very similar. And you know what we highlighted many times about this specific circle is you've got on this south side like a large hill that goes directly upwards. You've also got Prison, which provides really tough terrain to deal with, so it's going to make rotations quite difficult. So we can almost say that, you know, the south side is going to be hard to deal with, as is the eastern side. So we're going to crunch a lot of players together, and I think this is the circle we're going to start to see some big fights. BTR, they're making their way to the top of Lumberyard, as are GXR Celts. Synergy's going to have to fight off a couple of teams, or at least coerce these teams together so they can go for the third party earlier.
There's some Entity moving out of the circle just a little bit, maybe scouting some ground, seeing what's up. There is a drop that's very near to them, so they might be able to get those level 3s on board, and then they're going to head on south and see what they can do with a counterclockwise rotation. Bigatron did move in just a little bit further, and everyone else now starting to crunch through. Box Gaming, they had a really strong game on Erangel before, but RRQ are going to see to it that that is not a repeat.
Yeah, Break does get taken down, so Box now down to 3. Lovely shots coming out from RRQ. We know this team is quite potent when it comes to mid to close range combat. We haven't seen too much spectacular out of them when it comes to long range, but that's G9 taking down Loki next. TSM also clutch go with a beautiful little shot with the sniper. Now we're looking at No Chance team as well as BTR. No Chance obviously being this team that we characterize as being super duper consistent. They like to play their rotations nice and slow. When it comes to fights, they're in no easy competition.
Not at all. A couple of shots being popped off again. Reject Scarlet taking a bit of damage. Team IND, the team that had to cross, did get through, but now they have to make that rotation. They're being spotted out by plenty of teams. Bigatron, most of all, Synergy as well in close contact. Tend doesn't have the backup just yet from the rest of his squad. You can see they're spread out on the hillside, so they have to fall back before they lose that player and can't reclaim the ground.
Yeah, what he is doing is providing a lot of trouble currently for Team IND. 420 looking over the top, trying to make something happen, but Ted's got a really nice ridgeline to play around.
Team IND don't want this fight either, it seems, and rightly so. Something we haven't really talked about, Blank, is the difference between today's games and the previous days' games. These games, the points need to add up over time to see you into the finals. That means that teams may be going to be looking to play maybe a little bit more passive. They want to get those placements and play consistent rather than for those firecracker games that we've been seeing for a few times, like Box Gaming getting 20 kills in the game, right, on their castle hold on one of the compounds compounds in the open field. So it's more likely, in my mind, that we're going to see teams rescind from these fights and not actually go super aggressive.
Yeah, but if we look on the contrary of that as well, from league play, we saw a hugely top-heavy points scoreboard from a lot of teams where, a lot of teams towards the bottom, they got shunted out in terms of points. So it could open up breathing room for the players that are currently not in this first weekend to actually come back in the second if they make it back in. So you do want to try and put up some points, but I agree with you. First day, a lot of it is going to be about feeling out the competition. You have 2 extra days on top of this one where you can start to perform massively. But look at this rotation coming from Orange Rock. They are sending it into the circle directly towards TSM Entity as well as Team Secret. Let's see if they make this happen.
Bigatron as well, clashing with No Chance Team on the south side. No Chance Team, a team that has really surprised all of us over the last few days. We'll see if they're able to do a little bit more, but here comes the aggressive rotation from Orange Rock. Gill down on bended knee, trying to get to the bunker for some cover. As RRQ are just over the hill, so a TSM Entity. That's on the opposite side of the circle. They're going to be trying to control these entrances. Ernie is going to take a fall, and Orange Rock down to 3 as well in the meantime. Plenty of teams vying for control here, and this is the chaos that we saw before.
Yeah, so here Orange Rock claims some literal shelter, but only 3 make it in, and 1 is currently down. TSM now have to deal with Valdez the Murder, who have rocked up. Clutch God doing a decent job so far, but Jonathan is down.
Clutch God has to send back, uses the nade for cover. Gonna try and swing out wide. Don't think he's gonna be able to make it. Down as well. Valdez the Murder holding strong for now. Martin on the wide rotate, but he has to deal with Neo, who will be on close face, looking for those sprays, and Valdez the Murder getting peppered from the sideline. That's King of Gamers third partying into the fight on the broadside. Zedgod holding it down for TSM Entity right now, but there's everybody bearing down upon them. King of Gamers moving in, Valdez the Murder as well, and TSM Entity destroyed.
Just a huge amount of teams came to immediately take this position. There's such a good ridgeline all the way around the side that you can hold on to as a team, especially with so little compounds currently in this circle. Everybody wants a piece of this pie. Synergy going to be quite happy because all this kerfuffle, all this confusion towards the shelter will give them time to remove themselves from Lumberyard fairly safely. No one else is going to be looking at them too much, but what a huge fight, and really what just happened there? Oh, goodness me.
G9 gets sprayed down at range. Good God. That's not going to feel too great, unfortunately, but they are at range, which means that there's no full send that will come through, and they'll be able to try and go for that res if they opt to do so. It's all in the circle. It's still zone 4, so we should be all right for them.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for TSM Entity. They get caught up in a trifecta of teams all crashing upon the same place, and they were slightly split. And now you can make the argument that they had to group a little bit sooner, but though all of those things came in at the same time, it was a huge mess, and sometimes you do get a little unlucky.
Team Secret, King of Gamers across the way. Open field, no cover. Neither going to be able to get the knock, but Orange Rock, they're still in the shelter.
Okay.
They push out, they get a kill. RRQ lose a player. G9 still up on the hillside. 2 players now for RRQ as Reject Scarlet eliminated.
Yeah, they went for a safe play towards the hugely western side, but that safe play has come back to bite them again as they spend the majority of the time rotating, losing 1 player. Froz has mentioned this time and time again, and then they try and get into the circle, and it doesn't work out for them. They don't have enough members to make any of this happen, and they're already down on resources trying to fight back versus the many teams they encounter on the way.
Bigatron taking a fight on the south side. Synergy and Udo Gank very close by. RRQ engaging as well. And the chaos doesn't stop here, Blanks. Shelter finishes are so difficult to predict what's going to happen because there's so many places where you're going to be holding, but crashes come through really quite frequently.
This is a really cruel circle too because everyone's just fought for this singular location on the western side. Circle moves away from it, and now these players are wondering, was all this fighting for naught? Now we have to leave. We spent a lot of resources getting here. You can see King of Gaming, they must have used about 5 smokes already that they would have typically liked for the end game, whereas, you know, Synergy and Megastars, GXR Celts, who moved up towards prison early, they're feeling super good about themselves. BTR, though, they're fighting versus Udo Gang, and Udo Gang are currently winning.
Oh, goodness me. A lot of Bigatron falling down and going very, very low. That's Suxy. That's Bigatron Red Aliens eliminated in the first game here of the Super Weekend. Udo Gang. It's a team I've talked about before. I'm really expecting great things from them. They stepped up so strong into this season, Blank. They've come out swinging and taking down Bigatron. What better way to make a statement into the Super Weekend?
They well and truly sweep them off the map here. Now they'll be moving upwards, but they will have to move through the remaining players of Box, Synergy, as well as Team I&D, who are able to leapfrog Synergy, get a little bit into the circle. No one wants sent there a moment because there's absolutely no cover available for anyone, but we're getting an actual crash here from, I believe that is Team Secret. They're looking towards the bottom of a shelter. Orange Rock is on the other side.
They're holding down, and they are actually in the vehicle, trying to maybe send it back just a little bit, but Orange Rock, they've got a lot of cover. The vehicle exploded. They are going to be safe and sound for now. Team Secret, no, they're in there, but there's not really any way they're going to be able to get down. Unfortunately for Orange Rock, there's not that many ways to get up either.
You know, what they have to do is just gatekeep Team Secret from actually getting into the bunker. What they'll have to hope is that other teams try and take down Team Secret at this point. You know, Team Secret, they want to get down into the bunker itself, get some protection. Valdez the Murder, they go down as well. Scout is currently burning. Damn, Orange Rock is as gate kept as Team Secret is.
Goodness me, Orange Rock, not quite in. I think they might just be on the edge of the circle. They'll be tickled by it, certainly. And those nades can be threaded through by Team Secret. It's going to be pretty tricky. Synergy eliminated in the chaos, but you can see on the minimap that there's so many teams in this circle, but none of them are central. There's just no cover there for them.
No, they have to play on the edge side, and they're trying to sweep teams to clear those angles. Box currently versus Udo. It's Louis here.
Orange Rock going very low as well. Only Gil remains in that bunker. They should be able to get those reses. We'll see what they're able to do. Udo, the strongest team that we've seen so far in this map, are going to be going for a fight up close and personal. One does get knocked. Team I&D holding strong for now, but only 2 players remain for them, and Udo Gank will be able to regroup.
Every team has to move again. Circle goes away from everybody. No one is ever favored here. Slightly more towards GXR Cells, T1 and Mega, but they're all in close proximity of one another. The difference on the other side of the map is that there's still the shelter to play around. GXR Cells, Mega, T1 are all going to encounter one another very, very soon. King of Gamers still with 4 members remaining, controlling very nicely on this northwestern side of the map.
Goodness me, Orange Rock just trying to get out. They're getting naded time and time again. They are getting those reses through, but that's the second time Marvy's been downed now, just through those nades. King of Gamers getting sprayed down from the sidelines. It's no chance, team. Taking down Concept as well. Heineken able to get that one swiftly done. That'll bleed out very, very soon. Team Secret being suppressed as well, and everybody now needs to make a gun for the circle.
No chance currently in here, and they're trying to clear off the western side, which is very smart. Then they only have to deal with the east side going forward, and they should be able to get some decent positions. But look at this, another little drop in from Team Streaker on top of No Chance Gaming.
Oh dear, Choco not going down as well to a nade on the off chance from Team I&D. Bew goes forwards and will get slain. Godless able to hold it down, and they get eliminated. Okay, there was some shenanigans going on the back.
Literally only 1 player from No Chance team here even took any damage. It was so easy. Orange Rock there, actually, I think that they just go down.
No, they managed to come back in. They were the team that played spoiler into
they're out
for Team Secret. Team Secret were guarding them for so long, and finally they let them out, and they came out swinging. Beautiful stuff coming through for Orange Rock, but Udo Gank, they are popping off this game, Blank.
Yeah, they're still going. Scout just go down. Marvy tries to come out and make something happen, but No Chance team, they don't let anyone close to them. Now it's just Gil remaining with the sniper in hand. Actually knocks 1. Can he make this happen by himself? No chance. They're still on the ridge side. He has to fight uphill.
There are some who say he's the MVP of this lobby, but now's the time to prove it. Dropping the nade down. Scout trying to give that information over. A longer nade looks for the damage, but will not be able to find it. And in fact, it's Gil to get the kill onto Scout, so points denied there. Good technique, I suppose. In the smoke, No Chance team trying to go for the res. Gil gets spotted out the sidelines. It's King of Gamers to see him, and it will be finished off. Unfortunately, Orange Rock down in 6th.
It's still not a bad performance. We saw so many teams just go out instantly. 6 is not a bad place to go, especially when you were trapped in the shelter for the majority of the time. You were playing from basically a prison. No Chance Gaming, they're still going though. These guys are the prison guards or the wardens of the map currently. But it's Team I&D who are sneaking up behind them.
10 kills for No Chance team right now, Blank, but 13 for Udo Gank. Heavy kill numbers coming through for these 2 teams. You can see Udo Gank there out on the eastern side of the circle. A No Chance team on the west, so diametrically opposed on this sloping hillside.
It feels like everyone has a chance into this game, and this is truly what World League action does look like. Every single team is terrifying. Yudu Gang, though, they are currently the bogeyman of the lobby. They are on the top side, holding nice and strong. There's currently a few rocks towards the center, but do you have the vehicles remaining to even get there? I think it's going to be a bit of a sneaking game.
The tires are out on this buggy, but he's just moving it forwards, trying to give a little bit of a different setup of cover for Yudu Gang. They spot out Team IND.
Instant.
Oh, Slayer goes down under the vehicle, gets sprayed out by Drax. They're looking to finish it off as well. The vehicle gets exploded. And that's a lot of damage sent out to Snacks as well. They don't let him have any breathing room here. IND eliminated. Brutal from Yudu Gang.
Now Yudu, no, they want to try and clear off No Chance team. They've been doing ridiculous amounts of work on the top side, and they have a knock now. Yudu Gang can start to push in. Currently, No Chance team locked in a fight between them and King of Gamers. They get one knock. That will give some breathing room now.
Drax still spraying it down. I'm surprised he's still got ammunition left after that peppering, but he won't be able to rattle these shots off. No Chance team up the hill, trying to control the ground around them, but this is what we talked about with these shelter finishes. So barren.
The hill doesn't really provide much help either here. GXR Celts, though, with one player still in the circle, you can still hear the guns ringing out around the map. No one is safe. Everyone's taking shots at one another. There's an explosion from Yudu Gang. One player goes down from No Chance Gaming, and another is knocked.
Just Godless alive. In the grass, trying to hunker down, trying to hide it out. Don't think they're going to be able to get the res. Drax pops up, will be spotted by Godless. The nade comes out wide. I don't know if they caught that one, but Drax goes very low. I think he gets down, but there's the refrag. 18 kills found now,
Rox.
3 players alive. No Chance eliminated.
Rox takes out the last player from King of Gamers and makes it into that number 2 spot. I doubt he can fight off against 3 players from Yudu Gang, especially from the run they've had here. But damn, that's such a good game from GXR Celts.
They've had a great first game here. Now you just need to keep it on going. Yudu Gang, however, they have had an absolute corker of a game, Blank. 18 kills so far. They're looking for that 19th, but one of them goes down. A sliver of HP left for Rox. There's actually Parang sending out wide. Not going to be allowing the heal just yet.
There's another! Rox!
A 1v1. Rox for GXR Celts. He could make it happen here. Very, very low HP. A single nade to do it, but he's getting the first aid off. Stimming up now. It's a 1 versus 1. Drax from Yudu Gang with 6 kills. It's Rox with 4 kills for GXR Celts. The solo snake able to get all the way, but they're playing a standoff right now, Blank.
Drax is so afraid to even move out after he takes down 2 of his teammates. He's like, wow, this guy is not to be trifled with. Drax looking on the top side, just peeking out. Neither player wants to push before the other.
Tension building here. Information can be gathered from up the hill for Yudu Gang. They know the Rockies behind will get pushed out. He goes out wide, goes for the spray, but he can't quite get it done. It was so close, but so far, Yudu Gang able to get a huge chicken dinner. 19 kills on the board.
I don't think Yudu Gang expected that at all. And I mean, GXR Celts, they truly did rock Yudu Gang's world there. That was absolutely tremendous. To even get 2 kills in those last moments, he even got the kill points too. That is wild.
Beautiful stuff. Fantastic. Yudu Gang stepping up. I love to see it. Over to the analyst desk.
What a great game to start off our Super Weekend here. Rox almost making it happen towards the end. However, Yudu Gang, who is truly the chaser of the lobby when it comes to those top spots, is making a name for themselves time and time again. Big stuff coming in from them. Froz Avenger joining me here. What a performance from Yudu Gang to start off our Super Weekend.
This is the hit Yudu Gang. This is not the missed one. And this is what we like to see. 19 kill chicken dinner to start off our first Super Weekend game. What?
Yeah, and I was talking about, I think Yudu might be ending up in the top 5 for this weekend here. I think we have some potential, but honestly, this is the top 3 Yudu Gang, as Frost was talking about. They had some off games, but this one, a way to get the fire started, guys. This is insane. And 2 of them with 7 kills each.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Not only to a certain degree chasing the circles and going through kill to kill to kill, but also going to be chasing those very top spots when it comes to Orange Rock and Biggitron, who didn't have the easiest of games by any means. Let's check in with the map ranking here for our first game of the day, as we do have up towards the top 39. Big smackaroonies coming on in for Udo Gank. And No Chance team, one of the teams that had breached the 100-point mark, coming into this stage, getting themselves 19 points on the board too.
Yeah, I mean, really great to get 19 points to start off. That's a lot already right there. But if you look at it, it looks so small compared to the 39 on the top.
Yeah, also super good to see Rux being able to... He won 2 1v1s, right? So him being able to accrue that, but also before that, he was able to kill, I believe, the last member of King of Gamers. So he effectively got them 6 more points from that clutch play alone.
Yeah, massive. Really, really big stuff. It could have gone completely different as well if the blue wasn't on his back at the very last seconds. Here's our 9th through 16th as well. T1, the nomadic T1, found themselves a spot in North George. We can talk about that later on here. As Team Secret, Megastars, Synergy, the 5-4-3 points coming on in. Not too much to talk about beyond that here for our...
Let's be honest, in Circle 2, we saw it going towards Shelter already. And we saw some teams actually bombarded their way in there straight away. Team Secret, TSM Entity, 2 teams that went there early, too early. And you saw what happened. They couldn't hold out against all the other teams coming in a little bit later.
We've seen endings before in this area here, and I actually saw Mega there. They were able to get into a really good spot in the southeastern side, but they didn't clutch it out the same. So I really like to see when we have these similar circles here, that the teams are able to replicate what they have successfully done before, or some of the teams that are taking away from what they weren't able to do, and then do that in a game like this that was similar. So this is very good to see how we're able. I think the push from Orange Rock, how they're able to send it in and still get a kind of manifested inside the shelter area, push on to Team Secret as well. I think that was pretty well played, honestly.
Let's take a look at Udo Gank's numbers, because when we see it, I hope it's going to be over 3K. Oh, very close to getting over 3K here. 2.8 in total. Not as much healing compared to what we're seeing for the trade for trade. Even able to steal 4 nice little cheeky ones.
That's actually quite surprising how little heal they actually did in the game, considering how aggressive they were, especially towards the end as well. And we saw them like fighting so many different teams, but still not taking any damage means that you're going to be having the upper hand.
Yeah, obviously going into later stages of the game with a full vest or a better vest and a better helmet is super crucial. So them being able to have this ratio is good to see, because they're fighting a lot.
It's the Mountain Dew, do the do moments. Don't get shot off your bike at the start of all of these things. As TSM had a bit of a rough game, to say the least. They went out in 16th place, but the bounce back may end up occurring down the line.
Yeah, we saw some good tendencies here towards the start when RQ tried to go towards Shelter, and TSM, one of the earliest teams that actually were there. But once again, a little bit too early for them. So I want to see them slow it down a little bit in the future, and when it comes to trying to go center without any like compound to actually hold.
It's a shame that one of our highlights is G9 getting knocked for RRQ Athena, because by the time the lobby was down to maybe like 20 players or something like that, he was still top of damage with 830 damage. It was insane.
He was able to, I think 860 he actually ended up on. It was pretty damn impressive with 3 kills. So he doubled, nearly tripled the damage compared to the kills. So that was pretty impressive to see.
As we can see, some long shots here. We saw a lot of these actually happening. A lot of the long shots with only 3x, the red dot and so on. It was quite surprising, and those sprays were just on point.
Avenger.
More shots coming out. I think the play here from Parang was also the first of all the nade, but also the play where they were sweeping around. We didn't see that here, but they were sweeping around the edge a little bit and managing to finish off some of the teams here. That was super good to see here. Jill made a valiant effort here to make sure that he could get in this, and this is where we saw T1 actually get a few more of the kills. So T1 starting a bit more, getting a bit like a better placement was good to see, but they didn't manage to get that many kills, unfortunately.
Look at Drax here with the sprays, getting that knock, but also finishing off Team IND straight away here after that vehicle explosion.
Did you see Fredo? The flowing mane, the glorious smile. It's all Fredo, baby. I love it. I love to see Udo Gank doing very well here for this game. What a lad. What a lad. Top lad. Top lad.
More. Great to see NCT actually doing this well in the first game, because we saw them during the weekdays here. they didn't have a single bad game. With a bad game, what I mean with that is 3 points or less in a full game.
Avenger mentioned it whilst this fight was going on here. This could have gone wrong for Udo Gang. It did feel like they were giving him Rocks a few 1v1s compared to a 3v1, which they should have been trying to push on.
They're greedy. They wanted to get the kills for themselves instead of playing 2 versus 1. Especially in the beginning, they were sending the 2 of them were running down towards them and lost 2 times. They lost the 1v1. Obviously, you had a Rock, you had hardcover, you had peak advantage, everything, so you can take it into consideration. But still, you should be at this level of competition. You should be playing a 2 versus 1 when you're a 3.
You can't throw it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the bars moving on up and down for the total damage. It's wavy, it's flowy, and nobody comes close to Udo Gang. What a surprise.
It's kind of sad because they're just blowing out of the water. I would say No Chance team with 1800 damage and 11 kills is also massive.
I mean, I guess the nerves is on the players a little bit. This is the first game of the Super Weekend. The first Super Weekend as well.
I mean, their name suggests that they're coming out of nowhere and just taking a fight and just being like, surprise. But a lot of it was brute force, smash mouth, Udo Gank rolling up on you and blasting.
You might be thinking, why does Secret only have 2 kills and 1600 damage? But it was because they were obviously in the very center of the shelter zone in 3rd and 4th circle. They were able to dash out a lot of damage, but they didn't manage to finish a lot of it.
Well, the thing is, when you have a position like Team Secret had there, even if you get the knocks, a lot of the times you're not going to be able to finish off the players because they're knocked behind cover and so on a far distance.
At those circles by nature, we saw a lot of edge play for that. And I think it probably speaks to the terrain, but also the importance of the situation. It's our first game in the Super Weekend. Nobody wants to be taking those extra risks whilst moving forwards. And speaking of which, let's take a look at how the first game unfolded at the beginning of things, Mr. Froz.
Yes, we're going to look a little bit on the drops itself and where people actually ended up playing. Because this is quite interesting. There's a few areas that is actually free. We have Milta Power. I can't draw.
Draw it, Froz.
There's something on my screen.
Froz, draw.
Hold on.
And
there we go.
Froz? Okay, good.
Milta Power, totally free. Yasnaya, totally free. 2 very big spots. But one of the key things, of course, we were talking about T1. We were talking about them going to North Georgia. And as we can see, they're going there because Nova Godlike did not go there. We saw the plane, of course. We're going to draw that out so you know. It went from Sarki down towards Novo. So they did a very early drop. And I also think this is the reason why we saw TSM down here in South Georgia.
Yeah.
Normally, they are the team going to Yasnaya, but you want to drop early, making sure that you can start looting straight away. You can get ready to rotate, no matter if you get the circle on top of you or not. But also Milta Power, which normally resides Morph Gaming, they're not here. So that means that no one is there.
And also, when you have a playing path like that, it's very surprising to see Milta Power not being taken because you're actually able to get it, like it's within decent distance.
Yeah.
I will say though, I really like the adaptive and reactive drop here. They could have planned it, but still, getting out of the plane early will give you, 30, 40, 50 seconds more loot time than the guys that are dropping late and might having to parachute further.
That is actually my question. Do you think that T1 is doing this as a mainstay? Do you think that they have found a home here for the Super Weekend? Or do you think it's more plane dependent? Do you think we may see them go somewhere else?
Well, let's be honest. They can bully out Nova Godlike in the weekday plays because they are in the first Super Weekend. Nova Godlike is not in here.
That's a great point.
That means that they're going to have more points for the next Super Weekend no matter what.
Yeah, and Nova Godlike has more importance on qualifying to the Super Weekend. They don't want to be in those early fights, maybe.
Yeah. I really like that because and also you can take that to Udo as well now. Like they have so much space, they have the time, and they're already so far ahead. They can easily bully out on some of the other maps, even here in the Super Weekend if they want to.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna just come with me for a second. Come with me. Good job, Froz. Good job. I'm gonna give you a little pat on the back for that. That was fantastic. That's a really good point.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're gonna take a quick look at something going on in game, of course, because it's season 14. Let's take a little bit of a glimpse at the Royal Pass. That's amazing. That's how every single one of my games goes down. Like, just exactly like that.
You know what I just realized?
That's how my drive looks to the show as well.
Yeah, the Miramar. Miramar's, it's sandy, you just bounce into each other, cars go exploding. I love it.
Fantastic.
Did you see towards the end there?
What?
That was West versus East.
That was.
The blue flames versus the red flames.
Ooh. But who wins?
East.
Yeah, but which one are we?
We were the left.
We were the red flames.
Yeah.
So we're the guy with the cool hat.
Yeah.
Not the purple hair.
Yeah.
I'll take that. I think that one's the cooler one, to be perfectly honest. Anyway, we're moving on. Let's take a look at the schedule. We have 4 more games coming at you for today, and we'll be going on to Vikendi, then Miramar, then Sanhok, then Erangel. There's so much to come. We have so much variety here. And, personally, I'm glad that we're back to this because it really keeps things super fresh throughout this. It's nice to be able to, hone down on a few maps here and there, but Vikendi coming up next. We saw a lot of Vikendi, Mr. Martin.
We did, and I'm excited to see if these teams are able to, make some proactive and make some plays around what they've seen and what they will be able to play. We did play 5 games here, Monday and Tuesday, so I really want to see some of the teams step up and say, you know what, let's take this away. We want to see some of the drops that are maybe not taken. We want to see that taken instead.
We saw a lot of northern circles throughout the week, and I want to see some south, and I want to see some southern circles, and I want to see what happens if we get close to Winery.
Yeah. Interesting. And I want to see what happens if you guys at home get top 100 when you're watching in-game. Go do that, because whilst you're watching, you can actually accrue some points. And if you end up being in the top 100 of the viewers, you can get yourself exclusive rewards. Exclusivity. I can speaks.
Exclusivity contract.
Yeah, so make sure you're doing that. Be within the top 100 viewers. And as I have to constantly remind you, beat Froz. Please beat Froz, because nobody wants Froz to get exclusive skins, right, Froz?
Not unique.
Well, there's only one person that wants that. I want that.
Yeah, you want that.
Yeah.
I think all the viewers want it. But the kind of these unique skins where you only have 100 of them is absolutely insane. Like, it's you have millions and millions of players, right? Having a skin that only 100 people has is...
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, so we had a lot of Vikendi games throughout the week so far. One big fact is that Orange Rock actually took home 2 chicken dinners on Vikendi. Are they going to do it again?
Yes. Martin?
Not today, because we're only playing Vikendi once.
Yeah, it's a bold claim, I suppose. It's a bold claim. But again, when we've seen their form and kind of their rise to prominence, as mentioned by Blank as well, they've already winning tournaments elsewhere in recent times. So their confidence has got to be through the roof. They've got to be confident.
I want to see how Bigotron does their macro, though, because they were able to make some very good macro rotations. They were able to scout into the circles, and they were playing it passively in the first 2 circles because they know it doesn't matter too much. It's the 3rd one and onwards that is super important.
I'm just waiting for their backstab, the Apex Predator attacking.
You're really into this, eh?
Yes.
If you had to pick an Apex Predator that Bigotron was, not a red alien, because we don't know if they're the Apex Predators, because we don't know, which animal would you pick for Bigotron?
I never thought about this.
Damn it. Froz. All right. Oh, well. All right, well, we're ready for Vikendi. We are going to the commentary team once again here. Xander and John will bring us all of the tundra, all of the snow, all of the ice creams, all of that jazz. Have enjoyed.
Have enjoying.
Absolutely.
Exclusivity with me and John, not Blank. That would be just me.
You and Blank. With him and Blank,
everyone
and me and
speaks
John,
good today.
we're going to be exclusive, bringing you Vikendi. When the ice flows, there's nowhere to go. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? We're going to see who is going to be able to flow themselves on towards that chicken dinner and cut it up here in the Super Weekend.
I think the Avenger makes a good point. Froz makes a good point. Avenger also makes great points, but Froz makes a good point here in the sense that the circles are very northern. And we're talking about how BTR tends to make some really good macro play in terms of rotations, right? Their landing spot is in Winery, so they're pretty much always rotating into the circle. They don't really have any free center circles. They always have to play it carefully, always have to play these rotations smart. Now, if I were to call them any kind of Apex Predator, I'd say the Hippo. Because that thing is deadly, but also not many people expect it to be, because they go for the backstab all the time. You see the hidden assassin.
I'm going for a raptor.
You're for a raptor.
Absolutely. I think they move as a pack.
Kalaris.
They hunt as a pack.
Hippo versus raptor. Just give me one. Raptor every time. Okay, fair play.
Exactly. I mean, We do have a Dino Park circle, so I feel like I'm right either way. It's going to head south. We're going to see that finish. I mean, you know, we said we didn't see that many southern finishes, but we did have a Dino Park, a full Dino. I was really disappointed I didn't get to cast that one because I've been waiting for a Dino Park circle for years.
Eons, just truly.
Years. But we did have that one earlier on, and that was pretty interesting as a conflict. It's always chaotic because, you know, you've got that maze that's so difficult to navigate and pretty tricky to get in and out of.
Yeah, I mean, whilst we were floating around the cosmos and we were literally just particles of like mind mass. Oh, T-Rex is better than a raptor, says Frost.
See, okay, there was a reason I didn't go for a T-Rex here, and I can explain this to you.
Oh, you could explain it?
Because raptors hunt in packs. T-Rex is like a solitary solo hunter. Bigatron are a pack. They are the pack of raptors of this lobby.
Yeah, but Bigatron might actually be a pack of T-Rexes that have decided that, you know what, let's team up.
In like some weird prehistoric crossover episode.
Yeah. They were like, actually, we could do this way better if we team up. Let's come from all directions.
Blank, that's a stupid suggestion. They are raptors.
Why would you put me down like this?
They're raptors, Blank.
This is so mean.
Anyway, the Raptors are going to be down south in Winery, as we highlighted before. And a lot of teams actually headed down south. The plane was pretty kind to lots of drop locations, so a little bit of spread out coming through. King of Gamers didn't actually head towards Castle this time around. That's going to be Synergy, who did drop there, I think, before when we watched them in the last game.
Yeah. I mean, Synergy, they're just outside of Castle. And I do really like this play. They send Sivy into Castle early, and then they have 3 players outside Castle ready to make that rotation should it move away from them. It's quite smart. Obviously, they know that they can efficiently hold Castle with 2 players in the early game. As soon as the circle starts to enclose a little bit more, with Vikendi being a slightly smaller map, you know, then they have to either group up or get on their way. On the other hand, we saw King of Gamers try and hold down Castle as a 4-man. They got caught up by RRQ, and then they just continually struggle to get out of Castle in the first place.
Pretty tricky stuff. I mean, that's what we talked about whenever we've really talked about Castle, is easy to get in, easy to hold, very difficult to leave.
Yeah. That's what happens when you put on the crown. There's a lot expected of you, you know?
Pretenders to the throne, left and right. Everyone wants a piece of that.
Are we just coming up with lyrics? Is that what's going on here?
Spitting fire, day after day.
Pop songs after pop songs.
Absolutely. To be honest, you're more K-pop, I'd say.
Yeah, fair play.
I'd say I'm definitely not R&B or rap at all.
I don't even know what you are. You're like classical.
I don't know.
I love classical, just as an aside.
I'm not sure. I have to figure it out.
You're classical.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It out. I'm classical.
You're welcome for the help, bro.
Well, bark to the game.
Bark to the game. Let's go. King of Gamers on the rotate. They're pretty much already in the circle. Box Gaming, on the other hand, they're all the way on the northern side, so they have a little bit of a tricky rotation down. TSM Entity, they're over towards Cosmodrome, so they'll be very, very looted. And honestly, what I expect from them is to try and get into the circle, maybe a little bit with a little bit more patience. I think that they're showing that towards the beginning of Erangel, and then they got maybe in that moment of where it goes on shelter, they're like, okay, there's not really many places to go. Let's go take shelter early. And honestly, if I'm them, I also don't expect the 5-man team rock up where you have to deal with all of them at once. And they didn't make that smart rotation that Orange Rock did, which was like, we just need to get inside, get a vehicle inside the stairway, blow up the vehicle and prevent anyone from coming down, and then we can try and leave afterwards. That way we limit the amount of entrances into shelter in the first place. Speaking of Orange Rock, they're towards Krichas, just outside there, so they've got a pretty direct approach into the circle on the south side. They will come into contact with RRQ if they continue on their trajectory. Yeah, I'm interested to see how this game goes. Team Secret's starting to bring things up a little bit as well. I think that last game, before they went down, I was like, okay, there's actually glimmers of brilliance here from this team. Looking at King of Gamers, though, already taking down 1 player from Megastars, I believe that was.
Yeah, I don't think that, well, they can't get the res. It was a full flush, so Megastars will have to try and find somewhere else. Bigatron and Udo Gank very close to each other. Of course, these two teams clashing previously, and Udo Gank wiping them off the southern side of the circle. So we'll see if they're able to reclaim that south, reclaim that position, as Megastars might just be able to help them out onto Udo Gank.
Yeah, that's T1 taking knock there, but as did Schreider. So now T1 trying to get ZZP up. Out comes Ted. Really needs to protect his teammate. Managed to get at least one bullet into the enemy player, and Strider will just barely reach safety.
Managed to get there nonetheless, but CRV not so lucky. Will get taken down. The off angle coming on through. Really, really strong stuff. Austin gets peppered from the sidelines.
This Thompson's doing work from Youngjin.
Able to swing out wide and get those fast-paced pushes. Has got the suppressor on it, so it's a little bit easier to control there. Strider up close, spins out, doesn't have the micro Uzi accuracy, unfortunately, and Synergy get wiped out. T1, beautifully managed. They juggled that.
That is a different T1 from what we've seen a lot of. And I think what was better about those is an organized approach. What we've seen from T1 is sometimes like 2 players go forward, find a couple of kills, and the rest like lag behind. But that seems to be the communication is much more on point here. We're back over to another set of teams. We've got Valdez and TSM Entity. It looks like Valdez have spotted out a couple of players. Ooh. Where did that come from? Jonathan just peppers him, slams him by the tree side.
Able to take down Armjun, and really no one left to pick him up for Valdez the Murder. This is the danger of having a forward placement or an off angle, is you get taken down and then you just lose a player. There's no one who can come back into it.
Yeah.
But Martin, okay.
They're behind them. That's the bad part.
Martin is the third party god, but he is the first party when it comes to getting these angles back under their control. However, Armjun is pretty much confirmed to be going down here.
Yeah, Armjun was out in front. The rest of the team is behind, so Armjun makes for a very good bit of bait material, but unfortunately he will get knocked out here. Valdez not able to capitalize on the situation. Zigo try and take some shots up. Neo goes to scout exactly where they are, and now he's swinging back around again to pick up Clutch God.
Getting their team back together, putting the band back together. They are going to be weaving their way through the rest of Vikendi. Valdez the Murder Mount up, all in the same vehicle. Hate it, absolutely despise it.
Yeah, here is that shot coming through from Bozza there, just absolutely destroys one of the players from Megastar. Is going to get a replay from Youngjun with that Thompson, which was just an incredible play from him. Like, the iron sights too, it's just so accurate. It was pretty terrifying to play against.
Yeah.
We've got Reject Scholar on our screen again, rotating right on the extremities of the map here. Team I&D do spot them, and it's only 420 as well as Kratos taking this fight, but it's 2v4, albeit Reject Scholar were split up in the beginning.
We just had Rocks on this screen, GXR Celts. They're going to be pretty chuffed with him, able to get them into the final circle, get 4 kills on board as well, and give them 19 points. He was a one-man wrecking ball in that last game. But it has to be said, you cannot be relying on plays like that to happen time and time again. So we need to see GXR Celts pushing forwards as a full squad.
That was definitely an exception play, and like the desk was saying, like that should have never happened in the first place if they went for a 3-man push rather than the aggressive one they did, just trying to finish out the game. They were, you could tell that U2 were feeling themselves in those last moments, and almost were put to shame for it, which would have been very, very unlucky. Team I&D outside in the blue, Reject have just about got ahead of them, but they've already lost that one player, which usually indicates that they go down fairly early. It's almost like the bad omen, you know?
It's not great, but they'll be able to get in with 4.
Oh, they got the 4th player, I apologize. I thought I saw one get knocked by Team I&D and the flush come through, but apparently it was not happening there.
Not quite. But GXR Celts, they've got themselves the corner of Dino Park, the southeastern side. As the circle will be due to pop in just a moment. Very, very close to that one now. Just over the hill, you've got T1. After they claim the Abbey, they will be able to hold that down. No one challenging them there, as Synergy did get eliminated, as we saw earlier, with some nice Thompson play.
We'll see where this next circle goes. It's going to pop on the screens in a little while. And I mean, if we take a quick look, if we'd like to see Dino Park finished right, Castle's right on the edge, so I doubt it's going to end up there. But a winery finish would be pretty cool because pretty much no one's taken control of it as of yet. So most people will be dashing up there, but it's quite central. Winery's still in there, but the next circle doesn't, unless it's a hard shift down to the southeast, probably won't favor it from here onwards.
Centered up pretty much on Abbey, as you say, Blank. It's going to be, well, pretty much anywhere. There's no real clear indication, but the ground around here is pretty fine for a lot of teams. There's plenty of compounds, there's plenty of buildings. They can be in those close quarters that we know that happens a lot on Vikendi. And with a team already having gone down, there's going to be all that more space to operate in. So I'm not expecting too much action until about midway circle 4.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if we take a look at the map in terms of terrain, Winery, we can like chop out a small portion on this side because it is all uphill. Coming down from there, the side of the hill is quite bare, so most teams will be looking out towards you. So finding a compound towards the south of Dino Park or Tovar seems to be probably what will be more acceptable for a lot of these teams. BTR, UDO, and Megastars all within close quarters of one another, and it's a little bit of a layered terrain once again where you have hills coming downwards, so most of these teams probably won't even have a line of sight on one another, so they'll just be holding for the time being until the circle kicks them out of their zones.
RRQ not opting to go for compound, instead they go for terrain to control. That's all the way out on the northwestern side. But Valdez the Murder have a compound very, very close, just out to the east of them, and Orange Rock are very close as well. That's a really strong trifecta blank in that northwest quadrant.
Yeah, very, very scary. And I mean, it's going to start to sweep downwards, and compounds which are probably some of the better compounds will start to be taken up nice and early. TSM, they're holding a little bit back at the moment. I'm okay with this. Before they move down, they're going to skirt past Tovar, try and get some information, and then go from there. Orange Rock, though, on our screens, they're between Team Secret and Valdez the Murder. You wonder if they're just going to hold it for a little bit longer. Valdez is pretty tucked away at the moment, as is Team Secret. So again, it's very much Vikendi right now. Most teams have been able to find that shelter. I think if I'm looking at anyone, it's probably Box Gaming as well as RRQ. They're very close to one another.
But there's so many compounds on that western side, Blank. If Box don't want to take the fight, they don't have to here. But it might mean that later on they'll have a little bit of a struggle, but they can bide their time.
Yeah, everyone is just kind of leapfrogging from one compound to the next, just kind of probing forward, seeing how far they can get towards that center zone. Obviously, Team Secret, King of Gamers, T1, all very happy with this really central spot they currently have. It means that their compound is more favored to be in the next circle, and they don't have to move. And I think that's probably one of the most difficult things about Vikendi is when you are forced to move towards those later circles, you're more likely running across open ground where obviously the snow is very white around you, there's sparse trees. You're a pretty obvious target.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Secret, they're playing quite split, and we saw that from them last game as well, Blank, over in Gatka Fields. But this time they're on the hillside, quite far apart from each other, but they know that because of how this circle is, they can just sort of stay that distance apart from one another, and they can regroup closer later on. The next circle just about to pop, it goes closer to Dino Park.
Oh, this could be a Dino Park finish. I'd be very happy if it was. See if those are T-Rexes from Beta. I'm going to the Raptors. The Raptors. Okay.
Don't get me started.
Look, okay.
I'll tell you off.
Please do not do that.
I will.
Do not want that.
Thank
you very much. The Raptors from BTR, they'll be moving up towards that area, but they can hold strong for the time being. I think Team Secret, though, like you say, the varying terrain here as well as the massive amounts of hard cover in terms of rocks they have means that their retreat is always feasible, and probably one player can maybe even get a knock and then move back out again. They're in kind of a camouflaged area, not where you might expect them to be.
Pretty tricky stuff. Team IND close to T1, who haven't had to move at all since the start of this game, where they wiped out Synergy in the Abbey. It's a really strong location in this circle. I mean, you've got a lot of sight lines, you've got a lot of places you can play, but if a team crashes into you, that's where things can get tricky.
Yeah, it's also a named POI as well, so I mean, there's a lot of loot here available to them, and they don't have to move, so they'll have a lot of resources as opposed to these other teams which have kind of been, you know, bunny hopping between compounds. They may have not found the most loot. Obviously, we do increase the amount of loot is available to you in esports mode, but again, getting a named location is going to provide you those level 3s, the helmets you need, the medical supplies, as well as ammo. Ammo is a really huge thing, especially on Vikendi, because a lot of times, because you are remaining in one spot, you're not going to be able to go out unless someone crashes into you to loot those bodies and get extra ammo. So you have to be careful, which is why a lot of times you won't hear a lot of fighting towards the end of the game, because most teams understand that ammo is a precious commodity.
Absolutely, and if you don't have those sorts of resources, especially in Vikendi, you know, you're taking those fights between compounds, you're not really able to push and get those loots off the back of it. So you can't really refuel on the ammo, but if you get someone roll up to you, you might just be delivered a shipment of the good stuff there. They are probably going to be able to hold this off for T1, especially if Team I&D are right over the hill.
Yeah, T1, again, they defend the Abbey. Got Youngjin in the spire, just looking outwards.
Oh dear.
Saden just drops down. I think T1 actually want to push this. I think they're feeling very confident about themselves. Obviously, they've got a knock early on. They saw no players coming out to res that, so they're just going to push on these other players. Missile making his way over the hillside.
Oh, unfortunate for Julo. He's going to go down. Looks to get flushed out. Missile out wide, as you say, and gets the flush. Web sends away. Last player for Reject Scarlet.
Yeah, the Crusaders in the Abbey just forcing everybody away from them. Not too bad at all. Reject Scarlet once again is sent packing with their tails between the legs.
T1
just outside.
T1 nomadic, and it's as Bruce Lee said, be like water, my friend, and you can get a lot done. You can fill whatever locate. Well, yeah, he said exactly that. He did say be like water, but my point is that T1 seem to be able to hold this location down, you know, despite being a little bit more haphazard in terms of where they're going to go. Next circle comes through, and it sends us up towards Abbey. Dino Park looking less likely.
Yeah, so this is going to be a little bit difficult for a lot of these teams. As you can see, we're moving away from that western side where there are so many compounds available. Abbey becomes this big central point, and honestly, behind them, it's quite bare towards this southeast side. So only Reject Scarlet are holding here. Now I've got No Chance team on our screen. Clutch God taking a few shots from them, but currently, it's only Clutch God here by himself. He's scouted out. Now TSM, he's probably calling for the rest of his team to come on down, try and gatekeep the rest of No Chance, and then take control of the northeastern side of the circle and move in like that.
As I said before, Blank, about halfway through Zone 4 is where I'm expecting a little bit more action to start happening. So on the next shift, I'm expecting quite a lot to start popping off. And in fact, Orange Rock are going to keep me waiting no longer on the north side. They're taking a fight with Team Secret. Remember, we talked about how spread out they were.
You know, that's the big thing, is that when you are spread out like this, you need to be able to get the information and then retreat. Dying when you're split means you all but always are going to get flushed because no one else around you to come res. Now, Orange Rock unleashed the smokes. They're going to try and sweep over this top side, knowing there's only 3 players from Team Secret. Now, if I'm Team Secret, I'm looking to group up, help one another. Right now, they're still on this line across the ridge side, and Orange Rock looking to make something happen.
Harvey was able to get that first kill. I don't think Orange Rock want to mount up just yet. Maybe wait for the next circle where teams will be moving away. Yep. I mean, you've got GXR Silts just over the hill as well, which could be tricky to navigate. And we'll see if they, could third party into this fight. We'll see what comes through there. But plenty of other teams in a little bit of a scrap as well. No Chance team and TSM Entity, Blank.
Yeah, this is the one I was talking about before, where Clutch God, he's found a good position. He's just outside. He's spotted No Chance game and the No Chance team, and they can't move forward. So currently TSM Entity doing a good job at gatekeeping them. And also for TSM Entity, they're happy in this situation purely because no one else behind them is going to leave their compound. So they can safely take this as a 1v1 fight. They do take one knock, though.
Not the greatest situation, but Gil able to res Marvi as well for Orange Rock. They'll be able to heal that up. They haven't really had too many fights so far, and they don't have too much to worry about. Next circle will start to come through. It's a southwestern shift, Blank, and T1 are finally going to have to leave Abbey.
Yeah, and it also means that TSM Entity and No Chance team have to make a decision of when they're going to start to move. TSM Entity can try and leave this fight with the risk of No Chance team cresting over the hillside and shooting them as they leave, or they take the fight early. It looks like they're all mounting up into two vehicles, and making their way into the circle.
Beaktron straight into the center. The Raptors ride strong as the pack, and they will survive a little bit further on. They've got a nice spot there. King of Gamers trying to push on in, as well as TSM Entity. Plenty of teams looking to try and control around that northern edge.
Let's get a quick replay on our screens, but it's TSM Entity just finding a shack for themselves. That is that nutty Molotov there from Choconut, which immediately knocks Z-God. I was wondering how that happened because it was so far away. I saw a Molotov in the kill feed, and I was like, how has that happened? But yeah, it just turns out that Choconut has a ridiculous arm on him.
RRQ now clashing with Team Secret as well. They've got a lot of strong teams around there where UI falls. That's unfortunate. That's team kills going through. Team Secret blow themselves up.
Yeah, they were looking to make some shelter, but instead it was an explosion that they were gifted. Now Orange Rock just trying to move to the top side, and now that Team Secret are gone, they know they can move over the top of the hill and start to use this as their base of operations. Valdez the Murder versus Box Gaming.
Seems like Box have already decided on not taking this fight. They are going to send away GXL Celts under heavy pressure. I mean, Orange Rock, they were trying to fight out against Team Secret, but then they saw the kill feed light up and they were like, oh, well, let's just take on these other guys. Right?
I know.
You're ready for a fight. Let's go for it. Martin as well seems to be pretty ready for the fight. Pime just underneath him. Not too sure if they've got the bead on it. I don't know if they have that information.
Pime, the sniper, we'll see how well he can do in close range combat. T1 currently already with 7 kills after the beginning versus Synergy and then afterwards versus Reject Scarlet. Pime just waiting this one out. It is Circle 5, so it starts to tickle a little bit.
Valdez the Murder need to move on forwards, but Martin staying just a little bit longer, trying to wait for any of those final kills. First aid kit popped by Pime. The rest of his team are in the next circle as it does shift heavily out west.
Yeah. BTR right on the eastern side, and now this is becoming the Raptors' hunting ground. They can start to clear angles. You do gank, though. A team that did fantastically in our last game. They're towards the south, and they've got a pretty easy insertion into the circle. TSM Entity, we'll see where they are. They're taking a fight versus No Chance Team. Again, still picking a fight with this team on the eastern side. They know they want to clear them out, but it's the blue which will push No Chance Team first. And all that over a roadside. So TSM Entity, this is looking okay for them. They are currently trapped in a shack, though.
How on earth did you do just get a knock onto Valdez the Murder?
That is a ridiculously long-range shot.
Either I missaw the kill feed there, or that happened at really long range. Beautiful stuff. Able to put more pressure over towards Valdez the Murder. Goddard does get res, so they can start to heal up, but Martin falls instantly, and Goddard to follow. RRQ making their life hell.
I mean, it's Ernie as well, and if you were watching SEA last year, Ernie was like a huge staple on RRQ, just ridiculous shots time and time and again. Just sometimes even 3v1ing, 2v1ing so many times, so I'm glad to still see him here on RRQ, and I mean, it's his home right now.
Orange Rock need to push forwards. The zone will not be slow for them. They are on the long side, and they need to move through King of Gamers right now. They start their mount up. Orange Rock, the aggressive squad from South Asia, looking to try and displace King of Gamers here. And they try and hold strong, but they've got only one person on that forwards hold. Soup getting tagged. As the rest of his team getting tagged up as well. They're putting a lot of pressure in. The nade over up into the top, into the window.
Nice,
and it finds
Marvi.
its mark. Marvi able to get that first knock, and the rest of King of Gamers now just mount up. They want to leave. They want to get out of here as soon as they can because it's Orange Rock right around the corner. Braga sends up wide, but Scout, he wins out the duel.
And immediately over the wall, he prioritized protection just straight away. So this guy has got a huge game plan ahead of him. It's really, really good to see. Marvi drops out, finds the kill on that one. They get the resupply, but there's still teams here, and Scout just about barely makes it to cover. RRQ starting to make their way down. This G9, we've highlighted this guy before. You see why now.
Unfortunate there. G9 able to get one of the players from Orange Rock, bringing them down to 3. It's Marvi who does go down, and they need to keep on going forwards. Another to fall. Gil goes out, eliminated now. 12 teams remain blank as TSM Entity going very, very low. Heavy punishment sent their way.
I wonder, I don't even see any players from TSM Entity on the map currently. I think I might just be them done unless there's a one hidden in the wings. BTR, though, they pretty much have control of the entirety of the eastern side of the map. IND go down 2, and now Orange Rock needs to start to make a move. Another heavy shift towards the southwest side. That's Viru going down from a tanky, who actually gets the backstab. I believe that's Orange Rock now out.
That center circle move for Bigatron paying off beautifully. They can now move out to the west. They know there's no one at their back, and they can push in. But that northern cluster on the minimap blank, that is insane.
It's difficult because this is going to be a heavy fight from all of these teams. Box, King of Gamers, as well as RRQ. RRQ, I think, just want to wait this one out. If I'm RRQ, I'm thinking I need to prioritize maintaining 3 members if I want to try and make it towards that top 4. They're looking to finish them out. Megastars across the way. Here's Break, sees RRQ come around the corner. D2E down.
Oh. Okay, all right. RRQ get eliminated. Break holds it down for Box Gaming. This mountain treacherous. Hold your footing, blank. If you slip off, then you are going to go down. Break able to hold it out for Box.
King of Gamers just observing the other solo player here on the other side. BTR, though, all 4 members still alive. A tanky just holding inside the shack. He will have to make the run soon if he wants to get in, but it's BTR. Zuxies, the forward scout. Yudu, it's Jumper just moving back now. He's spotted out where these players are and he's going to start to regroup. Beautiful shots coming over the top from Jumper, and Zuxies forced back.
A team we have already talked about this game is Megastars out on the western side. They've got 2 kills so far. And they've been pretty quiet, but they have a really nice position here with 3 players alive. We'll see if they're able to leverage that for those placement points. Bigatron, 6 kills though. Currently the highest kill team that is alive. That hasn't gone down yet.
Mega on the other side of the map, and they've took an early knock, remember, from RQ, but they've ran with it, still able to make it happen. So the South Asian team's still in this one. Box currently just about in the blue now, and BTR mounting up, looking for a better position. They've dropped down the smokes, but they will have to move further into the circle here when the next one does drop. BTR move out. They have a little bit of a center area around this shack.
A tanky not going to be as lucky as Rox from the last game. Eliminated in 5th, still decent finish. We'll see what they're able to do moving forwards, but Bigatron are going to start their move forwards. Luxy gets peppered, hits the deck. Not going to be enough. Encore able to land the shot, but Microboy suppressing fire over towards Yudu. Box out in the zone as well. They're going to go for the heel off on the side of Break. 4 teams remain.
BTR so low, and the shift goes over to Megastars. They're going to be happy with that one. Nade comes through, starts to blow up vehicles for Yudu Gank, but they have a really defensible position, but both BTR and Yudu Gank will have to leave. There could be a really good third-party situation here for Megastars as they both move in.
The Molotov behind the rock, going to keep them close on the angle, but it's not really going to bother them too much. Luxy's still down. They haven't managed to get that res off just yet. That is unfortunate, but Bigatron will be force strong. You can see they've got an open bit of ground to cover, and the Megastars can move forwards just a little bit. They don't want to leave that ridgeline just yet, but they can control it from the slow side of the circle.
Megastars have a ridiculously good position on the ridge side. I mean, they will have to start dropping smokes soon because they will have to leave this position. But if they get a lot of intel, a lot of information going forward, it will support them heavily as we head over into the next circle. As both these teams trying to make their way in. Luxy desperately trying to make the Raz across, and they're going to leave Jumper behind to prevent BTR from getting any further in, support the rest of the teammates moving.
Zuxi so low, not quite going down, but he does. He gets finished off. The vehicle blows up, and he blows himself up. That's so unfortunate. Jumper keeps going for Yudu as 2 of them are down. 3 teams remain, but it's Box out in the zone, so it's really only 2 here, Blank. Yudu versus the Megastars. 1 versus 1. Vexy looking for the res, but he swings out wide. It's Yudu with Mamparang looking for the spray, but he can't quite get it done. 1 goes down, and Yudu down to 1.
That is crazy. Jumper able to take down 3 players from BTR and survive. It was a decent bait from Yudu Gank, or at least I thought it was, but the rest of the team aggressed onto Megastars. They were taking 2 fights at the same time. Jumper, basically the solo player. Break's still healing. This guy's got basically a box of medical supplies beside him.
He's looking for the hill. He's got another one. Okay, he's going to keep going. Yudu Gank, though, they want to roll up towards Mamparang. Looking for the spray. Vexy very, very low. So is Jumper, and they tuck in. They have the third party from Encore, so he might just be able to get something done. Federal eliminated. Break still going. And whichever team goes down here is going to have a little bit of a sore wake-up call. But Yudu Gank swing out wide, and it's Jumper to eliminate it. Break makes it to second. A huge turn up there, but the Megastars are eliminated, and it is 2 chicken dinners in a row for Yudu Gank.
Box Gaming, though, Break on the other side, able to just hold on to that one. And like I said, it was like he had a box of supplies next to him. He was just pulling first aid kit after first aid kit. I don't know where he was getting all the syringes from, but that was crazy.
Absolutely, he's getting those soft drinks on board, and what better way to refresh yourself than with Mountain Dew.
What a finish. That was fantastic. Box Gaming actually sneaking that little cheeky second place there as Break with healing himself up throughout all of that. But you do. Back to back. They can do the do. Jeez Louise, that was... Oof, you do. I called them the Chasers before, and I'm still calling them the Chasers, but they are out in front by far right now. They're not doing any chasing when it comes to Orange Rock and Bigatron. They are way in the lead.
This lead now is going to put them in such a power position for the rest of the weekend. Like, it's going to be insane. And basically, I would say with this, they've already qualified for the league finals.
This is the SCA finals U2 gang that we saw.
Oh, yeah.
Winning with over 100 points over BTR. Now again, looks like they're on the way to do that one more time.
Yeah, that was big. And I mean, even small little plays like Jumper being able to get one of the Biggitron members as they're rotating into the middle of the circle via cars. Just great plays constantly. Let's take a look at the points that they were able to accrue here throughout this game, of course, as we see up towards the top. Not the biggest do it, not quite the 39 points from our previous game, but 27 points in total with the 7 kills. It was very spread out, this lobby, it feels.
Let me tell you this, that last kill there from Box Gaming, that's a 5-point kill.
Yeah.
You get the 4 placement points plus the 1 kill point on top of that. That is such a huge clutch.
Massive clutch. We saw the finals, like our qualification here for the Super Weekends. 1 point, a bit different.
The thing is, Break was sizing that up for ages. He knew exactly, because he was healing himself and he was looking around the corner, he knew exactly who he was going to pinpoint, and he knew exactly when he needed to take the shot, which was when he ran out of meds, which apparently he had 700 first aid kits.
He was standing on like 5 dead bodies and just looting and looting and looting.
Here's our 9th through 16th as well. King of Gamers Club going to get themselves the 1 kill, but quite a few placement points. Orange Rock won an uncharacteristically difficult game for them, but still getting themselves 4 kills, keeping their average up.
Yeah, I mean, they can still come back. There's still so many games to play. T1, though, getting 8 kills. That is a lot for T1. Yeah. During the week plays, they got 15 kills in total.
Yeah.
Over 10 games. And we're talking about having 8 in just 1 game here. I mean, that is huge for them.
The beginning for the game, I was like, oh my god, this is going to be a record-breaking game if they're continuing this, but they had too many fights, they had too many shifts away from them as well. We saw 2 southwestern shifts where they were just sitting on the northeast, and they had a really rough time with that as well.
I really like what they did, though. They took the early fight against Synergy. When no one else is around you, you can easily take that fight. You know no one's going to third party that. Because we see T1 being a super passive team, but they going this aggressive, maybe they're making a statement. Maybe they're going to start being this aggressive throughout all the games.
It feels like T1, our South Korean team here, is thriving a little bit more in the order that we're actually seeing here throughout the lobby. But let's take a look at the team stats when it comes to U2 Gang, because they're able to put up the numbers once again. Not the most flashy of wins by any means. Look at Fredo's smile. It's never gonna get old. Oh, it's so good. 1,000 damage done here by U2 Gang. So they get themselves the win.
All right, so why they have this lot of damage comes to how they were playing the game. We saw it early on being very far on the south side towards Milnar, and then they were just kind of just playing there. They were taking it easy, waiting for a late game more or less.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very impressive stuff. You know what I really want to know? This is a very big tangent. What are the 3 dots on U2 Gang's logo? I just want to know what they are. But maybe we'll see later on. Mountain Dew do the do moments here as we take a look at Vikendi, and as much as our first 3 circles, the size shrink isn't that big. Literally every circle in this game was a hard shift.
Yeah, I mean, literally. But this is the only fight we saw between T1 and Synergy. And as you can see, T1, they don't really have the best of gear, the best of weapons, but they make the best out of it and making sure that they get a 4-0 against Synergy. That's huge. That's huge. And from that, they just continued and they got himself, I think it was 3 more kills before towards the end game there.
Awesome.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, from this position as well, I mean, I'm going to break something down as well. I noticed from Orange Rock a great play from them. And I'm gonna break down that a little bit. But overall, though, the shifts here. So what I really like from the T1 we were talking about before is that they took the liberty in the first 2 shifts that they don't hard shift too much. They're a pretty big shift. You don't have to move too much usually. They took the opportunity and the liberty to say, you know what, guys, let's start fragging out. Let's start getting some kills here. So I really like that, and I kind of want to see that a little bit more in Vikendi. You want to see some of those early, phase 1 and 2 fights, because that's where you really have the time to do so.
Remember when we had that Dino Park ending? It seemed like a lot of teams were setting themselves up for that ending one more time, because we saw a lot of teams, they were gathering around Dino Park. No one really wanted to get in there too early, but they wanted to be able to be close to it so they could dash in when it was time. But it wasn't go time this game.
Break even got knocked throughout this game. You could see it just there at the hands of RRQ before, and then they managed to get him up, and he managed to be super, super clutch here throughout this game. Megastars, another, position for them. They got themselves 3rd place. I bet they've got to be kicking themselves so hard from the spoiler towards the end there. That was
They
brutal.
got snaked hard. They were by far in a good position for this, especially because Yudu and Biggitron, they were pushing them with this. They were, look at this, he had 3 knocks on the ground. He could potentially have taken 1 up, then you could have a bit more rushes, but the pressure was just constantly on them, and especially for break here for the third party from the angle there. That was just unfortunate, heartbreaking for Mega, honestly.
I mean, if you're Mega Stars, you're not expecting this to happen. You're not expecting someone to beat her.
Yeah.
One thing also to take away from Mega Stars is that actually this game it was Swag that was playing, and we saw in the last game it was actually Oaze.
Yeah.
So they're swapping it around a little bit. We saw that happening during the weekdays as well. So I'm wondering exactly why and what's happening.
Maybe a Battleground preference? Who knows?
Could be Battleground, yeah. It's hard for me. I'm kind of split with that because yes, I know in traditional sports as well, we swallow if players are not fit, but you have a coach, you have somebody, you're fatigued, you have somebody that is ready for that, and I feel like fatigue is not much of a thing in mobile, PUBG Mobile, as it maybe is in traditional sports. And I feel like, who's making the call here? Like, are you 100% aware of who's that? Like, it's such a big thing to kind of think of, and do you have a coach that is helping you with that? And is it the right call at the time to make, or something that is completely pre-planned and say, you know what, game 1, 3, 5 I play, and 2 and 4 you play, and then we swap or something like that, you know?
I like that a lot of these rosters have like depth as well, though. That's kind of cool to see. So they can potentially make some adjustments on the fly as things do continue on. Let's take a look at the overall damage from this lobby and see where Gank stacks up against some other teams, because Biggitron really had a good control over the east side of a lot of these circles. You can see that kind of reflected in the damage done. They were able to just shoot a lot of stuff that was moving. Some of that was against Gank, however, they did not win out that fight there, Froz.
Yeah, no, we saw that Gank actually, they had a little bit better positioning than BTR towards the end there. And basically, Gank was trying to hold BTR out, and we saw that. They basically knew that we need to get rid of these guys, and then we have our backs free. And a lot of the damage done to BTR was on that fight.
I want to say as well, look at the little amount of damage that Box Gaming had. Like the snake play there. It's such a huge impact in terms of how little impact in damage and kills that you had. Such a huge clutch play from salvaging a situation where, you know, you're knocked, you're down to 1 player, you managed to heal for a long time, and like your positioning as well. It's crazy to see how many points they managed to get out of the game here.
Look at IND though. They got a lot of damage, a lot of kills, but they ended up on a 12th place. So that's why they're so far down on the right side. But you see what kind of impact they have on this game. That's pretty good. Pretty good start.
Impacts can be very, very big when it comes to, especially these lobbies like Vikendi, where things are kind of evened out throughout the rest of it. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. That is our total damage done across the board here. And of course, right now, the Royal Pass Season 14 is out. I'm only level 5. You should message us with what level you've been able to accrue so far. But let's take a cheeky little look at what's going on in Season 14. Of course, some of the skins there you might be able to accrue in game. It looks very, very cool indeed. I wish I was that cool. I'm going to be honest. Those guys look really cool. I'm not that cool, Froz.
No.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's take a look at the overall rankings. He's totally right. And see how far Gank has pushed themselves.
Oh my God.
Was it 66 points? Geez, wait a minute. 26 kills. That's more than the next 3 teams. Almost. That is nuts stuff by them. What a start they have had here, Erangel, and rightfully so, pushing themselves up very strongly.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is the dominance here from Yudu, and I'm curious to see. First of all, I'm curious what the 3 dots means, but also I'm curious to see how far they're going to be able to fare, because this has so much bully potential. Like, you can push the other guys around as much as you want now. Like, the other guys, they're afraid of not performing well here. they're already so far ahead. It's insane.
Here's our 11th through 16th. Uncharacteristic, as I've previously mentioned. Orange Rock not had this best of starts, however. I'm sure we'll see that kind of pick up. Valdez the Murder, Team Secret, TSM Entity, Synergy, and Reject Scarlet down towards the bottom here. But what is important that all of these teams just across the next 3 days try and accrue as many points as possible. Even if you've had a little bit of a rough start here, there's no knock-on effect for you when you're qualifying onto the next thing next week. You just like, okay, it's the next game. Let's pull our socks up here and get themselves a good old boatload of points for potentially qualifying to the finals later on in 3 weeks' time.
I mean, every point matters here. It doesn't matter if you get yourself 10 points throughout all of the games. Well, that would be 2 little points. But, you know, it doesn't matter. As long as you're getting the best you can get from this Super Weekend, that is what's important for the teams.
And a minimum of 15 points just for participation bonus is also massive. I mean, yes, they're going to get 2 kills. It's still putting them ahead of the 4 teams that didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend here. So, yes, you want to see, you want to analyze, you want to feel it out, because once you've been a part of it, you can kind of also measure what you want from the next weekend if we qualify.
All right, well, thanks very much, gents. I'm going to head on over now to our next commentators, who are going to be bringing you 3 games of action here from our first day for our Super Weekend. Our Super Weekend.
Super Weekend.
Fantastic. Wait, have I been turned off?
We can't hear you anymore.
Yeah, why did I get turned off? I don't know. I'm cancelled.
Okay.
Yeah, how are you doing, Imperium, Maxman?
Doing absolutely fantastic. Like the 2 first games, like UD Gang absolutely popping off in the 2 first games. Can they make it a third? We'll have to see.
Yeah.
I don't know what there really is else to say. Like, you do have just dominated. They've come in today's games. I think we kind of slightly saw it coming because they have improved increasingly throughout from the opening weekend right until now. But first 2 games, they're pulling off a BTR, sending a message.
Yeah. Did you guys coordinate? I think you guys have coordinated.
It was not done on purpose at all.
Not done on purpose?
I just wanted to outdo Imperium in terms of outfit, but actually we match a little bit.
Right. Yeah. It does work. It does work. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll get you back for the next couple of games. I'm heading back over here to Team AFK, Team Avenger, Team Froz, and Team Kylaris. Although, you know, we're just one team, so there's no extra teams there.
Yeah, just one team. We're Team AFK.
Yeah, Team AFK. That's right. This is brilliant.
We're standing in the right. It was standing in the right.
AFK.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff. So coming up now, our next map, I do believe it is Miramar coming up here, which obviously is a vastly different battleground compared to a Vikendi, for example, here. And for a lot of teams, that when I was speaking to them at least, they really enjoy Miramar. They like the rotation potential of Miramar. They like that they can drive over some of these hills and stuff like that and get themselves in decent spots. So what do you think about Miramar, Froz?
Miramar is probably one of the maps where it's most important with good rotations, because those good rotations will take you to places beyond what you want to be and play from. And the thing is that there's so many dips, divots, and stuff like that you can play. You don't need to have a compound itself on Miramar. And it's all about preference. What do you like to play?
Honestly, Miramar is my favorite map.
Yeah,
it is by far. It's really grown on me, and I think it comes to 2 things. It comes to because you know the terrain so well, and you're decent with macro. You're like, this is going to be a good game. And also, once you start knowing, all these small ridges and all the playable spots, you can play so many non-compounds. Yeah, and you can put yourself into a spot where in second and third phase, you're in a really good high ground position where you're able to scout everything, and you can plan ahead. You can say if the circle goes away from us in the east, south, or west, or north, you can plan ahead and you can really make sure that you get a really good spot going further.
Well, let's check in before we actually go over to Miramar with UDO and see what they can do with Do Mountain Dew here for the PMWL, as they've put up a lot of numbers to boot, and you can see just how even the kills have been here across the board. It kind of, when we were calling Bigatron kind of the full package, the total package, you can really see that reflected here in UDO Gang as well. Every single member is really contributing, clutching, and doing well.
Well, this is the total package as well, but you get the bonus package, which is a little bit better, and we can see it on the leaderboard, of course. As you can see, a lot of the kills is spread out throughout all of the teams. A little bit less damage on Mamparang, but I mean, in the end, they're all doing the same kill, so they're doing the same effort.
With the picture, how they did their pictures, the only thing I could think of there was "Call me maybe," because one of them is like up here, and then one is like maybe, and then Fredo's like me.
Man, I've got Skrillex in my head every time I see it because I'm like, man, parang, bass. Anyway, we got 3 more games coming at you. Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel will be the next ones, as we've already seen UDO Gang and UDO Gang get themselves back to back. Will they make it 3? Well, we're about to find out. Let's head over to Imperium and Maxman here for all of the action.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to do. And we're going to be going straight on over to Miramar. It's been a Yudu Gang festival so far. Will it continue or will it end a little bit abruptly here?
Well, the good thing is that, right, we're going over to Miramar for the first time in quite a while since the opening weekend, right? So there's a lot has changed since then. Teams have evolved, teams have improved, teams have learned about each other. So I feel like this is going to be a completely different kind of Miramar game, as you do see the playing path heading down south, going from the west to the east.
Team have done their research because these points will remain throughout the entirety of the World League East Imperium. Here, you have no room for mistakes. If you miss on one game, you have to qualify for the other Super Weekends to try and make up for that. So hopefully, no bad games for any of these teams, but we know that some teams will go out early eventually.
And that's the thing about, like, Yudu Gang have to think about, right? They can turn around and go, yeah, they've kind of put the fear in the eyes of the other teams, right, with 2 wins in a row, but it's a chain reaction in terms of you can't just perform in the first 3 days of the Super Weekend, right? You can't just perform in the first 2 games. You have to keep it consistent. So they cannot let up, they cannot let go. They have to keep fighting for those chicken dinners, which I'm sure they'll do.
No, a lot of the focus has been on Yudu. I think we've got to give maybe a little bit of a chance to other teams to shine also throughout this period. I'm going to say T1, last game of Vikendi. I mean, one of their best games so far. It seemed like a complete different T1, I do have to say, taking that fight versus Synergy. I have never seen him do that throughout the opening weekend, throughout the first week also of action on the league play. And hopefully this is just the start of a good early game for many games to come for them.
More coordinated, more calculated. Let's see if they can follow suit. As you see, the phase 1 of this Miramar game has showed itself up. It's somewhat quite well centered, kind of complements the playing trajectory, but is a little bit to the northeast, as we do see most of the teams for now are dropping towards the south, 50% of the circle, as Valdez Esports have dropped close by to T1, who we have talked about being more aggressive, more calculated.
This is Rozhok 2.0 Imperium. We're back at it again, finally. The fight we've been missing forever, but it's back at it again. And you know what? T1, they struggled against Valdez in the early fights of Erangel on Rozhok because they didn't play together as well. But what we saw early on Vikendi, that is the playstyle I want to see from this team, right? This is how they can take good fights and potentially shut down Valdez in the early stage. So hopefully T1 will have a good early stage over here in San Martin.
Now, T1 do need to utilize the fact that the buildings they're currently looting in do have a little bit of a higher ground over the Valdez players, so they can get a bit more information. Not that they have to engage on it, but just that little bit of information can count. But as Team Secret have had a little bit of a tough job, tough look in the first 2 games, look for Heineken of no chance seeing can he get spotted out.
He's got absolutely nothing in Imperium. He's going to die, and he knows there's just no weapons. He's trying to get melee, he's trying to just get a few nice punch through, but unfortunately that's going to be to no avail, and that's going to be a very early kill for Team Secret. How did Heineken end up over there? I have no idea. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication of initially on their side.
Well, there you go. Heineken, so speaks for itself. I'll say no more. But anyway,
okay.
As a Team Secret utilize a little bit of an early game look to get a kill, it's going to spell, at least a better sign for them, because when you look at them in the overall standings, they are currently 13th after 2 games, 6 points in total. That's 3 per game. That's really not what Team Secret want, right? And they have actually been struggling right from the opening weekend. When you really think about it, they've yet to find their mark. They've yet to really find their strengths, find their place in these games.
And also, like, Team Secret, our team that they've been talking a little bit on social media, they have some different strategies going into today. So it hasn't been paying off on the 2 first games. Yeah. Hopefully that'll be the case from here on out. So let's see how Team Secret can do. But as we refocus back over to T1's ZZP, he's going to be just trying to gather some information, trying to also rotate around. But Valdez, they know that this is not a fight they want to take early on. If you want to avoid as much as possible early fights on phase 1 circle on Miramar, because it makes no sense dying on phase 1.
110% agree. Now, Froz is talking about the rotations of Miramar being so important. One team that has rotated very effectively, especially in Miramar, has been Reject Scarlet. Now, where they are currently located, which is Impala, is a great entry point to rotate into a more centralized position, maybe above Minas Generalis or around the Junkyard area, and they have plenty of space to do it, so I'd like to see them execute that. For the likes of Team IND, who are down the south tip of the circle, it shouldn't be too hard part because they can go basically in between Impala and Los Leonas in their rotation. And for Synergy in Valdemar, they can basically go in between Monte Nuevo and Chumacera to get into circle that way. But they will need to take their time.
And we also panned over on TSM Entity for some point of time. They were over to Hacienda del Patron, so far is in the more northern central position of the circle here.
Yeah.
They had a really good clutch fight happening against Team Secret like a few days ago, where it was like with Clutch God, if I'm not mistaken, taking the 1v4. And they have a little bit of history on that location. They're going to go back over there, so no need to rotate for them early on. They can just hold on to the location. No teams will breach that because they know it's like TSM Entity territory. It's just not worth it.
Now, I was talking to Garrick over Instagram message. I know.
Talking to the big boy.
And he was saying that it was guaranteed to be a different weekend, a different set of games for TSM. He guaranteed me that. Now, so far, first 2 games, I hate to say it, but you're reneging on your guarantee to me. TSM only have 5 points in 2 games, but we all know that all it takes is 1 game for TSM to bounce back. But the fact of the matter is that they've struggled to really get those games in, right? We've seen, shines of brightness and kind of glimmers of greatness, but nothing really cohesive in terms of 2 games in a row, 3 games in a row, consistency, and that's something that worries me about them.
Yeah, like they're not the team that's known the most for their consistency going into it, so hopefully they'll get those big stonker games very, very soon down the line. But we're going to go over to Yudu. So Yudu, we saw that plane path going from El Pozo all down to like the more central position down south. Means that really on this phase 1 circle, all of the northern area is completely open for the taking, so that creates a lot of great opportunities for Yudu Gang to rotate into, which they are going to be pulling off that rotation to move away from Cabrera right now. Might go towards water treatment as a decent position.
Now, I know No Chance team did lose a player, the hands of Heineken, early on to Team Secret, but where they are currently located, La Bandita, absolutely love it. La Bandita is such a great area in the early parts of a game when it's especially firmly towards the center circle as it is in this Miramar game. They can use that little peak and trough all around La Bandita, and also if they do get breached by another angle, there's loads of areas that they can actually rotate and disengage away too. So it's a really great area for No Chance to hold on to, and hopefully it'll prove to be ferocious in the late game.
La Bandita circles are definitely very interesting most of the time. It's like playing on the ridge, and I find them pretty intriguing on how teams respond to it. Let's go to now Bigatron. They like to go in the area around here, this nice compound. They're going to take into control. Allows a lot of rotations, and the car spawns also in that compound is really good. So hopefully all things will be going pretty decently for them. Let's pan on over to now Valdez. They've been rotating quite a bit this game, as now they're going to be trying to just hold on to this location for the time being. You can't really protect your cars really nicely here. If you have a team that is on high ground, they can just pop the wheels and they'll have a hard time rotating.
I've got to give him credit for disengaging away from T1.
Yeah, I think that definitely there's a lot of respect coming out from that, and something that they are known as also the third-party team. So as time goes by, they start to like wanting to retreat a bit more from those early engagements. And I like the amount of respect, especially on Miramar. I said that earlier, right? You don't want to die on one of the biggest, if not the biggest map on PUBG Mobile. This is not going to be worth it. As we pan on over to now, maybe one of our first big fights breaking out is going to be Galaxy Racer Celt and Bigatron, as Rox slowly pushing up, and you got a full line of sight by Bigatron, and he still keep on going. He's going to keep on pushing. I'm scared for Rox.
Now, Rox, we saw what he did in the first game, right? Nearly got a 1v3 against the U2 team at the end. Can he do something? I'm not going to say similar, but definitely something of an effective way. But I think he saw that, and he is disengaging away. He did a little bit of scouting for his squad, for his side. And that's intelligent play from Celsius. They are currently in second place overall in the standings, 29 points. But of course, we all know U2. They're on 66. There is that massive difference.
66 for them. Absolute stonker first early performance. But here it is, the circle. Going to be popping on our screens. Where will it shift to? That's the question. The Love team going to go pretty central, which you'd like to see on Miramar. Now you've got a lot of high grounds, a lot of nice little compounds to play around, especially where Valdez are currently localized. But the high ground especially to the western side, where currently Box R is pretty decent. The circle shifting up north a little bit over to the eastern side. The big compounds will mostly be taken out of place, but you've got still so much room up north. A lot of teams can take that under control.
Team Secret, they're on a bit of a 3-1 split at the moment, but because the circle has centered up, I would actually recommend that all of their squad join up together to protect one core area of this map.
I think that's definitely something interesting. It's Bigatron. trying to take a few shots, but not going to quite go for the early engagement on King of Gamers Club. Also because I think they really want to avoid giving their location away. Because especially earlier, Celts did not know that they were there, and they might have even sent rocks. So they're just going to keep that blanket of misinformation for themselves as a time being. As Orange Rock, they're going for the high ground position. And that amount of information, maybe not like straight up aggression on the teams, but like the information they can take and gather in this early stage is huge from that position.
Also, when you really think of where they are currently located, because of Phase 2 did shift a little bit up north, the north 50% of that Phase 2 is completely unoccupied. Junkyard, south of Cruz de Val, water treatment area, all available for the likes of Orange Rock to rotate to should Phase 3 shift once again up north, and they can avoid all the trouble down south.
Yeah, and it makes things really easy for you, dude, because there's absolutely no point of contestment up there, so everything will be under control. As now Lewis of Box will see the Megastars are slowly trying to climb up that little mountain, or little mountain, big boy mountain, should I say. And he gets the information, but he knows if he takes the shot early, he's going to give the information away. Here it is. Might be that one golden opportunity. Goes for the spray. Can he get it? Oh, I thought he was going to miss it for a split second there, but here it is. It will be connected on Weiss. And now they will try and potentially push onto Lewis and try and also get that golden res up, because Lewis is not going to be able to jump down to go for that fight.
Here's the thing, Lewis doesn't want to go for the fight. Hell, probably doesn't even want to go for the kill. Just sending a message saying, get the hell away from our area. This is our land. This is our mountain. Go back, find a different route in, my friends. It's such great protection play from Lewis and Box Gaming. That information will go over. Don't know Celts are there, but now Team Secret, King of Gamers, getting pretty close around the graveyard.
Yeah, King of Gamers Club, they've been rotating quite a bunch of times this time around, but now they're getting close to Team Secret. A fight. Oh, Mad Toy's position, I absolutely love how that is coming out. They got no chance team. Godless coming around the corner there. But definitely the angle of Mad Toy could be huge to stop them pushing onto U-High. And also got that high ground position held by two other players a little bit further over on the western side. This could be a huge fight for Team Secret. But I think that definitely how the grenades are going to get popped up. Yeah, King of Gamers, they definitely have information on Team Secret being around.
Nice.
Yeah, grenade does connect on U-High a little bit. Down to now mid-health. But they can't fully commit to this one.
As a nice little counter grenade by UI. Now he's going to be able to just backtrack behind that further wall, use a little bit of a first aid kit. Now he can, I believe, wrap around to the house on the other side. It would definitely be a lot safer than backtracking, because if he backtracks, he's completely out in the open now, unless Mad Toy is extremely well advanced on his eyesight. As the shots come through from UI onto Braga. That's going to be first knockdown initially from Team Seeker, looking a little bit more dangerous. But could the third party from No Chance team come into play?
You saw Bew just rumbling down the mountain, going with U-High. Now they're going to go for a two-man push onto King of Gamers. No Chance potentially looking for a third-party opportunity around here. So if they can steal a few frags along the way, I'm sure they will not say no to that golden opportunity. So now here it is. Bossa and Concept just locked in that building. They just can't move anywhere.
Now, while we do see this fight kind of starting to pick up a bit of pace, the Phase 3 circle has gone heavily up towards the northwest, with Udo and T1 taking firm advantage of that.
I mean, yeah, Udo, they're definitely happy to get this one. They might get the 3 in a row chicken dinners of the entirety of this tournament so far. That'll be a huge statement for Udo. But now refocus back onto King of Gamers as they're trying to look for an opportunity to run away from this one. Bigatron still in the distance, and they know the fight's happening over there, but they can just easily rotate from the south. They don't have to really get involved with this.
True. Now, the tough thing about this circle shift up towards the northwest is that there's a lot of open field area in between Hacienda and water treatment that could come under fire / teams won't really want to go to. So I could see 3 to 4 teams actually go into San Martin, because it'd be somewhat of a safer position for at least this circle and maybe the circle after.
I'm going to be seeing Bigatron there. Indeed, going to be leaving the scene entirely. And Mad Toy still getting that information, but somewhat No Chance. They're getting locked in the same situation as King of Gamers right now, because Mad Toy is just holding them down. Goes for the nice spray with the M4, hits him down to now mid-health. Off Dales will be able to make it through to the other smoke. Well, it's Choco Nuts, while Godless is just going to be holding a little bit of a restraining order with the rest of his team, just staying really far back, not quite ready to follow suit, as he pan on over to now also Synergy and Megastars, as they're quite looking for position to move away from this. But Servi, can he get himself to the buggy? I don't know.
It's going to be a little bit of a Mad Max battle as Servi gets the shots off on towards the members of Megastars. They get out of the vehicle. He prones down behind the buggy. He knows he's going to be potentially under fire. Now can the rest of the Synergy team provide that little bit of cover inside the circle? You do have a third party potential of Galaxy Racer herself, but Vexy pops his way down. Going to have to get that heal off as Ted is going to look to cook up a grenade.
Grenade, they're very close together. Vexy and Oace, here it is. Grenade comes out, then a dip too. That's huge! Connects onto Oace, and he'll be knocked away. Now that's going to give a little bit more of a confidence boost over to the Synergy players. They've been looking for serving a distance. Nicely done. Vexy gets things locked down. As Ted's still looking for the high ground potential. Gets Paradox, is potentially going to try and go for the flush. But Megastar's getting absolutely battered in this fight versus Synergy.
Now going to be another Kobe coming out from Ted. Is that going to connect? It does indeed. Onto Oaze, he goes down. Vexy's going to have to try and heal up. The revive is going to be executed as a first aid kit is going to be put together by Vexy. Maybe another revive onto Oaze. That's going to be time. Valuable time for Synergy.
And we're about to shift into phase 4. That tick damage is not going to be fun to play around with. Servi will get put back on his feet. Oaze should be the same in just a matter of a few seconds. There you go. A 2v2 fight can still be happening. But Ted going for another grenade. The inner dip, the big weakness of dip tries those grenades. And there you go. Ted once again an absolute bullseye of a nade. And now they got to push and make something out of it. But another counter grenade will come out. Oh, there you go. Connects. These grenades are 10,000 IQ.
Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. But Servi comes in and gets a kill confirmed onto Oaze. And Vexy is knocked down. That's going to leave Encore on his own. And it's going to be a matter of Encore. Do you want more? No, I don't want more. I've gotten the hell out of there.
I think that's definitely the better opportunity for them. Try and keep your eggs in different baskets and keep one player alive minimum. At least you have a better chance of trying to get extra positioning points overall. As Orange Rocks, they're slowly going to try and get himself involved in the center of the map. Gale and Scout getting really close to T1. And the fight might be breaking up pretty soon, but there's not a lot of areas to play around in this circle now on the edge, so the team's going to have to really force their way through into the circle to find decent and safe positions.
But here's the thing, because the circle shifted down towards the southwest, you do still have the majority of San Martin in play, so that is actually a little bit better for the teams because they can go into the buildings, which are a little bit safer in Miramar.
Hacienda del Patron, big boy fight's going to be coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Yonjin just keeping an eye out for Orange Rock to make sure they don't try and get any closer to their building. Marvi, the man with the golden hand, at a distance as Scout tries to go for a little bit of a spray there, looking for information. But will not do too much as of yet. But the fight's definitely trying to force around the edges, and one fight is happening on the edges is going to be actually Team Secret and Reject Scarlet. As Reject Scarlet was that 2-2 split, could be very intriguing. A smoke row coming out from Team Secret, you high on the right side. But where are they trying to aim to go towards with that?
Well, it's pretty tough for Team Secret because they are kind of out in the open field outside Hacienda del Patron. If they go towards the north, they've got TSM in front of them. They've got T1 as well. They're going to make that push with Mad Toy sending himself forward, going onto the side of the cliffside. But now Reject Scarlet, they are a team that can rotate very effectively, shooting towards the members of No Chance team as well as BTR.
Sarah trying to get a few nice sprays down, but unfortunately not going to get too much out of that one as of yet. And here it is now, King of Gamers. They want to get involved. Boss is going to be knocked away. They're down to only now one member. And he's going to still try and make the most out of it. Can he get the entire shutdown onto Reject Scarlet? Be careful getting shot from the other side, I believe by Team Secret, if I'm not mistaken. Concept still trying to make his way over there. We'll have to see on our screens if he makes it out alive. He does make it over to the silos as we have a replay playing off on the side.
Yeah, like that's like third, fourth partying going on realistically because he had Reject, King of Gamers, No Chance team, and at least BTR coming into play. But now is Webb gonna make his way, pushing it across. Concept gonna get the job done against Concept, and down goes King of Gamers Club, and Reject Scarlet will at least be able to continue on. But they are outside the circle. The blue zone's starting to close in. They've No Chance team in front of them, and No Chance they only have 2 players up, but they're playing as if they have a full squad.
Yeah, and they're still gonna make it through. Bigatron, they got the compound nearby, and Team Secret, they got the high ground. This is not going well for No Chance team with Choconuts and Offdales remaining. They got to try their best to hold on to that position. They are barely in, but they could potentially take that fight versus Reject Scarlet to try and relieve a little bit of pressure from them, which they should be able to put them in a better situation to try and rotate further into the center of the circle.
But they do have the reigning, defending, undisputed world champions of BTR in front of them, so they need to take down Reject. Indeed they do. Job done for No Chance team. They'll continue on after they get the revive, but BTR full squad in front of them. You got Orange Rock ahead of them as well on the high ground overlooking. You've even got Box Gaming down south, but the circle shifts to the east right in the favor of BTR, T1, Orange Rock, Team Seeker, No Chance.
Hacienda still in the vicinity of this shift. Interesting to see how teams will try and respond to this one. Here it is now, the fight of No Chance team is going to be breaking out with Team Secret. As Luxy not quite willing to peek over there because there's a little bit of a plateau. He would have to put himself in a really dangerous spot, and that means that Orange Rock Sanhok and T1 could take a few shots towards them. So BTR, they've got to be very careful how they play around that eastern side.
True, but No Chance have to reposition because they are susceptible to a lot of grenades. As Synergy do get eliminated, Galaxy Racer, Celts and RQ are fighting inside San Martin, which is now outside the circle. Their grenade from Ultron looking to try and connect inside and outside the building towards the members of RQ.
Yeah, a few grenades coming out. Ultron trying to connect it, but RQ Athena, they are defending that building. But that smoke road, so many utilities getting used up, and I think they might even need those utilities for the late game. That might come and spell desolation for them later on down the line, but here it is. The push of GXR. Galaxy Racer Celts will be coming out very, very soon. MJ is going to be the one actually going for the run first. He's going to be the YOLO player of Celts. And Beer just on a position a little bit higher up in the building. Hopefully we'll get the initial knockdown because so far the man advantage is over to Celts.
Valdez have the potential third party should they get it done as TSM Entity once again go out in the early parts of this game at the hands of T1 defending their Hacienda del Patron compound all to themselves. And No Chance team do go down this fight between Galaxy Racer, Celts and RQ. Outside the circle is going to get closer and closer to finishing as the Indian team of Galaxy Racer Celts wants to close out. RQ Ernie gets dropped to the floor. Not before he did knock down Rocks.
Things are not going too well on the other side. Here it is, Celts. They're going to be pushing forward. They're trying to get that initial knockdown, which they were able to find for themselves eventually. But now it's all in the hands of Beer in this building with G9. Here it is going for the push onto MJ. They get a nice bit of initial damage. He's down to now about 1/4 HP remaining. He does get one knockdown. Can he get the 1v2? No, he can't. That'll be the end of MJ. Now, RQ, they need to take control of this fight. They need to shut down all of the other players of Celts. Can they do that in a very small amount of time? Because they've got to move back in circle right now.
Yeah, it's down to this 1v1 at least between Celts and RQ. Both of them inside the blue zone. Yeah, Valdez and Team IND camping them on the western edge of the circle. It did center up a little bit nicely as the blue zone is closing in. Ultron is going to heal himself up. Will he be able to execute that in time? All the while, Beer is still inside that building.
Oh, that was close for Ultron there. Also, Snacks of IND just almost going down to the blue zone, but there, Ultron, he's going to be the blue zone now and gets rid of Snacks of Team IND. Nicely done, as Beer still trying to tank up against that blue zone. Has still 1 medkit and 2 first aids, but will that be enough to tank up this late game blue zone? It's not going to be the case for Ultron right there. He will get eliminated with Team IND in 8th position, and there you have it. That's going to be a few teams taken out. Now, 7 remaining in this game, Imperium. Things are getting more and more set in stone.
These circle shifts have been a little bit harsh in the last couple of phases as we get put down to 7 teams. The blue zone has definitely played a huge part in a couple of these teams, and players going down as T1 on the roof of Hacienda, punishing teams around them. They get a knockdown initially onto the members of Team Secret. They do have BTR a little bit further behind Team Secret coming in from the blue zone.
The great thing about Hacienda del Patron, those rooftops gives you visibility on every single area of the map in the later stages. And now grenade coming out from Missile. Might get a little bit of action done. Team Secret still trying to use those smoke roads because they're currently not in circle, and they've got to make a high amount of work to potentially try and make it out alive. But that is also the case for Yudu. They got 2 chicken dinners, 1 on Erangel and also 1 on Vikendi. Can that also be the case on Miramar? Gonna go for the push. That smoke road seems pretty good, but Missile, he knows exactly where they are, and he's predicting their movements so damn well.
But that's okay, right? Just shoot and keep them back. Keep them pushed back as Ice Shot from Team Secret is gonna get engaged on by BTR. That's gonna be confirmation to T1 have a little bit of security that there is a couple of teams fighting behind them, but down goes Team Secret. Gil getting the job done for Orange Rock still inside this game. 5 teams left, 16 players as you do reposition behind this rock.
Yeah, behind that little bit of terrain. I love how they are approaching Hacienda del Patron. Be careful there, you got Sidon behind the wall, but they will not get scattered out just yet. Sidon will have to reposition inside the building though, because Dratz has already engaged and breached this one up, trying to get a bit of utility, but now they've got to potentially refocus down onto Orange Rock because they're on the edge of the circle. The next circle shift might not be in their favor, Imperium.
We'll have to wait and see. There is still 1 golden member of Valdez to murder outside the circle on the west that could provide a little bit of a surprise. Boo-hoo, I am here onto any of these teams. But as BTR staved their way down on the southern side of the circle, they are still a full squad, and you don't count out the reigning defending undisputed world champions this early into an event.
T1, they started their redemption arc last game on Vikendi, picking picking up a few kills, 8 kills actually along the way. Will that now result in a chicken dinner on the third game of the day of the Super Weekend? We'll have to wait and see. But apparently still a lot of utility getting used here. If they have to move away without any utility away from Hacienda del Patron, that could spell desolation for Fjordi's squad. But here it is now. The push going to be happening. Satan, he's going to be the first man in sight of Yudu, and he's going to try his best to defend his location. But definitely Yudu are very spread, and they're trying to push on this location of T1. It's going to be hard.
It is, and it's so hard, right? You can say T1 shouldn't have let
drop down.
Yudu in here, but the drop shot comes through. Nice one by Missile with the Uzi. There you go. I lost my words, but Missile didn't lose his accuracy getting knocked down. It was, of course, counter knocked by Yudu as Drax and Fredo trying to hold on inside the building. The circle shifted up north. Iron is still on the south side tip. Gonna have to push back BTR. This is still a little bit of a stalemate, and JCZ from Valdez is still inside this game.
He sent Ryzen first to get closer to the building of Orange Rock. But now the entirety of Bigatron, they got to follow up with that move. They got to try and get themselves inside, but Orange Rock, they need to take care of also the teams in Hacienda de Patron. Great grenade coming out from Ryzen will not result in a knockdown, unfortunately, but the second just might. And he will try and connect it. Scout going to pull off the res on himself. They're trying to fight back those grenades, those utility, but JCZ of Valdez still remaining alive, and because BTR going for the push, that might be his golden opportunity to get himself in circle.
Who knows? We'll have to wait and find out as Luxy sends himself forward. Grenade being cooked up by the man himself. In through the window, in through the door. Gonna see if it cooks up in time. No, it does. Actually, it does indeed. Scout gets knocked down, but Ryzen from a distance gets also counter knocked. And Skill comes in from the side of the building and knocks down Luxy.
People call Gil the MVP of this lobby in the World League East, and I think that title was definitely deserved, but now he's got to prove himself. Can he allow Orange Rock to remain alive? As here it is, Zuxi, he is going for the push. Gil got Viru back on his feet. They can try and aim for Scout too, but that might take a little bit too long as Zuxi's going to be cooking up his grenade. I think the angle's not going to be valid for him to actually get the knock, and that will indeed not be the case on the initial knockdown.
Like, how can you have 4 teams inside Hacienda on 2 separate fights, one on either side? It's absolutely incredible. Phase 7 closing in. BTR, Microboy goes for the sight, goes for the shots, but gets knocked down in return. And Luxy, just trying to hold on as Ryzen on the edge of the tip looks for Valdez, and down he goes.
You do have a great third party on all this engagement. Got a little bit of engagement on also Zuxi just a few seconds prior. And now they've got to try and end this fight. We still got 4 teams remaining in this one, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be insane. It's going to be huge. Bigatron, they still got to push up. They lost 2 members already. Even now, Ryzen and Luxy are remaining. But still, now we've got this sharing position between Yudu on the low ground and the rooftop over to T1. It's interesting to see, but who will take this game? Nobody knows right now.
And now Orange Rock are pinched between 2 teams outside the circle. Will actually make that 3 teams because T1 are still inside this game as BTR be fighting against the circle for the last couple of phases, but they pushed their way in. Siden gets knocked down from Yudu. Now the stalemate of that team fight between T1 and Yudu might start to kick off in the next couple of seconds. Scout comes in and gets it knocked down, tries to confirm the kill on the Ryzen, but Luxy comes in and gets the job done, and down goes Orange Rock.
Luxy only needed 1 more bullet to get rid of Scout, and it was done successfully, but now the smoke's on the top of the roof for T1. They know they're going to have to drop down, but if they drop down, they would have the high ground advantage also. It's really depending on who responds in the better fashion. But the circle did move away from the position of Bigatron. It might be the case of, Yudu or also T1 getting rid of that team. There it is, the initial knockdowns will potentially come out. They've got to move away from that position. And Gyonjin, the first dropping out that smoke ridge, is actually going to be helping him out to hold a different angle that could spell desolation for Yudu.
Yeah, indeed. And also Missile is going to look to throw out another smoke to give that level of protection to Young-Eun, who's also proning behind a wall. But of course, where you see smoke, you can see grenade targeting. And that's exactly what Yudu are trying to do. Satan jumps out the window, but gets knocked down by Fredo.
That was a nice attempt, but unfortunately didn't get the damage out. Fredo, the man with the deadly smile and even more deadly weapons, is going to get a few nice knockdowns for himself. But here it is, the last member of Bigatron going to go for the push. ZZP's got to drop down eventually, but Bigatron, they do some work. Luxy, they might just go all the way. They might just steal this chicken dinner over here on Miramar Imperium. As it is, Ryzen just going to be chilling behind those rocks, and Yudu trying to take control of this northern circle section.
Oh, Ryzen with the MK14s in the face of U-Do as T1 get eliminated. We're down to these two teams. It is the World Champions against the winner of the first 2 games of the World League East Super Weekend Day 1 as a grenade from Luxi. He's going to have to try and survive. It's going to be 1v3. It's just too much. And it's 3 games in a row for U-Do Gank.
It was just not enough. They had to go the extra mile on Miramar, and they take it once again. I mean, what a huge statement into this Super Weekend in Pyramid. I was not expecting this to come out on the 3 first games, but U-Do, they did the unthinkable.
Talk about, man, U-Do Gank 3 chicken dinners. It's just like, yeah, this is fine. We held on to Hacienda. We controlled the T1. Fine. BTR, fine. Orange Rock, fine. Just didn't matter.
They remain as a 4-man team at the very end. That was insane. But there you go, guys. We'll see you in a few seconds on the analyst desk.
Oh my god, U-Do Gank. We thought the back-to-back was impressive when it came to this lobby. 3 in a row. And it's not just 3 on any battleground, it's 3 on 3 different battlegrounds here. I guess now we know what the 3 dots in their logo means. It's a back-to-back-to-back Avenger. Huge stuff from U-Do Gank.
And you know what? I believe they're going to take a Chicken Dinner World Tour here in the first day. We just need one more and it's going to happen.
Are you jinxing it?
No, it's happening. Like, this is unstoppable. Congratulations on qualifying to the league finals. With this kind of play here, that's insane.
I honestly, I don't know even what to say. Can you be more dominant than this? Is it possible?
Well, we'll see throughout the day, I suppose.
You know what? The only positive things for this, all the other teams, is these guys are like, I'm so happy this is not the league finals, because otherwise we've already lost.
Yeah, actually, you've got a good point.
The thing is, okay, sure, U-Do is soaking up so many points right now. Actually, they're swooping them up.
Swooping.
But at the same time, that means that it's going to be much closer between all the other teams as well.
Yeah, that's true.
There's still fight for the second place.
Time to look at the overall points coming in from this game in particular here, and U-Do Gank will be up towards the top with 29 points. Guys, they had 66 points after 2 games coming into this, and now they have another 29 points. They are almost about to
95 points in total.
They're about to breach 100 points after 3 games. That's insane. We have Bigatron Red Aliens with 22 points as well coming in. As if any was better, we had in the last 4 teams 3 of the biggest names in the tournament so far. We had the Kings, the Usurpers in Orange Rock, and we had the Chasers in U-Do Gank, which are they the Chasers anymore? They're just flying ahead. They're insane.
They're driving down the mountain right now in full speed as well. It's insane.
Once again, though, T1 being able to make it very far to the game and grab himself a lot of points here. It's great to see. I really like this. I was rooting for them. I thought they were going to get a chicken dinner.
Mate, at the same time, though, T1 should not have let U-Do Gank come on to Hacienda, considering the position.
I was sure that they were going to close them out. They were setting up they had guys in the roof. They were completely shutting it down, but nope. Tons of smokes, some car rotations. They got them in, and they basically opened the doors. But very unfortunate for T1, but super well played by U-Do here.
U-Do made it happen with what was given to them, and that is the rankings as they do stand here so far.
It's crazy.
95 points after 3 games.
It's insane.
What's going on?
It's 31.7 points per game.
That's nuts.
It's a win and 11 kills.
Don't do math.
Stop doing math. Let's take a look at the points. I mean, the stats from U-Do Gank here. After this game, we have them 1,800 damage, a respectable get. Look at his smile! It's Fredo. We have, that 1,800 damage done, 9 kills, 9 knockouts. It really did feel like, and not to, all jokes aside, it really felt like the hold from T1 should have worked for them. They backed off after 1 knock alone. Yeah. Maybe they should have committed more to the hold down.
I feel like, but you also, sorry for interrupting, Frost, but you have to remember how the terrain and the layout is around Hacienda. You have so many kind of more plateaus that are like evolving. You have some lower ground you can run to. If you get to those kind of rock sites, it staggers like it's like stairs basically, where you have a lot of cover to run with, and they played that perfectly. Yes, T1 could potentially have played more aggressive, I feel like, to make sure that they kind of shut that down, but I also feel like they're respecting it a lot that it's 2 wins back to back. These guys are kind of on fire, and they don't probably care if they lose a guy. They're just gonna go at you anyway and run at you. And yeah, so it's good to see how they're able to at least get a knock and an opening, but they're not able to hold it there on T1, unfortunately.
Can someone calm them down? Like, is this a thing?
Like they need an ice shower or something like that.
Yeah. Let's do the Mountain Dew, do the Dew moments here as, you know, UDU Gank has just dominated all of these entire games as we take a look at some of the starting moments of this. A Hacienda circle towards the end is kind of unusual, but quite a common kind of middle-ish circle to start things off for us.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite central, the whole circle itself. And we had a good plane to start off, coming in from the northwest, going down to the southeast, meaning that everyone could basically go wherever they wanted.
Yeah.
And we saw that a lot of the teams were spread out, but we had some early engagements, and that led to some of the teams losing a player super early into the game, still when we were parachuting, actually. And it's quite honestly, it's kind of rough to see because there's so much ground to play. You don't need to force these fights, especially when you don't have anything to work with. Most of the times you're gonna see them without helmet, without a armor. They run around with maybe just a shotgun.
I love the standoff here between Megastars and Synergy. It was knocks on both sides and some saves and some clutches, some good nades. This one from Zeravi was really good. He managed to get a knock and finish off one of the guys, so they won that kind of fight. But I love these kind of standoffs where you decide, you know what, guys, the other team, the two of the players from Synergy, they continue into the circle to try to get a position. But here, there's points to fight for. There is pride to be fought for.
I mean, the whole thing was that Synergy kind of had the upper hand in that fight. They had all the knocks all the time. It was back and forth a little bit, but overall I felt like Synergy had control of the fight, but somehow they all lost it. Both of the teams just lost the fight, honestly.
I mean, when you kind of give up position and circle, like the advantage you get from being inside, and you have to fight from the outside in. And when you have teams waiting for you, they potentially have, you know, an edge position or edge compound. They're just gonna hold you out. There's not much to do. So the weighted opinion between should we stay here, should we try to fight, or should we try to run away from this and try to get a better position is completely fine. So I think what they did was the complete right choice. But obviously it's rough to have a game like that, especially with the hard shift that went north up towards Yudu and up towards the Hacienda area here.
Also, we saw when that circle actually went towards north, towards Hacienda, Bigatron was one of the teams coming towards or from like the graveyard area straight into that compound south of Hacienda, took that straight away. That was towards the edge of the circle, towards the south edge. But at the same time, that means that they could hold people out. You have the T section just below that. So you got so much control from outside the circle.
And this push or hold, you could say, from Yudu to make sure that they put the pressure onto Bigatron while they were fighting Orange Rock is actually really thought of as well. They decided that we have to put some pressure onto these two teams because it is Bigatron, it is Orange Rock. They had to put this pressure on them to make sure that they were weakened once they got into the fight with them here in the end.
And looking here towards the end fight, I mean, just look at the names we have here. This is such huge names towards the end game. It's kind of amazing, and it's a good ending. We have lots of high ground, low ground to play from, people utilizing them in different ways, and also still the utilities, all the smokes, the nades. It was kind of anyone's game here.
And, of course, even if you have an MK14 and you're called Bigatron, you're not gonna fight off 3 Yudu guys that are full blood rage running at you trying to get the last kill.
MK14, best gun in the game, by the way.
Of course.
Oh, yum, yum, yum.
By far.
Let's take a look at the total damage then across this and see what is what. We have Bigatron blasting with the 2,300 damage coming on in here, 1,800 for Yudu.
So top heavy.
T1, one of their best performances here so far.
Yeah, and one of the best performances so far. And we can see a lot of damage, a lot of kills coming in from top teams. All of these teams were actually playing from the Hacienda area. We saw Orange Rock against Bigatron on the south side of Hacienda. Then you had T1 and UDU Gank on the north side. And that's why they have so much damage, because all of these teams were kind of working together while fighting each other. They were working to hold all the other teams out, shooting at everyone that was trying to get close to them.
It's kind of unfair, right?
Not really. All versus the world.
Or for teams that are performing extremely well here in their first super weekend, holding everybody else out, bullying everybody else out of the lobby.
Kind of like when you like hold me at arm's length and I'm like, come here, rah, rah, because
you like swing the haymakers.
I'm gonna get you, and you're like, oh, silly James, that's funny. So yes, that is how Miramar has unfolded. Ridiculous stuff by UDU Gank, of course.
I love Miramar. This is a great game. saw some great rotations. We saw some really nice end fights here with the decisions that they made. Yeah, I just love Miramar.
I gotta tell you, one of the greatest decisions that Gang actually made in this game itself. They started in La Corberia, very far up in the northwest. That's where they looted. But after that, they knew, okay, this circle is kind of central, but we're super far away from it. So when Circle 1 hit, they actually took it pretty easy. They were playing the edge. When Circle 2 hit, they were like, okay, a little bit more easy. Then we saw Circle 3, and that's when we saw the hard shift towards the northwest. And they straight away took advantage of that, got himself into a good position.
Start the ramp up. It really feels like when you see a team prevailing across battleground to battleground to battleground, it does feel like their awareness, their just general game awareness is what's making them triumph in some of those situations.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how they know where the majority of the pressure is as well. Like in a slight analytical way, something you could think of. Once you get a hard shift, you know the majority of the players where they are, so they know they can take a lot of space from this, and they took the opportunity with that as well. So I feel like, and this is the case for the vast majority of the teams in here, their decision making in a very small window of opportunity is so fast. They're like, okay guys, we need to send this here, we need to make sure we make this macro rotation. So they literally just I feel like the IGLing and the decision making is a lot faster than you normally expect from such a stacked lobby here.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta take advantage of that. That the meta right now, we see a lot of teams going for the center. They dive into the compounds.
Yeah.
Pretty early as well, and it doesn't really matter. It could be a shack even. We saw that in the previous game where TSM, for example, dove into a shack. I think it was Circle 4. And they had 2 vehicles that was burning outside. Then they had nowhere to go afterwards.
Let's take a look at the top players as well from this lobby and see how they've been able to fare throughout all of this. We have Jumper sitting up at the top here alongside Saden, Luxy, Ryzen, all popping off. They're all very close to that 1,000-point mark here. Big stuff, Avenger.
Yeah, it's good to see that these guys are so close. It's the same names, guys.
Yeah.
Luxy, Ryzen, not new names. Saden we've seen before as well a few times. Jumper there again. This is what inspired me to the call me maybe. He's like, and then you'll see once you see the Gang team overview again a little bit later. You'll see call me maybe.
Mate, it's pulling on his ear. He's not having a phone call.
I was like, yeah.
You think he's hello? Yes. 3 wins in a row.
No,
thanks.
Like,
Avenger got some weird.
Got a weird
phones,
phone,
I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty old, right? Commodore 64 and Nokia 3310.
Is that a statement?
Mate, I feel like that console is like was it the first console we all played?
Probably.
First one for me.
First one for me.
Probably.
Yeah. We're really old guys. Team AFK is pretty old.
You know what? Next year we're gonna be collectively more than 100 years old.
No, don't say that. What?
Why would you say that?
I don't know.
No one needs to know that.
I'm gonna hyperventilate. That's panicking inducing. That is terrifying. Yeah, we get it done, I suppose. All right, we have our interview ready and good to go. So let's head on over with one of our guests. It is Mr. Scout from Orange Rock. Scout, how are you doing, friend?
Hey guys, yeah, I'm good.
Not too bad, not too bad. So, Scout, my first question is, you guys have proved yourself as absolutely one of the favorites for the entire PMWL East throughout the opening weekend into the last 2 days coming into this. Your first 2 games was a little bit more rough here for Super Weekend. Talk us through that. Obviously, I guess you guys expected to do a little bit better than that for the first 2 games.
Yeah, obviously we were expecting to end up at least in the top 5, but the zones are pretty, they shifted really hard, so it was really tough going through all the teams. And yes, it's a new team, it will take some time.
I guess the competition's very fierce in this lobby, right?
Yeah.
So yesterday I was speaking to Bigatron, speaking to Luxy about about the teams, and they said that you guys are one of the best teams to look out for here in the PMWL. Do you have any response to that for Bigatron and Luxy?
It's always like I have been knowing Luxy from a long time, and being appreciated by the best team out there is kind of achievement for us. And yeah, we are learning from lots of teams. We are a new team right now. It's going to take some time, but we will get there.
Fair. So as a final question, I suppose, before we get you guys back into the games, because we've got to speed things up here, is there anything, Scout, that you would like to say to your fans? I know there's a lot of them out there watching here today, so what would you like to say? The floor is yours.
So guys, just keep believing in us and supporting us. it's a long road ahead. We're going to keep giving our best, and yes, we'll prove ourselves.
I absolutely believe you can. Well, thank you very much, Scout, and we'll see you next time. Good luck in the next games, friend.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and that was Scout here, just to ask a few questions. I couldn't, I wanted to ask maybe some more specific things. Normally when we were talking about Orange Rock, we were talking about the wins that they were able to get throughout the previous days. However, it's been a bit of a rough road here today, but of all the teams that can bounce back from a few rough games, it's absolutely Orange Rock. They're going to be able to, fly away with this for in a few games' time. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we're just on the first day here of the Super Weekend, and we still have 2 games to go as well. I mean, anything can still happen. Even if you get yourself 2 wins or just 1 win, you're going to be towards the top already.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the overall ranking then, because we already know how many points U2 has. Oh, no. It's 95
That's
points.
just insane. Look how far ahead they are. It's
so just averaging, 32 points per game so far. Nothing special.
Crazy.
Nothing special.
What a performance by them so far. Absolutely stellar stuff from them. Second place, 38 points. It's the big name. It's the Kings. It's Bigatron, Red Aliens. GXR Celts has been quietly very, very consistent here throughout the day so far, even though the U2 Sponge has sponged up so many of the points today, Avenger.
Yeah, they have really proven themselves here, especially in the placement points, being able to accrue a lot of points, a good high average, and this is what we're looking for, right? We're looking for sneakingly getting, the points that you need, salvaging some of the games that you might not have potential to win, and getting as many kills as you can. So 25 points here, the second highest placement points, is very respectable for Celts considering they haven't won a game at all.
Yeah, but they've been super consistent. They had a 2nd place in the first game, 5th in the second game, and now at 8th place. Sure, a little bit worse, but I mean, anything can happen. There's still some comeback time to go here.
Here's our 11th through 16th as well. For the teams on kind of single-digit numbers right now, you would like a bit of a step up for them. They've got a ton of time to be able to do so, though. So let's see how things go for them throughout the next couple of games. And we have 2 more games remaining for today. We're going to be going to the jungle. We're going to be going to Sanhok here in a few, which is going to be, again, another change in pace, which will be nice. But before we do that, let's check in with the breakdowns with the boys. Team AFK, let's go.
All right. We're actually going to look into Hacienda. We're going to look into what T1 did when they were up against U2 gang. And as we can see right now, Yoon is to the right there. He was just fighting Team Secret on the east side and just came back here. And what we're seeing here, this is what we're talking about, that U2, they're down here. And then you have T1 up here. And T1 is supposed to hold them out. U2 is not supposed to cross this section at all. They're not supposed to, and they shouldn't be allowed to. But if we look at it, we're going to see, oh no, something's happening.
Have you broken it?
Something's not happening.
You've broken it, haven't you, Froz?
I have broken it.
Froz!
It's
Avenger, help him. Press the buttons, quick.
All right. I'll basically tell you what happens.
Okay, you tell us.
So
I think it's just a short clip.
U2 gets a knock over here.
Yes.
And straight away we saw that T1 just fell back into the building here. Every one of them just fell back towards the east side instead. And because of that, U2 gang actually got their way into the compound, and they were playing inside while we saw T1 having the high ground, playing on the roof and on 2nd floor.
Those noodles on the right hand side look like the ramen you ate yesterday. That's fantastic. Thank you very much for a depiction of your dinner yesterday.
I will say though, T1 did the right play with that. They did a fantastic play, smoking on the roof, taking the roof control, smoking on the ground that they wanted to conquer and wanted to take control of. So I was really happy to see how they were able to do that. And I feel like with a bit more maybe luck with the opening knock that they could have had, and maybe some not unfortunate timing, you could say they could potentially have taken this win instead of U2 easily. So they did the right play. They did a fantastic execution on the play.
They seized Hacienda early, and they were able to hold off a decent amount of teams throughout a lot of that. So that was cool to see. Just a little bit unlucky with execution towards the end. But you can be lucky at home if you actually join in with the lucky draw. So go in game. If you're watching in game, you're accruing points slowly but surely, and then you can actually spend spend some of those points in-game to potentially get yourself some rewards. And as always, I've got to make fun of Froz because he was unlucky. I'm so sorry, Froz. Actually, I tried as well yesterday, and I was also unlucky. Damn it.
Did you get the Psycho set for one day at least?
No.
So I'm more lucky than you.
Yes, I am very unlucky, but you know, that's me, you know. That's how things go. So Avenger, have you tried out the lucky draw yet?
Not yet. I'm thinking that I'm gonna sit myself down in a session and go ham for the level 60 because I really like that one.
Yeah, nice. We have the schedule coming up.
In the new
season pass?
Of course.
Yeah. There you go. We have Sanhok coming up next. As I said, we'll be going to the jungle, and then after that, of course, we have Erangel once again. Now, the cool thing is that will any of the teams make any adaptations from our first Erangel of the day to the last Erangel of the day? As it's always great to see the potential come in. Will there be adaptive drops going down? Will we see one in North George again? I would like to see maybe a completely different wild playing path Froz, and then maybe them going elsewhere. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We're going to talk about Froz. Got to talk about Sanhok, not Froz, and kind of break down what we're seeing on Sanhok, because it's very different to Miramar.
I want to say first, you say we've seen a lot of. You want to see some good playing paths? I feel like we've tortured the guys enough on Erangel. I feel like the insane over military island playing paths. No, but Sanhok, what is lovely? The playing path can go anywhere, and you can still reach any destination that you want. So if you want to go to lovely paradise, if you want to go to lovely bootcamp, aka the crab or the shrimp, depending on who you are, of course. Or the lobster. All the lobster. Yeah, I mean, people call it all things nowadays. Maybe somebody.
Avenger.
No, but overall, though, I want to see where the adaptations come in.
It is the shrimp.
I actually want to see which teams we're gonna have fighting against or for Bootcamp and Painan, two of the major spots on the map. Yeah. And we saw them the first time. No one went for Bootcamp, for example. But then afterwards, I think we had 2 or 3 teams that tried to go for it.
Little tickle.
But only one went for it in the end because the other bailed off.
And this is why doing a adaptation on the fly is super important, because making a drop where you can say, okay, if nobody's bootcamp, we go there. But if there's somebody there, we can go here potentially, a second split or some compounds, because that means when the teams that are looking back and they're trying to analyze, okay, what was open in the first game of Sanhok, they look at bootcamp and like, oh, it's open. But if somebody like turns around and go there, then that is basically theirs for the rest of it.
What's super important with playing Sanhok here now is that you can start taking control over drop points, knowing the other teams, because I'm going a little bit ahead of time, but next week there's going to be a lot of Sanhok.
Oh, good point. Very good point. And in fact, to your point about bootcamp, Painan, stuff like that, personally, I like Painan a little bit more than bootcamp. I know everyone's like, bootcamp, let's drop, let's fight. I like Painan because you have the potential to easily get from one side of a river to another. Yeah, accessibility over what I would consider 3/4 of the map, as opposed to bootcamp, which is a little bit harder to get onto the islands. Is that fair, Avenger?
100%. I mean, Painan is fantastic because you can go to both sides of the island because it's obviously split between the river, but also if it goes northwest and you have the northwestern island, then you can basically be the second team to kind of cross those small bridges we have when you go to north, because there's a team looting there and they will obviously try to go as far in as they can. So you always have really easy access.
And yet, I'm cursing us, we're going to get a mountain ending in the northwest.
Oh, no.
All right, probably not. Let's head over to the commentators. We have Imperium and Mouseman.
Mouseman, thank you very much.
OAP, AFK. Three games in a row for Udu Gank. Talk about setting themselves up for a World Tour. Now, just to add one tiny caveat, the Sanhok game that we had, that they played, the one Sanhok game that they played in the opening weekend, they won it. So, can it happen in the Super Final weekend?
Yeah, the Sanhok game was won by Orange Rock. You know what? Some big stonker teams taking big stonker wins on big stonker maps known as Sanhok, but here we go. Boys and girls, it's going to be Sanhok time. We're going to be going straight into the jungle and seeing how things are going to be panning over on this one. Reject Scarlet going to be going for Cal for themselves. And Box, they like going a little bit out of their way to be alone, just like you do. And that's why both of these teams will be going for the Eastern Coastal Line.
Welcome to the jungle. We've got fun and games. We got everything you want. But do you know the name? And I think if we do know the name is definitely Udu Gank leading into this fourth game. But a phase 1 circle max, it occupies mainland, northwest island, southwest island. It's actually, in my eyes, a very tricky phase 1.
Very tricky. I think that's like the nicest circle almost.
Okay.
It's a very nice circle, you know what? Not too much more to involve. And one thing well, actually, you know what? We're going to fix around the fight right away. That's going to be Megastars versus Bigatron. As Ryzen taking already a little bit of damage for himself. Microboy going to be the first line of defense. Gets the initial knockdown onto Onkar. Won't be able to find the flash just yet as he crawls his way out of the door. But Microboy at this point being so low HP, he's going for the push. That's so aggressive, but yeah, it pays off. Imperium, he gets 2 knockdown solo.
Oh my god, Ryzen just rising up in the early parts of this Sanhok game to get 2 knockdowns. Vexy's knockdown on core is confirmed, and now the AKM shots from Microboy. It doesn't really matter if he's low on health or not, he just doesn't really care. And now Luxy comes in with the UMP, whatever you call it, it's gotten the job done for BTR. Megastars find themselves down to just 1 player within 2 minutes of this game.
Called it UMP. I'm like a proud dad right now. Feels good. Imperium said UMP.
I'm learning, Dad. I'm learning, Dad.
It's good. Definitely, that was a really nice fight from Bigatron. Microboy, despite the fact that he also had no meds, he's like, he just had nothing to lose. He knew he had to go for the aggressive play. He went for the aggressive push, and he just got a nice double knockdown for himself. And then Luxy came over from the other side of the road. It was tricky, but because he got 2 knockdowns, Megastars had really no way to shut down the rotation coming out from Luxy, and then they got the initial knockdown after that.
So true. Now we see Painan, Kyle Harris's favorite place to drop. Makes it accessible, and for this kind of circle, Painan is a very accessible place to drop, but of course, with 2 teams fighting out in that area, it's not going to be accessible until you wipe out the opposing team. Synergy and RRQ getting close to each other. They're pretty much both on the same side of Painan. You do have 1 member of RRQ on the left side of Painan, which could provide an extra level of cover for RRQ and the rest of the teammates.
I was able to talk with one of the big boys at Synergy, and they were saying that they were feeling really confident going into today. Didn't really show off in the first 3 games, just a little bit like TSM Entity in a way. So hopefully they'll be able to get some good results in the next 2 games, and also in the next 2 days, coming out tomorrow and also on Sunday. But Austin Box and Servi both locked in place. No way for them to move away because the high ground is held by G9, and you know he's not going to allow anyone to rotate away from this. And also, Synergy, have they looted up any smokes, any utility to move away from that location? Because they have taken a fight so early on, they might have not had enough time to loot.
Now, like I said, kind of this phase on Circle is very tricky because it occupies the 3 areas of Sanhok, right? So when you're looking at positioning, T1 and Bootcamp is kind of great because Bootcamp is central to phase 1, but you kind of don't really have that much information of what's going on around you. When you're looking at the triangular spot on the southwest island, that's probably the most accessible area, but no team is yet to go there. But now as you do see Painan, what was 2 squads is quickly becoming 3 as TSM Entity, who had a tough, rough 3 games so far in the Super Weekend, might try to kick things off in this 4th game and get a 3rd party action.
TSM Entity, they want a piece of that cake over here, and Painan going for the push. 2-2 split across that river, which I do like is a really interesting approach, but RRQ Athena, they're going to have to start being careful about what's happening behind them, and I think they are definitely hearing it. D2E is going to be getting that information. Yeah. Neo is going to be the first man to get over there, and here it is. That's going to be Zgod of TSM Entity getting an initial knock onto D2E, and that's going to be now forcing RRQ to be very careful on all fronts of this fight. They've got to be careful up north, they've got to be careful down south. They are so far in a really scary position.
Now, if this kill is confirmed, that does put RRQ with 3 players up, as Neo going to look to cook the grenade. You do have Zgod in front of him, providing that level of cover. RRQ at least know roughly whereabouts the couple of members of TSM Entity are, but as they look to flank around Zgod, maybe trying to find Beer inside the building. Play free fire coming through, but Clutch God onto Beer, and G9 back on over to Zgod. But Neo also gets dropped down by Ernie. It's going to be a double knockdown as Jonathan is going to be left standing for TSM.
TSM Entity had the advantage in that one, going for the 3rd party, and a team that had already 1 member knocked away. G9 is going to go for the push right now. Jonathan is left alone. He's looking for potentially a few flushes, but G9's got to get back on over. Beer 11 going to get res back up by Ernie, and now they are back full force into this one. Our Synergy, they're like, that's a lot of shots, that's a lot of action. We're just going to go on the other side of the river and wait for the action to unfold.
Yeah, like here's the thing, you know, the Synergy are looking in the kill feed going, okay, you take that one, You take that one. You take each other out. I don't care. We'll come in third party, and that's really great, accurate, clever play coming out from Synergy. Why join in on a fight when you technically don't need to?
Exactly. Like phase 1, you know that if you can avoid it, that would be the better course of action. Bear gets the nice angle as the AK connects the kill. That's already 3 going over to RRQ Athena, and it's still remaining as a full squad. Like, that is mental. They were sandwiched up, already had 1 member knocked away, getting fully pushed by TSM Entity, and yet they are completely unharmed.
When you're looking at TSM and how they went in on that engagement, it was a great initial knock on the G9, but what lost it for me was that the fact that they kind of went in with very minimalistic information, so they got caught out and they got surprised.
Now Jonathan is just going to take his time, stay behind that wall, behind the bridge. And I think that they are definitely regretting their decision to go over here, so maybe it might not be happening on the other Sanhok games for them. But, well, Austin going for a little bit of a peak angle on the top of the roof there. Could be looking for a few nice shots, but will not be able to get anything done right now. So we're going to be focusing a little bit more on what's happening in the circle right now. A few teams, and especially one team in particular, that I like their rotation. That's Valdez. You talked about it, right? T1 in boot camp, they got a nice central position. Yep. Valdez, they understood the value of that position, so they're going to try and potentially claim the higher northern position of boot camp.
It's a really great position because should the circle shift on over to the west, they can at least maybe capture a couple of teams out rotating over there. And if it shifts on over to the east, it's going to be the same situation for them, and it gives them a lot more information compared to where T1 currently are located. Now, Team IND, they're sticking to the high ground on that northwest island, which they do land around, they do know and love, and Orange Rock are down below them in between BTR and Team IND.
Jonathan, his heart must be beating right now, but if you want to do an insane play, a 1v4 clutch would definitely do the trick. G9 Beer both in a similar position. They're currently looking down south because I know that Synergy potentially moved a little bit further away, as we have a little bit of a replay popping up on our screens. That was a push off TSM, so they had a really good initial knockdown, but then that backstab from Ernie, they have no idea whatsoever. And the fact that they pushed out of the building, that's what really caused their downfall.
Like, I respect the team going in aggressively, but when you have minimalistic information, there is that risk, and they pay the price. But now RRQ will be aware of the fact that there is still 1 member of TSM around there. The pre-fire shots are coming through, but Jonathan drops Ernie to the floor, confirms the kill, but Beer climbing through. A glimmer of health, a glimmer of hope for Jonathan as he tries to dodge around the bullets. The shots come through, the jump shot is accurate. Beer knocks down, confirms, and wipes TSM Entity.
Too soon, TSM taken out in 16th. Definitely not the performances they've been looking for today. Well, you still got 2 more, so hopefully they'll be able to get a little bit of a better result into this. But now we are going to be continuing, pushing on forward. Synergy, they now want to get involved. They saw the kill feed. They know that now one team was completely swiped off the board, and they want to try and get himself a little bit involved on RRQ Athena. But they took really not much of a, too much damage from that. They only lost 1 member. This is still going to be a pretty even fight at the end of the board.
I do think Synergy lost their opportunity to engage and get a third party, whereas I feel like they should have disengaged away completely.
Leave Painan.
And leave Painan, but now, because No Chance team are actually coming in from the hill up above, they can third party.
Calaris, this man always calls circle shifts coming out. You know what? He's coming slowly. He's looking at us like he's got a little smirk. He's pretty happy, but might be a mountaintop finish over here happening if it does shift once again up north over to the western side. And this man is evil. He's Illuminati.
They say not to meet your heroes, and I've always been a huge admirer of Calaris from the first time I met him last year when we were in Kiev. And he's such a nice guy. I was like, okay, this guy's cool. I was like, really looking forward to meeting him. But then within 5 minutes, I'm like, oh my God, he's a monster. Either way,
simping period right there.
I was simping for a little bit, but then, you know, it was kind of anti-simping. But anyway, this game goes on. No Chance team will have to move up north because the circle shift did go up north, and this could be the prime time for them to actually go onto that triangle position on the southwest island.
One team that might be able to do that actually first would be Team IND. They're very close. They're slowly trying to put their eggs in different baskets. They've got, you know, already 1 player on the top of the mountain just in case it does go for that hard shift up north. But now teams are playing next to the river on the eastern side.
Yep.
If it does go over to the west, all the teams going to have to cross on over. The teams that already did that cross early on, they're going to be controlling the entire mid to late game stage. So the fact that already Orange Rock and also Team IND got those valuable positions under control can only spell good things for the late stage if we do have that hard shift.
Now, you were talking about Valdez's position. They've gone a little bit down south towards the edge of the coastal line. Another team that are in a strong position, but will have to be very, very aware of where they are, is Team Secret, because they have the high ground overlooking Boot Camp and even Painan. But because it is kind of high ground and it is a little bit out in the open, you're going to have King of Gamers, Box Gaming coming in from behind, along with you, Dugank, who are on 3 chicken dinners in a row. So it's something they're going to have to be aware of. Sanhok is always about protecting your area so effectively because it's a smaller map.
One team that they did not want to protect their compound, that's actually Synergy. They moved away, just as you mentioned a little bit earlier, right? They didn't want to take the fight with RQ anymore. It was just not worth it at the end of the day. Yeah. And also seeing how the playing pass and everything was really unfolding, they know that potentially all of the western side of the circle is going to be a lot more open-ended, especially down south of Ruins. It's like, okay, we're just going to go out of circle. It's fine. It's still phase 2. Can try and find a nice entry point into the circle. But a few teams going for a rotation and crossing over. And that was actually Bigotron saying their scout first. That was Luxy. And Luxy and Zuxi actually going to be over there trying to get that under control. And they will now have a 2-2 split on the 2 sides of the river.
And talk about 2-2 splits, Orange Rock doing something similar, only they have 2 members up high above, right? They have Gillen scouting, then you have Vera and Mavi down below towards a compound on the coastal line. So Orange Rock, in my eyes, actually a BTR very heavily pinched right now.
I think that could be a little bit of an issue later on down the line. I mean, it really depends once again on Circle, right? Just a little bit of the RNG coming into this. The Circle could be a big deciding factor into this. But here we go. Going to look at all of the team stats over here. And like 95 total points for Udu. We saw the top of the leaderboard, right? Jeez.
Like, you know the way I mentioned also about Udu winning their Sanhok game in the opening weekend? Their total points in the opening weekend was 99 points. So they're 4 points away from their total opening weekend point countage. That's how dominating they've been in these first 3 games. And even like they have more kill points in these first 3 games than basically some teams have in total points. It's crazy. But either way, next circle is going to be showing up. Where is it going to go? It shifts down towards the southwest island, but still a little tip of each other area in play.
I know that cross river section right now that we were mentioning a little bit earlier in the game. Yeah. Like all of Team IND, they can easily do that rotation down. Also, Synergy, the fact that they went for that rotation thinking, okay, the west of the circle is currently open for the taking. They can easily get himself not in ruins. Please don't go in ruins. That is not a good idea.
But around the outskirts,
exactly. That would be a good position. So I think that here, a few teams did set themselves up for success in this late stage.
Team Secret have also done a great job of kind of rotating to the compound that is by the bridge of that triangle tip compound. That could prove to be very, very effective, as Valdez have actually gone into the wall. Actually, no, just on the very coastal line of the mainland island, overlooking the northwest island and Boot Camp. As Orange Rock shifting their way down south, that 2-2 split did somewhat pay off because now they can join up as a full squad, go down the hill, going down the mainland. But they do have BTR to the right of them, and they have Team IND to the south of them.
Yeah, but Bigotron, if they do want to take a fight, they've got to wait for their 2 other members of Microboy and Ryzen to make it through. Currently, they're going to be swimming up, going to try and find a decent position in this game. But yeah, Orange Rock, they went for the compound you were just mentioning, very high up north. It's a decent position. They did once again go very early of going on for that northern western island, and it will work out. But now it's actually a 50-50 split of north and south, and depending on where it could actually go. Like, you might have to cross for Orange Rock. If they do have to cross the river, that's a hard shift down south.
Also, one thing to point out, we're 40 minutes into the game, and we still have 15 teams and 53 players in this lobby. So the longer it goes, the more shrinks, the crazier this end game is going to be, as King of Gamers onto Galaxy Racer Cells and knockdown onto Ash is going to at least put pressure initially on the Galaxy Racer Cells. But Rox is on the edge line, providing a good bit of cover, but Braga with their grenades just trying to push the other members of Galaxy Racer Cells back.
I think that Rox might have to get a little bit more involved in this fight eventually down the line, but it could work out because you've seen also Bossa and also a few other players that kind of try and wrap around on the side, so that could give an opportunity over to Rox to actually take a nice knockdown or 2. We'll have to see. The smokes will come out, making it even harder really for Rox to get any kind of involvement in this fight, as you do just in the background, just slowly going to avoid the entire fight. They hear the shots, it's just not worth it at this point in time on phase 3, as Ultron looking for an angle, but will not find it just yet.
Nice play by Sue. Just trying to liquefy the members of GXR Cells. Use no smokes along with the rock to provide that level of cover. The 2-2 split by King Gamers, 2 inside that one building, 2 outside. is giving a lot of pressure, and this is where Galaxy Race themselves are saying, hey, look, you win this battle, but you know what? We're going to disengage so we can hopefully win the war.
I think it's definitely worth it because they are also on the edge, right? And you want to go most centrally as possible into these kind of circles on Sanhok, but now we're going to be having a little bit of an engagement potentially happening with a few of these squads around here. Box Gaming got Synergy, but the circle is really what's going to be the deciding factor on this one. The chance of it going over, harshly over to the east is very, very slim. But to see 3, 2, 1, it goes actually up north directly, and that's going to be great for Orange Rock, for also Team IND. They went for that location so early on, really reading the circle, and this is stonks for them.
If I'm not mistaken, Mavi is now the only player left standing for Orange Rock. We didn't see on the broadcast exactly what happened as Box Gaming inside the blue zone gonna punish a couple of members of You-Do Gank. It's well, not necessarily third party, but it is the Sanhok surprise attack play by Box Gaming. Good job by them as they hold on towards the edge of Ruins. Right now there is Synergy to the side of them along with RRQ.
That's why you also don't see people use bikes and cars, right? They never know where there's going to be some enemies, and if there's one sneaking around, well, your entire team will die eventually. Now, Box, they have to move away from their location. They got to go harshly up north. You got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams down south. A lot of action's going to be unfolding, and they all got to cross on the other side of the river, Imperium.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a PUBG Mobile war in Sanhok, as Godless going to return the clapback as 2 members of their team was knocked down. D2E is going to at least get knocked. Heineken going to try and go for the revive on the Offdales. And don't forget, like you mentioned, all these teams around down on the south side are outside the circle. So the rotations are going to come through. You're going to see third partying, fourth partying, as 43 players are left on the lobby.
RQ Athena right behind No Chance team, and No Chance, they got the higher ground, but RQ, they're not interested on No Chance, they're interested on the Synergy. Nice spray coming out from B11, but he's still going to be taking a little bit of that tick damage. When it goes to phase 5, that's when you want to try and get yourself in circle as swiftly and quickly as possible. Because right now they're going for the long game, but behind them, how did you not see Bear right there? But there you go, You Do Gang, the team that took 3 chicken dinners in a row. That'll be not a 4th, unfortunately.
You know what? Nobody's perfect. They couldn't complete the World Tour, but that doesn't take away from what they've done in the first 3 games. But now that they are off the lobby, in theory, based on the first 3 games, there's a lot more kill points available. There's a lot more placement points for these remaining 14 teams as GXR Celts hugging the edge of the bridge, trying to potentially punish the members of RRQ as Synergy, and that's exactly what they've done.
The fact that Celts left the fight earlier is going to allow them to get somewhat of a decent position right now. They've still got 2 more players remaining in this one, and the blue zone is now going to go in phase 5 in just a few matter of a second. But Mavi still doing some work in the kill feed despite being a one-man army for Orange Rock, but unfortunately it's going to be played a little bit too short. Orange Rock will go out in 12th.
And then we see Offdales on the off angle. Taken down, Ultron gonna leave MJ last player standing. He is gonna be on the side of the bridge. This next phase shifted up towards the northeast. You've got 50% of water in play. Valdez on the coastal line, but they're gonna get punished. The blue zone is the best friend of the remaining teams that are inside the circle because people are going down just like that.
These teams are thirsty for position in this game, but unfortunately, with so much water still involved, it's going to be hard to get yourself a decent position. So far, Valdez, they are really on the very center of that position, on the edge of the coastal line. They can control, but they could also get attacked from team down south that would be Team Secret right now.
And the only compound inside this circle is occupied by Team IND, but will they be able to protect it? As Austin Bodex of Synergy looking for the members of Box Gaming. It is inside the blue zone, but Loki turns around and shoots him in the head and takes him down. Down goes Synergy. 8 teams left standing, 23 players left as the side of Reject Scarlet have rotated very effectively from the north. Now they're coming in down the hill.
Reject Scarlet, they got one of the hardest positions potentially in this game. They've got to go downhill in the open and friendly arms. Maybe not all that friendly, but the friendly arms anyways of Team IND. But here it is, the smoke roads will be definitely helping out Reject Scarlet to make their way down to the compound. But after they made their way down, they got to take a huge fight versus Team IND, and they are ready to take this engagement. Web going to be put extremely low as we pan on over to also Box making their way through. The water break will be a casualty, but Box also hard rotation for themselves.
Making their way downtown, walking past Bullets inbound as Team Secret just trying to hold on. They're going to go inside the water. Valdez continuing on as a three-man team. Box Gaming are going to be chunked by the blue zone one by one as the Helos just trying to come on through as the Reject Scarlet on the edge of the compound. They made their way down the hill. Team IND were staving off the pressure of BTR. Now they got to focus on Reject. They get one kill confirmed, but with Duello proning down along with Urala, going to go on the side of the building. Kratos, Trance, and Slayer are still inside.
Kratos was solo right there, but was able to just slowly and sneakily make his way out of that engagement mollies. And Utility will be coming out in response of Team IND, but they got to go for the push. If they go outside, they got to be careful. Entrance is going to be on the other side of that building. And things could get a little bit more sweaty for this team. But Reject Scarlet, they know they're not going to get too overconfident. If I were there, I would actually take the fight and wait for Team IND to cross over to go for the backstab.
And both of the teams are outside the circle because the next fate did shift down the southeast as they're going to make their way down. Trant with the shot takes out Reject Scarlet, and that's going to be job done. They're on 5 kills. They're in the top 6. Team IND, they were saying to me that Trance was their secret player for Sanhok, and now they're going to continue on. We see BTR and Valdez on the side of the cliffside of this rock. Shots going through. Zuxi gets knocked.
They get things done. Bigatron struggling a little bit as T1 get eliminated. 5 teams still remaining in this lobby. Imperium on Sanhok, but Ryzen peeks his head, and there you go. Gets absolutely obliterated, and Bigatron will go out in that 5th position. Now 3 teams actually. Who went out in 4th? I'm not even too sure. It's going to be actually King of Gamers Club, as now we have 3 teams. Team Secret, Team ID, and also Valdez the Murder.
Velmoth was like a moth to flames there against BTR, wiping them out. It is going to be 3v3v3 on the coastal line of this northwest island. It shifted back over to the west. INDR closest to the edge of the circle, but they're not inside the circle. And Valdez, they are inside the circle.
The main idea behind these kind of positions, right, is a Mexican standoff. For the intention that you want 2 teams to take a fight, and when that fight ends, or when it's already really well committed to, you want to go for the third party and try and attack these teams when they're already heavily hurt.
And even though it looks like Team IND are out in the open, there's a tiny little bit of downhill dip that they are using to their advantage. But of course, if you go a pixel out of place and you get spotted, you're gonna get punished. So you have to be very, very careful. And that's exactly what has happened to Slayer. He gets dropped to the floor. He gets confirmed. Kratos looks up. He's gonna get a knockdown. But that's gonna be the end of Team IND. They got the first push, and now comes down to these 2 teams.
Team IND, they had the low ground. It will not work out for them on this Sanhok game. But now Team Secret had one member knocked away. That's gonna be Yuhai, turn into now a 3v2. And Valdez, they want this chicken dinner as a great grenade comes out. It's going to roll towards Armcho, puts him extremely low, but will not result in a knockdown as of yet, as that smoke will allow Yuhai to potentially get res back up himself. As Martin, I can see what you're doing, man. He's known as the flanker of the lobby, as he's going to try and swiftly make his way up north behind the team of Team Secret.
But these are 2 teams that have an ongoing rivalry, right? Matt Toya, former Valdez the Murder, or what was Illuminate the Murder team member. If they can claim this chicken dinner, if Team Secret can kick off their super weekend run with a victory over Valdez the Murder in this Sanhok game.
Bubu, great angle right there. Can peek it up, but Armjo, he has the advantage of being able to peek left and right, whereas Bubu is going to be very straightforward. You can only peek up. And that could make things very easy for Armjo to get that knock for himself, but it's still turned into now a 3v3. The res was able to come back indeed, but Team Secret, they're slowly pushing out the blue zone right behind them. And Armjo, if he seems that once again, that 1 pixel out of place, they can get a few nice bit of damage down.
Oh, but look at Bubu using and hugging this side of the cliffside. Gets a knockdown on the Harmony, but that's going to be a return clap back. The blue zone is pushing through. Yuhai comes in, he stands up, but he gets taken out by Valdez the Murder, who claimed this chicken dinner in Sanhok.
Valdez the Murder, known as like the third party team, but even if it's a face-off versus another squad, they can make some big impact. Take it away from Team Secret. That was huge, and they get the Sanhok game of the day.
What a game. What crazy circles, right? It was initially a little bit tough, but the second it started including 50% of water, that was incredible.
That was huge, but there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We'll break everything down over on the analyst desk.
That's right, Valdez the Murder puts themselves on the board truly here with this win. After having about 21 points before all of this, they're going to be rocketing up that leaderboard here for our Super Weekend. Team AFK here, myself, we've got Avenger, Froz to get things going. Froz, that was really good stuff by Valdez the Murder. They had a decent position in a very difficult circle for a lot of those teams. Very rare we see a circle like that.
Yeah, I mean, they dropped in Paradise and they actually went pretty early onto the Northwest Island and they crossed just above Bootcamp, which is the spot where we saw T1 drop. So basically T1 could have changed the outcome of the whole game there.
I hate playing circus like this. I'm so happy that I could watch this and just sit. Oh my god, these guys are hating life right now. But overall, Valdez actually played that picture perfect. They executed it perfectly. They were waiting at the right times to make sure that they had many guys alive towards the late game, and they executed it super well here towards the very late stages of the game.
Let's take a look at how many points have come in for all of our teams throughout our Sanhok game, as we have 31 points for Valdez the Murder. This is going to be pushing them up into like a top 3 situation, I feel, throughout the rest of this lobby, as we see Team Secret as well getting themselves plenty of points on the board, 18 points in total after a treacherous swim, Froz, when it came to getting into that last circle.
I can't believe they actually made that swim and that Valdez actually let them do that. We saw that Valdez was on the rocks, but they didn't stop them from getting there. I gotta point out though, RRQ Athena, they got themselves a 13th place, but once again, they are so good on killing. And we saw them fighting early in Painan, getting themselves 8 kills.
Big fraggers indeed, Avenger. And you see our 9th through 16th as well. For Yudu Gank, you know, their triple will come to an end here, which is a bit of a crash out for this game, but it really doesn't matter. Everybody has a bad game from time to time. Not everybody has a triple chicken dinner in a day.
This is the case when you're driving really, really fast on the Formula 1 track and you have to go for gas, right?
Yeah, there you go.
A little pit stop. So you're saying that they're going to come back for the next Erangel game and they're just going to get another chicken dinner.
Hopefully.
What you're saying is that you do gank for the first 3 games within Sports Plus, is what you're saying.
Completely correct, yes.
And now they're in comfort mode.
Now they're in comfort. Now they're just
cruising around.
Cruising along. You know, they've done their work today. They've done their work. Nice. I like that a lot. So, yeah, as we were mentioning, ridiculous circles for a lot of these teams to have to deal with. It wasn't quite the mountain finish that I wanted, but it was as brutal for a lot of these guys. We can take a look at how Valdez the Murder was able to put up their numbers as well through this game, as it's 1,700 damage. And the one minor thing you had to look at for their position was Frost. They probably could have even taken out Team Secret as they were trying to swim over if they would have had someone kind of on the edge of those rocks.
Oh yeah, definitely. But they were focusing a lot towards the compound, towards IND, because they knew that they needed to take care of Team IND. IND was outside the circle more or less, but they were also pressured from RCS, Reject Scarlet, from up north there, behind them on the compound. So basically they took the right decision, I'd say, to actually focus on that instead of Team Secret.
What are the thoughts?
I would say so too, but let's...
Mountain Dew the Do moments.
Yes, let's do it.
Some early fights here. We saw it straight away. Microboy, no fear at all. Look at him. He has no armor. He only got a helmet and he got an AK, but no HP, and he still just kept on going. He never stopped.
I loved how they really pushed for this. And also the fight here in Painan. RRQ Athena fighting TSM Entity. Big shots here from Ernie, taking those 2 guys down. And I would say with that, they actually won the initial battle for Painan.
I mean, I'm not sure who won that one, because it was just a nightmare. Everyone was there. We saw Synergy and RQ Athena, of course, dropping there and fighting each other, but TSM came in pretty early on to actually take a fight there with them. And we saw that TSM was down to just Jonathan. Jonathan did a phenomenal job. He got, I think it was only 1 kill though.
Yeah.
But to stay alive for that long, being alone, and manage to get that 1 extra point lead.
Yeah, but this is the power of Painan, right? And this is why a lot of people want that position, because actually in this game with the circle, how it worked out, it could have gone any other way. The one direction it went was the one that wasn't that great for Painan, but any other direction it would have gone would have been good for Painan.
And that's why you want to have Painan by yourself, right? Because the third-party potential in that town from both sides of the island is just super rough. So it's good to see that they're able to step up. Yes, the third party came in because there were 2 teams there, but RQ managed to have some more great kind of pushes and got a lot of kills in the blue as well, actually. Unfortunately for G9, he got taken down by No Chance team.
I gotta say though, Team Secret, they were holding the compound on the west side island by the trifecta where the river meets.
Right.
And they were doing a good job holding that out, but towards the end, I feel like they should have pushed towards the bridge, just west of it, and take down Box Gaming. If they did that, they would probably have even better position to play the endgame from.
If you win that fight.
If you win that fight, which they should win.
All right, well, here's Team IND as well. Bigatron, they actually lost Microboy a little bit earlier than this, so they had a pretty decent spot to move in, but Valdus was able to dispatch of them nicely, thanks to having an advantageous position, I would say, Avenger.
Yeah, they took this position quite early on, and I'm going to break that down a little bit, actually, and the way they executed that, how they were able to hold that against some of these teams here, it was actually super interesting to see.
What I really like is that Valdus tried to take control of the whole situation here towards the end. We saw that Team Secret was kind of prone, but Valdus, they were taking control by standing up. They would always trying to look for their last players there.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the total damage then throughout this lobby as well as the numbers. We have 11 kills as well as that 1,700 damage coming in. Team Secret actually pipped them at the post when it comes to the overall damage. Pipped them at the post.
I don't know.
It's a very British saying. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I do apologize.
But look at RQ Athena. Again, they 13th place, and look, they got almost as much damage as the teams on the top there, actually.
Yeah. Very impressive, honestly.
Second most kills as well, but only a 13th place, but that's gonna put them up there. Great to see Team Secret. Of course, they were holding that compound, as I was saying, and that's how they got so much damage as well, because basically they could just shoot everyone. And we saw when they swam across there to the North Island, they actually had one guy staying behind while two swam across and started fighting towards Box Game.
I suppose this is the scary thing about RRQ Athena. We haven't really seen them being rise to the very top of these lobbies just yet, but almost every single game we're seeing them taking fights. They're taking fights early, Avenger, and which means that they're actually winning a lot of these fights early. G9, for example, at the first game had 830 damage when there was tons of teams left, so they're very, very powerful.
So this is what we see from RQ Athena when they don't have circles, when they have to rotate a lot, when they're constantly moving. Imagine RQ Athena when they don't have to move that much. Then it's just
shooting everything.
Pew, 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 shooting everything.
G9, the machine gun.
That is the one.
That is what he is. All right, let's take a look at what you've got to break down for us. Let's have a cheeky... Get out of the way, Frost. Come on. Get over here.
No, so I want to show a little bit here how they were holding down in the end and making sure that they were taking the kind of the power position, but also being aware where everybody else is. As you see up on the minimap, you can see up here,
wow,
the number 6. That was supposed to be a number 6 as well.
Was that supposed to be a circle?
So Martin and no, it was not supposed to be a circle. Velmuth and Martin here, they're holding our Bigatron. They know that they're here, and they know they have a great position from them, so they're taking 2 power position. I'm just going to use those circles right instead. They're taking those power positions here that are inside the circle and holding out Bigatron, making sure that they are they're in the stronger position, obviously, and they dispose of them super fast here. So it was great to see how they were able to hold this spot, take it, and keep it for a very long time. Usually, you see other teams that try to run on the rocks and make sure that they get into those spots and contest for that early, but they didn't get contested until these situations here, and they actually won them super easily. You see Velmuth and Martin both surviving, the next circle popped, and this is the next one I want to show here. So obviously one of them jumping down in the water, but here they are aware where Team IND is. They know that they came from the compound over here, that they are 100% aware that Team Secret have a few guys over there, and they're in a great spot. But they get together and they reposition through these rocks and stay there. It's a very long clip, so we're not going to play the whole thing. But them being aware where they are, they're playing around that, and they're putting the pressure on the other teams here to make sure that they're also fighting each other, and they're holding down the stronger position inside the circle.
Very nice. And you can see that some of the teams know where Valdus is, but Molotoving like trees, for example, they know the direction, but not exactly where they are, which I guess that uncertainty causes them a few problems for us.
Yeah, I mean, you want to know exactly where your enemies are, but also by using the Molotovs, you can actually make sure, okay, no one is over there. So you basically just checking it out without looking at it.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of our head-to-heads as well, as Luxy goes up against Beer from RRQ, and we do have Luxy standing head and shoulders above when it comes to the damage actually output. But what is important is that the efficiency of that damage really looks good here for RRQ and Beer, because it comes back to what we were saying before, Froz, is that technically RRQ, they've got all the components there to be getting these big kill numbers. If they start getting placement, they are going to be scary.
Yeah, I mean, RQ is actually the team that we see takes most of the early fights. And as you can see, getting this much damage done that early into the game is not bad at all. But I want to take a look, if you look at the kills between these two here, Luxy and Bear, it's 39 each. And look at the damage done. That means that Bear, of course, it's a little bit more efficient when it comes to what damage he's putting out.
Yeah.
But you can also see he only got 27 knocks, which means that he's stealing a little kill here and there.
He's stealing more kills than he loses, which is super important as well. Making sure that you don't give points away, but you take it away from other teams, right? So it's good to see.
Overall rankings time here, as we know who's at the top already, but who's been able to eke out some of those top spots. Valdez the Murder will move up into that top 3 situation, as previously mentioned, only trumped by Bigatron Red Aliens, because they were able to get themselves quite a few kills in this previous game as well. So 1 point ahead of Valdez the Murder so far. Other moves, King of Gamers move up, as well as Team IND and Team Secret Froz.
Yeah, I mean, we see Team Secret having a good hold there. We're seeing good stuff coming out from them, but the execution isn't always right there where it should be. But at the same time, they're able to manage to get themselves up there. Now they just got to work a little bit more to get to the top.
And that is how things play out so far for our standings. That's our 11th through 16th too. So we have one more game to come, and it will be on Erangel here once again, which is going to be an exciting thing, because as I mentioned even before our Sanhok got going, is that this is the opportunity where all of our teams get to take some adaptations that they may have taken from our first game and apply them to the next game, of course, from day to day, and how things actually do play out. But of course, we've seen a lot of those southern planes and how those have gone down, which can be a little bit troublesome.
Yeah, let's not torture our players anymore, please, guys. It's been rough so far, and it's on Erangel, you want to have the best playing path, obviously, because there's so many good loot locations and drop spots that are on the edges of that. So if you have a western plane, eastern plane, it's super rough to get there, and it's not worth that. And we get these kind of early contests, and people have to loot some of the trash houses and some of the lower tiered areas, which is unfortunate, of course.
Well, I gotta say though, TSM Entity is currently sitting in the bottom, and we saw them on the first game on Erangel. They actually went for South George when they normally drop Yasnaya, which means it's the opposite side of the map they drop.
Yeah.
That is the hardest thing you can do as a team, because you basically don't have any rotation routes.
Yeah.
You're skipping everything you know how you like to play. And they should go back to Yasnaya. Go back to the basics.
Well, my question to a lot of people out there, as well as you guys, is do you want to look as good as you do gank up towards the top? Well, you probably want the Royal Pass for Season 14 as well. Let's take a closer look. Plane in the background held up by some kind of structure. There's chains coming off it and everything. It's fantastic. So make sure to go in game and check out the Royal Pass as well as that does unfold. We can take a look at the schedule as well, as we have that one more game to come. We've had you, and then we've had Valdez getting themselves the wins here today. Erangel's on the menu next as the final course of the day adventure.
Yes, and we want to see, of course, what's happening with Yasnaya, what's happening with Multi-Power, because this is top 8 loot spots at least, and we have 16 teams here, so I want to see what it comes down to that, and if they're going to adapt to that. And I actually like what you said for us. The amount of preparation it takes to, prepare against the teams that you kind of have around you, and what rotation paths do they use, what their timings, what compounds do they take down the first. That changes if you move, 3 kilometers west when the map is super small. So yeah.
So then it's time for a team like Synergy that usually drops just west of Lipovka and just loot some compounds here and there.
Yeah.
Go milk the power. You're still gonna have your rotation routes.
Yeah.
But you're gonna have so much better loot, and you have so many roads with vehicle spawns over there.
Agreed.
So you can find yourself a lot of vehicles. And Morph is the one who is usually playing there.
Yeah.
They're not in here. So you can take control over that, and you can basically just bully them out for the next weekend, weekday plays.
I feel like that's always the better adaptation Avenger than just going somewhere completely wild and completely different. Just move slightly off where you are if it's free, and then you've got your normal paths, your normal loot, but then just a little bit extra. It's kind of like a bonus.
You get more cars,
A bonus.
you get more scopes,
A bonus.
you get the better weapons,
Triple bonus. Keep going.
more medications.
Quad
Or
bonus.
medications.
Perfect. That's right.
Utility.
Medications. I don't even know what that
That's all because you needed
boosters.
You needed your medication.
The first aids.
You need to get yourself a
as
Mountain
you
Dew
call
in
them
game.
is-
Yes.
Huh?
What do you call first aids?
An FAC. FAK even, sorry. So there you go. That's what I call them. You could just say first aid, I suppose.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going over to the commentating team.
Yeah.
It's time. Imperium, Maxman, let's go.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. Ladies and gentlemen, his game, number 5, about to end the first day of the Super Weekend. It's been absolutely mental. Nice to see that Valdez able to pick up a few crumbs away from Yudu in these games today.
Man, last game of the day, as you said, some teams really need to pick up the pace, right? You're looking at TSM. They have struggled big time. We saw in the last game they were being a little bit more aggressive on their engagement, but when you don't have information and you're looking at an urban engagement, you really need that information. When it's out in the open, you can maybe spot a little bit easier, but when you have buildings and doors in play, you've really got to be accurate on your information. So TSM, last game of the day, end it with a bang. I want to see it come out.
Just talked about urban finish. I hope we're not going to jinx it. We had already so many urban finishes. Might have another one coming around the board, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Crusade. Last game of the day is going to be on Erangel once again. It's going to be starting from the south, all over to Primorsk and getting all up to Severny, which is going to make one team happy, and that will be Yudu.
Now, he's relatively quite a central playing path. Kind of touching upon what Froz had said about TSM and changing their drop spot from Yasnai to Crates in South George. They have dropped so many times in other tournaments in the George Paul area, and I think they switched over to Yasnai initially because mainly the circles would be on the east and the southeast, but I think they changed back over to George Paul because a lot of teams actually tend to drop on the east, right? So there's technically more third-party potential in the early parts of the game, whereas in that first Erangel game of the day, it kind of went against them because the circle was, of course, on the east.
Also, I'm surprised that teams haven't capitalized on the fact that Morph aren't here. That means that Milta's open, Milta Power, more specifically. So I think that some teams could definitely try and get that position and control early on, even though this plane doesn't really allow you to go for that position. But I mean, as more as a whole going into this one. As Reject Scarlet, they like to go a little bit down south next to Ferry Pier. They'll have that location under control. Same for also No Chance team and also Team Secret, as they like to play very spread in the open fields of Gatka.
Now,
ooh, spicy circle.
We do have a T1 going up towards North George. The Phase 1 circle is tricky because even though it occupies, of course, Military Island, because it's so high up north of that, right, with a lot of the mainland in play, it's going to be incredibly tricky on how you decide where to position yourselves. Of course, the coastal line compounds around where Box Gaming currently are dropped will be very imperative if you can position yourself around there. As a GXR Celts looking to create a little bit of a PUBG Mobile pancake? No.
Austin will be able to just run his way to safety. Unfortunately, they find himself in such a unusual situation right there, and Austin will be able to make it out, hopefully. Yes?
On a side note, just one real quick thing. We actually see a lot of time people will go for that early kill, but I love the fact that GXR Celts are kind of just going, no, we're playing our own game. If we try and go for that kill, we're wasting time, we're wasting looting situations, and I think that was really clever by GXR.
I mean, they heard the two of the cars off Synergy, right? They're like, okay, we don't have to maybe looted already. They took the safe and quick option to actually get looted up, which I do like and appreciate. As a T1 member, ZZP just found himself in a very, very bad position as a whole. As TSM, they're going to go and try and confirm it. Quick stop, ZZP. Arrive to destination. And I'll move on to another location. Oh, that rhymed. I didn't do it on purpose.
Oh, okay.
Hey. Well, I'm one of the rappers that Eminem is scared of dissing. You know.
Max the poet. Who knew he could rhyme as well as bake baguettes? It's wow. My God, can I have a
hell yeah?
Can I have a hell yeah in chat? But okay, so Galaxy Racer Celts, they normally go around Milta. That's going to be fine for them. Now they're going to actually go for a very early rotation into military base, so they're committing to that area. Team IND do have one player forward. Kratos is the IGL, right? So is the player to gather information for his team. With Trance playing for Team IND, I had the pleasure of talking to Kratos yesterday. Such a nice guy, so humble, friendly, and easy to talk to. He said that Trance, who took a break after PMPL, is kind of the key man for Sanhok and Erangel. Now, we saw it be effective in Sanhok, getting a good result. Can we see similar in Erangel?
That might be the case, but I'm seeing Kratos. I think you just saw Loki of Box Gaming. One thing that I'm not a fan of, though, I have to say.
Okay.
Gatekeeping the bridge on the west, but on the side of Military Island. That is something that's extremely hard to pull off if a team tries to breach it. But Celts, they're going to be actually holding their ground down. Normally this is a location which Megastar plays, but Celts, they're going to try and potentially contest those locations with Megastars and also with Bigatron that like to rotate early across the bridge to make sure that they don't get gatekeeped later on down the line. Bigatron, I like how they rotate early and they get that under control as they're trying to potentially go a little bit more central up in the northern side of Sovnovka Island.
Well, we did see Encore doing a little bit of a scouting, but he is now going to try and join up with the rest of his team, but could get caught out by BTR if BTR are responsive enough. But BTR are kind of playing their own game, and that's kind of what we're seeing from a lot of these teams right in the early parts of this game. We are seeing them just kind of play their own rotation and avoid each other somewhat, but now we are going to see more action because Team Seeker are joining closer towards the west side bridge where Box Gaming and Team IND are located.
Yeah, of course, you know, like, oh, he dropped down right there. I don't think that was the plan, but you'll have to try and make a run for it. But they still going for the spray. They have no idea that Loki is going to be on the main ground down below, and Loki will be able to normally get himself into the water if he wants to get back to the safety of the rest of his team, because they could gatekeep Team Secret. They need Loki to join back on the northern side of the riverbank, because he could have a huge impact versus Team Secret.
I like the fact that Trance joined up with Kratos to provide that obviously extra manpower, but even just provide that extra positioning power, extra set of eyes, and we're even seeing the same come out with Vampire as well. So, sorry, not Vampire, but Snacks is still inside military base to just kind of get that little bit of final loot up for himself.
Jumper is very far from Savernia, away from the rest of his team. Has information on potentially Marvi, but Marvi will just snake his way out of reach of Jumper. And yeah, interesting to see that Jumper is actually that far away, because I don't think it's really valuable scouting too much. They can easily rotate on the coastal line if they want.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's fine. They like to play the very long game on that first phase before going for rotations, but they never really struggle despite that hard shift down south for their position. They'll be able to get that rotation in without too much of an issue.
I find it weird that Reject has Sarah kind of so close towards the center circle and so close to West Bridge. Reject Scarlet are a team that like to play a little bit more passive, and I was expecting actually one of them to get a boat and make their way across the island from that way, so at least they kind of have themselves split up in that sense. But look, at the end of the day, they've been able to provide information, positioning power, and they will send the rest of the team to join up.
Team Secret, they're thinking of potentially getting close to the bridge, but Box Gaming already had that location under control. Now they're getting close to the compound of No Chance Team, as Godless, he's going to be the first line of defense, as Falcon just lands on his shoulder. Potentially going to be his lucky charm. But you high on the left side, you on the right side. Godless knows if he peeks it out, he will have a really hard time taking this fight. But you guys getting pressured by the rest of his team, and now here it is, goes out and tries to get the knockdown. Godless makes it a nice double knock and instantly goes for the flush. He loses no chance whatsoever versus Team Secret, because they're a big threat to them. They got second position last game, but they need, once again, good performances to get those really important points on this first day.
That engagement was one of the cleanest engagements I've seen from a team, right? Because you saw that Godless was waiting for Offdales to get those shots off. He was waiting for the perfect moment, and we're going to see another kill, most likely, from No Chance onto Team Secret, although iShot has been able to get away using the moving boogie to get into a level of safety. But look at this! No fear, just fights. Heineken makes his way forward. He's going to look for iShot. The shots come through, but iShot's just just about Heineken is able to. Okay. That's
Turn around with their food
excited
right there.
boogie, but no chance team. They really proved themselves not only in the opening weekend but the first 2 days of league play. They've had a little bit of a tougher start in the first 4 games, but they have proven to be very aggressive and get those kills, which has helped them in the overall standings.
I do agree. Like, I do believe that a lot of people think that No Chance team is like the dark horse, like the underdog of the entire tournament, because nobody was expecting them to really come out with such a dominant performance, especially. So they can be extremely proud of what they've been able to do so far, as Orange Rock's going to be crossing the riverside, going straight into Rozhok, but that is still not going to be in the vicinity of the circle, but does get them a little bit closer.
Yeah, so just to kind of give you guys a little bit of contextual information, teams that are still inside the blue zone, outside this phase 1 circle, you have TSM, T1, Orange Rock, Udo, and Synergy. All the others are kind of either heavily in the center or inside the circle.
I would like to see Synergy next to Mill to go for boat rotation, because you never know. Like, we do know that there's no one gatekeeping, but just to make 100% sure boat rotation wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, it's about like 40-60 chance. It still has a big opportunity of going up north on the mainland, but that is going to be, once again, splitting these teams in 2 camps, and they're going to have to take a gamble on where it might actually lead to.
So RQ are sitting really pretty where they currently are located, but it's important that they don't let too many teams get around them. We've seen them already be aggressive in the first 4 games, but they're going to really have to prove that aggressiveness in their current location. We do see a good few compounds on the coastal line of that mainland, which could be very important should the circle on the next phase shift down south, because they can just swim across the water.
As you go over to also Team Secret, no. TSM. There you go. As a TS at the start, it could be. But they like to play very on the edge of the circle on the early phase 1/phase 2, and now they're going to be doing exactly that also on this phase 2 of Erangel.
Yeah.
They're going to be holding a decent position next to Pachinki. King of Gamers Club, they're going to have Bossa getting headshot by Ernie of RQ Athena.
Perfect.
And they have no position right now to play around, so they just got to leave the scene entirely. Bossa is going to be unfortunate casualty for them. Even Orange Rock could get involved on this fight as a kill gets confirmed by Ernie. This man has been mental today.
Exactly. Doing RQ things, and also doing what they have to do in this game, getting another kill, protecting their land, and keeping teams away. Because not only are they, of course, getting potential kills, but they are also forcing teams to engage against each other and keep their armor going to be topped up, their utility, everything on their side is going to be absolutely bang on leading into the later parts of the game. It's great play by RQ.
It was definitely really nice and enjoyable to see. It was a treat for the eye, I would like to say. Orange Rock still looking for information, but I'm still surprised, like, King of Gamers Club, right? Like, normally when you rotate and you know your compound's going to be nearby, it could be occupied by a team, like, you rotate wide around it. Yet they just like went in the middle of like a high ground position, which is always very valuable for teams, and also a compound that has a high chance of being occupied. I think King of Gamers might have to rethink how they rotate.
Another team kind of doing something like that is TSM. They initially perched themselves on the hill outside Pachinki, so got at least a decent bit of information, but now they're, of course, are going to hear the vehicles of Orange Rock potentially punishing members from behind as Orange Rock are making their way towards either Valdis Murder or RQ as Snacks gets a knock on Ultron into kill feed, Ernie onto Veru. That's where the rotation has gone against Orange Rock. They lifted a little bit late. They're actually breaching the compound. Scout gets knocked. Can Gil become the man of the hour? No, he gets knocked indeed, leaving Orange Rock down to just one player.
That's Mavi, and he's not even in the compound. Imperial RQ, they even left and they lose the fight 2v2. G2 will be res back up to 75% health. Mavi going for his very own res. That car's been exploded, and even TSM Entity are high on their heel. And that just is not going to be looking good for Orange Rock right now. They even have the angle. Maybe a few shots could come out, and they hit it once again. Ernie was the M16, puts Varu down to his knees. And Mavi's just trying his best to hold on to that pressure. But you know what? Actually, RQ Athena could somewhat save Orange Rock there by putting pressure on them to stop them from peeking too heavily downhill onto Orange Rock.
Very, very true. But the thing about that engagement by Orange Rock, one, they left it far too late into the circle because teams like TSM were coming in behind. And two, they only did it as a two-man team. Why half arson engagement? Go full send it. I appreciate when teams are more aggressive, even if they lose it. Whereas now Orange Rock, they're out in the open. They only have two players up. They're using so so much of their utility and are basically surrounded by teams, but the circle shifts down south. It's gonna be a military island finish, and the only two teams who are inside the military island are IND and Megastars.
Megatron and another, like, really? Like, we're going to take back from the mainland onto Military Island, then we've got to go back to the mainland, now we've got to go back to Military Island. Like, come on, guys, is this a game of ping pong or something? But they've got to make their way through the bridge once again, but this time it will be gatekept by Megastars.
But in my eyes, Megastars should not look to actually gatekeep BTR because they're losing prime positioning inside the military island circle. So they should be thinking of the next couple of phases. Keep one on the bridge line area, but they send the other three into a compound deep inside this circle.
Box Gaming able to make it through the bridge on the west. Team Secret, they'll be unfortunately shut down in 16th position. 15 teams still remaining in this lobby. But now No Chance team, they have an angle onto Box as they put them down to, I believe, only one player remaining right there. That's going to be Pimai trying his best, but unfortunately he gets knocked away. Still have another player a little bit further away in the distance. Not too sure where he might be localized. But No Chance, that was a nice backstab, but they might get backstabbed themselves. You have Reject Scarlet, you have Valdis, you have TSM Entity, and even potentially T1 later on down the line. They want to make it through the bridge because the earlier the better, but there's so many teams trying to get an angle on that. How many teams can make it through the bridge?
Now, Reject Scarlet, the Japanese team have been a little bit passive. They gotta try and make these count. But on the bridge of Valdis Esports, they lose a couple of players. This is a tick-tock damage coming out as Godless is gonna get confirmed by Sarah of Reject Scarlet. Nice M24 shots from Durali just to try and send and push back the side of No Chance team. They hear the vehicle sound of TSM Entity getting onto that compound high above on the side of the bridge. There's still a full squad. They want to try and take control. They've had 4 bad games, but they want to end on the high note, as I know they can.
They even see T1 far in the distance, but they have only now half of the circle shift to actually play around. Reject Scarlet, they know this is not a position on which they can take a fight, so they're going to try and move back to a more decent position. But they'll be actually clashing up with T1. Here it is. They all mixed it up in the open. But Jonathan, he's just alone away from TSM Entity, trying to get the third party on this fight as a one-man army. But he'll now be suffering the blues and tick damage. That grenade is huge and gets rid of one member of RCS and also a member of T1 at the same time. 2 for the price of 1. That was big.
He stole a kill and got a knockdown. Nice play, nice opportunistic moment for TSM, but they are inside the blue zone. They are outside the circle. When you look across, as you look across onto military base, there's Valdis and IND. We just lost No Chance team. What are TSM going to do? In my eyes, maybe actually go across a bridge and actually put yourself into the water and swim the rest of the way.
You know what? This was a risky play to cross over the bridge, but TSM Entity, they deserve that. They got rid of all the teams that were trying to cross over. Now they have new team ready remaining in that position. So I think that now is a good time to do so. And no teams already hold a big angle on the bridge, so they can at least cross on over. But can they go any further into Sanhok Island? That's the question that we'll have answered very soon. But Slayer is going to be looking for an angle, as also Yudu going for the bridge push on the east. But no gatekeeping will be happening as Megastars left the compound and back towards the circle in the east.
Now, we did see the circle centering up. RQ are towards the center part of it. There's a lot of high ground, but there's not too many compounds in play. Team IND, who have generally taken control, are going to look to punish the members of TSM Entity going across the bridge. They get one, they get the other, they get the squad wipe, more kills for them. And this is what I like to see from Team IND. When I was talking to Kratos, I mentioned to him that, hey, look, teams on the east, they tend to be a little bit passive. Do you think you should be more aggressive? And they said, yes. He said, we need to be more aggressive, and that's exactly what they're doing. 11 kills.
Wait, so I just saw Reject Scarlet, T1, and TSM Entity, they all died to the blue zone.
Yeah. Pretty much.
The blue zone is the biggest threat in this game, ladies and gentlemen. Be careful of the blue zone, because that's it. They just set up the rotation too late, and also it was a very unusual circle rotation. They couldn't expect it, but now Ernie was the M16 once again. Great shots happening earlier. Looking for Braga, as it does indeed connect with the M4. But he needs the rest of his team to really follow suit on this fight versus Bigatron, and also versus King of Gamers Club, as a Soup is just on the lower ground, but really has no angles to peek from. He's got to try and stay low. He can't take this fight versus any of these two teams.
You still have one member left of Box Gaming. Down on the south side of the circle, Synergy rotating and wrapping around onto the southwest. But Team IND, like I said, who got 11 kills so far, ready to claim some more and take control of the circle. The blue zone closing in. Galaxy Racer Celts also pushing their way in from the outside of the circle, along with the 3 Chicken Dinner team of Yudu Gank.
Damn it, you do gang be able to make it through. Over to the eastern side, Celts Rots is going to be very close by, so a fight could be breaking up, but also Lewis of Box Gaming, the only remaining player down south, going to maybe get involved with Synergy very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. But now, Soup has once again, the last player of King of Gamers Club, got an angle. Bigatron, do not want to allow him to make it out alive. He's going to go straight back into the water where he came from, and he's just going to avoid that fight entirely. He knows he just can't take, he does not have any advantage in this late game.
Just call him the merman of Erangel. As he kind of made his way on land and now has gone back into the sea. As Mavi and Orange Rock. Mavi is knocked down. Brew is going to be last player standing. Kratos, along with Trance and Snacks, firing their way through. IND still up as a full squad. I told you, they are on the west of the circle, dominating this area. But as the blue zone closes in, they will be getting closer and closer to the side of RQ. And RQ, the only team inside this top 16 to have more kill points than placement points.
Bigatron, as they were able to push back King of Gamers Club back into the water, that gives them a little bit more of a leeway to make it over to the compound over here right next to RQ Athena. I like that. Every single time that they win something, win a fight, they make it and turn it into something more valuable for the later stage. That's always something I enjoyed from Bigatron's gameplay, and they even might just get the kill onto Soup. And there you go, they get it, and that's King of Gamers Club out in 10th position.
The only risky thing about the compound is, yes, even though it's a compound, it's kind of in a valley, it's low ground, so there is that kind of risk. So we'll have to see if they do go for that port of call. Because they're on that hill overlooking the compound, they can make calculated decision based on this next circle shift as it goes to the west, right into the hands of Team IND and RRQ.
I like also the fact that they have Slayer. Even though he's split away from the team, they got a 3-1 split. He's got the high ground down the south. He's going to give not only information, but pressure on all the teams trying to get themselves a nice little position in the circle. So I think that here, the 3-1 split, normally I'm not too much for it, but I love it in this specific scenario, Imperial.
Now, there is one little tiny building / area that is in the center circle that could be occupied, but now as Celts are on the side of the hill, on the southern part of this blue zone, outside the circle, Rocks, player I've commended. Celts in general have been very consistent. They're now in the top 9 once again. Can they get another top 5 finish? It would definitely spell very good things in the overall standings, because they do currently find themselves in 4th.
One win and they could get themselves in 2nd position right behind you. I think that like any game could not just catch up to the 3 chicken dinners of you, dude. That's almost impossible. But we'll have to see. But definitely I do think that a good attempt is possible for Celts. We'll have to see as he tries to rotate in. But now back on over to RRQ Athena. Still, it was a 4-man team pushing on forward on the eastern side. But they're going to actually cornered up potentially by Bigatron very soon. As they go over the dip, Bigatron could have a huge backstab opportunity on RRQ.
They've kind of given the high ground over to RRQ, and that could actually go against them. I'm a little bit surprised about that, because they would have heard the shots by BTR onto King of Gamers earlier on, and I'm all for playing for kind of late game, but don't give over an area that is actually quite valuable inside the circle.
There's also the edge, right? That means that if the circle moves away, which it potentially will, that means they're going to be having BTR going downhill, and they could potentially pick them up. It's like it's a double-edged sword in a way, so it really depends on how well they can pull off that middle position in the circle. As now also the last member, Rocks or Celts, will go down, and so will the entirety of their team. So that's 6 teams remaining in this game. Megastars trying to make their way through, but no way, Jose. There you have it. Losing a few extra. They still got 2 players, though, in the circle currently, which, no, having that 2-2 split did work out, but you do go now in 6th, which is still a pretty good result overall for them.
It's not bad. It's a little bit...
It's 100 normally.
It is what it is. At the end of the day, they've gotten the job done in the first 3 games that they kind of, at least in these 5 games, can sit back and relax. But now, down on the dip, the grenade comes through from Microboy onto the knockdown of Swag. Gonna leave Encore on his own, on the side. But my lord, I just dropped my pen. That was so clean. BTR, they're on 4 kills, but what accuracy.
Micro boy, I mean, when you're downhill like that, grenade, just chuck it over, a little bit of a throw, and he's just going to slide his way through to the enemies.
You know what I picture with Micro Boy every time he throws a grenade? That beautiful smile on his face.
That beautiful smile. Oh, man. You shouldn't have told me that. Now I'm going to be daydreaming. But, yeah, so we talked about already the fact that RRQ, they got themselves that position, and now that's actually come into effect what I was mentioning earlier, right? The double sword is actually going to be helping out a little bit RRQ Athena, because now Bigatron, they got to go downhill.
Now, they can sweep down south, right? It could be risky, or they could, in some ways, sweep up north. But like you mentioned, it's definitely not easy for them. They're going to have to try and fight their way in. Do they have the utility? Do they have the smokes that they picked up from killing the likes of Megastars, taking down King of Gamers. It's something that I'm sure they'll be looking to use should they have them, as Synergy are still inside this game as a two-man squad. Strider and Ted. Synergy, a team that we've definitely been impressed with throughout the World League so far. Now BTR now sweeping their way across. Gonna go from building to building, but actually avoiding that and going full sender. No.
Bigatron, I'm sorry, but what was that? I mean, at least they have a car a little bit far forward so they can use that as like a mini compound, but still, that is not Stonks. That is definitely not working out. That was not a great investment. And now Ryzen still looking for an angle. He sees Synergy, he sees all of those utility, those smokes coming out. Ted is just going to be tumbling down, but he still has to make it even further. He needs to make it on the other side of the road to make it out alive. He's getting pressured down. Can he crash into that rock? He gets there, but unfortunately it will be a little bit too slow as Ted will get knocked away and actually falls to his doom.
Yeah, it's going to be the Synergy. They made a push, they made a call, but it didn't work out in the end. We're down to the last three teams. RRQ, Team IND, and BTR, but the team that's outside the circle as the Blue Zone's making its way in on phase 6 is BTR. They alerted the attention of RRQ the second they started rotating in. They paid the price. They lost 2 members, and now they're pinched up.
Team IND, they activated almighty circle magnet and they got the circle in their favor. Phase 7 might also be the case, but RQ Athena, one thing for sure, they're going to have to move away from that position and they might just get backstabbed by Bigatron, but Bigatron, they're in a lot of trouble right now. The Blue Zone on their tail. They have to move on forward with all of this smoke also coming out from RQ Athena. Might give them a little bit of protection. They do make it actually pretty far, but Ryzen will get knocked away and they're down to now only 1 member, but at least they make it in the circle.
Now, there is a drop moving its way down that is close to the members of BTR, but as they did survive into the circle, they are going to get pinched by potentially the members of IND as well as RQ. Trans looking to cook up the grenades. They know exactly where RQ is. You say IND have been gifted the circle, but they've also earned it, getting 13 kills up until this point.
And they could pick up way more Imperium into this one. They could get up to 19 kills total if they get all of the frags in this lobby, but I like it. Ernie knows the Bigatron around there earlier, checking a bit of utility. They want to get really too involved. They don't want to take this fight head on, but they might just have to. They confirm Ryzen. Now down to only 1 player. That's going to be Lux. He did some great clutch plays, but this time will not be the case as Bigatron get eliminated in 3rd position. 2 teams now remaining. It will be a 4v4.
You do see the members of IND, they're split up on a 3v1. You see Snacks flanking his way around, might be able to look for the bodies of RQ. All 4 members of RQ close together. So on one hand, that is going to be firepower should they find a target. But when you look at eyes, when you look at positioning, Team IND kind of have the advantage.
One issue I'm having right now is the fact that they had so many smokes that they popped earlier in the fight versus Bigatron. They have maybe no more. If they do not, that might be actually the end prematurely for RQ Athena. If they still have a few though, they have to pop it up right now. Actually, that crate could be pretty helpful.
That's what he mentioned earlier on, that kind of RQ were kind of using to their advantage, but of course they got pushed on by RQ and the RQ have overtaken that spot. The side of the hill dip favouring Team IND a little bit, but it's also helping RQ. It's a little bit of a stave off. The circle on the phase 7 has shifted down south. Trance is outside the circle, but the other 3 members are in.
What I love of RQ Athena right now, they've got a 2-2 split coming out, keeping 2 players on the high ground, 2 players on the lower ground to make sure that they're not going to get wrapped around and give the high ground over to Team IND. It makes a lot of sense. It's very smart. And Team IND now, they know that they can't push in. Trance was the one that was trying to pull off that rotation, but now he had to go back to the rest of his team. They want to take it as a 4-man squad.
If I was Trance, I would actually flank around the other side.
That would be hard.
Because I feel like it's a little bit unexpected. When it's unexpected, it can be like, here's Johnny's surprise attack, but let's see how it goes down as Trance is going to potentially get inside the buggy, alert the members of RQ, maybe pull off a bit of a surprise.
Maybe a little bit of misinformation, but I do think the Team IND, they definitely do not want to breach this one, but the Snakes has been working out for RQ Athena, able to make their way slowly but surely over to the circle. Grenade coming out, will it connect a little bit on G9? Yes, will hit a little bit of damage, but now RQ, they are in range to try and fight back with the utility of their own Imperium, as it is a fight of rainbows and just grenades overall will be coming over these 2 teams.
RQ have the advantage. They're inside the circle, they're on the low ground. If IND are going to look for the bodies of RQ, they have to actually peek their heads further than the members of RQ. So really, this is RQ's game to lose.
And RQ Athena, so far they're in 6th position Imperium. They can try and get themselves in potentially 2nd position overall if they do really well. As their G9 was burning up a little bit because of that molly, but the fight just getting closer and closer. Phase 7 is about to close up and they go now over to phase 8 and the circle is actually going to go not back over to Team IND. The mighty magnet has no more effect. Imperium is going to go in favor of RQ Athena.
Snacks with the DP28 behind the US. That's burnt out right now. Nice grenade by Slayer. This is where IND a little bit too bunched up together. They don't have the eyes, they don't have the information, and they are 1 or 2 grenades away from being exposed. I think that was smoke grenade being thrown out by Team IND to actually not distract, but actually take away visuals from RRQ. And now they throw out the Molotovs. This is very clever play.
I mean, they're just like chucking them everywhere, just like, hey, we want to try and cut off as much visibility away from the enemy team. They do not know where they are exactly, so they just got to chuck random smokes in the open. As a nice spray from Slayer. Randomly chucked will get Ernie down on his knees, and now that's going to give the man an advantage over to Team IND. But they're not committing too heavily. They're not getting overconfident, which they absolutely love coming out from Team IND.
But Snacks gets taken out by D to either return knockdown at the final moments of this game is coming in front of our eyes. G9 with the knockdown on the trans. It becomes 2v3.
Team IND out to 2 players, but G9, he's not going to give them enough room to breathe. He's going for the push. He gets it done, but they still got 1 player lower down. And that's going to be Team IND. Slayer can absolutely slay down, and there you have it. That was great plays. RRQ Athena will be your winners of the last game of the day. Great rotations, great predictions, and it did reward them with a win at the end.
Coming into this last game, they had more kill points and placement points. They now balanced that out very effectively with this chicken dinner. But I gotta say, fantastic game by Team IND.
Team IND, I mean, they had the mighty magnet coming up, but still, they used that position to their control. They were proactive, which I absolutely love. That was very refreshing. But you know what also is refreshing? Mountain Dew.
We were speaking about how RRQ Athena was able to dismantle some of the lobbies when it came to the kill points coming in, and now they round things out with the chicken dinner, which now means they're in that scary territory. As much as they were getting a lot of kills before, now a chicken dinner on the board as well. It's great stuff from them. It's Team AFK here once again. Avenger, Froz, and Kalaris to get things broken down. RRQ Athena, it's a great win for them, Avenger.
Yeah, it was great, and we were talking about before this game as well, right, guys? Like, we've been seeing them all day chasing circles, chasing positions, and now they get a little bit of luck, and they get a good position that they're able to stay off with and get a lot of kills from that.
I wouldn't say it was luck though, because we saw the circle actually bouncing north, south, north, south. No one knew where it was gonna go. And once we saw that it was confirmed it was gonna go towards Millie Island, no one was there. But one team took advantage of that, and it was RRQ Athena. They were on the north side, but they straight away swam across to Millie Island, and because of that, they got themselves a center position to play from.
The fact that they swam across and were still over there before all the other teams tried to rotate through via the bridges is testament to how quickly they were able to make that reaction. But let's check in with the points coming in for them, as RRQ Athena will be topping the leaderboard here with 33 points. However, Team IND was doing a bit of bridge shenaniganry throughout a lot of this Avenger, and got themselves a few kills.
I'll read you up the names that were trying to go through the West Bridge.
Yes.
Now, IND, of course, they were on Millie's side already, and they were holding down the bridge. And then you had these teams trying to go through the West Bridge. NCT, Valdez, Reject Scarlet, TSM Entity, and T1. Basically, half of the teams wanted to go there, but, you know, IND, they stood tall there.
They dismantled them.
Dismantled them. Very, very impressive stuff. Here's our 9th through 16th as well, as we have not many points coming in because it was so top heavy, especially for those top 2 teams. They were soaking it all up.
I want to say, though, that it's kind of a testament to them being able to get 4 guys alive after fighting on a bridge in the blue, getting into that position, and getting a second place from this. Yes, they could have won. They did have a decent position with some cars. Getting that many kills and getting that good of a placement is super impressive, honestly.
I mean,
I was gonna say a little bit before. I was a little sad that they didn't take the win, but on the other side, it was RRQ, and I'm super happy for RRQ to step up and get this victory.
Let's take a look at the numbers coming in for RRQ Athena, because it feels like all the pieces have kind of fit together throughout the day, right?
Yes.
They've been able to put up big numbers, even when they haven't got the highest placement. They were still putting up big damage numbers, and when a team is playing like that, Froz, it's just a matter of time before they get decent circles, decent opportunity to push themselves to the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, they're always been towards the top, even though they die out early, because of all the kills they get, because of how good they are, even when they're just playing aggressive in the start. But at the same time, you could also see how they were playing this game. Once they got across there to Mill Island, they basically straight away did a 1-1-1-1 split. That moved on to a 2-2 split before they grouped up when it was necessary. And they didn't lose anyone before when they had all of these splits, which is something we see from a lot of the other teams. When they try to do these splits, they just don't manage to do it because they just lose people.
Here's the Mountain Dew do the do moments here, and you're right. It's like control as much space as possible to start playing the buddy system to control a decent amount of space to group up and make sure everybody's going to be staying alive for the later stages of Avenger.
And timing-wise for them, they did that fantastically. I love this from No Chance team though. They pull up with the push from this here. But overall though, I want to say we've been kind of rough to our players here throughout today. And
have we?
This one in the end. With a ping pong
going
up the circle.
You meant us?
No, I mean, we've had a few. No, not us. We're always nice. But
that's not true.
Nearly always. But ping-ponging in terms of some hard shifts, some ping-pongs here on this one. Going first, having a 50-50 or 60-40, whatever you want, to then go down, to then go up. And oh my God, this is so rough.
I mean, Imperium was like, don't meet your heroes, because, you know, he thought it was nice, and then I'm a mean man because I want all the players to suffer. I want all of them to have the hardest circles. And actually, the circles have been pretty brutal throughout the day. Some central ones, of course, but so these last couple, really difficult for the teams to decide where on earth to go.
Yeah, but as we know, I mean, the hardest circles for players are the roughest one for them to play, but it's also the most enjoyable ones for us to watch.
Yes.
Because you also see all the teams adapting and having to do other stuff where they normally wouldn't do. But it's on the fly, you gotta do that. You don't have a minute to think about the next move. You gotta act straight away.
G9 blasting down that car from Bigatron. It was difficult for them. They had to try and make for a little bit of a Hail Mary there to Bigatron as they were quite far away from the circle. Great spray coming out by Slayer here through a little bit of the smoke, and the final moments see G9 once again putting up numbers.
G9 here actually using Team IND smokes to get close and personal on them, because it was Team IND that was throwing down a lot of smokes, but sadly Team IND didn't utilize them fully.
I don't think they prepped really for understanding the RRQ. Even though RRQ had the circle, they didn't assume that maybe RRQ would push up on them instead of them trying to push up on the opposite.
Yeah, but actually Team IND actually had the 7th circle was INDs, and I felt like they could have taken out more opportunities to maybe make some plays there. They had the smokes, they still had a few nades and some Molotovs, so I was sad to see them not maybe try to make a smoke play to try to sweep the Madura, because RQ had nothing to play with rather than to try to lay low.
Let's take a look at the total damage. Frost Rush, I'll get you in a moment and see exactly what you want to speak about. We have...
oh my God. This is the first time we have over 3,000 damage as well. But on top of that, look, what is this?
Nobody else did anything apart from RRQ and IND.
Everyone did a little bit to each other, but then it was all about RQ, Athena, and IND.
The funny thing is that normally when we'd look across this, we'd be like, wow, Bigatron, 1,000 damage. No Chance team, 1,000 damage. That's really good. But it's like, no, disregard all that, because we have such a disparity between the biggest number coming in and the lower ones.
But I mean, if you look at the kills from Team IND and RQ Athena as well, that is half of the lobby, basically.
Yeah.
Half of the lobby that they killed.
Yeah, and 6 teams did not get a single kill as well.
That is rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just rough circles. The fact that it shifted down towards the military, that causes so many problems for a lot of teams. You do Gank, for example. They were up in Severny, and then these circles do this. It's like, what are you supposed to do?
what an end to the first day of the Super Weekend, and what a start with Judo Gang with the triple chicken dinner, guys.
Yeah, and let's take a look at our top players here from this game as well. I can only imagine we might see some
Slayer,
Trance, Snacks, Ernie, big numbers. Nobody breaking the 1,000 point, which is... but so that means IND is extremely well spread across the team.
Yeah.
I mean, it comes down to good team play, knowing exactly who does what, and they were basically holding out different angles all the time. We saw them a lot of times needing to push in, but actually take it slow and methodically, take one step at a time. We also saw Snacks actually towards the end without a armor on. That means that he took a lot of damage, and that is something you like to talk about all the time, Martin. How important it is to actually poke your opponents, make sure that they get rid of their helmets and armors, because then they're an easier target towards the end.
Exactly, the impact of just dealing damage, like all the time, the more damage you're dealing, I'm like, yes, it's impressive, but the impact in the game while we're playing is super impactful. You're losing your helmet, you're losing your vests and stuff like this, that Frosted is, because it's, you know, it's 30 and 40% damage reduction on level 1 and 2 vests and helmet, so it's a massive difference.
Especially in non-urban endings where loot in the final moments is very scarce.
Yeah, you don't have any compounds.
Nothing in fields, nothing in combat. Yeah,
I mean, you could see there in the last moments there between RQ and IND, almost all the players had no backpack, and it comes down to them being snakes. They want to remove that backpack, so it's harder for the other team to actually spot you when you're laying down there in the grass.
Let's take a look at what the moment you have for us. Is it you, Frozzy?
Yes, we're basically going to take a little bit of look on utility use, when it's good, when it's bad. And we saw here, this is towards the end, and it's Bigatron versus Mega here. Mega that we see down over here, they just threw a nade towards Micro Boy. And we're going to see, we're just going to play it and we're going to look at it. The nade is going to go off there. But as you can see right now, there is one vehicle right there, but there's also smoke down there. So basically they have a smoke and a vehicle to play. And this is something we're going to talk about. That's why I'm going to show it.
Do it.
So we're just going to look here. And as you can see as well, we have Schreider from Synergy up here. That is the reason why they're forced to play with the vehicle and the smoke itself. Now, they can't really step up, they can't push up, because then they're going to get shot in the back. But the problem is, the vehicle and the smoke is revealing exactly where they are. And that's why it's so easy for Microboy here to actually just throw the nades and get all of the knocks and just finish Mega off.
Yeah, this is why fake smoking is actually really important. So make sure you don't just put one smoke on top of yourself. You're the easiest nade target in the world, or Molotov for that matter.
Yeah, we see two smokes here, right? 1, 2, and of course you have the vehicle. But what we're talking about with the fake smokes is throw 2 more over here, throw 1 over here. Basically make sure that you have a full wall here of smokes. That means it's going to be harder for Bigatron to actually find out where you're actually located.
And it's why you should carry a lot of utility, I think.
Yes, smoke is super important.
For these level games, like for us, the common man, you know, like playing in our normal
this
games.
Viewer.
That's the one. Like we're in, you know, not as high level games compared to something like this. Whereas every smoke's going to matter here, every grenade's going to matter here, every molly's going to matter, and as you say before, every point of armor is going to matter when it comes to.
Well, sure, because I mean, as I said before, 30 to 40% damage reduction from these. This is massive, both on helmets and the vests. We want to keep them, and obviously, the more shots you take, the more healing you have to do on yourself, the faster you lose them.
It is.
Sometimes when you have the utilities as well, we see that the teams are using 1 or 2 smokes only because they're scared to actually use all of them and they want to save them for later.
Yeah.
But the problem is if you don't use them now, you might not need them later because you're dead.
Yeah. What do? It's like potions in RPGs. I never use them.
And then you're dead.
And then I'm dead. But I want to save 100 potions just in case a really hard battle comes along. It's a weird time. Let's take a look at the overall rankings here for the PMWL East and see who's been able to top. I wonder who. 104 points across 5 games. Absolutely nuts by Udo Gank. And a lot of that came from 3 games. The last 2 games that they had here today were not easy by any stretch of the imagination. The circles did not favor them, so it was brutal. RQ Athena will move up into 2nd place here, taking over Bigatron Red Aliens.
Look again though on the point distribution on RQ Athena. Look at the placement points and look at the kill points right now, because they have more kill points than placement points, and that just tells you how aggressive they are early on in the game, how they're always able to get those kills, even if they're not getting too many placement points.
It was foreshadowed by G9's just blasting of damage in that first game, right? And then from there, we're really seeing this come to effect.
Yeah, and usually we see, 42% of the points come from kills. Here it's more than 50. It's 52 plus. So it's good to see.
Is there 11th through 16th as well? All these teams trying to vie for as many points as possible here in our first Super Weekend. And it's just day 1 of the Super Weekend. Oh my geez, we've got 2 more great days to come. I can't believe. Today has been phenomenal. It's been a great day of games, I've got to say, for us.
Yeah, but the big thing is we had so many teams in the top just swooping up all the points. They're not leaving anything for these teams here towards the bottom.
I thought you were going to say so swooping for a moment there. No. Yeah, and that is our standings here so far for who's been able to accrue the points here throughout our first day of our Super Weekend.
Super.
What a great day.
Super.
And that is that, gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world as well, as we are done for day number 1 of the Super Weekend. We are back tomorrow, same time, same place, where we'll have day number 2 of the Super Weekend. Let's see if Udo Gank can hold on to that first place position, or if some of these challengers are going to be able to rise to the occasion. We'll see you tomorrow for more PMWL East.
Are you ready? 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 Are
Down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to engagement. Senior sport out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. We're finally moving into our very first Super Weekend. If you don't know what that means exactly, don't worry. We'll explain it to you in due time. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host, and luckily for me, I have the honor, the privilege to be working with two fantastic people to my side as well to help break down all these games for you over the next month until we're all the way through into the finals and done with the entire event. We're going to bring them in because you know what? They are looking fantastic today. I can guarantee you that. We got 7 Worlds game. We got Glitter Explosion. Glitter, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I am super excited for the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all should be, right? Especially the 16 teams who made it through. The 4 teams, though, might not be as excited, 7.
Yeah, that's like a hashtag get good in the Twitch chat. But yeah, I'm excited to see what the top 16 teams are going to do, man. Especially since it is the first Super Weekend. We're going to go ahead and see how this is going to plan out. And are some of the teams going to be able to kind of continue that consistency that we saw in league play on week 1? I'm just hyped.
I'm really curious to see how teams come out right out the gates, right? To see what they're going to do right off the bat here in the first day of Super Weekend, because it will be 3 days, and we'll explain that to you now. Like I said before, we're going to explain exactly what Super Weekend is going to mean to you as we show you the format of the entire tournament. Now, the opening weekend, that's far behind us. That was just based off of seeding to get the group sorted out based off of who did well and who unfortunately did not. And then we have our 2 days of league play where the top 16 teams will advance through straight into the Super Weekend. And then over those 3 weekends, when you do requalify through for them, if you can, your points will be accumulated until we have our top 16 teams to make it into the league finals. And we talked about before how important it is to qualify into the very first Super Weekend here at Glitter. But for those 4 teams, what do you expect them to be doing right now?
I mean, I certainly hope that they're doing a lot of VOD review, a lot of play breakdown, maybe mistakes, and analyzing them, how they could have made different decisions in scenarios that didn't necessarily go in their way, and absolutely paying attention to all of the gameplay that's going to be going on here during the Super Weekend. They can be taking notes on other teams and hopefully being able to utilize all that information going into next week of league play.
And for me, that kind of makes me wonder if they do miss that first weekend, now what are we going to see if they can qualify through into the second weekend of the Super Weekend? Let's actually take a look at how they even get points to get through into our 3-day event now kicking off. And you can see here a lot of points, a lot of emphasis on placements. But for me, 7, it's all about those kills.
Oh, definitely. 1 point per kill. That is huge. I know one team that we've seen taking full advantage of that has been Loops Esports. They're the one team in league play that were able to get 2 chicken dinners, one with 18 kills and one with 19 kills. That alone right there is very impressive coming out from that team. A very aggressive team in Loops Esports.
Oh yeah, we're going to check in with them a little bit later on today and really dive into what this team can bring. But what are they playing for? That's what we got to ask ourselves. And I can answer for you. $425,000 on the line here for these teams. You can get $50K in the first prize section alone, and then go into the finals thereafter this Glitter and win a $100,000. That's a lot of floral shirts or maybe camo shirts we can buy for 7.
Right, there is a ton of money on the line, and I also love that, you know, everyone's going to go home a little bit of a winner. You guys see that there is a participation bonus for every single one of the teams that will be participating in the league here, but there's weekly bonuses, there's participation bonus, there's the league prize, there's the finals prize, and there's the MVP. There is so much money on the table for these teams to be taking home that I really hope they're going to be playing their hardest to try to do so.
I will say this, 7. It wasn't in a negative way talking about your follower shirts. You look phenomenal today. I'm loving the shirt. I'm going to have to ask you where you bought that so I can get me one of those as well. And if you guys have been following over on the Twitter accounts at Esports PUBGM, you've been seeing this trailer that came out, this 8-part documentary series that PUBG Mobile has been doing about the players and how the global pandemic has affected things. And if you might have missed it, luckily for you, we're going to have the trailer for you going on right now.
Okay. I set this camera guide like that. Okay. Yeah, we are here. There is virus. We can go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Final.
Best of the best in the world here with us today, John. We'll see how these teams can work under the pressure that it will push down on them.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Club Open. It's time to shine.
Then Luxy comes in. He takes the kill, and now he's in a 1 versus 2. Luxy for Vikendi. He could go all the way.
That was amazing. And so is this from Klotzkon as he wipes them out. Okay, so Jonathan is. Neo goes down. Jonathan's in the open. He's going for the spray.
He's taking blue damage. Needs to figure it out, but 2 of them are down. He's snaking it around. Goes for the spray. Takes it down.
And that's when I saw a team that really led the world in terms of their skill level. And then, you know, they feel like they're untouchable. But in PUBG Mobile, everybody is constantly reminded of their mortality.
Now we're coming into a new year. There are pro leagues happening all over the world.
Clean kill.
Thousands upon thousands of teams will battle it out to go to the end of the year for the World Championships and meet and clash on that final stage.
Are you kidding me? 21 years old. Look at 2 knocks looking for more runners. 5 orange drops.
dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the 3 guys next to you have your back and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
There's a team that can breach well, it's Loops. Beowulf just shuts them down. Pittsburgh Knight cutting through B4. Down they descend into the valley.
Kita siap.
I don't know about you guys, but I would love to have that kind of money that I could just throw my phone on the ground and not care whatsoever. How much do these guys make it? That's ridiculous. Come on, man. I'm like afraid to drop my phone even like an inch because, you know, potentially get it cracked or something. But wow, it's honestly a phenomenal series. We got to actually get to see the first part, and there's some crazy stuff going on. I guarantee you'll be getting goosebumps when you do watch it. And I heard from a little bird that we're going to be showing the very first episode live here on the show sometime this weekend. So make sure you guys tune in every day to spot it out. Of course, you can also head over to Esports PUBG Mobile and check it out there when they post it up on Twitter. But guys, now we're going to move into the nitty-gritty here of our first day of the Super Weekend. We got to take a look at which 16 teams will even be participating today as they had their 2 days of league play. And you can see right here off the bat, Cloud9 just steamrolling through, especially on the last day here, Seven.
Oh, definitely. That's one team that has been so consistent in league play that caught me by surprise. I know when we got a chance to go ahead and interview Even, that's one of the things that I asked him. It was like, what are you guys doing to pretty much adjust to be able to start so hot? And he was just saying everything's just going their way, and they're also making sure they work on certain things here and there. We'll be talking more about Cloud9, but overall, Loops Esports, I know we were mentioning it, 52 points just in kills alone. That is really, really impressive. And then some of the other teams that have been kind of quiet, Nova Esports, Pittsburgh Knights here, Glitter, 8 and 9 respectively. I think that's good for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Very happy to see some of these teams here on the top 10. And another thing that I think is important to point out too is that our top 3 are the only teams that have managed to pull down 2 chicken dinners, period. So definitely a very deserved top 3 position for all of those squads. Moving on to the second page here though, I think there are a lot of teams, you probably agree with me on here, Seven, that kind of snuck in that we weren't necessarily expecting. I'm very happy to see Alpha Legends, Team Umbra, Uter Killers in that top 16 position.
Yeah, one team that I'm actually surprised that is over here is Team Queso. Team Queso is one of the most consistent teams out there, especially from South America. So hopefully they come in hot today. I've always mentioned Team Queso is one of those slow starting teams, but in this tournament like this, where we're splitting certain days where they play, they are not allowed to go ahead and start off slow. They need to go ahead and start off hot, something along the lines of what Cloud9 has been able to achieve on the first week of league play.
And as we said before, the bottom 4 teams, Frag Machine, SWAT 69 Headquarters, and KHK Esports, unfortunately not going to be participating in our very first Super Weekend. However, going into the second week of league play, I believe all the points reset, right? So they have that chance to start with a fresh slate, get themselves into the top 16 position, and try in week number 2. But as you said before, Seven, we're going to be breaking down a couple of teams here. We're going to be starting things off talking about Cloud9 and their dominant performance, especially in day 2 of league play.
Yeah, and I think with Cloud9, something that we mentioned is, remember, all the way back to seeding of the PMWL, they started off very slow. I asked him what was going on with there, and Beowulf was actually telling me on the interview that I did with him, he was telling me that things just weren't going their ways, mistakes were being made, and it just wasn't going their way. So I told him, what are you guys pretty much looking to improve? They told me that one thing towards the end of the games, they want to go ahead and improve their comms, they want to make sure they're listening to each other, and they were saying the reason why they had such a great start here to start off the tournament was because they have already played against a lot of these people, so they are able to go ahead and kind of predict what some of the opponents are going to be able to do and make better choices, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think, you know, one of the things that we talked about a little bit with Uneven during his interview, and we've brought up a couple times on the broadcast, was the addition of Adder. You know, they had a new player added to their squad, and even it said, you know, they're used to those roster changes, so it's something that they're very experienced with, but that Adder's fit in really well, and we can actually see that reflected in his numbers so far. Adder is one of our top players currently, having done over 5k damage and 25 kills just to himself alone.
And I got to pull up a follow-up question here to you, Seven. We talked about Cloud9 being a team that's slow to start. Do you feel like they've had a much better start here in league play off the bat than they had over in PMPL Americas?
Oh, they have. They definitely have. And this something I actually was going to go ahead and mention extra about Cloud9 that Bellwell told me is that with Adder and Uneven stepping it up in a way, they're able to go ahead and take that momentum. And this is a team that he told me feeds up momentum. So don't be surprised if you see them get good placement and good kills, but not the win. Maybe in the next match they'll be able to get the win. And they're a team that I can see maybe going along the ranks of what Yuru Gank was able to do towards PMWL East, and they can maybe go ahead and try to beat that record of 3 wins in a row, because that's super impressive.
3 wins in a row. That's a lot of chicken. I don't know how you can eat that much unless you're working out nonstop, getting those squats and deadlifts in. But another team that we wanted to talk about, Loops Esports, a team that is just flying high on kills alone, practically ahead of most of the teams out there. Glitter, what do we have to say about this team?
Yeah, I'm really excited that we get a chance to talk about Loops here as well. Loops is a team that we knew coming into this they were going to be aggressive, right? That was something we were expecting out of them, to the point where at one point we had pointed out on the broadcast their kill points alone were more than some teams' overall points for the entire league play portion so far. You know, so this is something that I'm super excited to see, but they were actually surpassed by Cloud9 in the overall points in the end. Crazy stats to see. However, I know that, Seven, you're also a big fan of Loops.
Oh, yeah, we were mentioning earlier, they got 2 chicken dinners, one with 18 kills and one with 19 kills. And that's the reason, I know you were mentioning this earlier, Glitter. Korea's currently sitting at the top with the most kills, tied with Tixie from Karina Power with 30 kills. And not only that, they also have another player with 27 kills in Dadin. So being able to have that firepower, being able to just maintain that consistency in fragging out, pretty much putting out damage and putting out the kills is huge for Loops.
And what about the extra stat we saw in there? On average, across 18 games, they get 6 kills per match. Glitter, that is ridiculous. We see teams struggling to get 6 kills total in a day. It's
Massive, actually, especially when everybody has to compete against that. You know, like Seven just touched on, not only is Karyu doing well overall, but he was our kill leader for day 1 and day 2 so far of our first week of league play. There are players on that team that alone are doing more than some teams' overall kill stats so far. So people need to figure out either how to shut Loops down or how to contend with the numbers that they're putting up.
Yeah, as we're seeing the head-to-head here, just going off of the kills, Cloud9 with 67 kills, Loops Esports with 96 kills. Just a dominant play by Loops Esports, and something that I'm going to be looking out for Loops is when they end up getting a chicken dinner, how many kills are they going to go ahead and put out? Because 18 and 19 on just chicken dinners alone, that is so impressive. And right here, another thing I want to go ahead and mention is Loops Esports currently does have a lot of more damage done than Cloud9, but damage received is pretty much almost identical, 600 damage here and there. That's not that bad. Knockouts as well, 84 knockouts to 94 knockouts from Loops Esports. I'm pretty sure something that Cloud9 is going to be looking to do here is trying to confirm those knockouts. Remember, 1 kill equals 1 point, and them only getting 67 kills, but having 84 knockouts, I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to go ahead and just finish those in the future.
But then what does that say about Loops Esports? The fact they have more kills than knocks. We talked about how aggressive they are as a team. For me, that kind of says, well, they're hunting for kills whether or not they knock you down or not.
Oh yeah, 100%. And we've seen this in very limited instances, but there are the few teams that have managed to get more kills than they have knocks are the ones that are consistently doing the best, because it not only speaks to their level of aggression, but their overall awareness, their positioning within zones or within rotations, that they're able to safely third-party other teams' fights.
Well, the thing is, for the matches we were mostly looking at, we played a majority of Erangel and a majority of Vikendi, right? That's what league play was all about. But now as we move through into our super weekend, we have a slightly different schedule coming your way. And you can see right here on your screen, Erangel followed up by Vikendi, followed up by Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel. And one thing you're also going to notice is that currently there's no groups highlighted on the screen anymore. And why is that, Glitter?
So that is because our top 16 teams that's it. That's all we're working with. We don't have to worry about groups sitting out or people, you know, having to potentially get cold or take time to warm up, because this is it. This is all we got. And I know, Seven, you were really excited to talk about that as well.
Yeah, I think that's a huge thing. Remember, so far in this tournament, we have done days where a group gets a chance to go ahead and sit out and maybe check on what they have done mistakes-wise, or maybe go ahead and continue to do the improvements that they have done. Well, guess what? Here in Super Weekend, they're not going to get a chance to go ahead and do that. They're going to have to pretty much adjust on the fly. They're not going to be able to go back and maybe watch a VOD when they're not playing. So it's going to be interesting to see the teams that maybe don't start so hot. How are they going to adjust knowing that they're not going to have that extra 30 minutes to 45 minutes to sit out and talk about it?
Yeah, that's a good and bad thing, right? You talk about Cloud9, when they get momentum going, they want to get right back into it and keep the momentum going and take home another chicken dinner. Whereas other teams, maybe if they have a bad game, getting thrown into the next one right thereafter is going to be really frustrating for them to have to switch things up in a little bit of time they have before the next match kicks off. But as you can see, we're heading to Erangel as our first match of the day. Going to be our most played map throughout the entire PUBG Mobile World League. And I think it's time to start getting into predictions as well. So we should start off with ladies first. Glitter, who do you think is taking match number 1?
You know, we were talking about him and hyping him up, so I'm excited to see how Loops does here on our first map.
Okay, I can respect that. 7.
I'm going to have to go ahead and go with Loops as well. I want to see how they go ahead and start off this Super Weekend. I'm pretty sure they're feeling a little bit salty that Cloud9 went ahead and passed them in first place there for league play. So they're going to be looking to reassure the dominance, and hopefully they can get over 21 kills this next game.
That's a little weird because even myself has Loops Esports. This is the first time all 3 of us are agreed here on the desk.
Okay.
All right, well, now we really got to hope Loops Esports doesn't get knocked out right away. And of course, if you're watching from home, you can still win drops. There's still things available to you as long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. You can check out a chance to maybe get a drop if you're lucky. I know myself, I haven't been lucky at 7. I'm guessing you haven't been lucky because you haven't been bragging about it to us.
I haven't. I've only been getting some school shoes here and there. So I'm going to go ahead and get on the game, start watching, and maybe I'll be able to get some of that sweet mask.
All right, well, thank you, too. We'll be checking with you after the first match to break down how things are gonna be. And we're gonna bring in our commentators. 7, you're going down an elevator. Oh, no, who's gone now? I can't ask him anymore. Let's bring in Viram and Cameron Davis as they're gonna be bringing us the first game of the day. First of all, Viram, you're looking smiley, you're looking happy. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing great. My neighbors are doing construction or something upstairs, so that's also fun, but we're gonna power through because we have some amazing games here. The first day of the Super Weekend, the top 16 teams going toe-to-toe. This is the action I like to see.
And I gotta ask you, Cameron, I mean, with it being the first day of the Super Weekend, do you think we're gonna see teams maybe change up how they play throughout the league play? Where I think we saw teams playing safe.
Yeah, and even towards the very end, on like the final day or two, when some teams are like on the cusp of qualifying or not, we still saw a little bit of safety. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little burned, but I don't. We'll see it when it happens.
They hurt you once too many times for your heart. I can understand that. Trust me, I've had some really bad predictions. And speaking of predictions, Cameron Davis, we're going to start off with you. We're going to give you a chance here to redeem yourself. I'm just going to give you some context. He's currently sitting, I'm sorry, man, at the bottom of the table at the moment. Who knows what's going to happen in the day? Who's your team and why?
I mean, I'm just following the crowd. I'm picking Loops as well.
Oh, man.
To pick anyone outside of Cloud9 or Loops when I'm at the bottom is just a disgrace. And between the two of them, I like the aggressive nature of Loops, considering that we're playing on more than just Erangel and Vikendi.
Okay, and Viram, who do you got? I'm looking at your face, and to me that says Loops almost.
No.
Oh, okay.
Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm have won game 1 of both of our days so far. They have been able to start things off hot. So, and it's both Erangel and Vikendi, so they have that ability. So I'm going with Tempo Storm.
So you're switching things up. Well, gentlemen, why don't you take us into our first match of the day as you drop into Erangel.
Thank you so very much. We are stoked to get this underway. The first day of the Super Weekend, this is where the points are going to elevate. This is where they're going to go to the next level. So I cannot wait to see what they have in store for us, because Cameron, I think one of the things that's impressed me the most about these teams is the fact that we have seen like the passive play, like we've talked about, but we've also seen teams like Loops, like Konina Power, not be afraid to frag out when the moment is right. And as we are now loading into the plane, the red light is saying go. Let's see if Jason's prediction is going to be correct, if things are going to change, or if we're going to see more early passive play followed by an explosive finish.
I will say, even though I did just state that like I was a little annoyed at some of the over passive play from the qualification stages of this week, this is where the points actually matter, where they actually count. So a lot of the teams on Wednesday, they were already qualified. There was no reason for them to go big unless they really wanted to vie for the top couple of spots. So as long as they weren't in danger of falling out, I'm not shocked to see that some of them didn't really have the motivation to take those risky maneuvers. But now when it's like the actual game is on the line here this weekend, maybe we'll start to see it happen.
For sure, because again, we want to remind everybody at home, the points from these super weekends, that's the determining factor here. The league play during the week is all to get here, all to put yourself in that position to do well. But here, this is where you have to step up. You have to bring your A game or beyond your A game. You have to step up. You have to go even further beyond, see what your potential is. And these are the top teams in the West. So this is time for them to do just that. We have a pretty, I don't want to call it an oppressive playing path, but it's definitely not fun. It's definitely not a good one.
No, it's garbage. You can call it oppressive. It's pretty bad.
It's
like it's the only thing that could.
Oh, it's real bad.
It's even worse now.
Oh, it's terrible.
Okay. It's weird. I'm torn on this because on one hand, yes, everyone is going to have to travel so much in this game because the plane is all the way down south and the circle's all the way up north. On the other hand, this does in certain ways balance it out because say if B4 of footballers who dropped in South Africa Island had a really early, really easy drop compared to a lot of the other teams, if the circle was also on Military Island, well, they just got a huge advantage twice over. And so this at least gives a little bit of a circle benefit to the teams that had to travel a far distance from the plane. It's not the exact same advantage, but it's still a little bit of a balancing fact.
Yeah, and that definitely is a good point to note here. And of course, this is where we have the Demolition Derby. Like I said, we've wandered into Mad Max. Everybody's just trying to find a vehicle, Road Warrior time, and get where they're going to go. Wouldn't be surprised if we even see some vehicle maneuvers here. Maybe some runovers, because those are always entertaining to watch. And yeah, actually one of my favorite things in the entire game. If you're actually able to pull that off, especially at this point when nobody has any guns, oh my goodness, it's so enjoyable. And they're just like running and it's like, and everybody's just trying to make it happen. Or in this case though, if you do find some guns, if you're Acer, that's where things get spicy.
I like this aggressive maneuver. I'm actually surprised that Wildcard took the time to loot up, even if it was just one building, for the possibility of finding a weapon, because it looks like they're continuing on their travel to Sovereignty, which is where we've seen them drop many times on Erangel. But you can see a little bit here why I said earlier I was torn on whether this is whether the circle being away from the plane path makes it equal, because on the other hand, Wildcard are going to get to Sovereignty and they're going to be later on their loot timing than a lot of other teams, and who's to say that they're going to be given time to fully kit up, to fully loot up before other teams start to contest them around their area.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a big factor here. If teams do want to take an early fight, they may be at a bit of a disadvantage just simply, again, by the nature of the plane path, the fact that they just have to spend so much time in transit.
Yeah.
As somebody who used to do that daily hour commute, I understand. A little bit different here on Erangel, but you get the point. In any case, though, it seems like the action has been pretty quiet so far. Again, a lot of teams just sort of passing each other, maybe a couple shots back and forth, but nobody's really wanting to commit to any of these engagements, and I think that's to be expected here. Nobody wants to be that first player out on the server, knowing that you've now put your team at a deficit. There's only 3 people left, and they're going to be fighting up against squads that have all these members alive. And especially considering the fact that we do see a lot of split drops here. We see a lot of split drops, especially in a map like this where everybody's grabbing vehicles and they have a plan where they're going to meet up eventually. But if you see a building on the way and there's nobody around, like, oh, I'm going to stop in here real quick and grab some. I mean, you're seeing Mystic doing it right now. But that's also a situation where you don't have backup. So somebody else rolls on in, you don't land your shot, suddenly you've put your team in a bad position.
Yeah, and that's why one of the reasons why Mystic didn't take those shots at the passing Unique player, because if he took those shots, he doesn't know where the rest of Unique are. He doesn't know that that's a single player in a single vehicle, and the rest of Unique are kilometers behind him, which is that's a conversation for a different time. If you send a scout out, you better hope that you have backup just in case, because if that player got taken out, there'd be no response that Unique could have. But nonetheless, Mystic was unaware of that. And so he just wanted to play it safe. And if the vehicle came towards his compound, then he would have to go loud, and then he would have to at least attempt to defend, if not bail, depending on the position of his vehicle.
Yeah, in this case, it was actually across the street. He did go grab the UAZ, and he's going to get himself out of there. But again, they're all just rotating north. A lot of teams are deciding they're going to just try and do this sort of staggered looting en route, which I actually really don't mind, especially given the fact that so many teams are doing it. If you have even a slight advantage in any of these early gunfights in terms of having a better helmet or vest, etc., better optics can make a big difference in some of these mid to long range fights that we often see early on Erangel. I like this actually a decent amount here because everybody is starting the trek up north. Nobody wants to be caught out early. We may see like a long blue loot coming in for like one of the teams that dropped down at military. Yeah. We've seen a couple of teams do that. We saw Nova do it earlier this week as well. I think they were actually into Circle 2, still taking the tick by the time they got up there. So we'll see. I would not be surprised if we saw one team do it, but any more than that would actually be a little surprising to me.
Right here, though. Uter Killers. This is one of the... So, as you mentioned, a lot of teams will be moving up north because the center of the circle is more or less just barely above the lake, above the river that cuts through Erangel. But Uter Killers are actually in a perfect position to sort of gatekeep these bridges. But Nano, he seems to be caught out. He doesn't have any backup around him. The rest of Yala have to arrive.
Ooh, this is not ideal. Taking some early shots just to get the nade off. Doesn't dish as well as he takes there. And the Nas is maybe going to look to push this. They're covering all their angles. The nade's going to go in, and that's the knock. Lord is there. Beautifully executed. The counter nade actually did go through. Oh, my goodness. Old Call of Duty perks there coming into effect. But and now they're actually playing this a lot slower because they actually don't know if there's more players up there. They don't actually realize that was the nade he threw before he got downed. And now, well, maybe they do. All right, they are going to go eventually finish him off. All right, that was actually pretty funny. From the grave.
Well... It's possible that they didn't know there was only one person there, but when they didn't hear footsteps, I think at that point, they didn't hear footsteps, they didn't hear any sort of attempt to take advantage of the downed player from that grenade. At that point, you can just say like 98% chance that there was no other person that was just done after the fact. But over here, another contest. This was for a strange hill so early on, but Gonzo, an immediate kill, not even just the knock.
Oh my goodness, thirsting for it. Totally caught out there. Now it is Konita Power trading back and forth. That's the down from Eversit. So going to try and even this up just a touch. Can't quite find the nade, though. Both these teams just looking over the crest of this hill, trying to find that initial damage, or ideally a knock if they can find it with these grenades. Gonzo is looking for another angle here, but that's actually the finishing. Now, so this is actually a 1-for-1 trade so far, Cameron.
Yeah, not able to actually pick the teammate up. They had no clue where Dream Eaters are exactly on this hill. Gonzo was just throwing blind grenades. I like this flank coming out from Dream Eaters. Matic there, hanging out on the north side, waiting for potential flank from Konita Power. But Konita Power's third player is only just now arriving, and I wonder if this is going to be a pickup so they can bail, or if they're going to commit or not.
Especially considering Konita Power is getting dinked at range from Nova as well. This is a terrible situation. Z-Fan, super long range with the M4. Actually gets the down. Oh my goodness, it's Dream Eaters capitalizing on the third party. What a smart play from Matic. You talked about his positioning, Cameron. You loved the angle that he had, and he made it look fantastic. Nova actually ended up getting the down there out. They were able to secure one kill. I think, oh my goodness, they might actually just knock out Konita Power right here. This is huge. What a terrible spot for KP.
This is why you have to worry about getting into fights. Usually I say if you take a fight early on, you have a less chance of getting third party. But when everyone is traveling in the same direction, it can happen even in phase 1.
Now Meku's taking some shots down over at HCL. Nova, I think, is unsure of whether or not they want to take this. I think this one might be not the most ideal, even though they are up in terms of bodies. We do have Dream Eaters up on top of the hill. They have the high ground, they have the angles, they have the positioning. There has to be some sort of really wacky, weird flank to try and make that work. But this game, starting things off with a little more action. You know, we talked about it. I think a lot of this is being facilitated more by the circle and less necessarily by the decisions teams are consciously making. But in either case, I love the fact that teams aren't afraid to get involved when the opportunity presents itself.
Yes,
Whoa,
I did
look
want
at
to
those
touch
shots
on
from Z-Fan. Oh, they're so good.
I did want to touch real quickly on Nova's retreat. It's not just because of the high ground that you mentioned that Dream Eaters have. It's because in this circle, they had the best advantage. They had the priority on getting a really strong compound that you saw them take there just south of Yasnaya Fields. It's not the best because it's not dead center, but a field's dead center. You don't just want to like lie prone in the field. It's not phase 8, it's phase 2. It's a little too early for that.
Yeah, no, you definitely want to have 4 walls and a roof, ideally, at this point, before you get thrown out in the cold by the circle.
The American
but we
dream.
are seeing, more of a southeastern side to this circle here. So Yaz, I think, is actually going to be Roz as well. A lot of those open field area, those, like you mentioned before, just south of Yasnaya, can be bad. They can be not fun to fight in. You have a hay bale, and that is your only friend. Become a scarecrow team. Channel your inner T-pose.
Standoff here between Loops and Unique. Memphis has arrived, and Loops are in a nice 2-2 split to set up a crossfire, and this actually puts Unique in a very tricky situation because the only options that they have right now is either try and push through Loops, which at this point is not a risk that you want to take, or wrap all the way around to the west side, but that's going over bridges. You have multiple options in terms of bridges, but it's a bridge nonetheless.
Could be a bridge too far for them here, I think, especially given that they only have these 3 members. Technically, they see another vehicle in the distance as well, though. And I don't even know if they realize just how sort of boxed in they are. Dadin, Carrillo on one side, you've got Becker and Kayowski on the other. I mean, personally, I'm a huge fan of this 2-2 split. I know the meta has sort of changed a little bit more towards the 3-1, the hard scout, but I actually love the buddy system. Having the ability to create, you can't shoot 2 people at once. If you can shoulder peek corners correctly, if you can give them more angles than they can shoot at once, and especially if you've got good cohesion, communication, team coordination, like those are the hallmarks of these teams, and I think 2-2 exemplifies that even just a little bit more, but again, I'm a little biased.
So Frozen up here, Unique don't have 3 members left alive. They just only had 3 in that position because Frozen was still up here on the hill. And I didn't mind him, just trying to give information, perhaps get an opening knock against Loops to allow the rest of his squad to take advantage of it. But now that Cloud9 have arrived, that makes its situation a lot riskier, shall we say. They're not going aggressive onto him. I don't think they know that he's there because of the way that he's positioned his vehicle. The information Cloud9 just wasn't there to go aggressive on this position, because even if it were just 1 kill, it would have been valuable, but they're just going to back off from that, and this means Frozen can now put his attention back onto Loops if he so wishes.
Yeah, definitely. That's sort of what I was saying. They don't have. I was actually wondering, where is this other player? Where is the last member here from Team Unique? Of course, this is a team that I've been a huge fan of. I've picked them multiple times over the course of the competition so far. I think that they do a lot of things well. They don't sort of have one. They're not only fraggers. They're not only good. Breaching compounds. They're not only good at playing the late game. There's a lot of things they do well, and I understand your sentiment towards the circle, Cameron, because this one, once again, once you get the river involved, things get interesting.
Very, very interesting. A lot of teams kind of wanted to go north of the river on the first phase. A number of them came back on phase 2, and we're still split, and I don't know which one is more preferable. From our position, I'm going to say the north side, but that's just because it has the most space to deal with. But that doesn't mean that if you're on the south side, you want to try and make your way up there, because you have to cross all these bridges. Uter Killers have an open bridge to cross, but you see Football is trying to wrap up the east side, trying to go around Yasnaya, maybe get sort of the high ground that Umbra and C9 are on to try and get some information that way. But I think there's going to be a lot of fighting happening on the south side.
Oh, I agree. There might be some fighting right here, right now. Maxon, this is the same hill. Dream Eaters have not had to rotate yet. But hopefully, I'm also curious to see how Wildcard's going to take this, because that's the almost identical position they had earlier on in the day. They had this high ground that they weren't able to do anything with. So we'll see if Wildcard might be able to shake that off a bit, as we do see a potential engage. Eversett's just kind of down here. Levi looking for that angle, looking for the flank. Nades are coming out. They're well aware there is somebody here on this angle. And of course, Dream Eaters, because of that early fight, they're down a member. This is a 4v3.
Ooh, over here, Football is rotating into Umbra, and it's not a good start. There's no knock just yet either way, but still, the damage is going to delay Football is pushed just at least a little bit. Nade prepped. What can you do with it? Because Footballs are on the low ground, and that's not the position.
Solkay!
Be it! Oh, there it is!
Oh my goodness. Solkay, one of the best players with grenades we have here in the West. Oh my goodness, just the way he's able to deliver those. Give it 1, give it 2, that's a strike, maybe technically a turkey. I don't know how bowling works. In any situation, those nades were flawless. And now if you're Utica, you just have to run. You just have to leave. Any options you had are gone in an instant. 2 grenades, that is literally the best value you can get in a one-on-one situation with that. Oh, and the long-range shots. Loop's getting involved. Okay, I see what kind of day this is going to be.
Loop's in a really good position to punish these rotations as well. I was a big fan of them holding that rocks even on phase 2, and that phase 3 shift is going to work well for them. They only got 1 kill from that, but you can just see how strong they are on cutting off that specific rotation. That Football's not going to have to go through, that Nova going to have to go through, but B4 still a little bit of a standoff with Dream Eaters. Not any damage, so B4... I don't know if they know for sure that Dream Eaters are here. I think both teams are trying to play it safe just because they are so far on the south edge of the circle and the phase is about to close.
They did throw 1 grenade down there earlier, so I think they're aware. But now Frozen is also just still out here on his own. Pittsburgh Knights do have this gas station compound that we talked about before. Having bridge control can be super important, but let's see where this next shift is going to be.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
This is a wild one because the river, despite not being cut immediately through, is actually still quite impactful. It's going to make it that on phase 4 we only have 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the map to play with, but so much of this area of the playable area in the circle is wide open. North of Unique, awful to play in. And then Udyr Killers have a great angle from the hilltop that they're standing on a lot of what's happening to the north. Now, can they pick up these kills? Can they defend themselves when the team's going to be pushing in from the south? Can these teams in the circle defend themselves with a lot of teams vying for the few but strong positions? We're going to have to see. This is where gunplay really comes into play, but footballists...
And Wildcard going back and forth. A lot of damage, though, already being dealt to the side of footballists. 2 members are down. I was talking about Wildcard. They held this northmost position earlier on, but they couldn't do a whole lot with it. This time, it seems like they want to be a little bit more proactive. Lutz potentially going to look for a flank here. Not potentially. He's going to bind it, getting the angle around, but he couldn't land the shots. The smokes were there, but this grenade, if it lands correctly, could be disastrous. Spring as well. He's already down. Oh, that nade! Oh no, my goodness! Lutz, you absolute madman! That was sick! What a heads-up play! What a flank, and then the execution as well. Wildcard, I said, can they do anything with this? The answer is resoundingly no.
Wildcard is unable to find anything in this game right now. Yes, they had a long rotation up to Severny, but then you would think that they would be further into the circle, at least on phase 2 or phase 3, but they just continue to play it super slow, super safe, and they get cut off what football is. Yes, they had the immediate advantage in the fight, but they weren't able to do much with because the trades from footballs came back their favor twice over once that nade came in.
Yeah, now we're seeing also a kill feed, a fight between B4 and Tempo. Not having a whole lot of luck there on the Tempo Sword side, as we are seeing Wildcard just getting cleaned up right now. I think only 1 member left alive there for that squad. Oh, they're out.
Full out, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Good spray coming out from Easy. Nova trying to break their way into the top. And you can see what I mean by how open this area is. Yes, they're going to have the loops are gatekeeping all these teams coming in from the direction north. And they have maybe 1 or 2 points of cover that no one else has. The question is, can loops pick up the kills here? And then how will they play the game afterwards? Because this is sort of an investment to getting all their points in the next 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, and we see it now. A lot of teams already taking damage. Only half the teams still left. Have all 4 players alive. That is going to make a big difference going to these final fights as we're jumping on board now with the fight between Tempo Storm and Yala, but also some other teams gotta get involved from some other sides. The nades are raining back and forth, but Tempo Storm is being able to hold on here. They're gonna get rain up, but HH24 is already out of the fight. And like I mentioned before, Tempo Storm have won game number 1 of both days of our opening league play. So I was looking to them to deliver and do well today, but they're not in a great spot. They are really caught out here, and once again, it's now footballists finding a fight. They don't have the high ground again. Let's see if Lutz can pull off another crazy flank.
I love the use of the vehicles as height advantage to throw throwables and utility over that wall. Maybe the nades can do more, but Solke here is trying to keep his team alive for as long as he can, but no, it's just going to be Lutz standing. He's going for the revive, which is what he needs right now in the middle of a smoke, but it still doesn't make their position any better.
Yeah, and Z-Fans just caught out in the blue. There's so much wide open space. We're beyond the idea of a third party right now. You take one shot and you know it is like a gong ringing in everybody's ears. And everybody's gonna get involved as Ayala with the lob all the way down the hill. And this is football. It's in a terrible position. The utility of the smokes, the only thing keeping them alive. It is all on to Lutz, the hero of the last fight up against Wildcard. Needs to get his teammates up, needs to try and keep them in this because there are so many fights going on right now. At this point, I guess they're just trying to survive because, oh my goodness, the fights do not stop. And with that, PK is getting absolutely wrecked. It was B4 pushing into this compound. We can't keep track of all of this at once. Everybody is fighting.
You can see just how difficult it is to cross the river when it becomes this late in the game, but another grenade from Team Queso. Listen, they know exactly where footballists are playing at. They see the smokes, they know that there's a dip there, they know exactly where they are, and I'm surprised that footballists still have 2 members up. Yes, one of those currently being revived, but if Queso have any more grenades, footballists need to get out of their stat.
Ayala and Solke, they're vying for best nade thrower on the server position right now. Oh my goodness, that was full blind. Yeah, they know roughly where that dip is, but still, that was pretty darn sick. As now B4 with 6 kills already to their name, continuing to get involved. This time on Alpha Legends, they managed to find another angle, managed to find another flank, and B4, the way they're sort of able to weave in and out of these different engagements without taking so little damage too, is really impressing me, Cameron.
There's a value in coming in late, because when your back is next to the zone, that means that no one's, very unlikely is someone going to be behind you, which means that you can take engagements with a lot more confidence. That's why Loops likes to play on the edge as well. Yes, it's a lot of work, but they've gotten 6 kills right now, but let's see if they can't pick up any more, because you can see on the minimap, they are surrounded by so many players.
You're going to have their work cut out for them here. They are playing a little bit around the edge of this rise, which is going to give them some cover a little bit on the edge, but that's just going to be the shots raining down, and I think that's football. It's out. Yes, they are in 13th position, not ideal, but Uneven is getting involved. Our #1 team coming into the day, all 4 members alive, looking healthy. They've got a high ground, they've got a hill, they've got a compound in front of them. They're playing 2-2. This is looking really darn good for Cloud9 right now.
Especially if they can clean up. Team Queso right below them. Queso left that garage building right when the blue was coming in. But again, if you're not in this zone, how open it is, there really aren't that many places to play. The grenades are coming in. They're getting a taste of their own medicine, is basically what's happening right now.
Yeah, Ayala, you dished it, but can you take it? Oh my goodness, that's the question. I'm not sure, as these nades have been on point. Team Unique's getting eliminated as well. Cloud9, the high ground advantage that they have right now. This is probably the end of Team Queso. That cheese is expired.
I mean, how many nades do Cloud9 have? Because they are starting to run a little low on them. And Marco, if you can pick up Mystic, okay, there's one. We're good. They're fine.
That's Team Queso out. I was waiting for that. I'm going to be honest, I was hoping it timed with my bad pun, and then it didn't, and I was a little bit upset, if I'm being fully honest.
Couple of shots coming in from Loops. Cloud9 did clear their area, and I like the height advantage that they have, but it's still not safe. It's still nothing close to having like an actual building or even a bunch of rocks to hide behind. They're going to pick up some loot off of the dead bodies, and does Uneven have an angle onto Loops? Loops might be aware of Cloud9's on the hill, but Uneven could be an X factor for this, but he's going to back away. He doesn't want to overcommit.
Yep, and that's really smart, because we were talking about the amount of utility and everything they were burning there going through this. I actually don't see... Okay. All right, so yeah, Cloud9, they did commit a lot of their resources there to taking down Team Queso, but they did it so safely. I actually don't mind that decision at all there. They never put themselves in a position where they could be shot from across the way. They were using that rise beautifully. Something that Zana, I think, wishes he has right now is B4 is continuing to get involved. B4 has been such a threat on the server. Oh my goodness. They are just keeping everybody pinned. Yala's going down. Loops is going down. They are just such a threat. That's another kill here. They're up to 11 at this point, and there are still 6 teams remaining.
They're just cleaning up the area all around them. They're basically a death ball coming into this, and now they want to face off against Cloud9. Loops got removed, which means Cloud9 has almost full control of the northern part. That is, if B4 don't have anything to say about it, but B4 are trying to take fights with everyone. They're trying to finish off Tensa, and I do worry if at this point, because the circle is so small, if they might be, you know, trying to focus on too many angles at once, but the nades are coming in, they're keeping Uneven pinned, and he's actually forced to back away.
And in an instant, we've gone from 5 teams left alive to only 3. All 4 members alive for Cloud9. All 4 members alive for B4, but maybe I spoke too soon, because going a little bit too far out there, Cloud9 was able to take advantage, and Maxon's in a world of hurt, and now he is out. So now we see a few members of Uter Killers who have somehow slipped their way in through this, through the chaos, through the bedlam. They have been able to survive. And now we'll see if they're going to take the ire of B4, who've also got Uneven on the flank once again to deal with the 3-1 like we are talking about. And we'll see who's going to be able to draw first blood.
More nades. How many nades does Cloud9 have? I'm sure they picked up a bunch off of Queso and then off of Loops, but they're getting their arms a workout. I can't imagine how it's going to feel afterwards. I hope they stretch, but the circle is going to be far, far away from them. They're basically going to have to pick one side to push, and I think the push is the west.
Yeah, going into Uter Killers here, I think just given how destructive B4 has been here, I think that might have to be the play. I'm not sure. Oh, but wait a second. Uter Killers might do this job for them. They're actually rotating into B4. And this is a 4v3v3 situation. So if Cloud9 can actually capitalize on these two teams fighting against each other, that could be their moment here. The third party, even this late in the game, is still going to be super impactful. Mixzera has the nade out, snaking their way in, trying to find the angle here onto Sandro and crew.
Cloud9, though, they're not snaking at all. They have the high ground, they have the hill, and that's one of the also a reason why they took this angle to take. But if they aren't aware of B4's push, they might be running into the midst of chaos instead of just staying safe and lying in wait, but the knock's starting to come in from both sides.
Yeah, and this is just Uter just getting pinched on both sides. There is not a whole lot they can do about this, trying to hide behind the vehicles as best as they can, but the nades are coming in. This time it's Adder. That's not a snake in the grass. It is rare enough to bite you. Explosions left and right. And we'll see who can survive through this orbital bombardment, or at least that's what it feels like, as nades are just raining from the sky. Adder's coming in here on the flanks. Two members of B4 already getting chunked down. It's Mixzera, the last man standing for this, and this might actually be B4. The amazing run cut short. This might be the end of it here if Uter can find the angles, but no, Cloud9 is just continuing to put the pressure up on both sides. It is uneven, absolutely going off. And there we go. Uter Killers is eliminated, and the last man standing. This situation looks familiar. The 4v1, and that's Cloud9. GG, the win in game number 1.
Really good run for B4, even though it was cut short, as you mentioned. But Cloud9 coming in, picking up, 11 kills for themselves and a win. This makes me feel really awful. You know why?
You were gonna pick Cloud9.
In the rehearsal, I picked Cloud. I
changed it, and I was like,
can I quit, Jason? Can I quit this game? Can I quit this prediction?
You're stuck. You're just stuck. He'll answer you in a bit. He's frantically probably running back to set. Oh my goodness. Now, look. Loops still did pretty well. I think they were eliminated in 7th there, and they had a decent amount of kills. So, Loops is still going to be delivering. I'm not saying that I picked the best team in terms of placement, but I also did that. That's all okay. That's just game number 1. We'll get my gloating out of the way because it's not going to happen at all for the rest of the day. We're going to let the analysts break that game, though. Break down that game, I should say, because oh boy, was it stellar. We'll send it back to them.
Got some bad news for you. I'm being told by production, Mr. Davis, no, you can't quit this game. You have to stick with us the entire time, even if that means you're going to be staying on the bottom of the table. But don't worry, you chose Loops. You didn't do the worst out of all of us. There was definitely a person in there who chose Kanina Power, and they had a rough time as well. I'm not going to call who it was. I don't think we need to even mention his name. Let's start off by talking about that game. Cloud9 7, 4 players left alive at the very end.
Yeah, I'm currently just hearing an awesome ambulance in my head. But yeah, Cloud9, I think that was very impressive from them. It's something that we kind of touch on. If they had their 4 players at the end of the game, remember, we mentioned from an interview from Beowulf, they're looking to go ahead and improve their comps at the end of the game, and it goes to show here, being able to get that win. Not only that, 11 kills to start off the day. This is a team that feeds on momentum, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they try to go for that Yudu gank record of 3 wins in a row. That'd be so impressive.
That would be tough indeed. Let's take a look actually at the results from our first match of the day here, and you can already see, as you mentioned, 11 kills coming in for Cloud9. But Glitter, there's 2 more teams in 2nd and 3rd place that really surprised us.
Yeah, first of all, I'm super proud of B4 coming in with the most kills at 12 for, our very first game. But Uter Killers, they were a team they came in 16th. They barely qualified in for the Super Weekend. And then first match in, and they're top 3. That is exactly what they needed, I think, from a mental standpoint, but just generally to kind of, solidify themselves in those top spots with the other teams.
Yeah, and I think it's huge for them being able to at least get 3 kills on that. That's something you like to see. Hopefully in the future they are able to go ahead and step up how many kills they are currently getting. We've seen some of those lower towards the bottom teams usually get placement, but they're not able to get kills. But it's a great start from them. And another team here, Yala Esports, Alpha Legends, being able to respectively get 7 and 5 points. Nova Esports, I believe somebody from us did end up picking them, but sadly they didn't. It didn't work out their way. They were very aggressive. They did end up getting a lot of knocks, so hopefully maybe things can touch up here. And then towards the end, one team that actually surprises me a lot that's currently there is Wildcard Gaming. remember, Wildcard Gaming is one of those teams that we mentioned that they're proven to be that they can become champions. So hopefully we're just going to go ahead and toss up this one as a fluke, and maybe they can step it up for the next match coming.
I mean, to be fair to them, well, not even to be fair to them, but if you talk about their previous results going into league play, they were struggling. Even at the end of the first day, they were on the cusp of being eliminated and not even having a chance to make it through into our Super Weekend. But let's take a look, though, at our stats here for Cloud9. That's what it's all going to be about, the numbers here. You can already see, Glitter, 1,300 damage done, the 11 kills as well. And more importantly, as we mentioned before at the top of the show, looking at their stats on average, they typically are a team that has more knockouts than kills, but they changed it around this time.
Yeah, that is that's huge for them. That's almost double the amount of points that they wouldn't have gotten had they not secured those additional 5 kills. That's huge for Cloud9. That's going to be very good for them if they can carry that momentum forward. And like you said, you know, very, very low on the heel, so they were smart about their positioning, and 1,300 damage, so a lot of that might have actually been in those final few zones.
I do like to see
and something I actually wanted to go ahead and touch on there, Jason, is Adder ended up getting 5 kills from that team. And remember, that's one player that we've been following all the way through here. We've been saying if that man can get hot and stay consistent, this is one of the players that their highs can be very high and their lows can be very low, as they are emotional players. So him getting this confident boost right at the start from Super Weekend is going to be huge for them.
Thing is, for me, is can they keep that consistency up? I think consistency is key, is a term we've been running with throughout the entire event, even back in last year when it comes to PUBG Mobile, thinking about Bigatron. Let's take a look at our do moments from our first match of the day, our highlights of all what went down. And honestly, to start things off, Glitter, this was just flat out aggression, I'd have to say, really reminiscent of our opening weekend.
Which you love to see, right? We were hoping that coming into this, the teams might switch it up a little bit and kind of really commit to getting those early game kills. And we actually saw that coming out of Dream Eaters right there. I think that was a very, very strong fight for them, because that might have been where their only 3 kills came from early in that game. But a lot of these engagements were, like you said, more aggressive. And that's what we saw during opening weekend. And I think the reason teams are kind of going for it is because now they've seen everybody play for 2 days straight in the Erangel. They know these maps, and they know how important these points are going into Final 7.
And one of the other teams that we just got a chance to see here right here, it's Football. Football has actually impressed me. I believe they ended up getting about 7 kills. Their grenades were on point today. They were being very consistent. This is one team that we really haven't gotten a chance to talk about much, but I have been noticing more and more the more we get a chance to watch them play, is they are a very consistent team, and at the end of the day, that's gonna go ahead and play a huge part on you if you're able to maintain that 6th to 7th place. But guess what? Also back it up with kills. That is gonna be huge. Team Queso currently has one of the top fraggers as well. I believe in Axel. Axel has 27 kills. Hopefully his team can start maybe backing him up on it, because I think Team Queso could be quite there from just far away from a win. Remember, that's a team that starts slow, but they can maybe pick it up. And talking back to Cloud9, I think for the viewers currently watching this, something to keep in mind, by the way, shout out to Temper_D_, because you actually predicted them right as well in the chat, is Cloud9, when they end up with 4 players at the end, or maybe like top 5, they always tend to be pushing for that win. If they currently have maybe, let's say, 3 players out of 4, their chances of winning obviously decreases, but overall it never plays out their way. But if they have a full squad on the top 5, they're more than likely gonna go ahead and win that match, from what we're able to see over and over again from that team. They're just so consistent at the end of the game, and to know that they're still working on it, it's impressive.
And Glitter, you talked about B4. We have to kind of mention them again, because you were definitely a big supporter of them going into the opening weekend, even into the first day of league play, where they unfortunately let you down a little bit. But it's good to see them have a strong start as well.
Oh, I'm still a big supporter of B4. Big fan of B4. But they had that in them. We've seen them in the past find, you know, a groove where they're comfortable with taking some very aggressive engagements, and we see that here, like I said, reflected in the fact that they end up with the top overall kills for our first match of the day. That's an incredibly strong way to start. It's going to set them up very well mentally moving into these next few maps, and I think that that's what we were kind of waiting for out of B4 in general.
Okay, well, let's actually see how much damage they did behind those kills they got as well. Let's bring them up on your screen to see our damage from our first match of the day here in 7. I kind of want you to break it straight into as we get it up on your screen, and you can already see that is insane. That's one of like the first times we've seen 3K or more damage done here in one game alone.
to get 3K and not be able to win the game. Trust me, they're currently scratching their head wondering what happened there towards the end. They're going to be looking to push for that win. But 12 kills, I think that's super impressive. 3K damage, that's even more impressive. One of the things that I actually wanted to mention about Cloud9, even though they ended up with 1,300 damage, is that they did play very passive. Their rotations were very long rotations. It seems like they almost came into a fight with Wildcard as well. And then as we're seeing here, Kanina Power actually ended up with just 1 kill, 224 damage, but to their advantage, they only had 1 player for most of that match, and they were able to secure at least 9 points, so that is huge for them. And another team here that I want to go ahead and touch on, it's Wildcard and Team Umbra. Team Umbra with only 105 damage, and Team Wildcard with 368. Glitter, from these teams, you want to see them step it up because they cannot continue to have games like this.
Yeah, and we know that they're capable of so much more as well. So, you know, maybe it was just a little bit of a shaky start, especially when you see B4 coming out with 3K damage. Where can you even get the kills at that point? Like, they're kind of taking all of them off of the map for you. So let's just see how they end up faring out our next match.
You saw Footballists there with a lot of damage. Loops uncharacteristically low on damage. I think they had about 800. But we did see teams like really fighting in the beginning. I love that aggression. I really love to see the teams who can excel at doing something like that. But then when we go into our second match and our third match and, you know, fourth, fifth on, I wonder if teams will kind of reel it back, especially when we get to our Miramars and Sanhoks, because that's something we haven't been able to see too much within our first week of league play. But you guys are out there playing at home, and I know all of you are. You guys might have seen a new Royale Pass has been released. Season 14 going to be coming through for you guys. And if you haven't seen all the sweet little things you can get from it, well, we got a little video for you to show you. A little bit of a backstory there. If you guys didn't know, a little bit of a tidbit for you. My favorite part of that video is actually the part of it that I'm in. Did you guys know I did some voice acting for that?
Line.
They didn't know.
There's no way.
So when the guy's driving the UAZ and he gets shot and he goes, "Oh," I did the voice acting for that. Yeah. I mean, you know, PUBG Mobile knows what they want, and I can get my voice up that high. But come on, Seven, you know that something like that's gonna happen. Come on, you can imagine me. Give me your impression.
Yeah, I can see if we go and look at the credits of that trailer, I'm pretty sure you're going to be in there for that.
It might be under a different name.
Segment.
It might be under a different name, but you know, you don't know what my acting name is, right? You don't know what my real name could be. Who knows? Jason Kaplan could be fake. But as we move now into our second match of the day, you don't know, you've never seen my ID, man. Let's take a look at our schedule to see what game will be coming up second, what map in particular, and it will be Vikendi. So Glitter, again, another map that we've seen 5 times in league play out of the 10 matches played total.
And I think that, you know, hopefully lends itself to another aggressive game. All of these teams have had a lot of time to play on our first 2 maps. So maybe they're starting to get a little bit more comfortable with taking calculated risks. They now know where all of the teams drop. They know a lot of their rotations, and they know which engagements are going to be good for them based off of who they're potentially going up against or whatever location they are on the map. I don't know. I'm actually very excited, just period, for all of these first Super Weekend games, because I think we might get a little bit more than we expected.
Yeah, I mean, aggression like we saw in Erangel, you don't really expect too much of in Vikendi early on. I know our observers, we were talking to them, you know, after the opening weekend, actually, they were saying West is so much harder to observe because teams are so brawly, looking for fights all the time. I'm hoping to see the same again, Seven. I want to see the ones who can really pull out the kills. You know, for instance, Loops in there, Cloud9 in there, see some big numbers being taken from these teams.
Yeah, and with Vikendi, I think it's going to come down to that first circle, because remember, we have seen circles that it's kind of 50% playable and then 50% just water, which you don't even want to get in there because you're just going to get picked off super easy. So it's going to come down to the circle. If we maybe get a center circle, I think we might be forced for some teams to yes, Dino Park finished place. But it might actually go ahead and force some teams to actually fight there at the beginning, and it will be interesting to see how they react to those kind of fights in Vikendi, because they're just not used to that. And one team I'm specifically going to be looking at here coming to Vikendi is going to be Cloud9, because they have been performing so well in Vikendi.
Well, what about B4, Glitter? Like, this team, 3,000 damage done. I think obviously they can be a little bit, disappointed they didn't finish it out to close out with the chicken dinner, but I'm almost expecting them to do the same thing all over again. And remember, no groups are sitting out this entire time.
Yeah, and see, I'm so torn on that too, because I agree with Seven that Cloud9 is going to be potentially very strong in this. Obviously, Loops will be potentially strong in this. They've done well in the past on Vikendi, but B4 just literally decimated everybody in this first match damage-wise. They literally did more damage than second and third place combined. I'm hoping that they see their aggression being super successful, but not pulling down the win, almost as motivation moving into this next match to continue that level of aggression, but then also get the chicken dinner.
Well, one thing we've been talking about actually, backstage, you guys actually move up behind the green screens and join me there, is kind of like the grenade meta, right? We've been seeing grenades nonstop being used. Yeah, Seven, I'm actually there in the room with you. Grenades being used nonstop in a lot of these matches, and there was a certain play that happened in the last game on Erangel that we wanted to break down here, Seven.
Yeah, and I think we're going to go ahead and see one of the most beautiful grenades we've seen so far from a player in Footballers. And actually, this is gonna be like, they had 2 back-to-back grenades, but this was one of the ones that were like more impressive. Keep in mind how many players currently from Footballers are down, so they are currently in the cup, so being eliminated. And guess what? Lutz, being the baller that he is, he's gonna go ahead and drive up on that buggy. He's gonna try to on that Dacia, and he's gonna try to figure out what's going on here. And luckily for him, he's gonna throw one of the gnarliest grenades that I think I've seen so far in this match. And he's gonna absolutely just copy it. Wait for it. And what's good too is that Spring was down, so he didn't even have to worry about it. But that right there, boom, baby, that's it. Listen, that deserves some confetti right there. So Lutz, congratulations on by far one of the best nades that I think I've seen so far in this tournament.
I think what kind of has to be so frustrating for them is they did have 7 kills very early on in that match, right? They were really chugging it home. But then to just be overwhelmed, I'm not sure who they got eliminated to. I wonder if they maybe got in their own heads a little bit here, Glitter, of maybe we should dial the aggression back. Me personally, keep it going. Why stop?
Right, and first of all, I like what you did there, Seven, with calling Lutz a baller on Football List. So that was a nice little unintentional pun there. But we saw Footballists being very, very aggressive early on and able to get those kills. I think some of them did go down to Nova. I think they might have just gotten caught out in an unlucky fight, which just happens sometimes. And as long as they realize what may have gone wrong in that scenario and don't let themselves kind of have it affect their mental state, they can definitely carry that aggression here into Vikendi.
And this is going to be, I think, an interesting map. Again, we talk about how comfortable these teams are with each other since they've been playing for 2 days straight on these maps alone. I feel like we're going to see that comfort yet again. I wonder, though, when we get to like Miramar or your Sanhoks, if teams will be a little bit more hesitant, a little bit more passive. But I think it's almost time to get into our predictions here. Now, Glitter, you went first last time, so of course I'm going to make you go first yet again. No, don't worry. Seven, you're going to go first. Stop. What, you're making me go first? Really?
Yeah, go first, Jason. I want to see what.
I will only do that because you did the thumb the right direction. That's the only reason I'm going to give this to you. I'm going to go Loops again, actually. I'm just going to stick with them. I feel like they had a little bit of a rough game last time, but they did look good. They do look like they have potential to win. I think Glitter's a little bit uncertain of who she wants to go for.
Glitter, who you got?
I'm so torn. Okay. I'm just going to pick, and I'm going to go with B4, and I'm going to give them some more love, and they just had a very strong showing, so I hope it goes well.
All right, fair enough. That's a fair one. I think I'm going to go with the team that just won, Cloud9. They have gotten back-to-back wins in Vikendi, 10 kills in one, 12 kills in another one. So I'm hoping Cloud9 is able to just maybe imagine if they won all the games today. And also let us know, everybody currently watching at home, make sure you tag Twitter, PUBG Mobile on Esports on Twitter at Esports PUBGM. Let us know who you think is going to win. Maybe tag us, tag me, tag Jason Kaplan with the 1 on the @ right?
That's Instagram only though. But again, if you guys are at home watching, you can still get drops. There's still things to be picked up for you while you're watching here on the PUBG Mobile World League. You're watching in the game in the Esports Center. You're going to be earning points over time for watching. The top 100 viewers will get themselves exclusive rewards. And I am hearing the game is about to start. So we're going to bring our commentators back and we'll check in with you two after the match is done. And we'll see if Seven will get his prediction right. He'll be all smiles or all frowny faces after this game. Let's bring in Envirum and Cameron yet again. The prediction game, a little bit rough in Envirum. Tempo Storm, I don't know what was going on there. You want to talk about it?
They placed well, but they weren't doing nothing. They got a single kill. So here I was like hyping myself up at the end of the game, like, yeah, Tempo placed really well, and then everybody else had more points than me, and I was sad.
It's okay. It's only one game. You were, I think if I'm not mistaken, you were killing it, actually. You were like #1 for the majority of the first week until the 7 Rural Gamers snuck in. Cameron, let's get your prediction really quickly before we head into this game.
We're on the same wavelength. I'm just going to double down on Loops. Even though they didn't perform the greatest that game, I liked where their mind was at and the decisions that they took. It just didn't work out for them. Just because of the terrain and, again, as I mentioned, the open area of that map. But I think they're better on Vikendi anyway than Erangel, so this is going to be the level up that they need.
The Loops is on fire. Envirum, you went with Tempo Storm last time. Who are you going with here?
I think me and Seven looked at the same data going into this because I'd actually picked C9 before the last game. They're the only team with both wins on Vikendi. They have 2. They're both chicken dinners are on Vikendi. They had amazing scoring games. I'm going Cloud9. They have the momentum off this last game. They're great on this map. C9 all the way.
That's fair. That's fair. Even the car's blue looking for Cloud9. Let's hop in a game. You guys take us away with Vikendi.
Thank you so much. Let's get into game number 2. Game number 1 was hype from start to finish. We had scraps, we had fights, we had a little back and forth. We have some of the best nades I think we have seen here in the PMWL West. I think this has been already a great way to start the day, and I think it is only going to continue to get better because we know if Erangel is fighty, well, Vikendi is a bloodbath.
I mean, we've certainly seen the most grenades.
You have the most grenades.
If you have that many, of course, you're going to have a greater chance of having them be really good. So I do wonder if the terrain is going to be different from the previous Vikendi games. And if it's going to be that grenade heavy this time around because Vikendi has more buildings. Yes, we saw some grenades into buildings that were effective, like in the very, very beginning of the game. Shout out to Yala. But that's still, it's not the exact same as like throwing over hills into dips.
Over hills, under hills, across the... Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Now, those... We'll see. We'll see. I'm still optimistic. I'm still holding out hope. We saw, again, like people like Solk able to, and we know he's a threat. We always see that, and definitely living up to the expectations there. But we're going to see once again, hey, this looks familiar.
Yeah. Neither team are backing off. They're both committing to it. I wonder if this is the reason why neither team are really living up to full expectations, especially Wildcard. But neither of them have been trying to force into these fights. This time around, though, it's going to be Wildcard with control of the preferred exit from the city. So I wonder if they're going to just chill on the rooftops and wait for Cornita Power to come into them, sort of force Cornita Power to go out the east side into a rough rotation into Unique, who are still looting up Springs, as they always are. Or if maybe Cornita are going to go super aggressive off the bat, try and get an early knock. But I like how Wildcard, it seems that they're just pushing Konina further and further east.
Because, of course, you can't hear the audio cues. That's one of the big things we talk about this, and the idea that you've got to be listening for those footsteps. You've got to be listening for those gunshots. You can hear people a couple buildings over, especially in this close proximity. So if you suddenly hear like a bunch of footsteps coming your way, you're just going to keep backing up, and you're going to keep backing up, and you're going to keep backing up, and next thing you know, Konita Power is going to be just out of the city, out onto the road, kicked to the curb, quite literally. But every single time these teams have dropped here, I don't even think we've seen a single shot fired in the 3 or 4 times. Yeah. Actually, it's been every single time we've seen them drop this, but we've profiled it almost every single time, which I think is great. One of these days, Cameron, we'll get our fight.
Sometime, eventually it's going to happen. Any minute now. Any minute now. No, I think Konina Power are actually getting ready to leave the east side. They actually have Axer already across the bridge. I think he might have even dropped there just to allow them to not get camped by Unique if Unique wanted to make that decision, just to have some ability, some flexibility to leave out the east side instead of being forced to go through Wildcard. But over here, Tempo, they've been looting up by themselves, just south of Podavesta. It's been easy for them.
Yeah. Again, this is just, exactly the kind of start you want to have. You're right on the outside of the circle. You're going to be able to play Gatekeeper or make the choice to rotate in early, or you can be Loops and just continue to get kills to start these single games. Because, of course, it's Loops on Vikendi, and it's Pittsburgh Knights, who we think we've shown for all of 5 seconds in game number 1 before they got unceremoniously kicked from the server. It's because they died. In any case, though, now they know they're facing up against Loops, who are chasing them down. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, they
this
want
does not stop. Oh, boy. PK able to get out of the vehicles, try and do some return to... Actually, the driving, though, was actually really good coming in from Loops. They took almost no damage from that. There, they finally took some. I think that was Fede Erangel driving. Maybe gonna need to put him in the passenger seat. There we go. Oh, it's Carrillo. Carrillo, better at shooting. Let's go to driving.
Yeah, I don't. So those drives are always really risky because if you don't hit your shot, and then the path that they took, it was like, as you saw, it was just a straight line shot from the Knights. I do like the aggressive maneuvers by Loops. Perhaps they didn't know that there was a Knights player behind that rock ready to fight back. But they might, if they were just chasing that single car, I don't think they would have taken nearly as much damage. And they would have put a lot of pressure onto Knights, which they still did successfully, as well as continue their push into the center of the circle. So it was basically like the best play that they could do at the time, despite being a little bit risky.
I mean, Loops is now like dead center. They are in a great position now. They got a kill for it. Had to burn a couple of meds. Took a little bit of damage to the armor, but not the worst thing ever. They are continuing to just, find their ideal compound. And it looks like it might actually be going into Dream Eaters here, who are already in position. But, I mean, if I know anything about Loops, if I know anything about these situations, they're probably just gonna push this.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a good idea for Dream Eaters to start shooting at them immediately. They had Matic here to make the call and perhaps take the first fight, but those shots, they didn't get a knock off of it, and even if they did, I think it would have been a relatively easy revive for Loops. Instead, it just tells them that, hey, there's a team here, which Loops, as you mentioned, might use that to their advantage and actually take this push and try to take this fight, because there's no other team around them for a good, solid number of meters.
Absolutely. You've got Uder Killers a little bit to the south, but they're actually more likely to pinch in as a third party onto Dream Eaters.
Yeah.
And I think Loops, if especially on Vikendi, I'm trying to think of like how I identify these teams in my mind from like a storyline standpoint. And to me, like they're the breachers. You know what I mean? If there's a compound and there are enemies in those compounds, it's like FBI, open up, let's go, let's get in there. You know what I mean? They do not stop. They have an opportunity to play aggressive in the early game. They will take these fights, and I would say 9 times out of 10, they win them pretty handedly.
Yeah, they don't seem to be super aggressive right now onto Dream Eaters, and they've missed their opportunity as well, because you can't see it on the minimap just yet, but on the primary map, you can see that more and more teams are driving up, getting closer to this area, which means that if a fight breaks out now, there's a significantly higher risk of them being third-partied, and I don't know exactly how far they can hear these vehicles, but at this point, they might be aware that it's too dangerous.
No, I think that is the case. They were the first ones here, but they're certainly not going to be the last. A lot of teams are rotating into this circle now, trying to find a piece of real estate while they can, while it is unclaimed. I'm hearkening back to, I think it was on Wednesday, Konina Power just went from like compound to compound to compound here on Vikendi, getting chased away. First it was by Cloud9, then I think it was Tempo Storm, and there's like, I just want to find a home team, can I? And it just didn't end up working out for them. They eventually, I think they ended up doing okay in that game, but it was still not the early game they wanted to have. But they're able to get a couple of kills here on Team K, so this could be the start they're looking for.
Yeah, so Konina have actually been just chilling on this bridge. They allow Queso to make their way across the bridge into Volnova that Wildcard have now left, but by doing so, they've sort of given up their own rotation into the circle. And the fact that they get traded by Lightning here all the way off on the distance, because Unique still haven't fully left this position either, Konina might have just put themselves in a really rough position on Vikendi yet again.
Yeah, and this is okay. Okay, this is Konina Power. I mean, they spread themselves out, but let's see if they spread themselves too thin. That now becomes the question mark. Axel was able to be revived, so he's going to be able to get himself back up into the fight. And we're actually going to see Mystic going for a cheeky swim flank here. So they're going to go, I think, looking like 2-2 right now. Yeah. And going to try and collapse onto Konina Power, who are going to have to sort of force back and be daisy-chained here, because they are pretty spread out still. And the way these buildings are set up, they're despite the fact that they're somewhat close together, if you look on the minimap, they're actually separated quite a bit in terms of line of sight, and that is so important, especially if you're looking for these retreat angles, as once again, we're seeing more fights break out on the road. This time it is Yala Esports taking shot at Nova, and Nova, we know how good Zfan is at these long-range shots. Let's see if Anas can get the better of him here.
Zfan is still in the process of medding up. Use the bandages, first aid kit, drinking an energy drink. But y'all, they're just trying to find these angles. A smoke comes in right when the pickup buggy arrives, and Anas trying to take those shots, but Nova are going to be able to get out of that. Good maneuver to retrieve their teammate.
That was actually really nice. Laying down the smoke, going in, picking him up in the car. That was, I mean, look, if my rideshare service is anywhere half as efficient, like, you know, I would never be late for work. It would be great. But we're still, again, checking in with Team Queso versus Konita Power. I think the shots in the back for Konita Power, picking up Baxter there, were really sort of a wake-up call for them. Like, all right, this isn't the position we necessarily want to be in. And their early games here on Vikendi just sometimes look just like, man, they're never can seem to quite find a place to settle. I think I'm wondering if that's to do with them just rotating so late here. If maybe they should be taking a page out of Loop's book and really trying to get in there early.
It's rough because that whole Villanova area is a very tricky situation just because there's bridges involved and there's a number of teams that loot not just in Villanova but also Springs, Abbey and Winery. It can be a little bit... You don't want to be rotating and end up being shoulder and shoulder with another squad. We already saw what happened with the Loops and Knights when that happened.
Yeah, that is true, for sure. And again, especially because there's 3 squads. But Wildcard did rotate in early. On the side of this, Wildcard got out of there. And now they're, again, surrounded by enemies, but at least they're not going to have to worry about rotating for a while. So, again, there's a couple of different schools of thought here. Unique's probably going to look to edge creep a little bit more. Konita Power is actually rotating into them exactly right now. So that's going to get interesting. Oh, boy, or already have. So this is going to be... actually, they're going to move right on through. All right. Passing like 2 ships in the night. I like it.
This is an interesting circle. It's a hard shift towards the west. A lot of teams are going to be able to move that way, but it actually, I don't know. I'm curious to see. I don't think we're going to see a lot of big open fighting. There's a couple of open field areas, which towards the end game might make it a little problematic for some teams, but there's a number of strong areas. You can see the little just like tiny compounds, groups of like 5 or 6 buildings. There's more than enough, I think, for teams to pick up right now. The question is, do teams want to fight during the rotation period? You already see some shots coming out from Wildcard on to Yala. 0 gets taken down, 0 gets taken out.
And that's Wildcard. Already breath of life in this game so far. 2 kills to their name. Stepping up. They haven't had the best tournament so far. I feel like today, though, was the day. They got to put pedal to metal. They got to flip that switch. Got to put their game faces on. But on the war paint, whatever it is, I can think of more analogies, but we'll hold on to them for now. In any case, they need to step up today. This is really their opportunity to put their stamp on this. Coming in as one of the top teams in North America from the PMPL Americas. So we'll see what they can do. Is now it is Team Umbra pushing in onto already the battered and bruised Yala Esports. Lord going to try and find the angles around the wall. He's getting flanked. Oh, Halls, nice positioning here. Now Lord's got to completely rethink this positioning. He maybe decide to go aggressive, but there's 3 members in front of him. I love this decision from Umbra. This is actually so nice. You're basically just like cutting off all the different angles that Yala have to work with, and they're slowly going to collapse. This is like textbook pincer movement here. What do you do with this?
I like how Lord's playing this out right now. Yes, it is a really tricky situation, but he's using the walls and his third-person camera, a way to try and cut off all lines of sight, as well as getting as much information as possible. He needs a Nas to go big.
Oh, that was actually huge. His teammate found the one angle. They were tunnel visioning there on Lord, just sitting around the wall, and Anas was able to get it. So now this is going to force Team Umbra to play a lot more aggressive. This is a 4v2 situation, but somehow Yala Esports are trying to equalize as best they can. That's a quick man. I'm not sure if that's going to work. The jump shot over the wall with the Uzi, though. Beautiful play here from Lord. Yala Esports is going off. Let's go. Let's go. It's in the name, and it's in their play right now. As that is another pickup there, the down onto Pro Lord. I cannot believe this. Yala Esports is playing this so well. They're going to get third-partied, though, as Wildcard jump in. And no, I wanted to see this fight end a little bit differently. I wanted to see Yala try and go off, but they are just going to get taken out with the third party. Oh, my goodness. And what could have been? What could have been? As now Wildcard cuts in here, Cameron.
Yeah, but it's Umbra that are removed by Wildcard, so in a way, they do save Yala.
Yeah, that's true.
A little bit. Lord is out. He is running. He is bailing. He knows he can't pick a Nas up, and he's actually finding a rock to hide behind. He should know that there is a snowmobile around this area that Umbra brought up. And if Wildcard don't chase him, if he doesn't get spotted out by another team, which looking at the map, I think he's okay. He might be able to make his way out, but still, playing as a solo is not the best, but 4 kills? That should sweeten the bitter medicine at least a little bit.
Ooh, yes, I like it. Nah, man, that was looking so good for Yala. And Yala, of course, they were a team that, didn't start off the hottest, but then had a chicken dinner here on Vikendi. They stepped up. They've shown that they can do it. Just a little bit of unfortunate timing there in that fight, because I think there was a very actual good chance that they clutched that 4v1 situation, which could have been solid. Oh, Lord is not going to let this one go. Wait a second.
You said it.
3 members down for Wildcard right now. This is now a 1v1 between Lord and Slicky. Slicky has got to go off. We know that he can go clutch. We have seen it in the past before, but Lord the thorn in the side of Wildcard right now, and he might go and try and thirst a couple of these kills to smoke her down. It's like he's going to get the first revive here. And Lord is going for the long flank around. He's not going to commit to trying to thirst these kills. Oh my goodness, he's going to try and find another angle.
He's got to go fast.
Point, though, he might be a
The
little...
revives are coming in, but I like finding the off angle. He wasn't able to find it in time.
Oh no. A little bit of nades here would be making a world of difference, because now that the first res has come up, they can just continue to daisy chain the others across, and Lord has taken a lot of damage. Oh, what could have been? Wildcard just barely holding on. Now they're going to be able to get themselves back up. And this is now a 4v1 situation, and they know exactly where he is.
Oh, man. This is so heartbreaking. That could have been so good for Lord, but it tickled a little bit of a gut punch by the grenade, but he might be able to find his way out, but still out in the open. Wildcard have vehicles to chase.
Yeah, I mean, they're mad at this point. They're just mad at how close that almost was. Oh my goodness, Lord. This is just absolutely wild. We're seeing Team Queso and Nova fighting in the kill feed as well. Finally, we're getting into the action. That's actually Nova Esports eliminated in 15th place. Not the ideal. But we're still just holding on board with Lord, the hero here, the hero play we've been following this whole time. Let's see if he can get one final kill before he is finally taken out. They know exactly where he is. He's being mollied. Oh, and he's barely able to hold.
That's too far. This could bait Wildcard. They might think that they would have nailed him and now be putting their attention elsewhere. We'll see if this could give him the advantage, but no, he's spotted out. That's going to be Yala out of it, but 14th place, it was looking a lot worse for them a couple of minutes ago.
It was indeed. Oh my goodness. I love those kind of plays. When a player is solo against the world, you queued for the wrong thing. You're like solo squads. You're like, wait a second, this isn't where I meant to be right now. But you're still able to go off and make plays like that, almost being able to confirm those kills. Oh man, if he just charged right in and hadn't gone for the crazy flank there, I wonder how different that could have been.
And so now the standoff between Tempo Storm and Konina Power in Villa. As well as, well, now we're looking at Uda Killers here. This is down the south side where Wildcard have been taking control. And it's pretty open for a lot of them. The circle shift did come back in their favor. It didn't force Wildcard to making some tricky maneuvers. But here on the east side, there's a little bit of a standoff, as we mentioned, between Konina Power and Tempo Storm. And a lot of teams coming in from the north side, coming in from Goroka. And there's a big giant field in the center just north of Uda Killers. And that's where the circle is going to go, down towards the south.
Yep.
Queso, Uder, Wildcard, they can just sit easy. Everyone else, they're going to have to fight, which does mean kills, but it also could mean death.
Yeah, I'm looking towards Unique as well, who's going to have to rotate in through Villa, like we talked about before, and the stalemate, the standoff between Tempo Storm, between Konina Power, may be broken here unless Unique go for the long flank south down towards Tovar, in which case they might just run into Wildcard. But this has been a much less aggressive game than we're used to on Vikendi. I mean, I'm hearkening back to the plays we've seen in the past to just compound kill upon compound kill and keeping it going. We're checking out the replay now of Team Queso and Nova, and it was just really Exil just going off. Just close range. Nova not able to hit their shots. That's uncharacteristic for a team that's kind of built upon a lot in part to their pure gun skill.
Konina Power, they're retreating from Villa, which I think is the play, because it's on the edge. You don't want to fight for an area that's not going to be likely relevant later on in the game. So they're just retreating, but they're going on foot, which could be problematic. But here, Footballists and Pittsburgh Knights, both also in the circle, but on the hard north side. And look on the minimap, there's a player from Footballists, Lutz and Solke, not too far behind, that have already made their way to the south of the Knights.
Interesting. And we saw, I mean, our analyst did a fantastic job of breaking it down. Shout outs to Seven Worlds Gaming on that one. The flank that he was able to execute that in that last game, and the nade that changed their fortunes, that changed their fates there. So we'll see how they're going to be able to do on that flank if they do decide they want to engage on this. They do know exactly where PK is, but they've got loops on their flank. That's never a great place to be, as we're seeing Tixie getting taken down in the kill feed as well. One of the top individual players in the server in terms of overall statistics. In fact, leading in a lot of categories. So having him down to start this fight off is not great for Konina Power here. They tried to rotate south of Tempo, and Tensa didn't see him there up against the wall. He didn't see him. Rabini, oh my goodness, this could be huge. The trigger discipline, Cameron, I love it.
He's going to have the
spotted him.
Oh, no. And he's spotted.
Oh,
and there was a
no.
player, HH24, just above him, has to pass him anyway. So it was a good attempt there. But when you leave on foot, that puts you at risk of getting taken out like they did, despite it being silent. Losing 2 players, there's not much Kunina Power could have done at that point.
Yeah. Oh, man, that could have been. Because, like, a lot of players, they see players run by with their back turned, especially in third person. They're just going to go, yeah, I'm going to take these shots. I'm not going to leave anything to risk. But great, just game sense there by Tempo Storm to clean that one up. They were able to just totally take them down. But a lot of teams are not getting through this unscathed. We even looked, we could able to pull up the board there, seeing how many players were still alive for these different teams. And speaking of players alive, Wildcard looking to try and stay alive right now, but they are burning alive right now. Sam, oh my goodness, Unique is pushing on in. The rest of the team is rallying though, and this is just the last player here. It is Lightning. He will need to strike like Lightning right now if he's going to try and stay alive, but no, taken out, and that is Unique. Taken out. Unique, one of these other top teams coming into this, just haven't been able to rally together these last few days, and that's Wildcard finally stepping up like we know that they can now. Uter Killers and Team Queso. Talked about the cheese expiring in this last game. We'll see if they've got a fresh batch this time going up against Uter Killers in a very interesting scenario here. Lots of rocks and trees for cover, but everyone's got these Uzis out, Cam.
Yeah, pushing forward. I like this aggressive maneuver by Uter, and they're actually in front of Queso in terms of the circle. A couple of members of Queso hiding in the back. You can see in the compound, so they're going to have to hit their shots. And the way that Uter Killers are just peeking up over these rocks, they don't want to give them the opportunity.
Oh my goodness. All 4 members alive for both of these squads. This is a lot of bullets they can put down range real quick. And they're using these little dips to their advantage here, these paths in through the woods, just to make sure that they're not getting picked off by an additional angle. If you actually just look at the way these players are positioning themselves in their cameras, they're just constantly looking all over the place, wanting to make sure they are not going to get third-partied because everybody has heard these shots and the circle is closing in. There is a very good chance that somebody else comes in and tries to play spoiler.
Utilities coming out from both sides. They know that there's danger of peeking, and so when that happens, throw the mollies, throw the grenades, and a couple have landed. A little bit of damage, but no knock just yet. And the 2 straggling members of Queso need to come into the zone, and it's shifted all the way to the east, so actually they could use the vehicles and rotate away from this if they don't want to take this fight. The question is, will Udyr let them? But Udyr also have to move, so you can see them hopping into their vehicles as well.
Oh, but Loops is in a great position now. They're one of the few teams actually in this circle, and there's not a whole lot of buildings left there. But I mean, Loops is in a great spot. If you pick Loops going into this game, you're probably feeling pretty good looking at that right now. But Udyr is going to make the rotation. They're not going to stick around. Well, at least 2 of the players are. They're going and scouting ahead. They're going to try and clear this compound. If it is clear, the rest of the teammates are going to rotate up. I actually don't mind this decision there at all. They're playing this really smart. They're hedging their bets.
Quite risky, because if there was a team in that compound, they might have just put themselves in 2 separate 2 versus 4s, but the information seems to be on point. You already see them dropping the weapon when they landed in the compound as if they were 100% confident. So maybe they know something that we do not, but Cloud9 here, they got to push in from the the west as well through this forest area, and they have no clue what enemy militants are lying in wait there.
Yeah, they're sort of the late ones to the party, and they've already missed the in-jokes. They don't know who's popular and who's not. They've got to try and figure it out. They're figuring it out the hard way right now as they're running into Team Queso, who are saying, why are you 30 minutes late? We already started bingo without you. And Cloud9 is going to have to continue to go on forward. But look, there is no place to go. There is no... That's just Cloud9 out. That's just Cloud9 out. You just can't do that. You can't do that. Not when the teams are this good. Not when the circle is this late. That's just how you lose.
That's the punishment of playing so late and playing on the edge, but they are not the only ones to do so. Look at Dream Eaters. They're in the blue. At least Cloud9 try and stay away from the zone, but oh, Udyr, they're staying here. They were lying in wait, waiting for Queso to push into them, but everyone is bleeding and hurt.
Oh no. Stay alive, Team Queso. Stay alive. But Nano at range. I think there's only 1 player standing. A couple of bullets could spell the end for Team Queso there. Nano, commit to the shots. No. Oh my goodness. Team Queso actually was surviving there just a little bit longer. Wait, did they go down? Oh, this is so close because the fights are breaking out across all sides now. Pittsburgh Knights taking a world of hurt. They're going to go out there. Yes, they are. Footballists are doing work, able to keep 3 of their members alive with 3 kills themselves. And the fact there's only 9 teams remaining, this is looking pretty good for them.
Everyone outside of Loops are on the edge right now. Everyone is on the edge, and Loops also get a supply drop, just to make things worse. But B4...
They needed the help.
Yeah. You know, they're struggling right now, just so you know. So Erangel, real quick, the reason why they only sent 2 people to the compound is because you saw the angle that they had to be able to assist the 2 in the forest, but now their attention is put towards B4, who sort of third-partied their fight with Queso, and they're not too happy about that because they wanted all those points themselves.
They did indeed, but look at that drop.
Supply drop.
Everybody. Okay, all right, just trolling everybody. Ulysses, though, nice shots, able to keep that spray under control. Putting Maxon in a world of hurt, but the third party is coming in. Get your heads down! As the wild card are joining into the party. 7 teams left up. Loops in a great spot. As they have this compound right at the center. The circle the last few times have been fantastic for them. Problem is, of course, with these big, lovely looking ski chalets, you want to have a nice view of the surrounding countryside, which also means that the countryside stares back at you.
Is that the same? Stare into the void too long and the void stares back?
Yes, like 3 people in the audience who get it.
Stare into the countryside too long.
Countryside back at you.
But no, they can just chill though. They don't even have to get. Yes, they're an aggressive team. They like to get those kill points. But when you're in a position like this, just don't worry. Just keep climbing up those positionings.
Especially when you've got an M4 in the hands of Kayowski, as Tempo Storm is learning the hard way, unfortunately. And they're just holding this down. This has kind of become Loops against the world. Like, this feels like the last stand of like an old Western or something. And everybody is just like, they're boarded up in the town. You know what I mean? And the outlaws are there. They're trying to take them down. This is what it feels like, except you've got like 5 rival gangs and things are getting pretty darn terrifying as all of these teams are going to have to make their way in. But cover is scarce to none.
Okay, so just barely able to medkit race it out against B4, going out in 6th place.
Yep.
It looked a lot worse for them for a couple of minutes, but good placements at least. And Udyr, they're trying to go big still. They see Wildcard rotating in. Wildcard have been slowly moving inside, slowly and, well, relatively safely and successfully. And they still have 3 standing. They haven't lost anyone since Sam a couple of minutes ago. I say that, Slicky does get knocked.
Yep, Nano able to take him down. Tempo Storm are actually making themselves a smoke tunnel to try and get into that central compound right there. Tensa taking a lot of damage, though. And that is Federal going to get the down, but Wildcard actually put themselves in a really nice spot. They have the wall. They've reduced these angles as much as possible. Tempo Storm now trying to bandage the runes as much as they can, but they're taking a lot of damage. Kayowski, though, is going to go down. Rain able to find the shots, but the angle is here from Footballless, just trying to be the third party, the thorn of the side at this point. As the action is continuing to heat up, every single team needs to bandage their wounds, take a second to reset, but also at the same time, one bullet, one headshot here could change this entire final circle. It is getting so close, and Rain is continuing the pressure onto Loops. This time, it is the fire, and they've got to try and survive.
That's the problem with a compound this big this late in the game. Loops might have tried to hold the entire thing with just 4 players, and they might be getting punished for it. Knocks against them, but enemies have been knocked as well. But Tempo Storm are pushing the building. Everyone on the bottom floor.
They're going in. Tensa trying to find the shots as best he can. One of the best fraggers in North America now. As the rest of his team is falling around him. The last hope, the last stance, the last chance, the last dream. He gets the down onto Nadine. Can he keep this going? He hears the shots behind him. He knows he's surrounded, but he's got to try and do the best he can. It is him up against the world right now as Footballless are looking to try and breach. Rain is actually here right in the corner. I don't even know if they know he's there. Footballless is trying to get involved, and that is Tensa finally going down, but Loops taking all of these fights are in a terrible spot right now as Udyr Killers, everyone else, Wildcard is trying to push in. They were so focused on each other. Tempo and Loops, everybody is taking advantage.
Loops hold for now, but for how long? Tempo are out. But look, it's the rival gangs, as you mentioned, each taking a different corner of the triangle, and dead center is the tasty snacks of Federal and Kayowski. What can they do to hold? Because there's no way Hurlo's getting picked up. They have to hope that Wildcard, Footballless, they all take care of each other.
Oh, they do indeed. And oh man, you just see Wildcard. They survived with 2 for so long, not quite able to get themselves into position there. But it's actually Footballless who have been able to take advantage of the chaos. They've taken fewer fights than everyone else, which means they've also taken the fewest damage. And Spring, oh my goodness, he's not going to stick his neck out on that one. He's got to try and keep himself as tucked in as possible. Oh my goodness, that angle is so close. Carrillo is going to burn out there. Bleed out, I should say. There have been a lot of Molotovs in this game. In any case, somebody else is going to get that point. As Footballless, I think, are maybe going to try and make the play. There's the Molotov I was talking about.
Just barely able to find an angle that avoids it, allowing them to heal. But it still just shows them, it reminds them that footballists have their number because they're stuck in a corner in the exact same way that Wildcard are. This is looking like a Loops footballist final 2. That is, if Federer can hold off, and it seems he can't.
Oh my goodness, they've got to try and push that way up. Loops controlling the top floor. It's all Kayowski now. As Uter Killers is pushing in towards the bottom. They're the distraction, actually. This might give an opportunity for them to hold off as the circle is just continuing to close. Kayowski actually got himself up onto the roof. This is huge. Can he find the shots on Soke? Yes, he does. He's got to try and survive as long as possible. He's got to stay in the circle, but the shots are there, but it's Spring. What? Wildcard on the flank. Did they actually get that win? I can't believe it. No, it was footballists. Footballists who survived through all of it at the end. But oh my goodness, was that close.
Loops had such a good spot, and they only get third with 4 kills. It's a little heartbreaking for them, but that's the danger of leaving it up to the zone closing like that and making it so it's a matter of milliseconds. It's a matter of how many meds that you have. It's a matter of how well you're able to time that med usage. For a second there, we thought that Wildcard were actually able to clutch it out. At the same time, I don't want to give Loops, I don't want to harp on them too much because there was a lot of pressure from so many different sides. They had to deal with a lot. As I mentioned earlier, I would have liked to see them all group up in the one main big building as 4 just a little bit earlier, and that might have changed things up, but nonetheless, still a very, very strong and difficult endgame for all these teams involved.
Yeah, no, that was, again, maybe biting off a little bit more than they could chew there. But of course, again, we have the perfect vision. We know how everybody else is coming in. So either way, they're able to survive to the top 3. What a fantastic finish. It came down to the millisecond, like you mentioned before. What a fantastic game. I cannot wait to see our analysts break that one down.
Damn, and Viram with a little bit of a flex there, talking about having perfect vision. Way to call me out, bro. I'm sitting here in glasses. Glitter's got glasses. 7, I'm assuming you need glasses. I don't know. Man, but either way, football is coming out strong. And the thing is, we were watching that together, and we were so confused. We thought Wildcard clutched it out, but Glitter, the footballist, did it.
That was such a good endgame right there. Like, talk about entertaining. And we saw a ton of good gameplay coming out of, once again, Uter Killers. Finally saw Wildcard, the Wildcard we wanted to see. There's going to be a ton of stuff for us to talk about here.
Well, let's take a look at our map rankings first, then we'll talk about the teams and how well they perform. Footballists with 9 kills take home the chicken dinner, but Wildcard Gaming 10 kills, right behind them with 24.7.
And I think this is huge for both teams. Footballers has been pretty much on the right there, being able to get the win, and now being able to get that win with 9 kills. That is going to be huge for them, getting that off their shoulders, knowing that they can actually win in this tournament. That's going to be huge for them. And another one, Wildcard Gaming. Remember, Wildcard Gaming ended up in 16th place in the last match with just only receiving 1 point for placement. So being able to get 24 points here for them after having such a bad match is huge from them. Another one as well, Team Kessel. Team Kessel making sure they finally wake up, and shout out to Hot Jukes because he actually picked Team Kessel here, being able to get 14 points for themselves. That is futures as well in Uter Killers. That's one team that has actually surprised me a lot. Remember, they were in 16th place coming into this super weekend, and being able to once again go ahead and get some points via kills and placing, that is huge for them, as we're seeing here at the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, I think here on the second page, 2 teams that we do need to talk about a little bit as the surprise for being here on the second page are going to be Cloud9 and Konina Power. Both definitely, I mean, we won't talk about who picked who, but this was definitely a little bit of a rough game, especially for Cloud9 coming off of as dominant of a win that they had on Erangel.
Yeah, some tough times for Cloud9 and their fans and the talent who have predicted them. Konina Power as well. There was another talent who did predict them to win, who was not cast. You can probably guess who it was going to be. Let's take a look at our stats, though, for Footballists and see what they're able to accomplish within that game. 9 kills, 9 knocks, 7. They were playing consistent, and they played well in the first map, to be fair. On top of this, I think they had 70 kills in that one.
They've been, yeah, you mentioned it right. 7 kills in the first match, and now actually 5 kills in the first match, and now coming into here, 9 kills with 9 knocks, being able to secure those points. That is huge for them. And look at this, only 578 heal. What that leads me to believe is that they weren't taking into that many fights. They were winning towards the end, and being able to get the win with that little damage, that is huge for them. And it's, as we were mentioning, this is a team that we know can be very consistent. So them being able to get this win and hopefully continue that consistency, I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of the teams that are going to be able to make it to the grand finals.
The thing is, not only did they win, we saw Loops, we even heard Loops have a perfect position. But if I'm not mistaken, they actually pushed them out of the compound they were in, Glitter, and forced them to lose a couple different players and gain their own ground. That's really difficult to do.
Yeah, and we were watching that. We saw Loops be able to kind of use their aggression to their favor. There were a ton of throwables at the end. We saw some really good frags, some really strong mollies that were coming out of people and forcing teams out of position as well and doing some additional damage along the way. That was just well played by Futbolist. I think that they had a very good idea of where a lot of the players were that they were looking for at the end. We saw them doing some damage to Wildcard around the corner. I think it was onto Spring at one point. They knew that he was laying down on the side of the building. Their awareness in that final zone, because it was very messy with all of those buildings at everybody's disposal, was top tier.
Well, let's take a look at our do moments from our last match. You can get some highlights in there for us to talk about as well, because honestly, Seven, there was no shortage of highlights at all within this game.
Yeah, there was so much stuff going on, and we're seeing here Loop start off the highlights with being able to go ahead and secure some kills there against PK. PK has been doing that same thing over and over again, just being super patient here in Vikendi. I wonder if they're going to have to maybe switch up their strategy here going into Vikendi for future matches. And right here, we're seeing Yala. Yala was surprising. Yala actually ended up third partying in one of the other groups, but sadly for them, Wildcard came up and started third partying them, and we'll actually be breaking some stuff down from Wildcard and Unique coming up in just a little bit. And once again, Yala, I think Glitter, that's one team that has surprised us, I would say.
Yeah, and I'm so happy that they're able to have these games going well for them, because they started off a little bit rocky, and then ever since they've gotten that win, I feel like it's really propelled them into some really good momentum. They've been way more confident in their engagements now, and their fights have been going way better. With the unfortunate third party notwithstanding in this specific match, Yala has been way stronger overall.
Yeah, and something that actually surprised me towards the end is how quiet Loops was being. Loops being a very aggressive team, knowing that most of the teams were going to go ahead and push up on them. I was surprised that they weren't trying to go ahead and just output a lot more damage than they were able to, and that kind of gave a heads up to some of the other teams like Wildcard pushing in, like Tempo Storm pushing in. They allowed them pretty much to just get into the building and take full advantage of that. I think Tempo at one point, Tensa, if I remember right, being able to grenade some of their players and trying to go ahead and go that extra mile, but ended up getting third party nonetheless by Futbolist. And Futbolist being able to take full advantage of this compound, making sure everybody got knocked. At one point, we were thinking Kawasaki was going to go ahead and clutch it with being able to get that high zone, but guess what? It came down to one man healing off from Futbolist at the end, as you see Wildcard Spring just knocking everybody down. So it came down to a heal off.
You know, I'm going to try to give my expert opinion here on this one, and feel free to tell me I'm completely wrong. That's exactly what you're here for. Is I feel like, to me, Loops is a team who likes to push to get aggressive. I feel like they have to sit around and wait because they have the zone and they have the compound, and they can't really play their own style, which is just completely overwhelm you and take a position away from you. So I feel like them getting early on into the zone actually kind of hurts them. Do you have any thoughts on that, Seven?
Oh, I totally agree with you. That exact same thing with Loops, and going back to Cloud9 as well, that was one team that I was even able to call out that they were going to die in the rotation just because they couldn't go anywhere. They couldn't do their long rotations that they're used to, and with no water being in play, we have seen so many circles in Vikendi with just half water pretty much the whole time, especially on the first circle, which allows teams to just find a place and then just wait there. There was a lot more fighting in this Vikendi, and as you were mentioning, yeah, Loops not being able to go ahead and be the aggressor there, kind of turn it down a notch, and then with Cloud9 not being able to kind of rotate long rotations as they're used to, kind of hurt them as well.
Let's take a look at her damage, though. I'm actually really curious to see how high up Futbolist would be on this, considering what they're able to accomplish in that last game. Let's get that up on your screen. It's actually not even them to have the most damage here, guys. Glitter, as we can see, Tempo Storm, a team I know you were saying when we were watching the game, this is a team that could actually win this whole thing.
Yeah, they had some really good positioning from, I think it was maybe zone 5 on, and I feel like we were watching it together and I kept saying, I feel like everybody's sleeping on Tempo right now. Tempo's in a really good spot, and they were apparently able to just dish out a ton of damage there at the end, and we saw them in that final hectic circle. So they were in the right position, they had rotated at the right times, and they were holding the right spots. At the end, it just kind of boiled down to, you know, who had more utility, who had better angles within those buildings, but that is a strong showing from Tempo, which is nice to see.
And another one I want to go ahead and mention besides Tempo is Team Queso being able to go ahead and acquire at least 1100 damage. That is huge for them. Remember, we're talking about how in Team Queso, there was one player that was just fragging out. If the other players also start fragging out and they're able to keep at least 3 or 4 people alive towards the end, that is going to be one team to go ahead and watch out for, because they are able to get into a consistent rhythm and they're able to go ahead and continue momentum. So Team Queso is going to be one of those teams that I'm going to be looking at going into the next match.
But guys, did you notice B4, 350-ish damage? They had over 3,000 in the last match alone, so really tough times for them. But two teams we're going to be talking about here is Wildcard and Team Unique. Wildcard definitely having a resurgence of what we saw in the opening weekend, and it's a play we want to break down as well.
It definitely is, and we're gonna go ahead and start it off here for everybody watching on Twitch. There you go. You guys got what you wanted. You got your salt. All right, be happy. You got your salt. Now let's actually go ahead and move forward to the clip that I want to go ahead and mention, which is gonna go ahead and be Unique. Keep in mind, Unique currently with Lightning and Memphis. They're going to be going up against a team from Wildcard that's pretty much already going to be set here on the compounds. They're already covering every single spot. Unluckily for Memphis there, that car is going to blow up. It is going to go ahead and knock him down, and it's going to leave up for Unique. Now, watching this, we have seen Unique be one of those players we have seen Lightning being one of those players from Unique, being able to just go ahead and clutch it at any time. And you're going to be able to see here firsthand, he will be able to clutch up a play against Sam. He's going to be able to knock him. And something that I really love that Lightning did here is that he knew right away, hey, guess what? I'm going to have all the other players from Wildcard coming at me, and more than likely I'm not going to be able to win that engagement, so let me go ahead and just finish off that player from Wildcard. He does just that, and something that I really love from Wildcard that they did here was how well they were able to go ahead and spread out to give Lightning just different positions. That way they wouldn't end up getting pretty much collateral in a certain way. We have seen it happen over and over again for certain teams. They're going to jump up, they're going to start firing from all angles, and Wildcard's going to be able to go ahead and win that. And then to end it here, something I wanted to go ahead and mention is how quickly Wildcard kind of goes back to their own spots, knowing that they could go ahead and beat third parties. So congratulations there for Wildcard. There you go. You got your glitter. Everybody watching, actually your confetti. Everybody watching at home. There you go. And you know what? Just for fun, I'm going to go ahead and throw some salt on it.
I mean, can we make it rain salt? That would be kind of funny to have happen. I have to ask you though, Seven, did anyone in chat guess correctly?
I forgot to ask. Sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Usually when I see the glitter come in, I'm expecting, hey, someone in chat got it correctly. But let's take a look, though, as we're 2 matches deep of our overall standings. Let's see where all the teams are currently going to be sitting at. And then we're going to see football is taking that #1 position with 37 points total, Glitter.
That's just impressive. It's also nice to see that even though B4 didn't have the best game this time around, they were able to secure enough points to maintain where they are right now in second place. But looking at the list, Uter Killers in 6th place right now. Overall, Loops in 5th. I don't think we expected Loops to be in 5th or Uter Killers to be in 6th. So this is a complete shakeup. We've got Yala in 9th, Alpha Legends in 10th. I feel like there are a lot of names currently missing from this first page that we were expecting to see up here, Seven.
Oh, definitely. We were mentioning over and over again. Uter Killers is one of those teams that we just really weren't expecting that much from what we were able to see to league play. So it's great for me to see a team turning around that well and putting themselves in a 6th spot. That's something you love to see from many teams. And one of the other teams that I'm actually going to be looking to see how they perform in the next matches is going to be Konina Power. Konina Power is one of those teams that we have seen them do really well, but then they kind of come up and then just start slacking, and I feel like that's what's happening here. They're just, nothing's going their way, and maybe they need to actually rethink their positioning. They're landing on Vikendi because we've seen them come very close to Wildcard, and in the future, if they actually get into a fight, that could be very scary for them. And just to answer your question again, Jason, I just asked Twitch chat, and none of them got it right, so they don't get a shout out.
Well, they're 15 minutes behind us, right? So that's their fault for not getting up to date. One thing I do want to say, though, Tixie, where's he been at? We looked at his averages from the opening weekend. It's the first day of league play. He had 2 kills a game on average. They have 1 kill in total after 2 matches. They've kind of disappeared off the server, but Glitter, I'm expecting them to maybe come through. Again, it's 3 days of play. It's not just 2. It's not just 1. You got 15 matches in total.
Yep. Yeah, and we touched on this during league play, and Seven just kind of touched on for a second just a few moments ago, but we did see Konina Power have a little bit of a rough start in the beginning of league play. And when we spoke with them, they said, sometimes it was just unlucky for them. They had a rough day one, but it wasn't because of anything that they did. And they kind of stuck with their strategy. And then we saw what a difference that made on day 2 of league play. That could potentially be what's going on here today. Like you said, they have 3 days instead of 2. This is only the first day, and we're only 2 matches in on day 1. So for all we know, Kadena Power could explode out of the gates for the rest of today or even starting tomorrow.
Like you said, explode out of the gates like horse racing as we look now at our schedule. Miramar coming up as our 3rd match of the day. Again, a map we haven't seen since the opening weekend. We still have Sanhok to come as well, which is going to be a switch up here, and then anything's off on Erangel. But when we get to Miramar 7, I feel like this is potentially a map that Team Queso can excel at. This is one of those maps that I always seem to compare Team Queso and Miramar because they like to go for the long rotations and like to play on the edge of the circles.
Yeah, and remember, something that we actually seen already from Team Queso is that if they are able to go ahead and get inside the circle and they're able to get into one compound, they're going to be able to take full advantage of that. This is one team that's not afraid to, even though they are able to do long rotations, this is one team that can adjust on the fly. They're able to just pretty much switch off that aggressiveness that they have. Now, for me, it's going to be interesting because remember, those 2 days that we played before, none of these teams have been able to play Miramar. So how are they going to go and adjust if maybe they have a player down right off the get-go or maybe midway the match? How is Cloud9 going to go ahead and do their low rotations? As I was mentioning here previously in Vikendi, they got caught by trying to go ahead and push into that circle without being able to do a long rotation like they're used to. How are they going to adjust to that? And then Loops Esports, if they get a compound again, are they going to be more aggressive now that they notice that being passive didn't really work out for them? There's just so much stuff that I'm going to be looking here going into the first Miramar.
And the thing is, like you were just saying, Glitter, it's only 2 matches in, right? We're going into match 3. It's only day 1. There's still time for teams to accumulate points. And there's no necessity out of them to really perform well in the first Super Week either, because they still have 2 more Super Weeks to come. That's another 30 matches, if I can do my math correctly as well, if they can qualify through. Yep. But let's take a look yet again at what you can win at home before we get into our 3rd match of the day. You still got the lucky draw going on the entire time here. We're bringing you the PUBG Mobile World League West and East. So you can obviously go check them out, but stay here on West because we're the best. And you always have to watch within your game, within the Esports Center to be eligible to win any of these sweet drops. Now, I want to talk about prediction game. 7, you made me go first last time. You're going first this time. Who do you have in match 3?
Can I do pass? Can Glitter go for me?
I mean, if you pass, you get 0 points.
Nope, never mind.
I'll
All right,
take it.
I'm gonna go ahead and play.
First.
I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna go with Cloud9. I'm gonna stick with Cloud9. Let's see what they got.
Glitter, who do you got?
Thinking all the way back to when the last time we did play Miramar, Queso was one of the teams that actually did very, very well on the map, and they just had a pretty strong game. So I'm going to go with Queso and see if they can maybe pick it up for a win.
Okay, that's viable. I'm going with Football List because they just won the last game, and I think they can do it twice in a row. We'll check with you guys after our 3rd match is done. We're going to bring in our commentators another time here. And if I'm not mistaken, it still will be the handsome gentleman joining me. It's going to be Inviram and Cameron Davis to be covering the action here on match 3. Cameron, I'm going to give you a chance to talk about what's your thoughts going into this map here for Miramar?
It's hard to have a lot of really concrete thoughts because, as you mentioned, we haven't seen this after the opening weekend. And there are a lot of storylines that have changed from the opening weekend to once we hit league play. And with that, I'm going to say my prediction is wildcard.
Okay, I can respect that. They definitely stepped up. They were looking a little shaky in league play. And Viram, I think even caught you off surprise too.
Yeah, no, that finish was so impressive. And actually, that's why I'm a little surprised because I also pick wildcard. Really? I'm really a momentum-based person. I like watching how teams are going, and so far today, like if you're looking at this like a linear curve, wildcard has been getting better and better every single game, and I think they were very, very close to getting the chicken dinner there. So I think they're stepping up. Also, Spring, I love you. I'm sorry. I had to make the joke. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Well, you're saying linear curve. I think I was asleep in my algebra class when that happened, if that was algebra class. I don't remember. That was a long time ago because I'm an old man. But I think we're about to head into our 3rd match of the day. I want to actually ask you one more quick question here in Viram. How many teams do you think we're going to have left alive going into the final zone?
9.
9?
You go with 9.
9. That's Cameron? Yeah, he's surprising me as well with the 9.
Final, so wait, what do you mean by final circle? Like final circle, like the actual final circle? Then 5. We're gonna go with 5.
Okay, yeah. Cameron?
5.
Lower? You're thinking lower? No whammies?
Yeah.
5.
Yeah, just the nature of the
All
terrain
in.
on Miramar.
nature of the terrain. Yeah, I can understand that. I think we're going to see a little bit of a slower start, especially like we had on Vikendi. But then again, everyone's been so aggressive throughout today. I wonder if they're going to continue that momentum on as we get into our third match. I believe we're going to send you into the game here for our third match of the day. I think it's your final one of the day, and I can tell you right now before we head in, I'm going to miss you guys. But we'll check in with you now to take away the game.
Thank you so much. Yes, this is our first time actually casting Miramar here, I believe, Cameron. This is exciting. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a big fan of sand. It's coarse, it's rough, it gets everywhere. And you know, Miramar is a map
No one in chat is old enough to understand that reference.
Look, I'm gonna keep making them until somebody appreciates them, okay? I'm just gonna keep doing it. I was told, don't make such North American specific pop culture references because now we have such a diverse global audience and I love you all. But also, this is all I know how to do. So I'm gonna keep doing it, okay? All right. Welcome to Miramar.
Yeah, this one's gonna be good. Just to, while we're waiting with the plane flying over, just to extrapolate on what I was talking about with zero security here. Like, we haven't seen Miramar since the opening weekend, and there are a number of teams, Konina Power, Wildcard, and even to a certain extent the Knights that just sort of didn't really show, or Queso actually, that just didn't really show up post opening weekend. But again, the league play was strictly Erangel and Vikendi. And so going into Miramar, this is a breath of fresh air. And the reason why I picked Wildcard, and you might have picked this for the same reason, is because their play last game, I don't necessarily think that they're a shoe-in for the win, because you can never tell that. But the way that they played to the game, the way that they feel like they're getting back into the groove, really suits the style of play that Miramar leans towards. You're not going to have so many direct breaches in this map as you will on Vikendi because of the lack of compounds. There's a lot of third-party fighting, and there's a lot of just controlling a wider area than you would have on Erangel or like to the extreme of that Sanhok.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the exact same thing coming into this. Again, I'm very much someone who is, I don't know, we're on the same page. I dig it, man. And that's not the worst circle, actually, of all time here. Gonna go down towards Chumacera. And, you know, we're going to have Nova look up towards Campo Militar. They're going to have a little bit of a hike, but there are enough vehicles. I think they should be okay here. This is a pretty forgiving one, but if things do go further south, all around that mountainous terrain, that's where things could get very, very exciting. So we'll keep an eye on that. What? Hang on a second. Wait, whoa. Sandro, we don't see this is my quintessential Battle Royale experience. Drop and hope you find a gun. So... oh boy, let's see how this goes. Oh my goodness.
It's a Scar versus an M4, so it's relatively even, though. Just, you know, with nothing else going for you, you got to give it to the M4. It's more the helmet as well on Mick that might give him the advantage, as well as a grenade. He spots him, could place this well. But luckily, Sandro goes down to the bottom floor.
And I love this, being able to see both points of view right now. I was a little bit on an island here. We'll see who's going to be able to... wait, does he have another grenade? That's not fair. Mixera, hang on. The loot gods were with him. And Sandro's going to play it very, very quietly because he knows exactly where Mixera is. Oh my goodness. Now the next question becomes, if this goes on for too long, whose teammates get here first? Or do you just leave... do you just leave everyone for dead? Hang on.
Looking on the minimap, it's going to be Uter Killers. Already someone is up on the hill. Mick might have just spotted that out, but the problem is... how can he retreat? I don't see a vehicle in access. But Sandro pushing up on the steps. Okay, he's got the angle.
The hunter becomes the hunted. Sandro, absolutely sick. B4 getting here a little bit too late. Should have gotten here before your teammate was dead. You do that 180, Levi. Get out of here, says Sandro. I love it. That's how you start a game.
It was, as you can see, it was just in the nick of time too, because if B4 arrived or any closer, could have been a lot more complicated. But Raven also getting an opening kill for the Pittsburgh Knights, and this is the team that still sort of have to live up the expectations. They started off very, very strong, and of course, we saw them win an entire event just before the league play began.
That is true. Pittsburgh Knights need to, again, they made some changes to the roster. They brought on, they have Carnage, and they've got Sixless. Versus, again, that roster that we're talking about that was able to walk away with the win there. But Pittsburgh Knights has been just one of these teams that's just, I don't feel like I find myself talking about them very much. They don't get into a fight until they get into the fight that kills them. which is not an ideal situation, obviously. I'm not trying to call them out too much here because I know they've got so much potential. They've got so many veterans of the North American scene who've been on all these top teams. We know they have the skill. I think for them, it's really just a time thing of getting the communication in sync, getting their comms lined up, because clean comms are so important in a game as chaotic. Those final circles being the prime example in that last game, you need to be communicating the correct information efficiently.
There comes a time, though, that at what point it might be too little too late as far as not only picking up those points, but also getting that chemistry in line. Yeah, they've shown some ability to snake it out, and this one's some great solo plays by Raven, and especially J7.
Oh, yeah.
But if you, as a full team, you're not clicking and you're not able to actually get it done, those clutch plays can only take you so far.
That's actually, I think, a really fantastic point, because we are in day one of our super weekend here. Cameron, this is important. They've got themselves here. Now's the time they got to step up. And I think even if it's like tomorrow, that's still early enough that they can really make a run here.
Yes.
Of course, over the course of these 3 weekends. I think they still have time, but this weekend, to me, you know, if you just took the metal out of the coals and it's on the anvil, you know, if this weekend is the hammer, let's hope they make something beautiful out of it. You know, let's go.
Still a little bit of rotation troubles for a couple of teams here. I don't know, maybe it's just the being a little cold on Miramar, but we're seeing a lot of teams get tangled up early on, and that's not what you usually expect. Sure, it's not a full team wipe. It's a kill here or there, like the one we saw on Knights, the one that we saw for Udyr against B4. But you usually don't even see that happen on Miramar. We saw a little bit of a standoff here between Loops and Konina Power. I'm a little curious if this is going to continue where we see Miramar this entire weekend.
Miramar is one of these interesting ones. It's one of these interesting ones where I feel like mistakes aren't generally as punished quite as hard as, and I'm not just due to the range usually and the inability to confirm kills, but also, I don't know, man. I mean, I've been burned before in my personal gameplay experience on Miramar and watching it competitively, so I think maybe, I don't know, I'm slightly biased here. In any case, I think there's something that Jason made a very interesting note of during the analyst segment there. The idea that loops are good when they're the ones pushing in, when they're being the aggressors. Again, I'd called them the breachers before. And I feel like they need to sort of get back to that playstyle here. And I feel like if there's a map to do it on, it can definitely be Miramar, because you can still rotate early into the circle, but there's still enough room where you're given the option to play more aggressively between compounds, between cities, should you choose to.
The issue is that only lasts for the first couple of minutes, and that might be up because with the open nature of Miramar, third-partying is the real name of the game. And so even if Loops are able to get up to the compound and get a couple of grenades inside, get a knock or two, very likely there's someone on a hill just next door that is ready to sort of pick up the scraps on that.
Ooh, and we are seeing a little bit of a fight breaking out here. Once again, Neuterkillers this time going up against Alpha Legends. Needs being primed on both sides. Trying to track via footsteps. If Faker's going to run right into that one, no. Maybe May's wasting a little bit of that utility a little earlier here. And there's luckily actually, I think, enough change in the terrain right now that Alpha, while they don't have the high ground per se, they may actually be able to get enough different angles here to pressure Udyr.
Yeah, I'm liking this. They're moving around. They're making sure they're not all grouped up in case of a stray grenade or two. And now that the grenades have actually stopped being thrown out, I don't know if it's because they don't have any or they think that they've retreated. It could be a good time to strike. But over here, well, what? Varsik, he gets taken out. Was that a long-range shot from Konina?
I think so. That's what I'm guessing here. I think it might have been Gonzo. Yes, I think it was Gonzo, separated from the team. Just like I said, this is the mistakes are punished less on Miramar. You know what I mean? Because they were not able to confirm the down. Both teams are going to be able to escape scot-free. And this is what I was talking about. And yes, Alpha's doing exactly what we were both saying. They're going to line up the flank. They're going to try and level themselves out in terms of the terrain itself. But of course, all these different buildings here are going to make this, I don't know, man. This is going to be interesting. If you run into this, feels like the spider's web that Alpha are going to have to deal with. And I think they're very smartly just going to try and reassess this. Potentially just pull it all together. I don't think I'd hate that decision.
The Neuterkillers were playing on the backside of that compound compared to the Alpha Legends angle. And I don't know if they know something that I do not, but that could have given Alpha Legends an opportunity to just get into the compound, use the actual buildings to break line of sight from them on the roof. but Alpha Legends weren't aware of that, and so instead they actually back off because they don't want to take that fight, but instead they're backing off into Footballless. Happy Feet isn't going to take Ramman too far because he's going to get knocked. And is Soulk going to go aggressive onto this?
What?
Or instead just use it as an opportunity to move his buggy a couple of feet, I guess, but Lutz, he's the one that's going aggro.
Yep, I would say, given Lutz's position, Cars.
Yes.
We'll ignore that. We'll ignore that, Lutz. Your grenade earlier is buying you a lot of good graces in my book. But in any case, so that's actually going to slow down Footballless a lot, having one of your key entry fraggers being sort of down in that position. And I can't believe it. They're just leaving him. No, Rayman. No, Raymond. Cutting your losses is Alpha, and I can't even fault them for that position. Just given how hot Footballless is after that last win. You see that on the kill feed, and you probably think, let's rethink our life choices.
It was also a really rough position to try and go for the revive there. As you saw, the body was in the middle of a valley. Then not only Footballless, they also didn't forget about Uter Killer still on the high ground and could still have an angle onto it. So I think it was definitely the right play to escape off of that. But Lord from Yala is giving revenge against the Pittsburgh Knights. Both these teams still playing on the southeast corner of the zone. The circle did center up. It's not terrible for them, but they do continue to have to move.
And it is actually around that one area just north of Chumacera, like I was talking about, that has so much of that very interesting mountainous terrain, which can result in some really chaotic finishes. My 5-team finals circle may live true here as Pittsburgh Knights, again, just continue to take the damage. And I love that we're jumping back on board with Lord. Lord, of course, the almost hero, the one who could be king, or Lord, I guess, in this situation. Oh, no. Yeah, and that's the thing. Oh, it feels bad. Raven, you're lucky nobody saw that.
Like over here, Footballless, they actually do feel comfortable pushing into the compound. I don't know if it's because they knew Uter Killers were here or not, but this is what I mean when Uter Killers playing on the backside. Sure, it gives them information, but now if they take the shot and they miss, Footballless have an opportunity up close and personal to change things up.
Are you saying they've only got one shot?
One opportunity. And there it goes. First knock.
I love it when a plan comes together. That's what Uter's definitely thinking right now is the nades. And the pressure is going back and forth. But that's the first down onto Footballless to start this off. We can see nades being primed on both sides here. Let's see where they land. Raum. Ooh, almost able to connect on that one. The good footwork, though, able to help reassess. They are going to be able to get the pick up here as Uter is just playing in these close quarters battles. It's like a labyrinth right now. Moving in and around, they're going to try and line this up so Footballs overextend. You still have Sandro up on the high ground, but Lutz is doing what Lutz does best. He is trying to find an angle, but this is a 4v4, and this could get very spicy very quickly.
Ooh, that nade was almost perfect, but it's actually not a frag grenade. It's a smoke to stop the peak, a potential peak by Lutz.
I like that. I like it. We know Footballless is a team that loves to play the angles and shut those down as much as you can. Soulk now has to put himself further away from his team to try and leverage that. That's actually a really heads-up play from Uter.
I don't mind Soulk's position, though. A grenade almost hits, but this shot does. A grenade does, actually. On to Sandro again. The guy who is feeding most of the information to the team on the bottom floor gets knocked. I think he's going to be able to get revived. Just drops off like that. Should get revived by Nano. But this gives Footballless the opportunity to use the roof and get immediately directly above Uter Killers.
Yeah, and this is Ulysses. Oh my goodness, forcing back now as Lutz is going huge on the high ground, putting shots in every single direction. Footballless is looking absolutely solid, and that's just gonna be it here. The last man standing from Uter Killers is going to get killed themselves. And with that, a beautiful execution. Oh my goodness, that was Footballless. Momentum. We now know it goes from cold to hot because Footballless is looking hot now on Miramar. Take over the desert. Yes, please.
They saw the opportunity that was presented to them the minute they got that first knock, and they executed it immediately without hesitation, and perfect timing too, because the circle shifts away and they have a good angle to attack and get inside if they want to take it. But unfortunately, they have a couple of teams approaching them right now. Just a replay real quick of Lutz using the high ground to his advantage. Uter only had one man, and when he was taken out, not much more they could have done.
I think the point that you made, Cameron, was just so spot on. The nade down the player on the high ground, which meant that all of a sudden, if you're a Footballless, you can take the high ground. The roofs were only being held by one player. the second you take that one player out of the equation, it's all yours. They leveraged it, they played aggressive, and that was just such a flawless execution. I am just so impressed by how Footballless is looking right now as we jump on to the fight between Team Queso and Alpha Legends. Alpha, they've been involved in quite a few scrapes over the course of this game so far. We can see more action happening in our picture-in-picture shot below as well, I believe with Konina Power, Tixi getting down there as well. Tixi, of course, being one of the individual star players here in the PMPL West division, but not being able to, I think, have a real impact so far today. We'll see if he's going to be able to turn his fortunes around in the next few, as Faker is looking to try and line things up, not able to do so.
Okay, so also dealing a little bit of damage over to Nova. There's a lot of teams here on this eastern side, and Cloud9 actually has the best control over all of them. You can just see from the minimap that Alpha and Queso can't really confidently fight each other. There's only certain angles that they can peek out that Cloud9 won't be able to punish them from, which is why not a lot has happened between these two squads. A smoke there from Marco, perhaps block a little bit of information as well as block a potential peek by Alpha Legends. But the question is, like, do they want to stay here? But if they don't, where can they go?
That's sort of the question of the hour, isn't it? And I mean, they've got to make a move at some point. I'm looking okay for now. Yeah, this is just getting to the point where somebody has got to be, again, I talk about a game of chicken. Somebody's got to be the one to make the play, to make the call, to try and find a crack in the armor, a little bit of weakness from this opposing team.
More smokes, more grenades at the ready. But you can tell that they just don't want to move. Oh, and the circle shift actually helps them a lot. They're not in the center, but they're just north of it. Cloud9 still, I think, have the strongest position here, especially because they can utilize the high ground to punish rotations in from the west side. But this is really good and alleviates a lot of pressure from Legends and Queso.
Yeah, it does. They're looking at a great spot. We'd actually see a down, though, going their way from a lot of these top teams as Kayowski also drops in the kill feed. Just so much action happening right now, as Umbra's going to be able to confirm that kill. That's one of the fan favorites, Loops. The boys from Brazil, maybe potentially in a bit of trouble there, able to dish out as well as they're taking, as we were seeing Axial and crew. Maybe they keep throwing these smokes, but at some point they've got to do something with it, Cameron.
Ooh. So, okay, up here we are seeing the fight between Wildcard and Footballless. We're both coming in from the north. Footballless, because I think they took just a little bit too long getting themselves back up for the previous fight, though they did take it with confidence. That, you know, it still takes a couple of seconds to med back up if you need to, get all the loot that you want. They didn't want to pressure immediately for the city of Monte Nuevo. They go towards the north, and they run directly into Wildcard, who are punishing them for trying to retreat. And this is I think, a better example of that game of chicken, because both these squads need to move into the circle. And Footballless, they're further than Wildcard are in that respect, but they're taking so much damage.
And I love how we just keep coming back to this fight. One wall separating these two teams. It's like you have really annoying neighbors. You know what I mean? That's what it's about. But Lutz actually able to capitalize on Wildcard moving on in. These two teams have some bad blood still from this last game as Slicky gets picked up on the road. Oh, it's gonna go. So they're gonna trade back and forth here. Both of these teams have got to move in. This has got a lot more interesting. Oh my goodness, they are being mad there over Solke did actually end up surviving though, so that's actually a pretty big deal.
Yeah, but look, the blue is overtaking Wildcard right now, and they lost their advantage. They had to go off the high ground, and now terrain-wise, it's even. And that means that the blue zone is what decides who gets the biggest advantage here. Acer goes down. Ram is trying to finish him off. Ram takes out Sam on the attempted flank.
And this is just Wildcard, a horrible position. Maybe took a little bit too long to punish Solke, who was down there. The rest of the teammates were able to rally, and that's just going to be Wildcard out. Perfect play from Footballists, saying, look, you almost stole that last game from us. We're going to make sure you don't do it again. It is Spring up against the world once again, but I think he has not enough meds to make this a real play. He's just going to go down, and he's going to try and survive as long as he can. Yala Esports is dropping as well, but Footballists looking so good.
I wonder what vehicles he has, Spring, because Footballless, they're not committing to it, which is a smart play, and this might give him an opportunity. But we saw the meds that he had, and they were not great. Over here, back on a Queso and Alpha, they still haven't taken a fight against each other because, again, the buildings don't really allow for it with all these teams around them. And so instead, there is a tentative, temporary alliance on taking out Nova to the north, but Football is pushing into trouble yet again, which is expected. What can they do with it?
Solke, not just good with the nades. Keep that spray under control. And now Memphis is trying to pick up the pieces. No matter where footballists go, they just leave a wake of bodies behind them. Every single fight they take has been looking so good for them. Yes, the one down did come through, but now they're going up against Uneven as well. The team shooting there is looking so good. Footballists just seem like they've gone super. I don't know what it is. They have gone to the next level, Cameron.
They better hope so. They better keep that pedal to the metal because they have to move through multiple teams still to get into the circle. The circle shifts towards the south, and Queso and Alpha are going to have to move as well. They got to heal up, but look at this push by Mystic.
Oh. Can they make it happen? No, just still forced back every single time. The amount of utility that's been utilized here is massive. C9 is going to let this one go as it stands. Footballists only going to have to deal with Unique here because both of these teams have to go to the circle. They are prioritizing the rotation over taking these unnecessary fights. It is the mature decision. It is the correct decision.
Cloud9 as well moving off of the high ground, which this also removes pressure from Alpha and Queso in that building fight, because if they just stuck around all four of them, they continue just third party until the absolute final second, but they're moving to try and get good position here. And Footballists, they're trying to punish Unique's move as well.
Now we do see Mystic finally trying to be able to capitalize on this push that Alpha Faker has gone down. Mystic, can they find the shots? There's Marco. Last man standing. Kato trying to survive, but the pressure is continuing on in. 2 members alive. Alpha's actually still up and in this somehow. I can't believe it. They actually got the better of Team Queso there.
Even just for a quick second, and Queso immediately back off. A quick molly there for Moldman to just guarantee it. But hey, look at that. That's a nice kill on the north side. You know, it was a nice reset. Perfect timing.
That was actually really solid there. I'm actually impressed when both teams showing life here at this stage of the game. As we're continuing to try and see what Loops is up to. Always getting into fights. Sounds about right for Loops. Going up against Pedro from B4, who's got a little bit of an angle there with the high grounds. We'll continue to see what this fight looks like, but we keep coming back. We need to have resolution. We need to have a finale to this Team Queso fight. As here comes the full flank all the way around. It is Kato able to get the shots, the angle, confirming the kills. Yes! Now Team Queso, Mystic's just got to run. There's nothing magical about this one. You just got to have the feet beneath you. And no! Finally, after about a 6 or 7 minute back and forth fight, Alpha say, please, this is our compound. Let's get back into this game.
It's not their compound anymore. It's overtaken by the zone, and Kato can't even get revives on his teammates. So those 2 kills still go the way of Queso, despite them going out in 9th place. And I don't know how much longer Alpha Legends is going to be able to survive this run because it's all out in the open. Blue's about to touch him. Solke continuing to push in. 15 kills for Footballists, pushing through hell this entire time, and they take everyone in their way out.
Oh my goodness. Footballists just looking so impressive. I talked about the idea of momentum. I thought it was going to be carried by Wildcard in that one, but no. The winners of this last game are making a great case as to why they might try and do it here again, as Tempo Storm is getting eliminated as well. I believe it was actually Alpha Legends that did some serious damage there. That's Z-Fan out to boot. Nova going down. With only 5 teams remaining, I think my predictions on how many teams will be left out and open, not so viable at this point, Cameron.
I wonder if anyone remembers what I suggested. What I said was going to be the answer.
You know, it's fine. It's fine.
Listen, I'm doing terrible on the predictions. Let me get the few victories that I can get here, okay?
What, Cameron?
Footballists, they're looking for their victory.
You were absolutely right. You're looking solid right now. Looking as good as Footballists right now, who don't want just 16 kills. They want even more. As they're continuing to look into B4, who we have not seen since the very start of this game, where they were first blood on Miramar, and now Pedro and crew are trying to rally in this little bit of a divot they've actually found for themselves here. Lutz is going for a big open push. Oh my goodness, this is bold, Cameron. Can they make this happen?
The smokes are there to assist, but he knows he has the knock. He knows that at least one other member of B4 stuck on the revive. Does he know of the B4 player close? He sends the shots, the grenade comes out. Might have missed his opportunity.
Yeah, that might have been it, because he's taking a lot of damage from these grenades, as DE and Umbra are also fighting on the other side of the circle. But Footballists, with these smokes, are just pushing their way in slowly but surely. Lutz is taking a little bit of damage back and forth. So is Raum on the back. And now Solke and crew, they have to think, do we back up and try and reset this, or do we just push forward? And the answer is forward, training out one-on-one now. It's a 2v1 situation as Pedro's going to go in and try and confirm the kills. Can he get the shots? He does. They're closer to Solke. He sees Lutz in the back. This is a 2v1 situation. Lutz, who can always go clutch for the team, is going to need to do it again here, but it's hard to do when you're on fire. Not that kind of fire, and B4 shuts them down. 5 kills to their name. Footballists, who are making a claim to Miramar like they did to Vikendi, shut down at the end, making this all about Dream Eaters and B4, the two teams we haven't talked about a whole lot coming into this, but 5 kills and 7 respectively. They've been getting involved.
Not as involved with Footballists, but they're involved in the final circle, and that's for all the placement points. That crate, I don't know if it's going to be terribly useful. I honestly don't see either team really stretching that far towards the north to get it. But who knows? Maybe B4 want that angle, but the cover that Dream Eaters has, except for Matic, who's going super aggressive, does he know that he's running directly into a member of B4?
That's the question. He's going to find out real quick. Oh my goodness, Matic catching him as he's cooking a grenade. That was actually huge. Pedro was able to do a lot of damage on the other side of that as the rest of the team was going to push him. But Everson, no, do not count out Pedro. Oh my goodness, that M4 spray was solid. And now Dream Eaters look like they're going to try and continue to confirm the shots. No, they do get down Pedro. Matic with the shots. The team fire is there. And now this is just, I think, a 1v3 situation. Oh my goodness. Dream Eaters are looking solid. It's Levi now, the last man standing for B4. Can Dream Eaters look to come in here and pick themselves up their first win, their first chicken dinner? And there it is. Oh my goodness. Dream Eaters with the chicken dinner.
Solid win for them as well. The way they played that final end game once footballs were taken out was pretty much perfect. They send 1 or 2 at a time with 2 remaining on the high ground to give them cover, and you saw how it just decimated B4. It's not even the man advantage that they had, the 4 versus 3, that allowed them to win that. They played the end game, I don't want to say perfectly, but pretty close.
Yeah, basically what they were trying to do is they were trying to make that as much as they could, either a series of 1v1s or 2v1s in their favor with the high ground, with the angles. Because, you know, a lot of the players that were down there for B4 at the end, it wasn't just one player shooting at them. We were watching one POV, but you look at the kill feed and it's a headshot from somebody else. The communication of where the opponents were, I mean, there's not a lot of defining cover there. Oh, it's a rock, it's a dip. Like, how do you describe that? But they were able to correctly communicate to their teammates where all of their opponents were, and Dream Eaters were able to secure it there, being everyone else's nightmare in that final few circles. That just looked really impressive from them. Super solid, and congrats to them on their first win. But that's us. That's it from us here on the day. Cameron, feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, no, it's looking really solid, and actually it's been a good opening 3 games.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see what the rest of the games look like. But let's send it back to our analysts.
And finally, what feels like forever, Dream Eaters finally pick up a chicken dinner. I think they did that in the opening weekend, but since then they've been extremely quiet. Some might even say they might have been a little bit asleep.
I was hoping you were going to go with that. Good job. Good job, Jason.
I was hoping that would be a little bit of a golf clap there. Let's take a look at our standings, though, from that last match. You can see how many points they did accumulate. And to be fair, they got a lot of kills here, 10 for themselves and 30 points total, Glitter.
That is quite the respectable game, but I think we're all kind of looking at it right now. Look at the kills on Footballists. They literally almost surpassed them in first place just because of their kill points.
And I'm pretty sure Jason's going to be really happy about that because he picked him and he was just screaming like a little girl in the back, like he just got the biggest candy bar ever when they were getting so many kills, man. Impressive game there by Footballists, and I wouldn't be surprised if we still see them at the top after this match because 16 kills. They were being so aggressive. I think that was maybe their downfall towards the end as well, going up against B4 Esports. They were just way too aggressive, which honestly, when you got 16 kills, you might as well continue to be aggressive. And Nova Esports here with 7 points. That's good for them. Remember, we've been seeing them towards the bottom over and over again, so it's good for them to finally wake up, and then Temple Storm being able to also get 7 points. And then something we're not used to here, Glitter. Look who's currently in the second pitch. Loops, Esports, and Cloud9.
Yeah, maybe Miramar just kind of threw all these teams for a loop. We've touched on the fact they haven't really had a chance to play on it the same way that they have with Erangel and Vikendi. But we also see Wildcard down at the bottom, Konina Power down at the bottom, and we were actually talking about that after we got off the last segment. And you kind of asked me something like, why didn't you pick Wildcard? They just had a really strong game. And I was like, I don't know if they can do it consistently back to back. And maybe that's the next thing that they have to work on, because we've seen days where they are very, very strong, but it's at the top of the day and the end of the day and not, you know, in some sort of a succession. So maybe that's the next thing Wildcard can push for.
Can I bring up a team here? Am I allowed to do that with you guys? You cool with that?
Yeah.
Scooter Killers. They were top 4 in the first 2 games, and unfortunately having a very rough time here. I mean, we talk about consistency. They've been consistent in placing well and also getting themselves up on the scoreboard. We're going to take a look, though, at the stats for Dream Hitters. 1,800 damage total, and of course, the 10 kills, 10 knocks as well, 7.
Yeah, I think this is going to be huge for them. I think going into this match, they were in 12th place, and they were only getting 12th place, and then 9th place, only 3 kills. So being able to pack up 10 kills in one match, this is going to be such a great confident booster for them. And going back on what you were saying, Scooter Killers, they just had a bad time here in Miramar. They went up against the team with the most skills in football, and we will be breaking that down later. So don't worry, you'll be able to brag a little bit more, Jason.
I mean, I'm being modest. I'm one of the most modest people that I know, to be fair. And let's talk about football just a little bit, because again, 16 kills. They had those fairly early on. I mean, they were pretty much doing what Loops did in one of their breakout games: pedal to the floor, constantly attacking with no regard for anyone else, and it worked out for them, Glitter. This team really put the pressure on everyone else.
You know, and I think part of that has to do with the fact that they've all day today just continued to pick up momentum. Obviously, coming off of that wild ending that we just saw in Vikendi and a win, they are feeling very good about themselves. They're in a good position to kind of potentially start making those more aggressive pushes on some of these teams, especially when we haven't seen them playing on Miramar all that much. And like you said, they kind of turned into the Loops of the lobby for this particular match. They took every single fight that came across their desk and clearly did well in the end.
Who knew they were a great bureaucratic team? Let's take a look, though, at our top fraggers from that last game. And I can almost guarantee you football is going to be up there in a majority of the players. And you can see Solkay and Lutz, but Matic and Paratrog also making their way up here as well.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not surprised to see those players there. Matic from the winning team, and then you got Pedro from B4. Remember, B4 is that one team that ended up knocking down all the players there from Footballers. But still, Footballers, Soul K, being able to get 1,000 damage, that is huge. Not only just in stats alone, but that is just such a confident booster for a player like that, being able to go ahead and showcase that, hey, I got what it takes. I'm able to go ahead and put this kind of outwork and be able to go ahead and help my team. And Lutz have been super consistent today as well. Remember, this is one of the players going back to the first game in Erangel. He was just knocking people with grenades and being able to cause a lot of damage that way. So it's good for those players to be so consistent today.
Let's take a look at some of our do moments from our match number 3. I can't believe we're moving into match 4 in just a few minutes of time. It seems like the entire day has just completely slipped by us. But we're going to see, Canada Power. We haven't seen the power horse that they can be. We talked about Tixie before, and it's been rough times for them.
It definitely has been. That's one team. But remember, it's actually no surprise to me, because so far, every single first day that we do of the splits, for example, seeding, Karina Power had a bad day. League play, Karina Power didn't have the best start on that first day. And here, going into the first Super Weekend day, seeing them not perform that well is actually not surprising for me. What is going to be surprising for me is going to be tomorrow. If they also have a bad day tomorrow, then I'm going to actually start to panic a little bit more. And I know there's one person right now panicking, seeing Karina Power not doing so well, and it's going to be Mustache Day, because my boy picked them for every single map today.
I can hear him now going, whoa.
Yeah, whoa, Seven, chill. But as we're seeing more highlights here from Footballers, if we want to go ahead and take it away, Glitter.
Yeah, I think what's impressive about a lot of these highlights is a lot of them are going to be football. So we see them going up against Wildcard there specifically in that clip. But they just were kind of unstoppable the entire time on this map. We saw them taking engagements that maybe a lot of teams wouldn't have been comfortable taking, especially on, and I will keep harping on this, on the fact that, this is the first time we've seen Miramar in, almost a week, maybe?
Yep.
These players. So their confidence is going to be huge, not only just today, but moving into our next few days of the Super Weekend. They're going to kind of put a target on their backs with having such a strong showing here in the first day, and now we get to see how the other teams are going to be handling them. And this was actually a fight that we're seeing now that we're jumping on board between Team Queso and Alpha Legends that we watched for a very long time. Both of these teams holding the exact same building. For my opinion, way too long. I think the push decision should have been made a little bit sooner because I think it might have played out better in Queso's favor, which would have made me happier because I wanted them to do really well on this map. But that was something that we did watch for a long back and forth that ended up, you know, kind of going in the way of Alpha Legends.
And in this one right here, it's one of those moments where we just saw how aggressive Footballers was being able to go ahead and push up on B4. B4 had everything going on their way. They had the height advantage. On top of that, they had cover, and they also had the zone. And they were able to go ahead and destroy Footballers, and then they had to move on to Dream Eaters, and Dream Eaters was just on another level with height advantage, being able to cover angles like some of the other teams weren't able to cover before. And guess what? Being able to go ahead and do that, it's gonna get you the chicken dinner. So it's great to see Dream Eaters do so well there. And something that Glitter was mentioning is that we haven't actually played this match in almost a week. So I do wonder how much of an effect that has done on certain teams. Hopefully they go ahead and switch it up maybe for tomorrow. Keep in mind, we're gonna be playing Miramar tomorrow and the day after that. So hopefully they can switch it and perform better on these maps.
Well, you know what? That was a great little breakdown of what went down in our last match. And luckily for us, we're going to have an interview with someone we've already seen before. We're going to have Knight from B4. The coach should be coming through to talk to us about, of course, their preparation coming into the Super Weekend and, of course, the matches we've had today. First of all, I got to ask, as we get him on the screen, Knight, can you hear me again, man?
Hey, I can. Okay. How about you?
I can hear you, and you're sounding fantastic. You're sounding pretty happy with how B4 has played so far with today. But I want to ask you off the bat, was there any special preparation that came into the Super Weekend for you guys?
We are a little bit worried about our Sanhok and Miramar because we didn't play it on the week. But here in Brazil, we trained a lot in the other tournaments. So we did our job. We played constant. And I think it was an amazing result for us today.
All right, well, Seven, I'm going to let you start things off here.
And I think from that one, what you just said there, you guys haven't really played Miramar in Sanhok that much. That's why you're a little bit worried about it. But something I want to know is, what is the team's favorite map to play on? Is it Erangel? Is it Sanhok? I know you say you guys practice Sanhok a lot. So which one is your favorite team to play, favorite map to play on?
At the moment, I think it's Sanhok. I think it's our best map. It's a little bit difficult because you have short time to develop your strategy, but you are used to play this, and you are very confident playing Sanhok.
Hey, well, going into Sanhok, I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing what you guys do. Parabéns, obrigado.
Valeu, obrigado.
All right, well, Glitter, go ahead.
All right, final question for me. We've seen you guys, when you finally get into a groove, be super consistent across the board. So in those moments where you struggle a little bit, how do you as a team bounce back?
We're very confident with our team, and our IGL is one of the best players here in Brazil. He's very confident. He knows how to make a good call, and that's why we don't have enough trouble. Even when we have a bad situation, we can think the best way to deal with and get good results.
Okay, I want to actually ask you a follow-up question here. Are you guys all in a gaming house together right now?
Yes.
Okay, I gotta ask.
They're behind me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I keep seeing people there, and I mean, they can come say hi if they want to. But how crazy and loud does it get when you guys are playing? Hey guys, how crazy is it when they're playing and they're like on the verge of winning? I have to imagine there's so much shouting going on.
Yes, this is very intense because we're all together. I mean, I go upstairs to don't bother them, and when I'm very happy, I start screaming a lot, so I don't want to bother them. But they're playing together for a week, and we're very used to do this, playing together, scream loud, say whatever you want. We're very confident.
Well, good thing it's early in the day for you guys. You might be waking some neighbors up from screaming so loud. Thank you again, Knight, for joining us here on the show, and good luck to you guys in your next match.
Thank you. Bye. Go before.
Brazil. Do Brazil. Come on. Brazil.
It's really cool to hear that, actually. I like how they're kind of all in the house together.
That's
you see
awesome.
them all grouped up, like talking to each other, what went right, what went wrong in the last match. And they definitely have bounced back, right? Thinking back to match 1, they had over 3,000 damage, and they didn't even get themselves a chicken dinner. Match 2, they had about 350 damage. And then coming into this one, we're going to see exactly how much damage they had in match number 3. So they continue this pace and momentum on as we'll get that damage on your screen here in a few seconds. I would imagine, though, we're going to see Footballists pretty high up here, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure they're going to be straight up towards the top, and you can see right there, number 3, 2,542 damages, Glitter. That's a lot of damages.
That is, you know, you love to see it, especially when it comes accompanied with a number like 16 kills.
Yeah.
That is an impressive stat. And like you said, you wanted to see exactly just how much damage B4 has done. They put out almost 1,300 damage with 6 kills themselves. And when, you know, you combine that, like you said, with coming off of a rough game that started off as an incredibly strong game, this is, I think they're going to start, you know, finding a nice happy middle ground.
And I think something I also enjoyed pretty much from football is just the aggressiveness that they went ahead and showed in that last match. And I'm actually surprised that they don't have over 3,000 damage there as well. And oh, whoa, something towards the end there. Pittsburgh Knights being able to go ahead and get 607 damage, but being able to get 5 kills. I wonder if we were to look on the stats, how many knocks out of that they had, or how many kills they were able to steal, because that's actually pretty impressive considering Pittsburgh Knights has not had the day that they would actually like. They got back-to-back 10 plays there, and I'm pretty sure going into Sanhok, they want to go ahead and step it up a little bit more.
Well, we've been talking a lot about Footballists, and you kind of hinted at something earlier on with them up against Uter Killers, and I kind of want to see you break things down as we head into this clip here. What's this clip about? What's going on in it, Seven?
Let me go ahead and show you what's going to go ahead and happen here. The clip between Footballists and Uter Killers. This was just such a tactical play at the start. Both of the teams, remember, currently Footballists is going to have 1 player down, so they're going to make sure they try to take advantage of that. And something that I would have wished from Uter Killers that they would have done is they should have just gone for it here. Look at this. You got an angle right here. Given that you do have a player from football is going to be covering that angle, but you got to believe on your skills. You got to believe that, hey, if I have to take a 1v1, I'm going to be able to win that. And I think this was the turning point here from Footballists. They fall back on their player. They're able to go ahead and pick them up, and then the grenades start coming. Something that we're starting to see Footballists do it over and over again. Just being able to throw those nades, being able to go ahead and at least cause some damage. And guess what? Once they got that player up, they start pushing. This is how aggressive Footballists was the whole time. And mostly what they're going to be doing here is they're just going to be waiting for somebody to actually go ahead and get knocked. And I think there's going to be just 1 player that's going to be able to do that here coming up soon. And something I love is how much usage of the grenades were done here by all the teams, smokes and also Molotovs. And you're seeing everybody miss grenades, but it doesn't matter because in a way it kind of stops the push from another team. And this is going to be actually a very long highlight here as we're seeing just how cautious they are. Just look how cautious they are. They're going back and forth. You see Footballists go from right to left and then vice versa, trying to see when they're going to go ahead and find an opening here. So overall, I think great strategy. It goes to show that Footballists can be tactical about things, which is something you love to see. And as soon as they ended up getting the knock here, you see them right away. Their whole demeanor changes. Everything is going to be push, push, push. Something that I was mentioning earlier, I wish Uter Killers would have done this, because guess what? Footballists got the knock, and then they're just going to go straight for it. Glitter, if you want to go ahead and say anything about this, take it away.
No, and I think that's a really important point that you made there, is the fact that Footballists is immediately ready to capitalize on the disadvantage that they have put onto Uter Killers. I think that is what made them successful. Like you said, Uter Killers had the opportunity at the beginning of this clip to do the exact same thing to Footballists when they got that first knock, had they made the decision to do so. And I think that's what is a mark of a very confident team, right? Because if you know that you have a player on your enemy team knocked, or even if they're not knocked, but you know that you landed a frag and dished a ton of damage where your team necessarily hasn't taken any, you have to be able to make those split decisions in order to push and capitalize on those small advantages that you're going to get, because you don't have them for that long.
I feel like it was just like a swarm of players. I mean, Footballists, as you mentioned, like once that first nade came in, once they got the first down on Sandro, they're like, all right, let's just go, just swarm completely over them. And they also went onto the high ground quite consistently there to make sure they had some really good angles. But at the same time, we talk about aggressive play. We can also maybe talk about another team from the region. We have Team Queso over from Argentina. This team has shown us in the past how good they can be, and we can see right here some pretty decent damage being done over the course of this entire event. 7,600, not too bad for them. Again, the 33 kills. They're a little bit behind Loops and Kanina and Wildcard, but those were the big three teams we were looking at when it came to the opening weekend here, 7.
Yeah, remember we did a piece pretty much on Wildcard Gaming and Kanina Power, and at the moment the only one that's performing out of them is gonna be Wildcard Gaming. They're almost at 10,000 damage. That's pretty impressive. And then now you got Loops Esports being one of the most consistent ones too. So it's interesting to see Team Queso. Remember, Team Queso, we've been mentioning it over and over again. They have a top fragger in Axel. Axel now has 33 kills and 33 knocks, and on top of that, 5,200 damage. So I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing more teams from Team Queso just step it up. That players like Marco, players like Mystic, I've seen him clutch up 1v1s before. So hopefully they're able to just get a little bit of that momentum that Axel currently has, because remember, all of these players are here for a reason. They got this skill to go ahead and showcase. It's just a mental game in a ways with yourself. If you start doing bad, you're gonna start doubting yourself. You're gonna start doubting your rotations. You're gonna start doubting 1v1s in a way, kind of like how we were seeing there from Uter Killers. You cannot do that. So hopefully they just kind of blank out and just go for it, because I think they can actually get the win.
Yeah, I think they've been struggling a little bit when it's come to today's games. I mean, they're definitely a team we know who can be explosive, who can lock down kills. But it's time to take a look, though, Glitter, at our overall standings. And you know what? I have to be all smiles right now, because look who's in first place.
You know, and they kind of deserve first place right now, so I'm not even mad about that, but I am impressed with some of the shifts here in our top 10. We see Dream Eaters actually bumping themselves up into 4th place overall, and Wildcard and Uter Killers dropping down a little bit, but still pretty consistent with our top 10 here across the board. I mean, this is that game for football has really kind of propelled them into a very solid first place position with their points.
And now as we go here towards the second page, teams that we're just kind of surprised to see here. Honestly, Team Unique, remember, this is one team that has already gotten a win. Even if it was during seeding weekend, they still have gotten a win. And then you got teams like Kanina Power. That is just such a huge surprise to go ahead and see them this low. Hopefully they can pick it up here towards the end of this day, if not towards tomorrow when we start a fresh day. And then Pittsburgh Knights has been one of those consistent teams, but I feel like they need to start doing a lot more. Whatever they're currently doing right now is not working out for them. Maybe it might be time for a little bit of a change of plans.
You know, I'd also say Team Unique is a team I didn't really expect to be on the bottom of the table. They were quite dominating. Maybe not overall within the league play, but they had some really good glimpses of what the team can accomplish. Maybe they can really kind of bounce back here in our match number 4, or maybe come up in the next 2 days. And speaking of match 4, let's take a look at our schedule yet again so you can see what map will be coming up next, and it will indeed be Sanhok. So to start things off, Glitter, we heard Knight talking about how they're worried about Sanhok, but at the same time, Sanhok is their best map. That to me was a little bit confusing.
Well, I mean, I understand what he means. I think in the sense they're worried about it only because they haven't had a chance to be playing it as consistently as they have been playing Erangel and Vikendi for the past few days during league play. However, if it is their favorite map, then that means they definitely, on the back end, are probably getting time in with scrims. They're definitely going over VODs, going over strategies, and they're coming off of a very good rebound and a good game for them as far as our matches for the day go. So, I mean, he felt confident. It's making me feel confident. I might be back on the B4 train for this.
E4 wagon? Is that what I'm hearing there in the back?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, one team that I'm actually going to be looking out for here is going to be Team Queso, because Team Queso usually likes to go ahead and land a little bit north there of Lobster building in boot camp. And what happens with that is they end up being very close to Loops Esports. I wonder if at any moment they're maybe going to go ahead and engage each other. And if they do, who's going to go ahead and come out on top? Because we have seen it, going back to PMWL Americas, we've seen Loops Esports get hot dropped by another team. I remember it was Tribe Gaming, and they won that. And then they forced that team to pretty much land somewhere completely different. So I wonder if Loops is at any point going to try to establish that dominance, since we are going to be playing Sanhok a lot more in Super Weekend.
Well, we'll see in just a few moments of time. But before that, again, we keep talking about how you guys at home can win prizes. As long as you are watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you'll be earning points. And the top 100 viewers will get exclusive rewards. And who doesn't want that helmet? I know I want it. Unfortunately for me, I don't think I can watch East and West at the same time because that's just so much for me to take in. And I got to focus on West and West mostly. But guys, let's talk about predictions. Should I start things off? Yeah, I think you should.
Yes, go for it.
Okay,
go.
So I might regret saying this because I really feel like Footballists or Loops can have an extremely strong game here on how aggressive this map can be.
He's jinxing it.
But I'm giving my prediction to Tempo Storm.
Ooh, I like it.
I think this is their time. I think this is their moment. They have won this map. When we look at league play, I think they can do it yet again. They've had a struggle today, but you know what? With a struggle comes glory, and I think it might be their time here. Glitter, who's your prediction?
Put my faith back in 9. I'm going to go with B4.
Okay.
4. All right.
Okay. 7.
Hey, well, I'm going to go with the other Brazilian team. I'm going to go with Loops.
Let's go.
Okay, well, I'm going to feel bad for you guys if they do get knocked out early, and if I see Tempo Storm win. We'll check with you guys after the next game, though, as we get through into our 4th match about to start, and we have to get rid of you two and bring in 2 new people who have been watching from the sidelines for most of today. We're going to bring in Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And the first thing I want to ask you, Mr. Dave, your Konita power picks haven't been working, man. What's going on?
Hey, I'm not jumping off the bandwagon. Konita Power, we got 2 more games to go. I'm here, baby. Let's get some Konita Powers in the chat. Let's get some dubs, baby. I'm ready. Jason, you don't scare me, man. You don't scare me.
I mean, I am taller than you, but you're way more handsome. Hot Jukes probably can scare both of us who ever do meet up on land someday. But Hot Jukes, how you been today, man? Super weekend. We're kicking things off. We're getting points accumulated that will stick with the teams over the next 3 weeks. I love the glasses.
Oh, hey, you know what? Every time I get in game, I have to put my glasses on because I can't see a thing. And guess what? It's the Super Weekend. It's game time. Let's go. Had to put the glasses on. I'm ready to get into this one. Let's do it.
Okay, Hot Jukes, who's your prediction for this team, for this match?
I'm gonna go with I gotta go with B4. I saw the interview.
Okay, all right.
I saw the thumbs up. And I saw one of their players. It's like he was staring into my soul and just whispered, "Hot Jukes, we got this one."
Okay, well, we'll see if he's gonna be right about that. Dave, are you still sticking with Konita Power?
Dude, yeah. Don't be changing the doc, all right? Konita Powers all day long.
Hey,
all day long. Don't change the doc.
I'm just changing whatever you say. Why don't you 2 gentlemen take us into our 4th match of the day here on Sanhok?
Here we go. Match number 4, Sanhok. One of those maps that's just, man, we've seen this game over and over, Dave. And this is just one of those maps where we don't know who's going to win it. We don't know who's going to win it. And I think going back to when we saw Knight's interview, he said that, B4, we're pumped up. This is one of our favorite maps. But I mean, no matter how good of a team you are, you can't control where the circle goes on this one. And with all these squads, how aggressive they play, I think it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, when you're right, Hot Jukes. You're right. So looking around, we are going to have the plane starting all the way up there in the north, and we'll be finishing on over the docks. I saw a lot of people in the chat, they're like, boot camp hot drops, boot camp hot drops. People were placing their bets in the chat for that UC. Will we get the hot drop? Well, I already see Nova flying over it at least.
Oh man, it's got to be like a tradition here. We got to see some squads go to boot camp. I mean, I think that this is like, and this is a map where every single one of these players, regardless, right? This one is so fun to play during just pub matches, and everybody for the most part usually hot drops boot camp or Paradise. Now, we've seen in the past, Cloud9, they have seemed to kind of claim Paradise Resort as their own. First circle drops though, and it's kind of out of their way right here, so they're gonna have to loot up pretty quick. It's good to the fact that they're all by themselves, but they still need to get up and going.
Yeah, they're going to have to loot and scoot. And looking at last game, Dream Eaters, they were putting up the numbers, putting up the damage. And right now, they're kind of separated for the time being. Hopefully, one of them don't get early knocked from the side of Carnage.
And I think this just might be a warning grenade right here. It looks like Carnage is going to throw this out, say, hey, we're over here. Do not come by. So that's a really interesting to see there from Carnage. I don't think that's something we've seen before.
Warning grenades? Yeah. I mean, hey, courtesy. It's like a courtesy flush right there. So going to be tossing out that grenade. You got J7 right there for that support. The Knights as a whole here, I'm looking real quick. Their total damage, they have 8 kills so far here in 3 games with around 1,400 total damage. So you already know, they're thirsty, Hot Jukes.
Oh, they're ready to get into some action right here. Sixless, got some shots onto him. We saw there in the corner, Matic with the QBZ. Look at the cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Ready to go, man. I mean, he just said howdy over to Sixless, and Sixless, he's on the run. He's on the run.
on the run, getting lit up right now by Matic, trying to take some pot shots, will be connecting. Seems as if that top gallon hat will be paying off as Sixless is in the water, walking really slow, separated from the squad right now.
Man, we saw Sixless's best dance moves right there as he had to put on a show for us, but he was able to survive, and that's really huge considering where his position is. If he got knocked right there, I highly doubt he was getting back up.
It would be a GG. It would be a GG. I actually spoke to Raven earlier today before the game started. You know, and pretty much Raven was telling me like the squad pretty much had to revamp itself after PMPL, you know, with the new addition of Sixless. So they kind of are working on building that synergy and that team communication. And that's what we see right here. I mean, Sixless is going to be tagged out there in the distance, not thirsted, and we got the trade. So maybe they could communicate amongst each other and pull off the greatest revive of Sanhok right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. It's not going to be easy considering that we haven't seen Carnage or Seven really move from their position right here. I'm not really sure where Raven is located just yet. So I don't know if they're going to be able to pick him up. I think I saw a rotation from Carnage though. It's going to be interesting to see as we move over to this Loops squad. Getting looks like a first knock and thirst of the game.
Let me get some oh yeahs in the chat right now.
Oh yeah.
Let me get some oh yeahs in the chat right now. Loops,
right.
I know I didn't pick them to get the dub here, but it's definitely a team that we know they are aggressive. And like you said, Sanhok, it's all about the aggression, baby. And 1 kill so far. Here's my squad. Konita Powers. Hey, we're one down. We're one down. But Gonzo with the beautiful hat, you know, the style points, they count for something, right?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, as long as you look good doing it, I think that's all that matters right here. But man, they need to definitely get it together right here. So, look at Matic end up running across here, catches the Sixless revive. There's Raven, and it looks like he is going to get thirsted. Oh, can he shimmy his way to behind a rock? This would be so huge. Oh, but they're both low, and yeah, I think this is going to be it for PK.
Yeah, drip too strong right there. Now it's just up to Carnage, the last remaining member up for the Knights. Carnage right now screaming, get in, get in.
That's right.
Let's get this revive, J7. So the push, like the insta push right now from Dream Eaters. I mean, they are playing this one perfect right now, Hot Jukes.
It's a little scary in my opinion, you know, always because when it comes to Sanhok, you don't know where any of the other teams are. They can always be over a hill at any time. So anytime that you shoot, you always have to be concerned with that third party. But considering, you know, that you got 2 players down, might as well go for the full send, and that's exactly what Dream Eaters is doing right now.
As well, Toffee's gonna be unloading a magazine right on into the open doorway. Carnage, Vector in hand, no extended mag. 19 bullets, you need to hit these right now. And here comes the rest of the squad from the Dream Eaters. They're gonna start tossing in some grenades. The Knights, they are pinned down right now. J7 gonna be spotted down and out. Now it's up to Carnage. Vector in hand, going for that spray. We'll be connecting out to 1, but no thirst. No thirst.
Yeah, not much you could do right there when you have a full squad of Dream Eaters. They were hungry, and they came after the rest of that Pittsburgh Knights team, taking them out early. And to be honest, if they were going to go for the push, it had to be instantly. You know, to be able to go ahead and get those kills and get 4 points on the board, not to mention some really good loot, considering where their location is. Yeah, I think that it ended up working out for them.
Worked out for them. Didn't work out for the Knights. First squad, second squad to be taken out. They're going to be coming into the last game with a lot of pressure to perform, get some kills, and kind of make that rebound over here. And talking about teams looking for that rebound, Nova Esports up there on the high ground, and we'll check back in with them very shortly as we're going to be checking in with Loops, and it looks like Team Queso are near them, so we might have a fight.
Here we go. So 2 South American monsters might go in head-to-head right here in a few short seconds. Now, before the interview, I had Loops to win this one. You know, I especially considering, you know, Sanhok, with the rotations that you normally see, you want a team that can just kind of bully their way in. And I think that by far Loops has proven that they've been able to do that. You know, but after I saw that B4 interview, seeing them together as a unit, I figured, hey, you know what, might as well mix it up and give them a shot right here. And Team Queso looks like their senses are tingling right now, and they're on the move away from this Loop squad.
Yeah, I mean, some people might call it mixing up. Some people might be calling it the bandwagon. I don't know. It's up to the people. It's up to the people.
Look, they're wearing glasses too, you know? So I got to be on top of the point right here as we watch this replay going from Dream Eaters on the right-hand side. We're still looking at the B4 fight on the bottom left against Nova. And yeah, Matic ended up running across, and I think that Pittsburgh Knights Didn't really expect that because considering where the other two teammates' locations were, I figured that they would that they would have that locked down. But yeah, you know, Matic running across, really bold, getting it done. Oh, and we saw that Team Unique getting that piece right there. That was huge.
Actually crazy. You saw Frozen all the way up there on the high ground just unloading right there. And get it back to this game, or at least the moment for the time being. Pedro, I mean, B4, I agree with you. Definitely a strong team. When we look back at scrims in the Americas, it was only Pedro. But then PMPL, the other squad mates, Maxon, McZera, Levi, they started picking up some slack of their own. So now B4, a deadly team, a team that you need to watch out for. And it looks like right now Nova up here on the high ground, easy behind the rock. Looks like they're going to be pulling back just a little bit. Like you said, it's Circle 1. You never know who might be watching you, who's setting up for that third party.
Yeah, at least in my experience, for sure, every single time on Sanhok, you start getting a fight, there's like an almost, especially in IGLs, I feel like there's like an internal clock that goes in your head of so many seconds where you figure that the third party's going to come, it's going to come at that instant. And Shifan tried to hit the rotation. McZera with that 6x M4 single tapping, got a little bit of damage onto him, said hello.
Hello. How's it going? How's it going, Shifan? Here, you want some bullets? And Shifan, you know, pretty low with the bandies right now. Gonna be using them, and you know, like we said, pulling back. But look at this, the kill feed. We see Tempo squaring off against Alpha Legends. Now, I know on the YouTube chat, a lot of Alpha Legends support, a lot of Alpha Legends fans. We'll have to see if they can continue to survive. I think they have maybe one up at this point. As Maxon is gonna be third party in that.
Yeah, you know, they're in a world of hurt right now. Unfortunately, you know, we're able to really catch that part of the fight. Well, you know, going back over, you see B4 just kind of playing this carefully, you know, regardless, you know. Earlier, we saw Pittsburgh Knights almost down and out, and Dream Eaters just straight pushed it, you know. But I think that you could definitely tell B4, they had a lot of experience in Sanhok. They don't want to take that risk. You know, even though they have 3 down, they're like, we're the dead center zone. There could be a lot of teams around here. We're not going to run out in the open.
They got their eye on the chicken. You know, they got their eye on the chicken. And at the end of the day, who can blame them? I mean, 20 points for a chicken dinner here. Of course, you want an explosive game. And, you know, they've been pretty consistent with the kills. So if they could just rack up some more chickens, they're going to be walking away here today feeling really good. AZ, talk about feeling really good. Got him. Be seeing a free point right there in the open. Marco is going to be tagged right there, but the trade coming on out from Team Queso.
So huge right there. You know, to be able to get that return knock, that essentially just kind of cuts off the pressure. Unfortunately, one of their members was running outside the wall, and that's super risky considering that if you do get knocked, there's no getting picked up right there. Just one little mistake from the pathing, and that just goes to show you can be down a member, just like that.
Inside the walls. Lesson learned out there, not only for Marco, but the viewers out there. You know, stay inside the walls. You want to use that cover to your advantage, especially on Sanhok. And Arijo out here, gonna be taking some shots. Already 2 kills to their name.
Huge, you know, and that is a third party onto Nova Esports. Well, they were really kind of tunnel visioned onto Team Queso down there. And Carrillo, one of the top fraggers in this tournament right now, you saw him lay down while he hit those shots. And for the new players that are kind of watching this that don't know, if you were laying down while shooting, especially with an M4, the recoil is just so low. And yeah, able to get the quick knock and thirst. But here they come.
Easy with that lean peek. AKM in hand's gonna be receiving some shots themselves. And Carrillo, no time to lay down in the dirt, like you said, to get that recoil. Nothing but momentum right now. Dadin is gonna be chunked down, bleeding on out. 2 kills, and look at this. HZL full on retreat mode right now, but running right into the hands of B4.
He's out of there.
HP.
Yeah, he survived. He is on the ropes right now, like you said, running away from one monster to meet another, and he is at 1 HP, just barely trying to survive. Yala with a huge nade on the bail. Will this hit? And it does!
Lord of mercy. That's what Bale is saying right now after that grenade blowing up right in their face uneven. Also going to be bleeding on out. Both members crawling, trying to get back into cover, but Cloud9 going to be on the retreat as well. This is tricky.
Yeah, I mean, this is at this point, right? You lose 2 members like that, especially considering where their positioning was. You know that you're not going to get that pickup. That's for sure. So I think really smart from Adder and Pyra to just kind of disengage, cut your losses, and just try to get some more points for the squad. Oh, there's HCL though.
Still alive. Still alive. Snake. The Snake. You got heart. You got heart, kid. You got heart. Let's see, though. I mean, Loops, they're on the hunt. They are on the hunt, but how aggressive do they want to get, right? Like you said, it's only circle 2. They don't want to push out too much because they have a really good position right now.
Definitely, and that's something that's just, when it comes to Sanhok, there's always that concern. You never know where a player is gonna be, and I think HDL's a perfect, point like that. Carrillo with the spot, though. Man, this guy's got some eyes on him.
Yeah, spotted. I mean, saw that gun barrel looking in your direction. HGL probably thinking like, do I take the shots? And just not gonna work out for them. And Federal connecting some shots on a Tixie the Terminator out there from Konina Powers. That's a big pickup on the side of Loops.
Oh yeah, the only issue is that they're not sure if they want to move, considering where their zone is right now. Their positioning is pretty strong, but I hear a Ronnie pulling on down, and yeah, they're going for it.
Gonzo is going to be spotting out 2 of the members, walking uphill. Gonzo, you need to take these shots. You need to take these shots.
They're holding them.
There we go. Gonzo's going to be opening up the M4 shots. Oh, and the quick flick.
Got turned on.
The quick flick almost getting turned on. At least Dadin able to connect over here onto Gonzo. Might be able to toss his smoke and get this revive and use the Ronnie for cover.
Oh my goodness, right there. Did you see that just quick turn from Carrillo? That's why he's one of the top fraggers in this tournament right here. You know, I would have liked to see Gonzo just shoot a couple of seconds earlier, like right when they both pulled that pin, because when they have those nades in their hand, it takes a second for them to pull their gun out. But yeah, he kind of waited just a little bit too long, I think, to finally pull the trigger. And man, just like that, this Loop squad, they're on the hunt.
They're on the hunt, and after that surprise, I'll call it, going to be pulling back. They're going to be pulling back. Dream Eater's going to be spotting out Dadin in the Ronnie. And Dadin connected on once again. I believe this is like Dadin's like 2nd or 3rd time bleeding on out. I mean, at what point do you just, you know, count your chickens and say they're gone? And I believe that's going to be it for Dadin from the side of Loops.
And I think that's Loop's best strength and disadvantage, you know, just aggression, sometimes too aggressive to the point to where they allow third-party opportunities. And this Dream Eater squad already taking out Pittsburgh Knights. This could be really, really huge for them.
Holy, this is 6 kills. After that win, it's a completely different team. We had not seen this team in the previous 2 days. All it takes is a chicken dinner. All it takes is a couple kills. They got confidence. They got that momentum. And now they're going to be taking the fight onto Loops. This is insane. Federal going to be working their way on up the hill. Quickly spotted and taken down and out. That's Loops. 8 kills on the side of Dream Eaters right now.
My goodness, Dream Eaters are on a rampage right now, taking out 2 major squads, especially considering Loops, how they had been playing this match so far. Man, it just goes to show you how, especially on a map like Sanhok, how things can just turn around on you so quickly. You gotta have your head on a swivel and always expect that there's another team right across the hill.
Meanwhile, Wild Card out here just, you know, trying to survive the blue zone. I saw Spring on that scooter. Seeing the kill feed light up, Spring is like, I'm just trying to go grocery shopping out here. I'm just trying to have a good time and get some placement points. And they should be able to make it on into the zone very shortly. But my fear is Team Unique are going to be right in front of them, possibly gatekeeping them.
Yeah, you can see that Wildcard is going for that super wide rotation right now. They're already down Slicky, so with having that member down, they're thinking going to the hardship side is going to be their best bet. And normally it is, but man, unfortunately right now, both B4, Unique, and Dream Eaters are in that same location. But here they go. Spring in the blue zone. Not able to get the knock.
Blue. Hey, good scouting, though. Good scouting. Instead of, you know, just straight up sending it on right through Unique, they got out a little earlier on. They recognized, hey, there is a squad in front of us. They attempted to take the shots, but not able to connect. So they're going to be giving away crucial information right now. And I feel bad for Wildcard right now, honestly. The blue zone is not on their side at all.
It is, and any time that you are trying to make shots into the blue, you know that if you don't get those knocks and kills, you're gonna get gate kept. So Wildcard, they're at a huge predicament. I mean, considering that we're now about to hit zone number 5, this blue zone's gonna start hurting a lot more. They gotta rotate in quickly.
2 members alive from Alpha Legends. We saw them earlier on in a conflict against Tempo Storm, and you know, getting the bad end of the stick, I guess you could say, on that end of that. Only 2. They have the guard tower, and they have a lot of information all the way up there. Team Queso with 2 up as well. We saw just moments ago, yeah, this is what I was gonna get to. B4 on the rotation right now with these vehicles.
Got caught. I mean, the buggy. I mean, this is so crazy, especially trying to drive a vehicle this late, and Sanhok right here, not easy. I'm really surprised that he was able to make it, I believe, but they're there on the edge of this blue zone, having to rotate in. Levi got in it as well. Well,
on the edge of glory. On the edge of glory, some would say. And yep, and Elite's going to be spotting out Levi, taking down Levi. B4 just getting split up in that rotation right there. Pedro, OG able to get revived, but Maxon and Pedro, their position right now currently compromised.
Yeah, it's compromised, but they're able to get into the zone. And I think that is their biggest concern, especially considering right now it's zone number 5 about to close onto, and we're going to see just teams drop like flies right here. I wonder if any of these squads are going to really start thinking about, possibly using a heal strat if they happen to have them right now.
Hey, it might come down to that. It might just come down to that, especially if you're wild card. Right now, Acer separated from Sam and Spring. Spring taking their own engagement out here on the blue zone edge. I mean, it's not looking good for wild card. Let's be real.
Oh, yeah, they're in a tough spot, especially considering that they need to get into the zone. They're trying to gatekeep Uter, and they've been in the blue for a long time, so they don't have a lot of health left right now. But, man, Sam, he is locked on to these last couple members. Oh, that nade right there.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
So these shots, like you said, they're locked on, but right behind them, another team, Unique, locked on to them as well. Looking at this, they're going to be tossing out some grenades, attempting to get some easy points. So it does look like Unique 7 kills so far, and another hardship for all these squads on the west side.
Devastating for all these squads right now. I guarantee you, if you're Team Unique, any of these guys, heal strat would be coming in huge right now. Look at the zone, 21 seconds. That's Sanhok. That's it. As soon as that zone popped, you have to start running immediately.
Oh, Acer with 3 in the sight line's going to be taking shots on the 2 of them. The quick flick right there. Memphis trying to return, trying to get on into the zone and heal on up. You got to expect those kills are going to be thirsted here. And yep, Acer making the push right now. It doesn't matter if the blue zone's with them or not. He's going to make sure to get these points.
He has to get these kills right now. Definitely considering that he probably doesn't have a lot of meds. This is zone 5 as Fake, well, I believe it is Spring that is able to take out the last member of Team Unique, eliminated Acer with the huge spoil, and he's going to get all those heals. So we're going to probably see a big heal off from Acer right now.
Don't count him out. Don't count him out. Talking about counting out some people. Tensa on this 1v1 right now. Going to be losing that to the Vector, and Matic going to be making the pull up. We see HH over there looking like the revive might be coming out on the side of Tempo. Tempo do have a vehicle, so they might opt to just get on a harm's way.
Yeah, Dream Eaters are on the edge of the zone. They're kind of hurt a little bit, but man, they already have 10 kills to their name right now. So they have a lot of confidence going in this, especially if they're able to take out Tempo. But it looks like they did get caught from another squad across the way.
Yeah, unlucky. That's Sanhok. That's Sanhok in a battle. 10 kills for Dream Eaters, actually insane. Pyro still going to be alive for Cloud9, and we've seen Pyro able to clutch it out multiple times on Sanhok when it comes to that healing strategy. And looking right here, 5 first aids, 11 bandages. It might come down to that.
I think that that's exactly what he's going to do. There's no way he's going to just run out of this building right here, considering that there's no cover. He's going to get taken out instantly. He knows that. So having all those meds right there, he may opt to just come into the blue zone a little bit late. But it's going to be interesting to see. Man, this full Dream Eater squad.
What's going on
with them? There's the confidence they have right now. Kunita Power.
Rob going to be connecting a couple shots on a Matic, but it does not even matter. 11 kills so far for the Dream Eaters. They get shot at. That's what they want. They want the Bulls to come their way, because you know what? That's going to immediately turn their attention towards you. And
Matic!
Powers, Rob, Matic. You don't even care. 12 kills.
Man,
12
you
kills.
want to throw nades at me? You want to throw nades at me? I got one right here for you. As man, Dream Eaters, they are just crushing it right now. Great position too.
Great position. They're going to be right here on the edge in the north. Not a lot of cover moving forward in front of them. They have a couple trees, and you got Yala down here in the south just running and gunning, trying to make it into the zone themselves. And Pyra, the lone survivor for Cloud9. Here's all these footsteps currently around him. Maxon from B4 attempting to toss out some grenades. Might even spot out a member or two from Dream Eaters. Going to take a couple shots and then quickly pop back down. Close one, close one.
Oh, but man, look where this blue zone goes right here. The worst possible scenario for B4 in this situation, and a huge advantage for Dream Eater. This is all Dream Eater's game right here. They have been just crushing this one from start to finish. But I mean, it's not finished yet. I mean, it's not finished yet,
but it's looking like it. It's looking like it.
Yeah,
I
you're
get
right.
what you're saying. I mean, Dream Eaters, they got a little 2-2 split. They got 2 behind that rock right there, that big giant mountain, and then they got 2 out there in the fields. And it looks like they're going to be using some smokes to kind of group on up. Pyra actually going to be moving out of the blue. Only 11 bandages, and Pedro spotting out Pyra. Now there's just 2 teams left. Maxon going to be providing that cover fire right now to allow Pedro to get on into the new zone. And just like that, yep, Dream Eaters. I mean, nobody could stop them this game, Juice.
I mean, you're right, you are. What a huge chicken dinner right there. What a performance we saw from this Dream Eaters team. I mean, look at all of those kills. What is that? Total of 15 in total? Insanity.
Dude, every single time they got shot at, they immediately, like, they didn't hide, they didn't retreat, they just full-blown sent it in your direction. And a prime example was, what was that? The grenade onto Rob. You know, Rob had the wall for cover. It doesn't even matter. Dream Eaters, I mean, they had so much confidence this game that they were just playing without any real care, in my opinion, and it worked in their favor.
Hey, you know what they say? Sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and that was all we saw from this team right here. It was really interesting to see, especially early on against Pittsburgh Knights, to see one of their members run across all the way in the open to chase down that thirst. That's so high risk. A lot of players just may opt to just hang back and just wait and to be able to do that. But man, it ended up working out for them. What a game number 4 that we've seen so far. Can't wait to hear what the desk as well as Jason has to say about this one, and we'll find out what they have to say right after this short break.
And Dream Eaters giving us the 1-2 punch. 2 chicken dinners, but 2 chicken dinners in a row. 70 talked about Yudu Gang pulling off 3 in a row. Could we see it be done today? Is that possible?
Oh, it's definitely possible. Listen, they haven't had the best performances in Erangel, especially the earlier one. They got a 12th place, but anything's possible. And on top of that, they got in 10 kills in the previous match. Now they got 15 kills. They're not only just getting these wins, they are backing them up with huge kill counts. And I think this is so impressive for that team. Another team, one team that we actually got a chance to interview, and one team that I know Glitter's going to be happy about seeing here on the first page, is going to be B4, being able to go ahead and collect 20 points. She's finally going to pass Cameron Davis. Congratulations, Glitter.
You said like it's a massive achievement.
Listen. Wow. Okay, listen.
She's not in last place,
I
okay?
felt the confidence after we got to speak with Knight, and I knew that they were going to have a good game, especially when they said this is one of their favorite maps. So, I'm just saying.
And another team that I actually want to go ahead and touch on here from the first page was Kanina Power, being able to get 7 points there just on blazing. That's one team that only had 1 player alive for most of that match. So good for them to be able to get some blazing points there. And Loops Esports, my pick, man. For some, I don't know what happened there. They seemed so dominant, and then they just ended up getting absolutely destroyed. At least they were able to get their 5 points. Team Umbra being able to get 4 points. Temple Storm 4. And then, surprise, surprise, Footballers, a team that won, that has been so consistent today, at least keeping within like a top 3 or a 13th place in the first match. They are getting, I believe it was, what, 14th place, 15th place? Yikes.
I think I know what went on with Loops, by the way, because I heard you supporting B4 and said, you know what, you're feeling like they can do it. But maybe they said, like, you know, forget your sub, we're going to make you lose your points in this one. Let's take a look, though, at our stats from Dream Eaters yet again, who take home their 2nd chicken dinner, and they get 2,400 damage. I feel like, Glitter, they're just getting better over time now.
Well, I mean, they're kind of on a steamroll at this point. Like you said, they started off, you know, a little bit slow. As they've gotten better, they have just increased their damage output. They've increased their kills. They are just in a very, very good place. And I think one other thing that's super important to point out is that they obviously just won here on Sanhok, and they just won on Miramar, back-to-back wins, but they're also the 2 maps that we haven't been seeing. So not only were they able to kind of improve as we went, but they've done the best on the maps that we've seen the least. So
that's kind of good and bad at the same time, right? Considering when we get into league play, we're going to be seeing 2 maps and 2 maps only for that entire week of league play. But let's take a look, though, at our Mountain Dew moments from that last match. And there's some things we got to break down. One thing off the bat I will say, though, Seven, is I felt like this was a very odd Sanhok. It felt like a very slow Sanhok.
Really? I felt like there was just so much third party. I think that might have just been you. I feel like there was just so much third partying going on. At one point, Loops actually took a fight with Canadian Power super early on, and that was actually surprising because I'm used to seeing them just take a little bit longer looting that boot camp drop that they usually do. So that was another one. And then you see other teams just pretty much third partying. For example, Wildcard Acer, which we're going to be able to see here in a little bit. He ended up getting 3 huge knocks. We're actually going to go ahead and talk about that. And then Nova, one team that has, I feel like it's been disappointing so far how they've been performing. Nova hasn't really been able to show up. And then Yala, I know that's one team we were talking about, Glitter. Yala's been surprised, especially on that Sanhok match.
Yeah, not only that, but if we look at the stats for Yala, I believe that they were at 7 kills for this game. So Yala has been really, really stepping up to the plate here and kind of trying to match that level of aggression that we're seeing come out of a lot of teams like Loops, who are watching in this fight right now. So that's going to bode very well for them if they can keep that momentum going throughout the rest of not only the Super Weekend, but just generally in the league play, because I think at the beginning they kind of started a little bit farther down on the list.
And talking about Yala, you mentioned it, they did end up getting 7 kills here on this match. And guess what? On the previous 3 matches that we had played, they only had 7 kills. So it's going to be a huge boost there for them, being able to pretty much double their kills in 1 point. And then on this one by Acer, he was just so confident here, and something that I love. As I mentioned, we'll be showing that in a bit of a slow-mo later on for everybody that likes that confetti. So don't worry, we got your back. And then Alpha Legends. I feel like Alpha Legends, this is something we're talking about when we're watching the game. Alpha Legends is starting to become that gatekeeper team, that one's that's always consistent, but it's always going to go ahead and be 9th to 10th place. So I'm hoping Alpha Legends, if you're watching this, come on. I believe you guys got what it takes. Do not become that ace 1 that we saw in PMWL Americas. Come on, get that win, get those skills. I believe in y'all.
Well, let's see if that belief will transition into a victory for them. Let's take a look, though, before then, into the total damage yet again from the teams. We're going to see who was able to be the top dog in damage, and of course, the kills as well. And yeah, Droll Dream Eater is just pretty much sticking to what we saw in the last game. 15 kills, 2,400 damage. Glitter, I'm starting to worry for other teams now. I think, Dream Eaters might be the #1 team overall at the moment.
Yeah, very, very impressive day 1 here for the Super Weekend, but also taking a look really quickly at B4, second place with almost 1,500 damage. I mean, that they were also the final 2 teams on our last map, so across the board, both teams being incredibly consistent by being able to do that back-to-back. But Yala Esports, almost 1,200 damage, 7 kills. I think as we move farther down the line, we're actually going to see a couple squads that clearly were getting into engagements. You can see the damage coming out of Unique. They just didn't make it into that late game stage.
And for Unique, I think this was a huge game for them as well. Keep in mind, they've only got in 11th place, 2 kills, 12th place, 1 kill, and then 13th place, 0 kills. So being able to at least pack up 7 kills here in this match was huge for them. And Loops Esports, not sure what's going on there with them, but hopefully they can go ahead and pretty much pick it up and become that dominant team that we have been able to see, because it has actually given other teams a chance to go ahead and rise. So it's a back and forth there.
I like that you pointed out Cloud9 too, Jason.
Yeah, 147 damage. Oh, it's a little rough for them. Maybe they can turn their fate around later on. I mean, maybe Seb wants to pick them yet again. But Seb, you've been toying with us. You've been talking about confetti. What do you got for us? Because I want to see the confetti.
Let me go ahead and show you. Just like, hey, there you go. Shout out to my boy Adrian in the back, telling me to go, go, go. Now here, we're gonna be watching Wildcard. Now, this is not the actual play I want to go ahead and show you. I want to go ahead and show you this player right here. The reason why I want to show you this is because we've seen this over and over again with certain players. Certain players just want to go ahead and go with that heal up, even though they have a perfect line of sight on some players. They can go ahead and believe in themselves and get those knocks. Guess what? We're used to not seeing that, but here, Acer, the beast that he is. He heals up and right away he switches over, and guess what? This is just gonna go ahead and be easy pickings for him, as he's gonna start spraying everybody down from Unique and he's going to be able to get those 3 knocks. By the way, those 3 knocks, he was able to go ahead and confirm them into kills. And I just want to go ahead and replay that one more time again for anybody that's watching at home, for anybody that might be new to PUBG Mobile. If you guys ever get a chance to showcase your kills, just go for it, because we're going to go ahead and highlight it here. I think it was just such an impressive play there for Acer, being able to go ahead and get him points. So hopefully, going into the next match, my boy Acer is going to be a little bit on fire. There you go. You get some confetti there while you're at it.
Where's the confetti? I don't see it. You're breaking my heart.
Show it up. I don't know why. Oh man, the next one. I got you.
Man, we better get extra confetti in the next one then, 7. That better be happening. But Wildcard, again, they've been a little bit hit or miss sometimes. I actually want you to kind of get confetti on me if you're able to do that with the Telestration. I'm not sure how that would work out.
Yeah.
I mean, Wildcard having oh no, please no. Having some rough times. And we saw them in the opening weekend. They were extremely strong, and then they came into league play. They almost got knocked out. Here again, they've been struggling. But Acer, it's nice to see him really step up when they needed him. And we can see our overall standings now. Dream Eater's not yet taking away that first place position. However, they've come within 1 point, Glitter.
Wow, that's impressive for Dream Eaters, and B4 is knocking Footballist out of that first place position right now. Dream Eaters honestly is the only person on the board so far with the 2 chicken dinners. This is quite the shift here in our top 10. Everybody else moving up or down a little bit, nothing too crazy, but y'all are definitely jumping themselves up in the standings, which is really good to see.
Glitter, can I point out one thing here? Look at B4 Esports and look at their chicken dinners. They're hungry. They got none.
Yeah, and so that's something I talked about before. It's not even that you need to be winning. They're just consistently doing well today. So they don't even have that chicken dinner yet, and they're still in first place. Imagine what happens when they get the chicken dinner.
I know some teams are going to be happy by seeing this second page right here, with teams only getting 14 points, 14 points, 16 points, 19 points. Guess what? Those teams that got a chance to go ahead and sit out, that didn't make it to Super Weekend, they're going to be looking at that, and they're going to be happy because they're going to be able to fight for that, hopefully, if they make it into the next Super Weekend. Overall, huge surprises, honestly, going into that second page. Seeing Kanina Power there, I know that has been one team that just kind of starts slow on the first day. Hopefully, they can go ahead and switch it out. Team Umbra, I know that's one team that surprised us here and there in certain times. Hopefully they can also pick it up, go along the lines of what Uter Killers have been able to do.
And Envirum did say something to us while we were watching the game, saying that Pittsburgh Knights are being extremely consistent, but consistent at not doing well, which hopefully they can change coming into tomorrow, maybe into our final match. We have a nice little head-to-head, though, between 2 of our top teams. We got Footballists up against Dream Eaters, and look at that damage done out of Footballists, Glitter. That's ridiculous.
That's literally tons of damage. I don't understand. Not only that, but look at their damage received. They're clearly managing well in comparison to the damage that they've dealt, because if you look how much closer the damage received and damage dealt on Dream Eater's side of things is. But look at the kills. We're officially in triple digits, and they are still consistently staying above the amount of knockouts that they have with their kill numbers. This is an impressive stat right now.
Yeah, it definitely is, and something to go ahead and keep in mind for everybody watching this. This is for 20 matches. This is pretty much for everything that we have done so far here. So keep that in mind. And it goes to show, Footballists, we've been mentioning it over and over again. That team has been so consistent that I'm honestly not surprised to see the damage they've been able to go ahead and provide, and also the kills as well they've been able to go ahead and output. It's just impressive, the performance that Footballists is able to go ahead and do here. And keep in mind, they're currently not in first place, so they can even step it up more of the upcoming days in Super Weekend.
I think what that does tell us, though, for Dream Eaters, that they had an extremely rough league phase, which is 100% true. They didn't really have any decent placing over the course of the entire time. But, hey, they've been improving, and they're playing when it matters, right? It's all about the Super Weekends. It's all about the accumulation of points over 3 weeks. And just like you guys at home who might be looking to accumulate something, maybe it's accumulating skins inside of the game. And, of course, you know, the Royale Pass Season 14 just recently came out. If you guys haven't seen it just yet, well, luckily for you, we have a little bit of a taste. You guys were watching us earlier on when we saw that the first time. I bet you were listening for the sound, the squeal that comes out of the driver as he gets shot. And I told you it was me. It's kind of close enough. I mean, I haven't had my hot tea to really make it work for me. Anyways, let's take a look at the schedule. Let's get me off the screen so I can stop blushing and see which our final match will be on. And we're heading back to Erangel. We start things off with Cloud9 taking on the Chicken Dinner. The question for me is, can they do it yet again here? But again, I think we're seeing the importance of having Erangel as a map that you can play, and more importantly, you can play well, 7.
I'm going to be a dream crusher. I'm going to be not jumping on the bandwagon here. As much as I would like for them to go ahead and get those 3 wins just so we can say that West did it too for Imperium watching at home, I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Something that Glitter was actually able to mention is that they have performed well on the maps that we have not played in League play. If we go back and see that, I like the data, all right? If we go back and see the maps that they play, they haven't performed that well. They have been able to get some wins here and there, but I don't think they're going to be able to get that back to back to back.
Do you agree, Glitter? Is that true?
I kind of do agree with that, honestly.
Let's go.
And I don't know if it's too harsh or not, but when you have so many opportunities at your disposal to do well on the same thing and it doesn't pan out, and then you kind of get thrown a curveball and you're better in the curveball situation than you were in the one thing you had tons of practice on. I don't know. I definitely think that that 7's got a very strong point here.
I hope that I'm wrong. Listen, I hope that I'm wrong. As I mentioned, I hope that I am wrong. But it's just going based on what they have shown me, even in earlier matches. In the first Erangel, they got 12 plays and only 3 kills. So I'm hoping that I'm wrong.
Well, I'm hoping you're wrong when we get into the prediction game, but before we get there, we're again talking about what you guys can win at home for watching the World League. A lucky draw going on as long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you have a chance to win one of these items. If you're not watching in the game, well, I gotta ask you, why not? Pick that up. You can obviously still watch on YouTube, still watch on Twitch, and see our lovely, lovely faces and watch all the action breaking down. But I think it's time. 7, I can't stop. I can't look away from you if you keep doing that. It's time to start talking about prediction games, though. I think it's time. Is it time for
Jason? Go first.
Is it?
It's your turn. It's Jason.
I think it's Jason's turn too.
What is this? You can't gang up on me. Let's get them out of here. Let's bring in our commentators. All right, so I'm gonna go Cloud9. I'm feeling it.
Okay.
I'm feeling it. They had a really rough. After looking at their damage, I was a little scared, but let's see if that's gonna happen. And now, Glitter, you're gonna have to go.
Okay. I wore it because it could apply to a few teams that I've been calling out pretty frequently, but I think I'm going to go on the wild card side of things this time around.
Oh, you took my pick.
No, I didn't.
I was going to go ahead and pick wild card, but I'm going to just stick to mine. I'm going to do what Mustache Dave has been doing. Just sticking to one team the whole day. Loops Esports. Let's see what they got. Come on, man. Let's end on a good day at least, please.
I got to ask you, 7.
I had to do better than Imperium.
Do you remember to see how picking Konita Powers worked out for Mustache Dave today? Maybe you should think about that while we do head, or we get rid of you two and bring in our commentators yet again. I'm sure Dave has something to say about this, but obviously we'll check in with you guys after our last match of the day. Hot Jukes, Mustache Dave, where are you guys at? What's wrong?
Here we are. Oh man, dude, poor Konita Power having a tough day today. Especially considering how we've seen them do in the past. It's really unfortunate to see. But I'm gonna tell you what, man, I'm on the Dream Eaters train right now. I saw them just the confidence to be able to push so aggressively. I mean, I think it could also go the other way, but regardless, after seeing the gameplay so far, I have them picked to win this game.
You're a believer. I can respect that, Dave. Mr. Mustache Dave himself. Yeah. Who are you believing in?
How's it going? Hey, I'm just happy I woke up this morning and I picked Dream Eaters all day long because they have been dominating here today, and I'm just, probably at the end of the day, I'm probably gonna have the most points when it comes to who predicts the best. So,
well, I don't think that is exactly possible looking at the standings. We'll check with that in the next few days. But gentlemen, why don't you take us underway here with Erangel, our final match of the day.
Let's get it going. Last match of the evening. Ready to see some more action. That last Sanhok, man, that was just insanity from start to finish here. So I'm looking to see a really strong game here to end up the day.
Dream Eaters back to back. Can they get back to back to back? Now that's going to be a record to be held by them if they can do that. I mean, they got the momentum, Hot Jukes. They got the confidence, and I don't know, can they do it? That's the question that a lot of people are asking.
The turkey. I want to see if they are able to get it right there. 3 wins back to back. We haven't seen it yet so far at all in this tournament, especially at this high level of play. But man, they have definitely got momentum in their favor. The only big issue, though, is that when you really look at Erangel, these teams, they just know it so well. You know, they are so seasoned and experienced when it comes to this map. They know it, like I've said multiple times, like the back of their hand right here. So I think it can go, it's anybody's game, but at the end of the day, heck, if you're able to just push so strong and play that aggressively as a squad, it could definitely shift over into this last match.
Yeah, I mean, just to put this into perspective, all right? Footballists so far here today, I believe this is 32 kills. They have around 5,500 damage, and then behind them, Dream Eaters with 28 kills with 5,100 damage. So they're putting up the numbers when it comes to damage. Now they just need to kind of bring it all together, get those thirsts, and hey, they're going to be at the top here.
Yeah, they need to finish strong. I think that this would be a kind of a statement maker kind of day, especially starting off Super Weekend if they're able to get this one done as well. The only issue though, and is after you have such a strong match, sometimes you can get a little bit overconfident. I think I've definitely noticed that from a lot of top squads. You know, one I can remember off the bat is like RRQ. You know, when they've won a couple of games in the past, sometimes they're like, all right, we can just start full pushing into squads, and then guess what? They run out in the open and then just get turned on really quickly right here. So I want to see how this works out. I'm going to be looking really close to see if Dream Eaters is able to get this one done.
Yeah, so looking real quick at the map, it does look like Dream Eaters are going to be near Naya with Alpha Legends, and
my goodness.
About Dream Eaters, they're already going to be in a fight. 2 members from Team Queso hunting down Verset right now with that VSS, and Mystic, the ump, just too strong. That's going to be 1 point on the side of Team Queso.
Man, and 1 down for Dream Eaters right here. Look, I think I may have just jinxed myself by saying all that. Unfortunately, you know, looks like Dream Eaters was going for a split loot scenario, but happened to drop on 2 members of Team Queso. In a 2v1 situation, you don't have any loot. That's just really bad RNG.
It happens. It happens. And, you know, talking about bad RNG, well, B4 down there in Military Base, Footballists and Nova, I mean, they're going to have to really hurry up and loot and start this rotate. And the boys right now, all cruising in the U.S., jamming out, you know, just listening to the tunes.
Hey, you know, just talking to each other. How was your weekend, Bale? Oh, it was great, Adder. How about yours? Oh, you know, just hanging out. Pyra hanging out with his cats as well. You know, this is the Cloud9 that we love to see right here, especially considering their drop location. It seems to be a little bit different. They're going for that 4-vehicle strat. They got to watch out, though, as a member from Team Umbra.
Yeah.
It'd play a really, really effective game right here if he happens to catch them out.
And one thing to note right there, they're passing up a lot of vehicles, but they're taking them. So they are going to be denying resources to a lot of teams. Hall's so lucky right now. What happened? Okay, so they got spooked. Cloud9, they were making the pull up, looking to possibly loot, and I think maybe they saw one of the doors were possibly open.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think
Why'd they pull up then?
I think that, oh, no. Because I think that they didn't move because I think Halls just didn't move at all. Like, he's not moving, making any noise, because if Cloud9 happened to hear that one person, they would have full sent it on him. And oh my goodness.
The laser. Peo almost getting knocked out right there. So
Uneven, he's got out.
He's still here. Uneven, still here.
He doesn't know. Halls hasn't moved. Guarantee you. Oh, he sees him though.
Squad has left. Oh, the feet. The feet through the window and the quick jump around. Uneven. Taking down Halls right there. Where is the support from Team Umbra? They were overlooking this complex. They were overlooking this, and now Halls is just going to be forced to slowly bleed on out right here.
I'll tell you what, that was a quick turn from Uneven, but I think an even faster turnaround from the rest of his squad. As, man, they hit that U-turn quick to get that support onto Uneven right here. Man, Halls unable to get it done right here. Wow, I mean, I'm just at a loss for words. That was so close.
Lesson of the day, don't shoot at uneven shoots. Fresh kicks, you know, fresh out the store, you know, don't want to lose value on those.
Bought those.
Hey, you love it. I mean, I love to see Uneven, you know, once Uneven's back on it, the whole team as a whole, you know, is looking so good. So you got Bale, you got Uneven, Pyra. I mean, they're all looking to get the dub, obviously. 14 kills so far for the team here today, 2,600 damage, give or take. So Cloud9, they're going to have themselves a nice little spot right there and the opportunity to continue looting on that west side. And looking at teams right here, you know, a migration starting to occur right now as teams are slowly starting to realize, okay, we need to start making the push now that we're about 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's really a lucky break for Cloud9 as well to be able to get that kill and rotate onto crates. And they're going to get all that loot so they're lonesome and have a pretty good opportunity to rotate in through Georgia Pool. So I think that they're in a great position to start off this match. But this is a northern zone right here, wild card. They love to be in Severny. And I know that Glitter had ended up picking that squad as well. So this is their zone to win.
All said, where's my thumb players at? Where my thumb players at? Thumb players, stand up in the chat. Thumb players represent out here. So, Jukes, you don't got nothing to say to that.
Man, I mean, hey, I'm ready to get into the action here. I'm studying the map because this zone right here could be so toxic, considering that there's only so many rotational paths up into the northern side of the circle, and I wonder where these teams are looking to sit at, because some of them may opt to kind of hold that southern part of the zone, and if the zone hard shifts north, it's going to be devastating for them. But all these teams migrating to the north, the zone can still hard shift south. So we can go either way right now.
Key word right there that you said, sit at. Sit at. Where are these teams going to sit at? So yeah, a lot of these teams, it's real early. Circle so big, and there's so many nice little spots that teams could claim for themselves. And we're gonna be looking at wild card right here, Crossroads. I mean, talk about sitting. They're probably gonna sit here for a couple zones if, of course, it favors them, which it should. It should.
Yeah, I'll opt to just go ahead and leave Severny and pick this spot here because I think it's going to work out better for them rotationally. The only issue is that if a team ends up camping on top of that hill, it's going to be really tough for them to be able to move away. I really like Pittsburgh Knight's spot right now at those houses that we just saw Cloud9 leave, because it's going to work out for them if that zone does hard shift south. If it goes north, they're still in a great position as well. But man, you can see all these teams are just trying to center out and find their way into this one, because in all honesty, it's one of those zones that can pretty much go anywhere.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of teams, you know, picking up vehicles. Looks like when your power still out here trying to get some loot going on. I think I was watching the VODs and I saw a lot of people spamming in the chat the past couple days. Like, whenever it comes to Erangel, the whole squad of loops, all four of them love to run the DP. Every single person on the team has the DP, Jukes. I mean, what's your take on the DP?
You know, that DP is so strong, especially for catching vehicles on the rotations. That 7.6 is going to do a little bit more damage. Having 47 rounds in the magazine as well is going to be really advantageous. And to be honest, man, that thing is pretty easy to control as far as recoil is concerned. So definitely a strong pickup if you're able to get it here in Erangel.
DP or M249?
M249, that's a squad wiper, baby. You know, that's 100 rounds. That's 100 rounds in that magazine right there. That thing is beautiful. By far, one of my favorite guns to have, especially at endgame, you know. And I like it too because that 5.5, it's just a little bit faster on as far as the
velocity.
Yeah, the velocity as well as just like the way the fire rate coming out of that M249. So I definitely think that's a little bit of a stronger pickup. It's a crate weapon.
Yeah. Man, an obvious answer to the question. I had to test you though. I had to test you.
You know, some people though, they really love that DP. You know, and its fire rate's a little slower. You have to kind of track a little further ahead if you're trying to chase down a vehicle. And some people are just so used to that particular spray pattern that they may pick it over that. But me, all day long, I'm picking up that M249 if I have the choice.
Personally, I might stay with the DP just because the last time I had the M249, I honestly whiffed the whole magazine and didn't even... hey, I hate to say it, but it's the truth. So it's just because like it's a crate weapon and I don't always have the opportunity to pick it up, right? So I don't have like the practice, the hours in with that. And talk about teams getting some practice right now. Yala looking for the practice on the shots. Gonzo on the outskirts of this one. Gonzo was camping it on out, recognizing, hey, there's a squad here. And yep, Rob with the DP able to lay down the cover fire and allowed the retreat.
Exactly what it was right there. I love that kind of team play. You saw Rob with the DP, we were just talking about it earlier, just spraying. He was just shooting in that general direction. And when teams hear those kind of shots, they just automatically kind of go for cover in that particular scenario. And by doing that, it just allowed Gonzo to escape and rotate away, because where he was at right now, he would have been done for if he stayed there any longer.
done. And you know, Konina Powers, I got some UC. I got some skin in the game when it comes to them clutching out a win here today. So final game of today, I'm hoping they can get some points over here. Nova out here in the yellows, they are going to be still looting. You know, a lot of teams still just looking for whatever type of loot setting up for this mid to late game.
How much UC you got on the line?
Dude, 8,000. I don't go anything lower than 8,000.
Ooh, well, they're about to go against Loops right now. And you better get that wallet ready right here, unless the rest of their squad comes really quickly. They may be in a world of hurt right now. Big nade, though.
Big nade from Kowalski. The trade nades coming on out right now. Kowalski going to be slightly rotating on out, a little closer to their squad mates in the back line of this. And Konina Powers, yeah, the thing is, I feel like if they've had a better day, they might have gotten a little aggressive. But since they've been performing on like the batter side of what we're used to seeing from them, I think they're going to play a little passive. Hopefully, it doesn't get into their mindset too much, though, because, you know, when aggressive teams start playing passive, like, I don't know, it just never works out, at least in my opinion. So Loops out here looking like they're going to get a kill or two. I mean, they're looking for the kills.
Oh, they want him for sure, but I think that that's a really good point you make. It is a big mind game at the end of the day. You know, a lot of competitive play is so mental. You know, there's a big stage, a lot of money at stake, so you have to get over those nerves alone. And if you're not performing the way you normally do, you may have a tough time here. Hold on really quick. Mystic. Oh, this AZ, this UAS is smoking right now.
UAS is smoking, yeah. AZ not even going to risk it. AZ, though, by themselves, this could be a 1v4. We saw Marco with that Thompson earlier on and Mystic with the jump able to connect a couple shots onto UAS. And honestly, AZ, I don't know. Will the support come through from the squad mates? Well, I see him in the vehicle, so it might.
They may be just trying to bait him out and use him with a big off angle, but actually not HCL. There we go. The pickup. Oh,
push on the gas. What are you doing?
He forced AZ to drive.
What are you doing?
HCL said, I'm not driving. I picked you up. You drive.
The seat swap. That was extremely risky. I'm surprised it actually was successful right there. I'm not going to lie.
Man, that was too close for comfort right there. Oh, Loops.
Yeah.
Finding out a couple members of Konina Power spread. Oh, and that's needed in last place, Dave. Oh, man, pay up.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
I'm at a loss for words. Yeah, I mean, they're in this little dip, you know, this little trench. Loops, I mean, they just pushed on out. They didn't care.
I thought you said that they were in the trench right now. I was like, no, they're in the lobby. But yeah, that is correct.
Oh!
In that trench. They were
That's in the chat.
You know, that's really unfortunate. Sorry, I mean, all joking aside, you know, Konina Power, they had performed pretty well in the past. So, I mean, you definitely, I can totally understand where you're coming from. You're expecting them to have a great performance. You know, regardless, I mean, I will allow one team afforded one day of a tough match. But other than that, hopefully they can come back. But on the replay, take it away, Dave.
Yeah, replay. This is the quick flick around from uneven earlier on. That was pretty beautiful. I mean, that's pretty much what opened things up right here. Yeah, okay, so Konina Powers. Looks like Gonzo was maybe trying to retreat, get that Dossie out there. I mean, honestly, they were probably caught off guard by the aggression from Loops because Loops, they have a nice little compound to their name, you know, that 3-story. They got sight lines, and, you know, for them to push out right there and nobody to really punish them, I mean, that's a surprise for me as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think anytime you say aggressive squad, Loops automatically comes to mind. That's for sure. And yeah, Konina Power, I'm surprised, even though they knew that Loops was there, still opt to play it a little loose and passive. And they just got caught off guard. So, I mean, I hope to see, you know, Konina Power take a look at the VOD, figure out what went wrong, and hopefully make their adjustments for tomorrow's games.
Yeah, well, you know, it happens. It happens to the best of us. And looking
maybe
over here,
Dave some money, too, you know, while you're at it.
Yeah, they're gonna need to. So looks like Lutz over here, a little smoke out there on the field, able to get the revive. Might have had a sniper M4 shot that is coming out from Spring over here. Looks like there's that crossroads position from earlier on, and you made mention teams are looking for the prime location just to sit and to start taking these pot shots. And this is why, you know, you want to knock out your enemies, you want to take out their helmets, you want to take out their vests, and just force them to use the meds right now.
Yeah, I think the reason why Wildcard likes this location in particular is one, it's a rotational area where you're going to see a lot of teams possibly drive by in order to be able to get to their next location. The big issue though is where their spot is, and I think why they picked it is in order to push up on them, you have to push out in the open. Like there's no other way to actually get to that team. So even though Slicky is knocked, they still can't push up, and they're able to get him picked back up, no problem.
Pretty much the campers are getting camped right now, right?
True.
The campers are getting camped. And you're not going to push. You're not going to push that. It's just too risky. And you're just going to continue to take some shots. And B4, I mean, they're doing donuts right now. Everybody's in their vehicles, if you have some vehicles, and you're just going to be waiting for this next zone to pop. We might have a hard shift, and if you're already in the vehicle, you're already driving, you're going to get there first. I mean, that's just a fact.
You're right, and I think that's just B4, just making sure that those UAVs are nice and warm, you know? Got to make sure that engine is running, but I think that's a perfect example. Yeah, they're just driving in a circle, waiting for the zone to pop so they could start driving there instantly, and that's exactly what they need to do as this zone has shifted a little bit further south, and this is an interesting zone because it's really a lot of hills, a lot of vantage points, but not a lot of cover.
Not a lot of cover, and we might have seen a zone like this maybe 2 days ago. A little raw sock action still in play down there to the south. Maxon, though, from B4, maybe the engine overheated because they had to make a stop and fill up that radiator with some water, and they were spotted in the process. 2 kills on the side of Team Queso, and Team Queso right on the edge over here. And Alpha Legends, little 2-2 split in the crosshairs, in the sightlines. Alpha Legends and Yala, yep, pushing on into the compound. Xana is going to be thirsted immediately.
Anas throwing some smokes right now, just trying to hold his position. I believe that they are in the zone right now, so they're kind of just trying to hold their spot and not get taken out. Kato hits the deck.
Very awkward terrain to deal with, too, as well, if you're Alpha Legends. I mean, trying to make the push, I mean, it's open. It is straight up open, and I'm surprised y'all are actually pushing on Alice as well. They don't want any part in this. Or they're actually going to be getting the wraparound onto Alpha Legends.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier about this particular zone. It's just super awkward. You know, there's so many hills, so many different vantage points, and you don't know where another team exactly is. As Anas, he's just snaking it right now, trying to throw some grenades and get a big opening knock on this Alpha Legends squad.
Popping some tires. Yep, Kato
from the back
is going to be spotted by Dadin. So not even the team that's pushing them, but the team that's going to be third partying both of them up here. And Dadin just going to be unloading that magazine, trying to connect, trying to get that thirst. And they will. But look at this. One member from Loops pushing on to the outside of this yellow. Alpha Legends, 3 up. Here comes
Loops. Oh, look at that nade from Federal. Oh, it bounced off.
Federal, though, able to connect onto one of the members from Alpha Legends with inside the compound. And Federal looking through his windows, going to be bolting on in, going to go for that spray, is going to be connected on themselves. But the support, the much-needed support from beside.
Oh, it's a third party!
Going to be pushing on out 3 members from Yala. Also chunking some grenades of their own, and now it's just up to Federal. And they're done. Mollies, grenades, Loops are done.
Eliminated right there. What a crazy turn of events. Yala Esports taking the opportunity. This is what happens. We've seen this happen so many times with Loops. Their aggression. So it works out a lot of the times, but sometimes it doesn't when you get third party. And Yala came in just in time. Perfect timing for them. Perfect third party.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Yala, they were in the yellow. They pushed out of the yellow, and then they went back into yellow. Crazy engagement right there.
You got to look at it. I think if you're thinking from their perspective, if you're gonna take out a squad like Loops, if there's any time to do it, it's during a third party. You know, they heard all those crazy shots, heard all that action, saw the kill feed, and just full sent it. They got 4 members up, fresh and ready to go. And to be able to push on a pretty beaten up Loop squad, it was just perfect opportunity, well executed from Yala Esports.
It's crazy. The grenades. I mean, grenades everywhere. So, looking on over here, Nova in the Dacias. AZ, we saw earlier on, was spotted in transition, and now Shifan. This could be bad news bears slowly creeping up onto Footballist. Gonna be spotting out Footballist. Is like, oh, there's a team here. Lutz gonna be spraying onto his vehicle. Soke will be connecting onto Shifan. Thankfully for Nova, there's this hill. but there's also the blue zone to deal with. And yeah, Easy going to be healing up. Only 4 bandages. Oh, no.
Yeah, growing on the side of Nova, just considering their rotation right there, it's such a difficult position. Losing another member like that's going to be devastating for them. But you got to give it up for Footballists to be able to hit some big shots like that, saying, don't drive near my area. But now, speaking of where, where their area is, Team Queso wants a piece of the action as well.
Footballist in the chat right now. Easy able to sneak their way on out of being pinched because of the third party from Team Queso. And there goes the squad mates from Nova again, taken out to the blue zone. Solke trying to make the come up, make the connection onto Easy, and let's get another point on the side for them.
Another zone shift right here, and this is just one of those zones that it's tough to play from if you're any of these squads. It's going to definitely go in favor of those teams with the good eyes, because getting the first spot in this particular zone is just going to be crucial for your team.
Ooh, wild card making the pull up on over here. Pedro OG spotted, taken out. Mix0, the last member alive right now. DP in hand, the last member alive, will be in the zone. So maybe Mix0 will just opt to kind of, play the snake role and try to get some placement points right now. Hopefully for them, Wildcard don't decide to push in their direction. As I say that, Acer's driving right towards Mix0.
He's like, oh no, Dave, stop telling him where I'm at right now, because he's doing
that for himself. Look at all these smokes.
Yeah, those smokes, as soon as he threw those out, that's a dead giveaway of exactly where your location is. And honestly, considering where his position is and where the zone's looking to be, it looks like it's only a matter of time for Mix0, as you never know what could happen though. Oh, you heard the click. Oh, almost ran into it.
Yeah, almost running into the grenade now. Throwing out those dance moves. Acer with that mini, taking some shots on Footballist. So Mix0 currently stuck between both Wildcard and Footballists on the outskirts of shooting range, using these concrete walls for cover for the time being. Mix0 though with the DP, seeing Sam just a moment. Gonna connect a couple bullets onto them and quickly make that retreat.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm not sure if Wildcard really understands his situation, considering that, you see a position from Mix0 and the shots from him and the rest of their squad, so they may think this is an entirely different team. I'm not sure they're really aware that it's Mix0 on his own, as well as a full Footballist squad on the other side.
Footballist, 5 kills. Now, they are in the north, right on the edge of the next circle, but they did not forget about Team Queso up there on the high ground. And we were looking for some DPs earlier on. Tensa getting the vehicle explosion. Will be making the kabooms happen on the Carnage right now. Sixes with that VSS. J7, only 2 more members up and at him. Alive for the Knights, and Tempo Storm looking to get some points. 2 so far.
This is a must-have situation right now for Tempo. They really need this win, considering their performance thus far. Not to mention, there's only 1 minute left on the clock, so they need to get this done and start rotating into circle rather quickly. It's unfortunate to see how Tempo has done at the start of this Super Week, and I saw Monica in the chat saying that HH has had some connection issues so far. So not sure exactly what that situation is, but it's unfortunate.
All about the battery checks, man. You gotta check the battery. You gotta check the battery. So thankfully for them, we see them all moving around the place down there in the south, on the hunt for at least J7, who recently was able to get on into the zone and create their own cover. We see in the kill feed, Tenta will be spotting out Sixless. So there goes another member from the Knights, Thurston.
Man, this is a tough position, tough zone. There's hardly any cover in these situations, and in order to drive into circle, you're going to drive across so many different squads, and I think that's where you see Tempo and all these rest of these teams just trying to figure this one out. Where are you going to go?
Yeah, Pro Lord looking to get revived by Vindex, and looks like it might be able to come on out and at least allow them to have 3 up in the late game. And I see Tempo currently cruising on by J7, kind of spotting that one out.
Yeah, you could definitely tell by this circle, all the teams are just located on the edges because there's just no cover anywhere. So being central right now would just be devastating, as all the squads will just basically be looking at you. So right now, this next zone is huge. It is really huge for any one of these squads, especially if it hard shifts. And it goes a little to the north, and Spec catches good old J7 from Pittsburgh Knights, and that's PK out early.
Yeah, rough day. Rough day for the squad. Yala also going to be eliminated right on after that. And then we got 7 teams remaining. 7 teams remaining in the final game of day 1 of Super Weekend. And football is Lutz out here with that DP, with the scope looking right on top of Acer.
Yeah, and right now, Footballists and both Wildcard, they want to hold this position really down right now because considering where the zone is, pretty much who gets this is most likely going to win. But with this fight, you could get a third-party opportunity, but here comes Acer.
Acer pulling on up with that buggy, trying to bridge the gap, trying to get closer to Footballists, and will be tagged. Spring up there on the high ground. Smoke going to be blocking them for the time being. Third party coming on out from Team Queso. That might be a blessing in disguise for Footballists. No, it's not, because they are also going to be third party, and Slicky on the outskirts of this, trying to put a halt to the push right now from Footballists. Lutz is just bleeding so low, needs to get right behind that tree, right behind that burning vehicle to get that heal off, that much needed heal.
Yeah, and it looks like he is going to get it right now. And Wildcard, they're kind of stuck out. Okay, there goes Slicky throwing out some smokes. Oh, it looks like they were able to push up to Sam right now. Sam was able to push up to Spring as the rest of this Footballist has just been stuck healing. Man, that actually opened the door.
Underhanded grenade, not able to get there because Sam's going to be connecting onto Lutz first. And Lutz's grenade just going to be dropped to the floor. And Team Queso, they're still up here. They are still up here on the high ground, overlooking all these squads. Fight it out. They have a couple vehicles to work with. Yeah, we're missing a tire, but you can still pull that bad boy up and use it for cover.
There goes Dream Eaters out, Tempo as well right now. Cloud9, the zone shifts over onto them. Zone 9, they are sitting pretty on this one. The only thing though is they are at the bottom of this hill. So they're gonna have both Wildcard and Team Queso push up at them on the same time. Oh, I don't know if you really noticed it right there, but you saw Uneven. I believe he threw a smoke up onto them. So that is an offensive smoke. Really, really smart, because that's going to stop Team Queso from being able to push out or get any idea where the rest of this Cloud9 team is. That one smoke can make all the difference in the world for his team.
Oh, that. Bale, M249. M249.
Oh, the squad wiper.
We'll see. We'll see. The squad wiper. They need it. They need it right now. Ayala gonna be hitting the dirt, taking off that backpack already. Axel right behind him. Mystic still gonna be in the back line, overlooking this. Cloud9 though, looking to make the uphill push onto Team Queso. Bale's gonna be tossing a grenade. That could be good onto Mystic. No, gonna be blowing up right in front of that vehicle. That vehicle able to save Mystic for the time being.
Perfect nades coming out from Cloud9 right now, considering the time that's on the clock. They're using the blue zone to their advantage. They know that Team Queso has to push right now, so they're doing everything they can to keep them away, keep them laying down so they cannot push up for free. And, oh, it looks like Wildcards catching Team Queso.
This is good for Cloud9. This is good for Cloud9. Wildcard will be connecting on to one of the members from Team Queso. Uneven with that lean peak, trying to get some shots in of their own. Ayala is going to be spotted. Team Queso knocked down and out. It's going to be a 3v2 right now. Bale with the squad wiper right now. Going to be just spraying a couple of those fives out there into the smokes. And now here comes the grenades. Getting tossed right on top of the smokes. This could be it for them. That one right past them. Right past them. But it will be inflicting just a little bit of damage on the Spring.
So close right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, some more. Yep, some more damage. That was good.
Man, it's last game of the Super Weekend right here. It's North America versus North America. Cloud9, Wildcard. Wildcard is pinned down in a really tough position right here. I'm surprised Cloud9 is letting him breathe at all. That's just Cloud9 playing this one safe. They really want this chicken dinner, but man, if they play it too safe, it could go the other way around.
Sam is bleeding on out, but crawling, trying to get some information and relay that back to the squad. And Spring, gonna be pushing on out. The play zone will be chunking them down and out. Now it's a 3v1. Slicky gonna be connecting onto Uneven, making the pull up behind the tree, but the blue zone's gonna be chunking them out. Cloud9, winner, chicken dinner. We were questioning Cloud9. You know, they were playing so passive at the end, but Jukes, they had the zone. They had the zone.
They had it, and they got it done. We saw in an interview earlier on, and even talk about Cloud9 saying that they're a squad that likes to get it done in the end game, you know, and that's something that I totally believe and see them being able to execute constantly. So for them to be able to get a chicken dinner at the end, they're just staying true to form. This is Cloud9. This is what they normally do.
Winner, chicken dinner for Cloud9. I know the chat is just going crazy for that one. Bale with the
C9 wins in there for sure.
yeah, spam those emotes right now. Let them know. But regardless, wild card, you know, coming back at the end as well. I mean, a lot of these teams doing a pretty decent job here in the final game.
Yeah, they did absolutely amazing. What a day of games that we've seen here so far. That's going to be it for myself and Mustache Dave. Thank you guys so much for watching the report. We're going to go ahead and take it on over to the desk to hear their thoughts on this entire day worth of event here right after this short break.
Just my, no bother me, just my victory dance here as I got another prediction right. Cloud9 coming through. Don't hate me too much, I'm not much of a dancer. Taking home the chicken dinner. First of all, let's start off by talking about how amazing I am. No, let's not talk about how amazing I am. Let's talk about how amazing Cloud9 are as we take a look at the rankings from that last map. Glitter, take us away and talk about how well Cloud9 did.
To be fair, that was a very, very strong game coming out of Cloud9. First place with the 12 kills overall. Incredible and finished, especially when they've already gotten a win under their belt for the day. So kudos, Jason. But also my pick, Wildcard Gaming, coming in second place with the 9 kills. 2 very, very strong finishes for these teams, and Wildcard specifically really needed that.
Yeah, and one that actually stands out here for me is going to be Team Queso. We've been talking about that team. They had the top fragger. You heard it over and over again. Well, it seems like they finally woke up as they're able to secure there at third place. So I'm pretty sure it's good. It's good to see Team Queso starting to pick it up. They're a slow starting team, and when they do pick it up, oh man, they are a scary team. So it's great to see them there in the third spot. And as we're mentioning, Dream Eaters, I know my boy Hot Jukes had picked Dream Eaters. I almost picked them, but I had to be the Dream Crusher. I just knew they haven't performed in Erangel to what I want them to go ahead and perform. So that the back-to-back chicken dinners didn't end up working out their way. And no surprise here, once again, towards the bottom on the second page, we're seeing Konina Power just being able to secure 1 point. I don't know what happened to them today, but I think, Glitter, this might be one of the worst performances that we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely super unfortunate start of the Super Weekend for Konina Power. However, I'm still holding out hope for them a little bit because we've repeated it a couple times. You've said it, Seven. They have historically so far had really slow or just straight up bad day ones and then come in like an absolute powerhouse in the following. So I'm interested to see what they can do mentally and just generally with their gameplay coming into day 2 and 3 of the Super Weekend.
I mean, let's be realistic about the whole thing, right? It's the first Super Weekend. It's the first day of Super Weekend. Technically, you still have 2 more Super Weekends to come, so it's not that big of a deal if you can't perform necessarily in the first one or even in the first day. There's still a lot of games to be played if you can re-qualify in the later weeks. Let's take a look, though, at our stats for Cloud9 as they took home the last game of the day. 1,700 damage, 12 kills, 6 knockouts, and again, just to point it out another time, Seven, we're seeing teams struggle. I think we talked about Cloud9 and Loops at the top of the show, how they had more knocks than kills, but this time they were hunting.
Yeah, this time, and this is something I actually even mentioned from the get-go. I saw them all 4 in the car, and we even saw just a super weird play over there close to crates, I believe it was. They were just hunting people down. And one play that actually impressed me the most was when Uneven, I believe it was Umbra, one of the players from Umbra, tried to knock Uneven. He wasn't able to. Uneven with 5 HP, knowing that he didn't have any health, guess what? That man stood up and knocked that other player down. And I think those little plays like that are just such a huge confident booster. But seeing Cloud9 being able to we know that it can be tactical. Let's be honest. We know they can be tactical, but them stealing kills like that is just so impressive.
Yeah, it's great to see them. And let's actually take a look at our top players from that last match as well. We can see Ayala, actually, a name we haven't really said too much coming in from Team Queso. We're seeing Sam. I remember hearing Glitter just say, Sam, as he was able to pick up so many kills. They're coming a big first team, but Beowulf Not normally a person I would, in my head, think of one of the big fraggers, but he has been so consistent at doing this, Glitter.
I mean, and you love to see it too, because I think we've kind of been able to comment pretty frequently on, you know, the adders of the group, but really, really nice to see Beowulf coming up here in our top 4 players. I mean, we always see Tensa up here, very, very consistent player across the board. We've been seeing a ton from Sam, but also, like you said, good to see Ayala up here with 700 damage, the most out of anybody up here so far. And we were waiting for Team Queso to kind of show up in that way, 7.
Oh, yeah, and I think from Beowulf, something that I want to go ahead and mention is that is one IGL that we have seen get kills over and over again. So it's good to see him back there. And then with Tensa as well, it's good to see Tensa back in it. We haven't seen him since, I think it's been a while since we've seen him there. So it's good to go ahead and have those players back in the top players.
I think it was like the first day of opening weekend when he was up there getting massive, massive kills for his team. But let's take a look at our do moments from our last match of our first day of our first week of the Super Weekend. And I mean, we're already seeing Team Queso off the bat. Mystic looking for those frags, 7.
Yeah, and I know this was one that kind of crushed the casters' dreams and hopes as Dreammeters ended up losing a player. And that's that play. The one that just happened to see there from Uneven was one that just impressed me so much. I love seeing when just solo plays come and they're able to perform on a 1v1 scenario. It's, as I mentioned over and over again, it's just such a huge confidence boosters for the player themselves. And then Cloud9, you see Cloud9, even though they were super far away, that other team was super far away, still trying to get this knocks. And then this one we're going to be breaking down in a little bit, was just a huge mashup between Loops Esports, Yala, and I also believe it was Alpha Legends. And meanwhile, we're seeing some of the other plays here from Wildcard, Footballers. I know Footballers has been pretty consistent throughout the whole day. Well, guess what? They were still able to get 6 kills here in this match. And just to know that Footballers so far, they've only had one match where they didn't get any kills, but besides that, they've been averaging more than 6 kills a game. That's impressive, Glitter.
Oh, it's incredibly impressive. And I actually think right there, that as we saw Sam throw that frag, that was the frag that he threw to not only zone off, I believe it was Lutz, the final player on Footballers, but gave him enough time to get a res on his teammate, and it did end up taking out Footballers. I think that was the point when I was screaming Sam and on the back end when we were watching, because it was a very, very clutch frag.
I did have to get some medical attention to clean up the blood in my ears, actually, from that one. But let's take a look at the total damage across that last match. And Cloud9, come on, you topped it for the majority of that match. Please tell me you topped it as well when it came down to the damage. And they did, but barely. To be fair, I want to give credit to Wildcard, Team Queso, Tempo Storm, and Footballers in there. Even towards the end, 7, your pick of Loops, all having some good damage across the board.
And honestly, I know it was my pick, all right, but they were having such a great game. Wait until you see the breakdown of that push. It was just interesting. But Cloud9, 1,700 damage. Shout out to US_GMA. That's the person that got it right from Twitch this pick. 12 kills. I think that's huge. And Wildcard, I think Wildcard really needed this. So far today, they've been able to get a second place before with 10 kills as well. But they need to go ahead and be more consistent. This is one team where consistency lacks out of all the teams that I can think of, but Wildcard can have just so much potential in the future. And then Footballers being able to go ahead and output a lot more damage as well. And as we were mentioning there, Loops Esports being able to secure 7 kills. Everything was going their way until Yala just came and crushed our dreams.
I like how you said our dreams, because you like felt their pain with them, 7.
Yep, everything just shattered.
Well, my dream was a pleasant one with Cloud9 taking the victory. But you talked about before, I'm gonna stop gloating. Like I said, I'm very humble, the most humble person I know. There was a clip you talked about actually coming in with Loops, and you mentioned Alpha Legends. You talked about Yala as well, 7. It was a hectic fight that lasted for what felt like a long time.
It did. It definitely lasted a long time, and the third party in this clip was pretty impressive. You know what? Before we even start this clip, just because I'm gonna be crying in the inside, let me go ahead and put those sad faces. And right here, this is the fight that we're gonna be focusing on. The first fight is gonna be Loops and then Alpha Legends. And you know what? Let me actually rewind a little bit more, because I want to go ahead and notate how far away all the Loops players are. And I think this was actually the main downfall to them. Look how far away those 2 players are from the main fight that they're about to go ahead and take. And as Federal, actually, you want to go ahead and know that too. Federal is already crushing in on that squad as well. So being that far away definitely hinders your chances, especially when you're going up against 3 players. Luckily for Loops Esports, they are just such an aggressive team. They were able to go ahead and start throwing grenades in there. They are going to end up knocking 1 player down. And something that I actually enjoy Federal doing is you're going to see Federal just rotating back and forth. He's going to he thought about maybe going in there. He's going to throw a grenade. He's going to rotate around and then come back. And you're going to see him rotating just a couple times there. Just trying to figure out which way do I actually end up want to be going. And here we go. That grenade, that was huge. As soon as you see that, by the way, this is the aggression I love from this teams. As soon as you see that, he's gonna go ahead and push in. He doesn't really give a damn anymore. He knows that there's people hurting in there and he wants those extra points, which I was happy to see. But this whole time, you have another team just waiting to see what happens. And you know what, Glitter, I'm gonna go ahead and let you take over this one as Yala is gonna come in and crush my dreams.
I know. You're a little bit too sad to finish it out, so I totally understand. But yeah, we had seen Yala at the very beginning on the outskirts kind of watch this play as it goes down. The second they realize that Loops and Alpha Legends are in a heated battle, Yala takes opportunity to crash in on them. And as they're coming in, you actually can see they're throwing a ton of grenades that end up doing a lot of damage on the outside of the building. I think it was Kowski that was out there for Loops.
Yep.
And it is just that is like the nail in Loops' coffin at that point, because as soon as they were able to use their utility, they could just finish the fight from there.
For everybody that asked for confetti, there you go, Jason. You got your confetti just because Cloud9 won. That's the last time I'm going to go and do that for you, Jason.
I'm really feeling like production's regretting giving you this tool now with all the confetti being thrown in, and all the basketballs, potatoes. I actually like the potatoes, to be fair.
I love the potatoes.
Right? And I feel like if I was ever playing, you'd be
back.
watching over my shoulder, giving me the potatoes the entire time, 7.
Yeah, that's exactly how it will go. You know what? I will bring the potatoes just for you. And for everybody watching at home, we also want to go ahead and entertain you. So if you guys ever want me to go ahead and add any extra, a little bit of fun there on the pretty much on the reviews, let us know. What do you guys want to see? Comment below.
Can we get maybe Jason's face in there smiling whenever he wins? Maybe that can be the new confetti. We have also another head-to-head we wanted to break down for you guys at home here between 2 big players, Carrillo and Ram, coming through. Footballists up against Loops. Look at that damage, and I believe this was just over the course of our, I almost want to say today, but that can't be today. That's got to be an average over the 21 matches. If I use my eyes, Jason, I could see it's 21 matches. And Carrillo, again, we talked about him being such a big fragger. Glitter, you've talked about him time and time again, and he's proven to do so.
Yeah, like I said at the beginning of today, you know, he was the top kill leader for both day 1 and day 2 of league play. He was already the MVP coming out of the PMPL. He does not know how to just turn off. He's constantly putting out damage. If you look at his individual numbers, it's something we'll keep pointing out. He has more kills than he has knockouts, but then again, so does Arum. So this is clearly something that we're seeing in the overall high caliber teams, and then just the individual high caliber players. There's just so much damage being output to what the rest of the teams on a whole are doing sometimes, that this is an impressive stat across the board, 7.
And something that I wanted to go ahead and mention there, Carrillo had 13 headshots in comparison to 6 from Roma. That is so impressive, honestly. Yeah, somebody that actually that plays the game a lot, pretty much every single day. I have trouble getting headshots, right? Don't judge me. But that's super impressive right there, considering that these are the top players of the West.
Well, you know what it's time for? It's time for my favorite part of the show, to see what the breakdown's going to be, which team is currently in the lead in our first day of the Super Weekend. Let's get the overall rankings on the screen for you guys at home, and Dream Eaters are going to maintain that number 1 spot.
Cloud9 getting close, though. Remember, Cloud9 being able to get the 2 chicken dinners in one day, that is going to be huge for them. And at one point, when they end up seeing B4 in the first place, well, guess what? They're going to have to work a little bit harder to get those chicken dinners if they want to get and end up being up there in the first place. Another team that we definitely need to mention, Wildcard, having that great match there, going 5th place into the next couple of days. That is going to be huge for them. Hopefully, that's one team that we see more out of. I feel like they definitely have the potential. We have seen them win a lot of games before, just from PMPL Americas, and here so far as well in the sitting weekend. And I think they got what it takes. And Alpha Legends, I mentioned this over and over again. To me, they are becoming that gatekeeper team, which they're pretty much going to be in 10th place or a 10th to 7th place all the time. So hopefully they are able to adjust their strategy so they can go ahead and get past that, because you don't want to get stuck there.
And now we're jumping onto the second page here, and I think that, you know, we've said it a couple times, one of the biggest surprises here is definitely Konina Power, but I am surprised to also see Unique down here. I'm surprised to see PK down here. you know, we had seen a little bit more out of them when it comes to the league play for this week so far. So hopefully these teams are able to kind of adjust after today and really come in strong into day 2 of our Super Weekend.
And not only that, I want to see Pittsburgh Knights step it up. I also want to see Nova Esports step it up. Konina Power, that's one that we mentioned over again. We kind of sound like a broken record because we said it so many times. They tend to have bad days at the start. Can they switch it up, and can they have that dominance performance that we saw during seeding weekend or even in league play?
What about Uter Killers? This is a team we saw get top 4 in the first 2 matches today, and they slowly let themselves slip over the course of today. Again, we talk about consistency. Maybe they didn't get the most frags, but this team has been struggling where we saw them previously, well, to be fair, struggle in the league play, able to, you know, get through at the bottom of the table into our 16 teams to play in. But I was hoping for a little bit more out of them after the first 2 matches, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know, we have to take into consideration, is part of that due to the fact that they were on now Miramar and Sanhok as well? Is that kind of potentially a small factor in their gameplay? Or is it maybe it's an endurance thing? Maybe they had gotten used to having a break in the league play portion with all of the groups and having to play 5 straight games. Are they getting tired? There's so many things that can potentially be a factor, but they definitely did have a very, very strong start for themselves. So hopefully they can make a few tweaks moving into tomorrow and then maybe adjust on those maps where they struggled a little bit.
And I think from there, something I want to go ahead and see more out of Uter Killers is going to go ahead and be their kills. They really don't get that many kills. They can get the placing. We saw earlier them get 3rd place, 3 kills, 4th place, 3 kills, and then they end up getting 16th place, 1 kill, and then 10th place, 1 kill. So they need to step it up on the department of getting kills. We know they can get the placing, but now you need to start finding a way to increase that output on kills, because those are points you are missing out on.
And like we talked about, Glitter, it's that marriage between the two of the placements and the kills coming through. But that's going to wrap up our first day here of the Super Weekend. This has been the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. And it's only been the first day of 3 coming up. So there's 2 more to come up in the next 2 days. We'll be back at 11 a.m. PDT yet again. So we're going to see you guys then. Thanks again to our analysts and, of course, our commentators. And we'll see you tomorrow bright and early.